The world's gone to hell, demons are everywhere, and one guy is standing in the middle of it all, refusing to back down. Spears rain from the sky like a storm, and an army of knights charges forward with a deafening war cry. They scream for blood, demanding the death of the demon who stands in their way. A dark figure blurs through the battlefield, moving so fast the eye can barely keep up. Suddenly, the perspective shifts to our boy, his face covered in blood, as he realizes a spear is aimed right for his heart. He comes face to face with a knight, the tension so thick you could cut it with a blade, as the soldier hesitates for a split second. With a burst of dark energy, purple flames erupt around him, shielding him from the coming strikes. He swings his blade in a massive arc, the purple energy shredding through the knights as they let out agonizing screams. His eyes are cold and hollow, the face of a man who has lost everything and has nothing left to fear. He slams his foot down, shattering the ground and sending a wave of dark fire erupting through the enemy ranks. The earth itself seems to groan as the purple flames consume everything in their path. A knight stares in absolute terror, realizing they aren't fighting a man, they're fighting a monster. A massive explosion of energy rips through the silence, and the battlefield turns into a graveyard of screaming souls and burning shadows. Our guy coughs up blood, his body clearly at its limit, but his gaze remains fixed on his target. The night sky is peaceful, a cruel contrast to the slaughter happening below. He stands tall, leaning on his massive sword as three demonic eyes float behind him, pulsing with an eerie red light. His breath is heavy, his chest heaving, but those purple eyes are still burning with a defiance that won't die. He grips his sword tighter, refusing to let his knees hit the dirt just yet. Suddenly, he senses something, a presence that makes even his cold blood run cold. A massive shadow looms over him, and a voice asks the one question he wasn't ready for. Why? A red-haired woman stands before him on the ruined battlefield, demanding to know why he made such a horrific choice. She screams at him, her eyes full of tears, asking why he betrayed them and made a deal with the devil. She calls him by his name, Knox von Reinhafer, the man who was supposed to be on their side. Knox just looks up at the sky, a bitter smile playing on his bloodied lips as he repeats the word betrayal. He chuckles, telling her that from their perspective he probably does look like a traitor. But then his tone shifts, becoming ice cold as he tells her that he didn't betray them, they were the ones who betrayed him first. She tells him to stop the nonsense, and just explain when exactly he became so broken. Knox looks back, his eyes softening for a brief second as he says it all started like a crash landing. A bright flash of blue light erupts, signaling the end of an era and the start of a new nightmare. A system message pops up. You have cleared the first part of Inner Lunatic. This guy has done this 27 times now. Back in the real world, Yu-chan sits in his dark room, surrounded by trash, letting out a sigh of relief. He checks his loot, satisfied that he managed to clear every hidden quest and nab all the top-tier items. But his victory is hollow, because a calendar on his desk marks the day he's scheduled to be admitted to the hospital, the day he's officially going to die. 2 years ago, everything was different. A doctor sits him down, his face grave as he tells Yu-chan not to panic and just listen to the results. Yu-chan stares blankly, the world going quiet as the realization of his terminal illness sinks in. The clouds drift by, indifferent to the fact that his life is basically over. He visits hospital after hospital, looking for a different answer, but it's always the same. He sits on a bench, clutching his medical reports, his head hanging low in absolute defeat. The doctors tell him they've run all the tests, and there's nothing more they can do. All they can offer him is pain meds to make his final days a bit more bearable. A bottle of pills spills over, a reminder of the chemical cocktail keeping him upright. His hand hangs limp, the bottle rolling across the floor as he just gives up on moving. 2 years have passed, and he's still here, rotting away in a room that smells like cigarettes and despair. He looks at his reflection, barely recognizing the hollowed-out version of himself. His room is a graveyard of wasted time and empty trash bags. Suddenly, a violent coughing fit racks his body, leaving him gasping for air. He looks at his palm and sees a dark splatter of blood. He knows his time is almost up. He tells himself that worrying won't change the outcome, trying to find some shred of peace in the inevitable. His phone pings on the desk, cutting through the silence of his lonely apartment. It's just another automated message from the hospital, confirming his next appointment. He grips the phone, the cold glass a reminder of how disconnected he is from the rest of the world. He realizes that despite his legendary status in the gaming world, he has absolutely no one to talk to in real life. Ever since his memory loss, no one has reached out, and he has no one left to call. He looks down at a pile of flyers on his desk, feeling a sudden surge of frustration. The flyers talk about faith and hospice care, things that feel like a cruel joke to someone in his position. He crumples the paper in his fist, a small spark of rage flickering in his eyes. He throws the papers into the air, watching them drift down like snow in his dim room. He leans over his keyboard, tears streaming down his face as the weight of his loneliness finally breaks him. He looks up at his monitor, his eyes wide and bloodshot, looking for one last escape. The game screen glows with a prompt, "Will you start a new game?" And he figures, why the hell not? He types in the player name, Carl, his fingers flying across the keys for what he knows is the last time. He wonders what kind of character he should build this time, wanting to try something different. He scrolls through the options, the light of the screen reflecting in his weary eyes. He picks Mana Sensitivity Genius and Fortship Genius, the ultimate combination for a powerhouse build. But then a warning sound blares, the screen flashing red. The system warns him that choosing 2 genius traits will result in massive penalties. He looks at the negative trait option and sees terminally ill. A dark smile crosses his face. He hesitates for just a second, his hand hovering over the mouse. He laughs to himself, thinking it's poetic. He's dying in real life, so his character might as well match. The final prompt appears, "Will you start the game with the chosen character?" He clicks yes, and as he does, the room begins to vibrate with a strange energy. Everything starts to glitch out, his vision blurring as a blinding light fills the room. His chair falls backward, and he hits the floor, but he doesn't feel the impact. He gasps for air, wondering if his heart is finally giving out right now. He asks himself, "Am I dying right now?" as the world fades to black. A message appears through the darkness. Character creation was successful. He thought death would be familiar, but then a new prompt flashes. Character's name has been forcibly changed. A synchronization bar appears, climbing rapidly as he's pulled into a world of gold and marble. The process completes, and he feels his hand twitch, the sensation of touch returning to his body. He wakes up in a massive, luxurious bed, sunlight streaming through towering windows. He bolts upright, his heart racing as he looks around the room in utter confusion. He lets out a confused, "Huh?" as he realizes his surroundings have completely changed. He feels a strange sense of déjà vu, realizing this room looks exactly like one of the settings in his game. He steps onto the plush carpet, his feet feeling light and healthy for the first time in years. He stops in front of a mirror, his eyes widening as he sees his reflection. His hand trembles as he touches the glass, realizing he's no longer Yu-chan. The realization hits him like a freight train. He's become Nox. He's transmigrated into the body of the most hated character in the entire game. He doesn't know why this happened, but he remembers his own words. It really was a crash landing. Nox von Reinhafer belongs to the third dark-renowned family, a clan that everyone fears. They are tied to the world's worst criminal organization, and Nox is the youngest of 5 talented siblings. But while his siblings were geniuses, the original Nox was the family's only non-talented child. Because of that, he grew to resent the world and signed a forbidden contract with the devil. A statue of a demonic beast glows in the shadows, a symbol of the dark path Nox was destined to take. That contract turned him into the worst villain in the history of Inner Lunatic. The new Nox clutches his head, wondering if this is all just some vivid, fever-induced dream. A system sound pings, and a holographic window appears in front of him. It's his stat window. Name: Nox von Reinhafer. Age: 14. Main element: darkness. He's shocked to see he has a status window, but then he looks closer at the numbers. His jaw drops. His stamina is only a 2. Even a toddler probably has more endurance than him. He looks at his negative traits: terminally ill, of the week, frequent sickness. It's a laundry list of misery. He realizes this is the exact character he customized before he died. He's lived through terminal illness in real life, and now he has to do it all over again in a game world. A small smile touches his lips as he thinks back to why he made this character. He wanted a character that reflected his own struggle, someone who was dying and had no one, a character that was just as lonely and broken as he was. But he never expected that he would actually have to be that character. A notification pops up. There is one unread mail in the mailbox. He taps the screen, wondering who the hell would be sending him mail in a game world. The message addresses him as Yu-chan, then corrects itself to Nox. His blood runs cold. Yu-chan was the name his parents gave him before they disappeared. How could anyone here know that? He realizes that whatever being put him here knows everything about his past. Does it know the memories he can't even remember himself? The screen says, "You won't remember me, but I have to say this." The next line is simple: "Long time no see." Nox stares at the words, his mind racing to find a connection that isn't there. The voice tells him he did well for the last 2 years and that he deserves to be here. The final message is a chilling welcome back, leaving Nox standing alone in the massive room. He whispers to himself, "Welcome back? Me?" As the weight of the mystery settles in. Nox looks out at the city, wondering if his old life was the lie and this world is the real reality. He shakes his head, trying to clear the fog. This is all too much to take in at once. He clenches his fist, calling it all nonsense. He's a pro, and he's not going to let a game system mess with his head. The system's screen flickers, telling him it can't reveal its identity yet, but it wants to help. Nox is skeptical. Help? From a system that just dumped him into a dying villain's body? The screen gives him a quest: enter Elydian Academy. It tells him to grow his power and stay as close to the main story as possible. The system promises that the whole truth is waiting for him there, in that academy. Nox panics, asking how the story is even supposed to end if he's the one controlling the villain. He takes a deep breath and tells himself to calm down. Panic is the first step to a game over. He looks in the mirror, reminding himself that he's now the final boss of the game he loves. But staying close to the story is basically a death sentence, since the villain always dies at the end. He recalls the message from the system, the one that used his real name. If this world is real, then he can't give up on recovering his lost memories. He realizes he has to stay in the main plot to find the answers he needs. He needs to find the point where his real life and this game world overlap. He makes a vow right then and there: I will survive. He stands tall, a new fire in his eyes. He's not going to be a victim this time. He decides that if he has to be the world's biggest villain to survive, he'll do it without hesitation. He smirks, realizing that compared to his old life, not much has really changed. He was already a dying man with no memories and no future. He spent every second in fear, just waiting for the clock to run out. The only thing that's different now is the background. He looks around his opulent room, thinking that at least this backdrop is a lot nicer than his old apartment. He asks the system for the date, February 4th, 1812. He chuckles, thinking that even the way he dies has changed for the better. Let's begin the 28th attempt, he says with a confident grin. He reaches for the door, ready to face whatever the world of inner lunatic has to throw at him. But as he grabs the handle, a sharp pain shoots through his arm, his bones glowing red. He gasps, "Huh?" as he stops in his tracks, his body failing him already. A system message pops up, negative characteristic in effect. You have gained sprained wrist LV1. Nox just stares at the screen, a single curse word echoing in his mind. He wonders what kind of glass body he's stuck in, comparing himself to a sunfish that dies from a light breeze. Suddenly, the door swings open, and a maid crashes right into him. Plates shatter everywhere, and the maid falls to the floor, let out a cry of pain. The other servants gasp in horror, screaming "Young Master Nox," as if they're expecting a massacre. Nox clutches his chest, the pain from the impact making him wince. He recognizes the maid's face. It's Rona. Rona scrambles to her knees, begging for forgiveness and telling him not to cut her with the broken glass. Nox remembers that Rona was an extra A who used to get beaten by the original Nox for no reason. He also recalls that she used to talk trash about him behind his back while putting on a pathetic, innocent face. He leans in with a dark smile, telling her he'll let her off the hook this one time. But then his eyes turn cold, and he whispers that if she makes a mistake like this again. Rona nods frantically, tears streaming down her face as she promises it'll never happen again. Nox looks around and realizes the whole room has gone dead silent. The other servants are staring at him in absolute shock, their mouths hanging open. He realizes he's supposed to be the family trash, and his mercy is the weirdest thing they've ever seen. He ignores them and casually asks where the training hall is. The servants let out a collective pardon, as if they just heard a ghost speak. He gives Rona a bright smile, telling her to follow him, which only makes her look even more terrified. She thinks to herself that he's probably going to beat her with a wooden sword in private. Nox walks through the halls, his steps echoing as he heads toward his first goal. Rona follows several steps behind, looking like she's walking to her own execution. Nox's thoughts are focused. First off, I have to survive. After spending so much time on death's door in his old life, he's certain of one thing. He remembers the tears and the fear of his final moments. He knows deep down that he still doesn't want to die yet. In order to survive, he has to adapt to this world faster than anyone else. He mutters to himself, and Rona looks at him with a confused tilt of her head. As a pro who cleared this game 27 times, he knows every secret and every hidden path. He opens his characteristic window, checking the cards he has to play. Inner Lunatic is a world of divine and demonic forces, a global phenomenon with a massive fandom. What makes the game special is the endless variety of growth paths. You can combine countless characteristics to build a unique warrior. Most people pick low rank or common traits to avoid penalties. But there are genius characteristics that can take you straight to the top of your field. With a genius trait, reaching the peak of swordsmanship or magic is a breeze. Nox, however, was greedy. He picked 2 of them. The system applies massive penalties the more traits you pick over the limit. He has more than martial arts genius, which makes him a natural master of any cold weapon. And he has not a sensing genius, which gives him perfect efficiency when using magic. He smirks, thinking about all the other useful tricks he has up his sleeve. He has Eye of Discernment, allowing him to see the status windows of everyone around him. He even has Master of Acting, which will help him keep his villainous persona intact. Teal mentality ensures he won't break down when things get dangerous or bloody. But then, he remembers the catch. The negative characteristics. With hold hands and feet, he can't even step into a cold zone without an ignition skill, or his health will drop to 0. And with frequently sick, he's guaranteed to faint at least once every chapter. He sighs, deciding he just has to resolve these problems one by one. Rona watches him, wondering if he really intends to train in his current state. She's shocked to see the determination in his eyes, something the old Nox never had. He looks ahead, his gaze fixed on the doors of the training hall. Rona can't help but notice how different his profile looks today, sharp, focused, and regal. The heavy training sword sits on the rack, waiting to be used. Nox grips the hilt, his hands trembling violently as he tries to lift the weight. He struggles to keep the blade steady, sweat pouring down his face as his body rebels against him. He realizes right then that he is absolutely screwed. He tries to swing the sword, the blade cutting through the air with a weak whoosh. After just a few swings, he collapses to the floor, the wooden sword clattering beside him. He lies there gasping, realizing he couldn't even manage 10 swings before his body gave out. The training hall is vast and empty, mocking his weakness with its cold stone walls. He sits up, looking at the rows of well-maintained weapons, knowing he has a long way to go. The Reinhafer family's crest glows on the wall, a reminder that their entire foundation is built on the sword. Nox knows that what made his family famous wasn't just their wealth, but their sheer power. They are masters of the darkness attribute, infusing their blades with shadow to slice through any foe. Their leader wields the dark sword of force, a weapon that can shatter landscapes. It's a blade passed down only to the one destined to lead the family. Nox wonders if any of that fame actually matters to him right now. He realizes that being part of this family does have one massive advantage: money. He smiles, thinking that cash is the one thing he can definitely use. The Reinhafer family has so much gold, it's practically rotting in their vaults, and they are more than happy to throw a mountain of it at their youngest son just to keep him out of the way. Nox stands up, a plan forming in his head as he realizes he can use that trash son reputation to his advantage. He knows his father Theo wouldn't care if Nox spent every last coin on whatever he wanted. After all, he's just a character who's been handed everything on a silver platter. He decides his role is clear. He's going to spend a lot of money to buy his way to survival. But then his legs buckle again, his knees hitting the floor with a painful thud. Rona runs toward him, terrified as Nox mutters that he won't be able to run unless his plan works. A few minutes earlier, the training hall was quiet and still. Rona had prepared everything he asked for: the wooden sword, a towel, and water. She watched him, wondering why on earth the young master was suddenly interested in exercising. Nox called her over, and she immediately flinched, thinking he was going to hit her. Nox looked annoyed, asking what the hell she was so afraid of. He reached out and grabbed her ear, pulling her closer so he could whisper in secret. He told her exactly what he needed her to buy with his secret funds. Rona's eyes nearly popped out of her head as she asked, "What? Where are you going to spend all that money?" She told him she'd pretend she didn't hear a word of his insane request. Nox just smiled and told her to stop talking and just get it done, making her scramble away in fear. She ran out of the hall, thinking to herself that the young master hasn't changed a bit. The heavy doors creaked shut, leaving Nox alone with his thoughts. He poured himself a cup of tea, wondering if Rona was actually reliable enough to pull this off. He took a sip, wondering how he was going to solve his low vitality before the main story kicked off. Suddenly, a voice behind him said, "Greetings, young Master Nox," making him nearly choke on his tea. He turned around to see head butler Rotwell standing there, looking as stern as ever. Nox realized this was a man he couldn't mess with, the true authority of the house. Rotwell is the right-hand man to Nox's father, a man who knows every secret in this building. He is fiercely loyal to Theo von Reinhafer, and he doesn't take kindly to laziness or failure. Knox felt a cold sweat break out as he realized how dangerous this encounter could be. He swallowed hard, wondering why such a difficult person appeared so quickly. Rotwell normally wouldn't waste his time on the trash youngest son, so Knox knew something was up. Knox set his cup down, trying to regain his composure as he looked for a way to defend himself. He activated his Master of Acting trait, his face instantly becoming calm and arrogant. He asked what the family head's butler was doing in a place like this. Rotwell informed him that he had been tasked to bring Knox an important piece of news. He said that the family head insists Knox participate in tonight's dinner. Knox's first instinct was to say no, telling the butler he wouldn't be attending. Rotwell's eyes narrowed, wondering why the young master was suddenly acting so defiant. He revealed that the young miss from the Steelenor family has arrived for night lessons. He warned Knox that if he didn't show up, his father would be beyond furious. Knox let out a long sigh, realizing he had no choice but to agree. Rotwell noted that the young master seemed a bit weird today, which made Knox stiffen. He pointed out that Knox normally hates swords, yet here he is walking around the drill hall. He bluntly asked, "Can I ask why?" Knox turned his back to the butler, his expression hidden in the shadows. He told Rotwell that a mere butler has no right to pry into his master's business. He looked over his shoulder with an icy glare, saying that whatever he does is none of Rotwell's business. "I decide what I do," Knox stated, his voice full of authority that stunned the butler. Rotwell immediately bowed, his eyes wide as he realized Knox just completely shut him down. He watched Knox walk away, left in a state of absolute silence and disbelief. He wondered if the young master had finally caught on to something. He decided that he had to report this sudden change in personality to the family head immediately. The sun set over the Rheinhafer estate, the shadows lengthening as the time for dinner approached. Knox's hand was shaking again, the effort of maintaining his villain front draining his energy. He gasped for air, shocked that such a major event popped up out of nowhere. He let out a breath of relief, glad that the butler didn't follow him and catch him collapsing. He thought about the young miss from the Steelenor family, her image flashing in his mind. He wondered why she was appearing so early in the story. Later that night, Knox arrived at the dining hall, and the whispers started immediately. His brothers called him a trash punk, saying he was ruining the entire atmosphere of the table. The twin brothers, Hatch and Alan, laughed at him, asking if he was still trying to be part of the family. They called him shameless, their eyes full of a pure, unfiltered hatred. They mocked him for beating a maid earlier, calling him a lout who doesn't belong here. Knox sat there quietly, feeling wronged since he wasn't even the one who did those things. Suddenly, the doors opened, and everyone in the room stood up in unison. Theo von Reinhofer entered the room, his presence so heavy it felt like the air itself was being crushed. Knox looked up, his heart pounding as he saw his father for the first time. And the girl standing beside him. A beautiful girl with flowing red hair stepped forward, introducing herself as Thalia von Steelenor. Theo announced that she would be staying at their house to take night lessons. He told everyone to welcome her warmly, but Knox's gaze was fixed on her like a target. He recognized her instantly. She was a key side character in the game. She's the one destined to condemn and eventually kill him. Knox realized with a cold chill that his future executioner was standing right in front of him. The tension at the dinner table is heavy enough to crush a man's spirit, but our boy Knox walks in like he owns the place. Thelia looks at him with a mix of confusion and suspicion, wondering why this trash son is suddenly acting so composed. Theo doesn't waste time. He tells everyone to sit down and start the meal. The food is luxurious, but for Knox, this isn't a dinner, it's a tactical meeting in the lion's den. His brothers, Hatch and Elaine, are already whispering and snickering, clearly planning to humiliate him. Elaine speaks up, telling their father it's time to decide who gets the golden ticket to a Lydian academy. Theo acknowledges the timing, his cold eyes scanning his sons to see who actually has the spark of talent. Lydian Academy, it's the most important location in the entire game, the place where the main story truly kicks off. It's a brutal proving ground, where cadets fight demons and navigate deadly political schemes every single day. Knox knows he must get in. If he wants to survive and gather powerful allies, he can't miss this opportunity. Theo drops the bombshell. Each family only gets 3 admission tickets, and 2 are already spoken for. The first 2 tickets went to the eldest sons, leaving only 1 spot left for the remaining brothers to fight over. Knox smirks to himself, realizing that securing this ticket is his first real step toward changing his destiny. Knox pipes up, asking if his father plans to make the brothers spar to see who's truly worthy. Theo looks genuinely surprised. He never expected the family's biggest coward to be the one to suggest a fight. He agrees, setting the duel date for 1 month from now, with the academy ticket as the prize. His brothers laugh in his face, telling him he should just give up now since he's never even held a sword properly. Nox casually sips his wine, looking completely unbothered by their childish taunts. Elaine loses his cool, screaming at Nox and demanding to know if he actually thinks he can win. Nox watches the wine swirl in his glass, thinking that this duel is his gateway to a future where he isn't executed. He looks up with a chillingly calm expression, his purple eyes locking onto Elaine's. He declares that he will be the one going to the academy, leaving his father silent and intrigued. His brothers are fuming, their faces twisting with rage at his sudden, unearned confidence. Thalia watches the drama unfold with a hidden smile, finding this version of Nox much more interesting. She laughs to herself, noting that the trash son seems to have found some backbone all of a sudden. Nox feels her gaze and shivers, knowing that gaining the attention of his future killer is a double-edged sword. Later that night, reports are filed and documents are signed as the wheels of the family's politics turn. Rotwell delivers a report to Theo, confirming that Nox's behavior has shifted 180 degrees. The butler admits that the change is so drastic it's almost hard to believe. Theo strokes his chin, wondering what could have caused such a sudden change of heart in his weakest son. He even wonders if Nox has been possessed by a demon, given how eerie his new personality is. Regardless, Theo is intrigued and orders Rotwell to keep a close eye on everything Nox does. The order is clear: don't let a single move Nox makes go unrecorded. The next morning, the sun rises over the training grounds, signaling the start of a month of hell. Nox is already out there, gasping for breath as he pushes his frail body to its absolute limits. The maids are gossiping nearby, shocked that the young lord is actually showing up for training day after day. They wonder why he's only running around like a madman instead of practicing with a blade. Nox hears them perfectly, realizing his senses are sharpening even if his body is still lagging behind. A system sound pings, and he stops to check his progress. His stamina only increased by 0.1, and he lets out a frustrated curse. He knows his biggest hurdle is his physical strength. Without it, his genius traits are useless. To even activate his ward and martial arts genius trait, he needs to reach a stamina level of at least 4. Right now, he's stuck at 2.1, and the rrrr is making every bit of progress a nightmare. He needs to gain 1.9 stamina points in just 30 days, a task that seems impossible for a dying man. The curse is a literal weight on his soul, cutting his physical growth in half. Combined with his terminal illness, he has to work 4 times harder than a normal person just to keep up. He realizes that even at his absolute peak, his body will always have a low ceiling for stamina and magic. Suddenly, the sound of a cart approaching breaks his concentration. Rona arrives, looking exhausted as she pushes a trolley full of strange items Nox requested. Nox smiles, finally seeing his plan come together as he tells her she's actually useful for once. He looks at the loot: 3-headed serpent's poison, fairy's spring water, and a golem's core. As a pro gamer, he knows that old-fashioned shortcuts are the only way to break a broken game. Rona looks at the collection of dangerous items and asks the obvious question: why the heck do you need these? She points out that these are mostly poisons or artifacts that most people avoid like the plague. Nox ignores her concerns, asking her if she even knows how to use high-level items like these. Without a second thought, he reaches out and grabs the bottle of deadly serpent poison. He chugs the entire thing in one go, causing Rona to scream in absolute terror. The poison hits his system instantly, and Nox winces as his insides feel like they're being dissolved. His heart pounds against his ribs, his vision blurring as the toxic liquid takes hold. A system window appears. You have taken the poison. Your stamina will temporarily increase by 1.5, but a death timer starts counting down from 10 minutes. He staggers, clutching the cart for support as his body begins to fail under the strain. Rona panics and offers to get the butler, but Nox stops her, grabbing a golem's core and taking a bite out of it. Rona's eyes go wide as the system warns him that eating a core will cause his body to turn to stone. Nox just grins through the pain, knowing that the hidden piece is working exactly as intended. Normally, a golem's core petrifies you, but when it interacts with the serpent's poison, a special effect triggers, diluting the poison and causing the Urs of Lashment to vanish completely. He grabs Rona's shoulders, shouting in triumph that the curse is finally gone. Rona just cries, thinking her master has finally lost his mind and is about to die. But Nox isn't finished yet. He starts unbuttoning his shirt, telling her there are still more hidden pieces to uncover. Rona screams at the top of her lungs, covering her eyes as Nox casually starts stripping in the middle of the yard. He ignores her hysterics and reaches for the next item on the cart. He pours the fairy's spring water over himself, the cool liquid reacting with the heat from the golem's core. The petrification effect washes away, and a refreshing sensation spreads through his entire body. Nox isn't done. He reaches for the final item, a rapid physical growth scroll. He rips the scroll open, a golden light enveloping him as his stamina growth rate doubles again. He stands there, half naked and breathing hard, calculating his new stats in his head. With the curse gone and his growth rates boosted, he's finally progressing at a speed that others can only dream of. Suddenly, Rona tackles him in a massive hug, nearly knocking the wind out of him. She's sobbing, asking if he's really okay and why he'd do something so dangerous. Nox pushes her off, annoyed, and tells her to just get him a towel instead of acting like he's dying. Rona stares at him, her eyes full of tears, completely baffled by the man standing before her. Nox sighs, deciding to let her dramatic outburst slide now that he's finally free from his curse. He assures her he's fine and laughs off her suggestion to call for help or take a rest. Rona asks him what he's going to do now that his ceremony is over. Nox looks at her with a sharp, determined glint in his eyes. His answer is simple: run. The training begins in earnest under the bright morning sun. Nox is sprinting through the courtyard, his breath hitching, but he doesn't stop. Rona is forced to run with him, struggling to keep up with his new frantic pace. They blur past the pillars of the estate, a strange sight for anyone watching from the shadows. From a distance, someone is watching them, their fingers tightening around a stone railing. It's Thalia, looking bored and unimpressed as she wonders why Nox is wasting time on cardio. Her maid, Emma, reminds her that she shouldn't belittle the youngest son of such a powerful house. Thalia scoffs, saying she's just being honest about what she sees. She points out that he's not even practicing with a sword and has rejected every offer from the house guards to teach him. She predicts that he's just going to get beaten into the dirt by his brothers in a month's time. But as she watches him, a small part of her feels a strange, nagging concern she can't explain. Emma notices the shift in her mistress's expression and lets out a confused, "Miss?" Thalia suddenly snaps out of it, telling Emma she'll be away for a while as she jumps down from the balcony. She lands gracefully and heads straight for the training grounds, her shadow stretching across the pavement. Nox is sitting on the ground, catching his breath, when Thalia looms over him. She introduces herself with a bright, confident smile, but Nox just stares at her blankly. He treats her with total indifference, asking what she wants and acting like her name is barely familiar. Thalia is stunned, assuming he must be so shocked by her beauty that he can't speak properly. She asks him if he really thinks he can win against his brothers just by running in circles. Rona mutters from the sidelines that she's been wondering the exact same thing. Thalia offers to help him out a bit, her pride as a genius making her want to charitably guide him. Nox shuts her down instantly, saying no thank you and telling her to leave because he's not interested. Thalia's face turns beet red with anger. She can't believe he'd reject an offer from a Steelanor. She screams at him, her temper finally flaring up as she realizes he's genuinely ignoring her. She huffs and turns away, telling him to do whatever he wants and suffer the consequences. Nox watches her stomp off, a small smirk playing on his lips. Rona calls him a scoundrel, shocked that he just blew off one of the most powerful girls in the Empire. Nox just sighs, thinking about what a mess things would become if they actually got close. He uses his spection skill on her, revealing Thalia's impressive stats and her Ord and martial arts genius trait. He notes that her stamina is already a 6, which is insane for a girl her age considering the average adult is only a 4. He reflects on the legendary sword emperors and sages of the continent. Thalia might not be on their level yet, but she has the potential to reach the tier just below them. She's definitely talented enough to become a world-class demon slayer in the future. He stares at her fire attribute, his mind flashing back to the prologue. He knows that her flames will eventually turn into the white flame that incinerates the villainous Nox to death. If he makes her an ally now, he risks tangling up the main story and causing his own unpredictable death. He takes a deep breath, deciding that keeping his distance is the only way to stay safe. After all, why would he ever want to get cozy with the person destined to kill him? 1 month passes in the blink of an eye. Thalia walks through the halls, looking more refined and focused than ever. The guards are praising her, amazed by how quickly she picks up every technique they show her. They tell her she has talent befitting her family name, but the words seem to trigger something in her. She looks down, her eyes darkening as if she's living in a shadow she can't escape. She remembers a time when she was on her knees, her sword broken, and a superior warrior standing over her. She whispers the word sister, revealing a deep-seated inferiority complex that haunts her. She grips her training sword so hard her knuckles turn white, the memory of her failure driving her forward. She wonders if she'll ever truly be able to become a knight worthy of her family. She thinks about the ancient code of chivalry, living frugally and sacrificing oneself for justice. But more than just a mindset, it takes mastering countless techniques to reach the top. She thinks about Nox, dismissing him again as someone who could never beat his brothers with just physical exercise. The day of the competition finally arrives, the morning light hitting the stone arena. Nox and Elaine stand face to face in the center of the training hall, the air thick with anticipation. The entire family is watching from the balcony, including Thalia and the high-ranking members of the house. Priscilla, the first wife, watches with a cold, superior look, fully expecting her son Elaine to crush Nox. Theo sits silently, leaning on his hand as he looks down at his two sons. He asks Rotwell what he thinks the outcome of this duel will be. Rotwell looks concerned, knowing that on paper, Nox doesn't stand a ghost of a chance. A guard steps forward and calls for everyone's attention. He announces that the duel for the Academy admission ticket is officially beginning. Nox grips his sword, his purple eyes narrowing as the guard screams, "Commence now!" Elaine charges forward immediately, his sword raised high for a crushing overhead strike. Theo asks Rotwell again for his honest opinion as the blades are about to clash. Rotwell predicts that based on everything they've seen, Elaine will be the obvious winner. Theo nods, his expression unreadable as he watches his sons fight for their future. Priscilla watches from the side, a small, smug smile forming as she waits for the inevitable. Rotwell wonders if the family head is secretly hoping for a different, more surprising result. He reflects on his own time as a knight, knowing that skill and experience usually trump raw determination. The way a man grips his sword and how much he has pondered over its use determines his level. But there's one thing that can flip the script, a genius talent that overwhelms everything else. He looks at Nox, wondering if the boy was actually born with that kind of otherworldly talent. Theo notes that while Nox was considered trash, the blood of the Reinhafer family is still running through his veins. He wonders if Nox might actually possess the potential of the legendary 3 sword emperors. Down in the arena, a system window flashes, and martial arts genius. Inactive. Nox curses his luck, realizing that despite his hard work, his stamina hasn't hit the threshold yet. He's currently sitting at 3.8 stamina, just shy of the 4.0 he needs to unlock his full potential. Rona is cheering him on from the crowd, screaming for him to keep moving and not give up. Nox thinks back to his training, remembering how Rona complained about having to run with him every day. He'd just smile and give her more tasks, treating her like his personal pace setter. She'd curse him under her breath, even biting her tongue in frustration as she followed him. Nox had used his eye of discernment on her just for fun one day. He was shocked to see that the extra maid had a stamina of 4.5, higher than the average adult male. He felt it was ridiculously unfair that a maid had better initial stats than he did after a month of hellish training. Rona told him to rest up for the competition, but Nox knew he didn't have a second to waste. He stares at the setting sun, feeling the pressure of the ticking clock as the day of the duel arrived. He told himself there was no more time. He had to make do with what he had. Back in the present, a line calls out to Nox, his voice dripping with condescension. He mockingly asks if Nox wants to give up right now and save himself the embarrassment. He laughs, saying he can't hit his disgrace of a brother too hard, can he? Elaine admits he wants to look good in front of Thalia and expects Nox to help him do that by losing. Nox just looks at him with a deadpan expression, wondering if his brother is actually this stupid. He inspects a line, seeing his stamina is at an 8, way higher than his own. The guard officially starts the match, and the crowd goes quiet as the two brothers square off. Theo declares that both must accept the result of this spar without any dispute. Nox feels a surge of nerves, knowing that if he loses here, his entire plan for survival is finished. The guard asks if they are ready, then screams the command to begin. Elaine leaps into the air, swinging his sword down with all the arrogance of a favored son. Nox barely rolls out of the way, the stone floor cracking where he was standing just a second ago. Elaine lands and immediately pivots, his movements fluid and practiced. Nox grunts as he blocks a heavy blow, the impact vibrating through his weak arms. He's forced into a defensive crouch, the sheer physical difference between them becoming obvious. Elaine laughs, complimenting his brother's blocking skills while clearly holding back. Nox is pushed back across the arena, his feet skidding on the stone as Elaine continues his assault. Nox grit his teeth, knowing that he has to find an opening before his stamina completely drains away. Suddenly, a system message flashes. "Your stamina has increased by 0.1!" His eyes widen. The intense pressure of the duel is pushing his body past its limits in real time. He mutters that if he can just win here, he'll have everything under his grasp. Elaine kicks him in the stomach, sending Nox flying backward with a pained "Ugh!" Priscilla smiles, thinking the match is already over, and her son has secured the ticket. She looks at Theo, her eyes gleaming with a hidden malicious intent for the family's future. Rotwell swallows hard and asks the family head if they should stop the match before Nox gets seriously hurt. He points out that if this continues, Nox will need a long time to recover from his injuries. Elaine laughs again, mockingly asking if the trash is already exhausted. Nox thinks about the black sword, the legendary might that brings everyone to their knees. He gasps for air, wondering who in this world could possibly teach him how to bridge this gap. Theo starts to lean forward, ready to call an end to the one-sided slaughter. But then, one final system ping echoes in Nox's mind. Your stamina has increased by 0.1. The arena is suddenly filled with a blinding light as Nox's body finally hits the 4-0 threshold. The prompt he's been waiting for finally appears, and martial arts genius characteristic has been activated. Nox looks down, a dark, predator-like smile spreading across his face as he feels the power surging. Elaine stops, confused, and asks if his brother has finally gone insane from the beating. Nox doesn't answer. Instead, he invokes a new skill, Genius Time Stream. Massive golden clock gears erupt around him, glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. The people on the balcony freeze, their faces turning into masks of pure shock as the energy hits them. Elaine is still moving, but to Nox, his brother is now moving like he's stuck in thick molasses. Nox realizes the truth. Geniuses and commoners literally perceive time at different speeds. In his eyes, the entire world has slowed down manyfold, turning a high-speed duel into a leisurely walk. He grips his sword, realizing that while it's hard to master this skill, its power is absolute. With the genius trait active, he can see every flaw in a lion's stance and every opening in his defense. He whispers that the result has already been decided. Nox blurs forward, his movements so fast they leave afterimages in the dusty air of the arena. Elaine's eyes widen in terror as he realizes he can't even see Nox's blade moving. Nox appears right in front of him, a cold smirk on his face as he prepares the finishing blow. His hand is a blur of motion as he reaches out to end the match with a single decisive strike. The sound of clashing steel rings through the arena as Nox's blade moves with a precision that shouldn't be possible for a weakling. Elaine is sent reeling, his wrist screaming in pain as he barely manages to stay on his feet. Nox grips his sword tighter, the cold hilt a reminder that he's finally in control of his own destiny. A dark, satisfied smile spreads across his face. For the first time in 2 lives, he's actually having fun. Elaine gasps in disbelief, wondering what kind of monster his brother has become, but Nox knows he can't let his guard down yet. The golden hourglass of Genius Time Stream is running out. He only has 5 minutes of God mode left to end this. Nox looks over at his other brother and tells them he's getting bored of this one-on-one warm-up. With a predatory grin, he tells both of his brothers to come at him at the same time so he can finish this quickly. The twins are stunned, their mouths hanging open at the sheer audacity of the brother they used to kick around. Nox turns to the balcony and asks his father for permission to take on both brothers in a 2-on-1 handicap match. Theo's eyes narrow, the silence in the hall becoming deafening as he weighs his son's insane request. Thalia and Rotwell are losing their minds in the background, unable to comprehend why Nox would choose such a dangerous path. Theo notices the change in Nox's aura. It's no longer the scent of a coward, but the sharp spirit of a hidden genius. He gives the word, the 2-on-1 spar is officially allowed. Priscilla bolts upright, her face pale with fury as she realizes her sons are being treated like fodder. The duel restarts, and the atmosphere shifts from a simple spar to a full-blown battle for survival. The brothers charge, feeling humiliated that they have to team up against the family trash just to save face. Nox stands perfectly still, his sword held upright like a judge waiting to pass a final sentence. Elaine screams for Nox to be prepared, his face twisted in a mix of fear and desperate rage. The 2 brothers launch a coordinated strike, their blades glowing as they put everything they have into this one attack. A massive flash of white light fills the arena as the 3 swords collide with a deafening clang. Nox deflects both strikes simultaneously, the shockwaves cracking the floor beneath them. The brothers start arguing in the middle of the fight, their teamwork falling apart under the pressure of Nox's calm defense. Nox blurs through their blind spots, his purple eyes tracking every opening in their sloppy form. A system message pings. His proficiency in the underground lower sword art is skyrocketing thanks to his genius perception. He unleashes a barrage of strikes, the sounds of impact echoing like rapid gunfire through the hall. Elaine takes a brutal hit to the chest, letting out a strangled "Kyuk" as the wind is knocked out of him. The crowd watches in total silence as Nox stands over his gasping brothers, the weakling now, the undisputed master of the floor. Thalia leans over the railing, her heart pounding as she realizes she might have completely misjudged who Nox really is. The whispers in the crowd change. Everyone is wondering how the disgrace of the family could transform this much in a single month. Nox catches a line trying to sneak a glance at him, but the fear in his brother's eyes says it all. Elaine tries to speak, but the words die in his throat as Nox looms over him like a shadow. Nox tells them to stop getting distracted. The fight isn't over until he says it is. He swings his sword in a massive arc, the force of the blow sending his brothers stumbling back like dolls. Impact after impact rattles their bones, and they realize they aren't even fighting a person anymore, they're fighting an inevitable result. Nox knows the academy ticket is on the line, but in this moment he's just enjoying the feeling of being strong. For the first time, wielding a sword feels like something that's actually enjoyable. Thalia and the butler stare with wide eyes, the sheer skill on display far exceeding anything they expected from a 14-year-old. Even Theo looks stunned, his cold mask finally cracking as he sees the true potential of his youngest son. Elaine screams that this isn't possible, his ego shattering along with his defense. He falls to his knees, his sword clattering to the ground as he gives up on the fight entirely. Both brothers lie in the dirt, defeated and broken in front of the entire household. The system pings, Genius time stream has ended, and the world returns to its normal, frantic speed. Nox stands there, his breath heavy, and his body beginning to tremble from the immense strain. He realizes it's finally over, he's secured his future, but at a high cost. Priscilla screams her sons' names, her voice full of panic and disbelief at their total defeat. Nox turns to the judge and casually asks if a victor has been decided yet. The guard stammers out the announcement, the winner is young Master Nox von Reinhofer. Elaine curses under his breath, the weight of his humiliation sinking in as the crowd stares. Nox lets his training sword slip from his fingers, the heavy wood hitting the stone with a dull thud. The blade rolls away, a symbol of the end of his trash era. Theo looks down with a cold, knowing smirk, finally seeing a son worth investing in. Nox tries to look composed, but a bead of sweat rolls down his face as his internal health starts to plummet. He bows politely and tells his father he'll be retiring to his room now. He walks out of the arena, his steps steady only through pure, agonizing willpower. Thalia notices him leaving and immediately senses something is wrong with his posture. She watches him disappear into the shadows of the hallway, her curiosity getting the better of her. She knows she has to catch up to him and find out the truth behind his sudden strength. As soon as he's out of sight, a violent cough racks Nox's body, the sound echoing through the empty corridor. He stumbles, his knees nearly giving out as the world starts to spin. He looks at his hand and sees fresh, dark blood, the price for using the Genius time stream past its limit. The skill has a grave drawback. If used too long, it triggers a lethal rebound state. A system message flashes, your lifespan has been reduced by 2 days and 17 hours. It's a permanent loss of vitality, making his already terminal condition even more precarious. He tells himself it's a relief no one saw him collapse, otherwise his academy admission would be cancelled instantly. Suddenly, he hears a voice behind him. You? He turns around to see Thalia standing there, her eyes wide as she asks if he got hurt. She demands to know if he was injured during the spar, her voice full of a concern he wasn't expecting. Nox curses his luck, realizing the last person he wanted to see him like this is the girl destined to kill him. Nox is sweating bullets, thinking about how Thalia is the worst possible person to catch him in this weak state. He tries to play it off, but Thalia is stunned that he managed to win that fight while his body was clearly falling apart. She looks at him with a soft expression, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks as she realizes his true effort. She tells him that she might have completely misunderstood who he was this whole time. She looks down, looking genuinely ashamed for calling him a weakling when he was struggling so hard. She thinks back to the past month, remembering every time she saw him out on the training grounds. She recalls how he couldn't even swing a sword properly on day 1, and yet he still managed to overcome his brothers. She realizes that winning that fight was clearly the result of a talent that borders on the impossible. She's burning with questions, wanting to know exactly how he improved his skills so rapidly. She sees him standing there alone, looking so fragile, and yet so formidable at the same time. She wonders if it wasn't just raw talent that won the day, but something much deeper. She realizes Nox isn't the lout the rumors claimed him to be. He's someone who worked himself to the bone just to find a single way to win. Nox lets out another cough, making Thalia flinch as she realizes his condition is worse than she thought. She rushes forward, asking if he's okay, and reaching out to support him. Nox reaches out and blocks her hand, the movement sharp and sudden despite his weakness. His eyes turn cold as he tells her, "Don't touch my body," his voice full of a distance that stops her in her tracks. Internally, he admits that after being a shut-in gamer for 2 years, he's just not used to people being this close. Thalia fumbles with her fingers, looking like a rejected puppy as she tries to apologize. She whispers a quiet, "sorry," her face full of a regret that feels out of place for a future executioner. Nox is caught off guard, letting out a confused "what?" as he looks at her sincere face. She admits she didn't know he was that serious about the sword, and feels bad for judging him. She acknowledges that she heard he was born weak, which makes his victory even more impressive. She apologizes again for the misunderstanding, her voice full of a respect that Nox never expected to earn from her. She even tries to make an excuse for his past behavior, saying anyone can make mistakes when they're under pressure. Nox stares at her, completely baffled on how to react to a heroine who is actually being nice to him. He remembers from the game that Thalia is incredibly earnest and has a deep sense of chivalry. He tells her that if she really feels bad, she should just keep the fact that his nose was bleeding a secret. Thalia immediately agrees, her face lighting up now that she has a promise to keep with him. Nox watches her closely, making sure she understands that this information can never leak out to his father. She promises to keep her word and turns to leave, her ponytail swaying as she walks away with a new purpose. She looks back for a split second, her heart racing as she realizes Nox is the most interesting person she's ever met. The night sky clears, leaving Nox alone in the quiet garden as he lets out a long, weary sigh. Later in his study, Theo sits surrounded by books, thinking that his predictions about Nox might have been right all along. He asks Rotwell for a detailed breakdown of what he saw during the duel. Rotwell admits he's still baffled. Nox started by just taking hits, but then his talent exploded out of nowhere. The butler declares that among all the young masters he's ever seen, Nox is currently the best in his age group. Theo agrees, but he feels in his gut that Nox is still hiding even more of his true power. He orders Rotwell to keep a watchful eye on his youngest son, but to only observe and not interfere. He looks at his own gloved hand, wondering if Nox is finally the heir he's been waiting for. He hopes Nox has the talent to inherit the might of the Black Sword, the family's ultimate technique. He clenches his fist, whispering to himself that he doesn't have much time left to find a worthy successor. Rotwell bows deeply, promising to do his best to monitor the situation. The lights stay on in the estate long into the night, as the power dynamics of the Reinhafer family begin to shift. The clouds drift past the moon, a silent witness to the changes happening within the dark manor. Nox looks out his window, knowing that his tutorial phase is finally over and the real game is about to begin. Nox sits on his bed, realizing that while this world has become his reality, the game system is still his greatest weapon. The prompt for his reward flashes on the screen, and he prepares himself for the loot. He gains 3 free stat distribution tickets, the best possible reward for a min-maxer like him. He grumbles that he had to run for a whole month just to raise his stamina by 2, and the system just gives these away now. He opens his stat window, ready to invest his points where they'll matter most. He skips over stamina and mana, focusing instead on a stat most people ignore. He puts all his points into luck, raising it to a solid 10. He knows that in Inner Lunatic, luck is the one stat you can't raise through effort, and its value is higher than anything else. He checks the results, curious to see what kind of blessing a high luck stat will bring him. A special privilege is granted to him for clearing the game 27 times in his past life. He earns a random characteristic gotcha ticket and a one-time skill confirmation ticket. He's thrilled to see the benefit system is still active, giving him an edge no one else in this world has. A massive holographic gotcha machine appears in the room, glowing with a chaotic energy. Nox smiles, knowing that the difference between a commoner and a pro is how they handle their luck. With maxed out luck, he has a 95% chance of pulling an intermediate grade or higher. The machine spins, the lights flashing as Nox prays for a gold tier pull. He knows the color code: gray is trash, silver is okay, but gold is where the real power is. And then, there's rainbow, the highest possible grade in the entire system. The machine stops with a loud clunk, and a single glowing capsule rolls out. The capsule pops open, and a blinding gold light fills the entire room. Nox stares into the light, his eyes reflecting the power of the high-grade scroll he just pulled. He shouts in triumph as the scroll settles into his hands, glowing with a golden aura. He rips it open, the system announcing that the grade is being determined. "Congratulations! You have gained the high-grade characteristic, Hour of the Supreme." He laughs, realizing this is a god-tier debuff skill that reduces an opponent's stats by 20% if they're stronger than him. But he's not done yet. He still has his skill confirmation ticket to use. The system asks if he'd like to use it now, and he doesn't hesitate for a second. He already knows which skill he's going to take, one of the legendary hidden pieces of the Reinhafer family. He visualizes the ancient scroll in his mind, knowing its power is essential for his survival. "I really need that skill," he whispers, his determination burning brighter than ever. He knows his father will soon call for another family gathering, and he needs to be ready for his older brothers. He remembers that it's almost time for Gren, the second son, to return to the estate. Grayen is a graduate of the Elydian Academy, and a formidable knight in his own right. Nox knows he has no time to rest if he wants to stay ahead of the curve. The only thing that's a relief is that he won't have to deal with Thalia for a while, or so he thinks. He remembers the look on her face earlier, wondering if her perspective on him has truly changed for good. The moonlight shines on the academy in the distance, the place where all his problems are waiting for him. The next morning, the sun spills into the grand hallways of the manor, signaling a new day. Nox is walking through the halls, looking a bit uncomfortable and sweat-dropped. He stops dead in his tracks as a familiar figure blocks his path. He asks Thalia what she wants, pointing out that their interaction was supposed to be finished yesterday. Thalia looks down, her voice trembling as she says one word, "Me." She steps forward, her eyes burning with a desperate fire as she demands Nox teach her how to become strong like him. Nox just stares at her, wondering if the game's story is starting to glitch out because of his influence. He points out that he knows she was snooping around during his training all month. Thalia's face turns beet red as she gets caught, her ponytail practically vibrating with embarrassment. Nox tries to walk away, but she chases after him, begging for even just one lesson on how to train. Nox remembers from the game that Thalia was always a character desperate for her older sister's recognition. He stops and looks back at her, his voice becoming serious as he gives her a piece of advice. He tells her that before she asks how to train, she needs to think about what unique ability she already has. Thalia looks at him with a stunned expression, the simple question hitting her harder than any sword strike. Nox thinks to himself that he's never actually comforted anyone before, so this is all new to him. He warns her not to compare herself to others needlessly, as that's the fastest way to lose sight of her own strength. With that, he blurs away, leaving Thalia standing alone in the grand hallway. She stands there with her mouth slightly open, the words "don't compare yourself" echoing in her mind. She looks down, feeling a strange warmth in her chest as she realizes he actually gave her a real answer. Nox steps outside, hoping that she won't follow him around like a lost puppy from now on. He knows he shouldn't be showing her how he collects hidden pieces, especially since she might kill him later. He arrives at a gathering of family members, where his father Theo is waiting with a stern look. They are standing in a place that looks like a high-end ranch. This is one of the top 3 locations on the continent for raising legendary horses. Nox looks at the horses in the distance, realizing he's at the Reinhafer family stables. Rotwell greets the family head, announcing that all the young masters have arrived. Theo looks at his sons, his presence making even the horses in the background go quiet. He announces that today is the day they will each pick a horse to be their lifelong companion. Nox gulps, realizing this is another key event from the game that he can exploit. In this world, a horse isn't just transport, it's a sacred animal and a partner for any knight or mage. If you want to reach the top, your mount needs to be just as talented as you are. A knight chooses their horse in childhood, building a bond that lasts until death. Academy life focuses heavily on horseback riding because of the massive battles in the game's late-stage story. Teleportation is too expensive for regular use, so a good horse is literally a lifesaver. Nox knows he has to pick the absolute best mount if he wants to survive the coming wars. Theo gives Nox the first pick as his reward for winning the competition earlier. The twin brothers scoff and look away, clearly bitter that the trash gets the first choice of the stables. Nox steps forward with a confident look, his eyes already scanning the herd for a specific target. Theo watches closely, wanting to see if his son has the eye for a legendary beast. Several healthy, powerful-looking brown horses trot past, each one looking like a prime choice. Nox looks at them and thinks they're cute, but they're not what he's looking for. He turns his head, searching for a diamond in the rough that only a pro gamer would recognize. His eyes widen as he finally spots a small, isolated figure in the corner of the ranch. It's a sickly, gray-black horse that looks like it's one step away from a glue factory. Everyone watches in confusion as Nox walks straight toward the weakest animal in the entire stable. He points at the scrawny nag and declares with a smile, "I have decided on this horse." Alon and Hearts nearly fall over laughing, thinking Nox has finally lost his mind. Even Theo looks disappointed, his face tightening as he stares at the pathetic creature his son chose. He offers Nox one more chance to change his mind, clearly thinking the boy made a massive mistake. Nox looks at the horse, which is literally shivering in fear, and knows everyone thinks he's a failure. But he activates Eye of Discernment, peering into the horse's hidden stats. The system confirms it. The horse is a male of the obsidian breed with a higher grade rank. Summon beasts are divided into strict ranks, and this horse is at the top of its class. Nox knows that as obsidian horses grow, they can develop into legendary mounts that dwarf all others. He realizes that with his help, this horse can reach the absolute peak of its species. Obsidian horses are the most precious breed in existence, valued higher than actual black stones. He thinks to himself that if his father knew the true breed, he'd probably take the horse for himself. He smirks at the horse, knowing he's just secured a hidden piece that no one else can see. The horse has steel stamina and warhorse traits, though they're currently deactivated due to its sickness. But then a red warning flashes. The horse has a negative trait called destined death. It only has 2 days and 16 hours left to live, which is more troublesome than Nox's own time limit. Regardless, Nox stands his ground and tells his father he won't be changing his decision. He knows that with his knowledge of the game's secret cures, he can save this animal's life. Theo stares at Nox, wondering why on earth his son would make such a self-destructive choice. He assumes Nox sees himself in the weak horse and is just being drawn to fleeing affection. He looks at Nox with a cold, disappointed gaze and says he hopes his son won't regret this. Theo turns his back and walks away, followed by the rest of the silent, judging family. His brothers mock him one last time, shouting that he's making a fool of the Rheinhafer name. Nox just sighs, wondering if his choice really looks that unsatisfactory to everyone else. Rotwell approaches him and asks the young master to at least decide on a name for the beast. The sickly horse nuzzles against Nox's hand, a tiny spark of life returning to its tired eyes. Nox kneels beside the horse and names him Carl, the same name he used for every one of his 27 game clears. The sunset paints the sky in shades of gold and orange as a new bond is formed between two dying souls. Back inside the manor, the night begins to settle over the massive, cold stone structure. Nox has brought Carl straight to his own bedroom, the horse looking completely out of place on the plush carpet. He knows he can't let anyone see what he's about to do next, so he's keeping the horse under lock and key. He looks into Carl's eyes, seeing a fire there that most people missed. He realizes those aren't eyes that have given up on living, they're the eyes of a fighter. He smiles, seeing a reflection of his own struggle to keep living against impossible odds. He whispers a question to the horse. Are you also struggling to survive? Suddenly, he hears a noise outside and calls out for Rona, who immediately crashes into the room. Nox is standing with his arms crossed, dryly asking why she's always falling down whenever she sees him. Rona screams as she sees the horse lying on the master's bed, her cleaning bucket nearly flying out of her hands. She grumbles about who's going to clean up after a horse, but Nox just gives her a bright, manipulative smile. He tells her the horse is a sick kid and she needs to take care of him with everything she's got. As he watches Rona start to fuss over the horse, Nox smirks, knowing that things are about to get real. What happens next is going to be pretty shocking, he thinks, wondering if this weak girl Rona can actually handle the chaos that's coming. 3 days have passed since the horse selection, and the atmosphere in the Rheinhafer estate is anything but peaceful. Rona is absolutely hysterical, sobbing her heart out over the horse's body as she shouts that Carl is dead. Nox stands there with his arms crossed, letting out a heavy sigh, because his maid is making such a massive scene. He actually feels a little bad for her, remembering how hard she worked to feed and groom the horse over the last few days. But the truth is, our boy Nox knew exactly what he was doing, and expected this to happen from the start. To any normal person, it looks like a tragedy, a rare horse dying before it could even be ridden. Nox tells Rona to stop crying because she's being a distraction, but she's too heartbroken to listen. He looks down with total confidence and tells her not to worry, because the horse is coming back to his side. Rona looks up with tears in her eyes, wondering if the trauma finally made her young master lose his mind. Ignoring her confusion, Nox's expression turns serious as he commands her to get behind him immediately. He pulls out a mysterious, ancient-looking scroll, and Rona watches in silence, sensing something big is about to happen. As he places his hand on the parchment, a complex magic circle begins to glow with an eerie light. Nox starts pouring his mana into the scroll, and purple flames erupt around him as the ritual begins. Rona is completely stunned, her mouth hanging open as she witnesses the raw power flowing from the weak young master. Nox grins through the strain, feeling the mana burn through his veins as the spell takes hold. Rona stammers in shock, realizing her master is using mana, which is strictly illegal for anyone under 15. He snaps at her to stay quiet, warning her that if she keeps distracting him, the horse will stay dead for good. Rona quickly covers her mouth, terrified of ruining the process while Nox focuses with everything he's got. The purple aura explodes outward, filling the entire room as Nox pushes his unawakened mana sensitivity to the limit. In this empire, using mana before the age of 15 is a privilege reserved only for the imperial family. Because they start so early, the imperial descendants are legendary for their magical proficiency compared to everyone else. Nox doesn't care about the laws, he's focused on the only thing that matters right now. He forces every drop of mana he can find into the scroll, determined to see this through. He feels a faint, rhythmic pulsing against his palms, like a heartbeat responding to his call. He realizes with a surge of excitement that he's actually doing it. He's manipulating the mana perfectly. A dark smirk crosses his face as he decides to use his one-time skill confirmation voucher to seal the deal. A system notification pops up. He's obtained the Book of the Dead Necromicron, a legendary tool for black magic. The book manifests in the air, radiating dark energy as it confirms that the horse, Carl, can be revived as an undead. The system asks if he wants to proceed, and for Nox, there's only one answer. Shadows wrap around Carl's body as the dark ritual reaches its peak, completely ignoring the laws of nature. In the world of Inner Lunatic, there are two ways to create an undead. The first is through raw dark mana. The second type are beings brought back without an ego, serving only as mindless tools. These creatures are reborn as something much stronger and become blindly loyal to their masters. But there's a massive catch. Using this kind of power is the ultimate taboo. Only one family in history is known for reviving the dead like this. That would be the Marvis family, one of the most feared dark houses in the world. While the Reinhafers are dark nobles, they are a family of knights, not necromancers. The Marvis family uses black magic to control entire armies of the dead. Usually, a player who isn't a Marvis wouldn't even be able to touch these skills. But thanks to Nox's special voucher, he's found a loophole to claim that forbidden power for himself. The Necromicron floats before him, its skeletal hand design looking absolutely menacing. Suddenly, dark, shadowy hands erupt from a pool of ink on the floor, reaching for the dead horse. The shadows swarm Carl, pulling him into a vortex of darkness as Nox maintains the connection. The horse is being remade, fused with the power of the abyss to become something far beyond a normal animal. The strain is immense. Nox's terminal illness acts up, and a trail of blood leaks from his mouth. Rona screams out in terror, seeing her master coughing blood again while surrounded by dark magic. He just shushes her, his eyes cold and focused even as his body starts to fail him. He grinds his teeth, pushing through the agony as he demands just a little more power from the scroll. He lets out a violent cough, splattering blood across his clothes, but he refuses to let go. His mana reserves are hitting 0, and he curses under his breath as the magic circle begins to flicker. His vision blurs, but his eyes remain sharp, fixed on the prize he sacrificed his health for. Suddenly, the darkness explodes, and Carl lets out a deafening neigh as he rises from the shadows. The horse's eyes glow with a piercing blue light, and he looks like a beast straight out of a nightmare. The system confirms it. The skill activation was a total success. Carl has been revived as an undead obsidian horse, standing tall and powerful. His mane is made of spectral blue fire, and his presence alone feels heavy and intimidating. Nox gasps for air, a weak smile forming on his face because he actually pulled it off. Rona is trembling, looking back and forth between her bloody master and the flaming demon horse. Nox wipes the blood from his chin and calls out to his new partner. Carl stands obediently before him, looking majestic and terrifying at the same time. Nox pulls up the stats. Carl now has traits like Steel Strength and Talented Army Horse. The expected death trait is gone, and Carl will now grow 1.5 times faster than normal. Nox places a hand on the horse's snout, officially claiming his role as the master of this legendary beast. But just as he's enjoying the moment, he notices something else in the room. Before he can react, Rona lunges forward and pulls him into a desperate, tearful hug. Nox is completely caught off guard as she cries into his chest, terrified that he was going to die. She scolds him for being so reckless with his mana, then turns and yells at Carl for being reckless too. Carl just stares at her with his glowing eyes, looking slightly confused while she demands her carrots back. Nox just sighs and shakes his head, realizing that even with a demon horse, his life is still a chaotic mess. He checks his reflection, knowing he has more work to do and very little time left to do it. A few nights later, the estate is quiet, but our boy is already on the move again. Dressed in a dark cloak, Nox sneaks past the stables, heading toward the edge of the territory. The moon hangs high over the dense trees as he enters the forbidden part of the woods. He's carrying a glowing mana stone to light his way, consulting a worn-out map of the area. He notes that the terrain is exactly like it was in the game, which is a huge relief for his navigation. He tucks the map away, moving with the quiet grace of someone who knows exactly where the traps are. His target is the second, hidden piece of the Reinhafer family, something only a pro gamer would know exists. It's a special ring that provides a massive boost to vitality, which is the only way he'll survive his terminal illness. Suddenly, he hears a rustle in the bushes and whips his head around, his hand moving toward his sword. He stands perfectly still in the dark, his senses heightened as he searches for the source of the noise. He wonders for a second if he's just being paranoid, but in this world, Paranoia keeps you alive. But then he remembers the stakes. He looks at a wooden sign overgrown with vines, marking the entrance to a dangerous zone. He reminds himself that this isn't just a game with a respawn button anymore. This is his actual life. The sign reads Mia's Forest, a place where children get lost and die, and everyone is warned never to enter. Nox stares into the dark abyss of the woods, telling himself that he has no intention of dying a second time. The darkness of the forest seems to swallow the light, feeling thick with a malevolent energy. A system window appears, announcing his entry into the Forest of Missing Children and warning him of the death penalty. Nox pushes through the tall grass, his cloak fluttering as he steps deeper into the fog-covered woods. This forest is strictly off-limits, famous for being a place where even the best pathfinders lose their way and vanish. It's literally designed to make you feel like a lost child, stripping away your sense of direction. But Nox knows there's a hidden meaning behind the name that the locals haven't figured out yet. Adults who come here to hunt beasts find absolutely nothing. No loot, no artifacts, just empty chests. On top of that, the difficulty for adults is set to an impossible level. Nox remembers dying here dozens of times in the game. The scaling system in this place is completely broken for anyone over the age of 15. He rates the difficulty at 2.5 stars, which might sound low, but in Inner Lunatic, that's enough to kill most elites. He realizes that for his current body, which is basically a walking corpse, this place is actually a perfect fit. He stops for a moment, listening to the eerie silence before prepping his next move. He ignites a torch, the bright orange flame casting long, flickering shadows against the twisted trees. The fire roars to life and Nox holds it high, using the heat and light as a beacon. The light pierces the gloom, revealing the sheer scale of the massive, ancient trees surrounding him. The key to conquering this forest isn't magic or strength, it's understanding the way the fog moves. Nox watches the mist swirl and realizes he needs to move in the exact opposite direction of the wind. But before he can make his move, he senses a presence that shouldn't be there. He turns around and calls out to the shadows, asking how much longer they plan on hiding. There's no response, just the crackling of his torch and the rustling of leaves. He narrows his eyes, his voice dripping with annoyance as he asks if they're really going to play dumb. His hand tightens on the hilt of his sword, ready to strike if the stalker turns out to be an enemy. With a sudden, lightning-fast motion, he draws his blade and swings it toward a nearby bush. A sharp, feminine scream rips through the air, and someone falls out of the foliage. Nox freezes as he sees a familiar face looking up at him in absolute terror. Thalia sits on the ground, blushing furiously and muttering about how her good looks didn't help her hide. Flashback to earlier that night, where Thalia was staring out her window, feeling restless. She's been brooding over Nox, her mind filled with questions about his sudden growth and secret strength. Her maid, Emma, was practically begging her to stop following Nox around like a lost puppy. Emma warned her that if she kept this up, it would reflect badly on her family's reputation. Thalia just laughed it off, promising to make sure Emma didn't get fired for her extracurricular activities. But Thalia's mind was elsewhere, still comparing herself to her genius older sister, Chell. Emma thought to herself that if it weren't for Chell's shadow, Thalia would already be celebrated as a prodigy. The maid felt a pang of pity, knowing how much Thalia's inferiority complex was driving her to take risks. Emma checked Thalia's room later that night, hoping the young lady had finally gone to sleep. But the room was empty, the bed untouched, and the window left wide open. Emma's face went pale as she realized Thalia had done the unthinkable. She dropped her candle, her hands shaking as she realized how much trouble they were all in. Outside, the estate went into a frenzy, with servants waking everyone up to search for the missing heroine. The panic spread through the hallways like wildfire as everyone asked what was going on. Back in the present, Thalia is trying to laugh off her embarrassment, but she's clearly shaken. She's covered in leaves and dirt, her nightgown torn, but she still tries to maintain a shred of dignity. Nox just stares at her, his face a mask of disbelief as he asks her why on earth she's here. Thalia stammers out a weak hi, but she can't even look him in the eye. Nox senses something moving in the darkness behind her, and his expression immediately shifts to battle mode. He grabs Thalia and pulls her behind him, yelling at her to stand back as he draws his weapon. A massive, furry paw steps out of the shadows, its claws digging deep into the forest floor. A low, guttural growl vibrates through the air, and the smell of a predator fills the clearing. A gray wolf, a monster notorious for its speed and pack tactics, emerges from the fog. Thalia realizes with horror that they've stumbled right into the heart of a wolf habitat. She reaches for the only weapon she has, a small dagger, and realizes she's completely outmatched. The wolf circles them, its yellow eyes locked onto its prey, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. It bares its teeth, letting out a snarl that promises nothing but a painful end. The beast throws its head back and lets out a long, haunting howl that echoes through the trees. Thalia cowers behind Nox, her heart pounding as she realizes they're about to be swarmed. From every direction, more howls answer the call, surrounding them with a chorus of death. The lead wolf lunges forward, its jaws snapping at Nox's throat with blinding speed. But Nox isn't scared. A cold, confident smirk appears on his face as he prepares to counter. Thalia looks at him in shock, wondering how he can stay so calm in the face of certain death. In a blur of motion, Nox sidesteps the beast's jaws, his movements perfectly calculated. His blade flashes in the torchlight, cutting through the air with lethal precision. He delivers a devastating strike, slicing through the wolf's neck before it can even land. A spray of blood hits the ground as the monster is sent flying back by the force of the blow. The wolf hits a tree with a sickening thud, dead before it even touches the grass. Thalia is frozen in place, watching the corpse of the beast slide down the trunk. She's absolutely floored, unable to believe that Nox just took down a gray wolf with a single, effortless strike. Nox turns back to her, blood splattered across his face, looking like a true reaper in the moonlight. He asks her again, his voice cold as ice, why she followed him here when he expected his brothers instead. Thalia tries to make up a lie about a night stroll, but she's playing with her hair and looking guilty as hell. Nox tells her to speak the truth or he's going to leave her behind to deal with the rest of the pack alone. Thalia's eyes go wide, and she lets out a panicked cry, realizing he's actually serious about ditching her. She grabs his sleeve, her voice trembling as she finally starts to spill the beans. She admits she was jealous of his growth and followed him hoping to find his secret training method. Nox listens to her rambling and realizes 3 things about the future hero standing before him. First, she overestimates him like crazy. Second, she actually doesn't hate him anymore. And third, she's incredibly naive to follow a villain into a death trap in the middle of the night. He looks at her pathetic, teary-eyed expression and realizes he's stuck with her for now. He can't just leave a core character to die, so he tells her to stay close and follow his lead. He starts walking, but he makes it very clear that he's not doing this out of the goodness of his heart. He tells her flat out that he isn't trying to help her, he's just avoiding a headache for his family. If the guest of the Reinhafer family dies on his watch, it would cause an annoying political incident. Thalia looks down, whispering a soft apology as she realizes how much of a burden she's being. Nox looks back at her, hoping this scare will finally teach her to stop doing dangerous stuff. She calls out his name softly, looking like she has something important to say. She thanks him, her voice barely a whisper as the wind picks up around them. The moment is brief as Nox keeps his eyes on the path, his focus already shifting back to the mission. Thalia grips her nightgown, trying to keep up with his brisk pace through the dense brush. Nox stops suddenly, his eyes narrowing as he senses more movement in the shadows. Thalia is about to say something else, but the words die in her throat. A low, menacing snarl erupts from the darkness, much louder and deeper than the wolves from before. Dozens of pairs of glowing white eyes appear in the fog, surrounding them in a perfect circle. Thalia screams his name as a massive shadow lunges from the trees, aiming straight for them. The real fight for survival is about to begin. The clearing is suddenly swarmed with wolves, their low growls echoing from every side as they close the trap. Thalia is trembling, clutching Nox's arm so hard her knuckles are white as she stares at the predators. Nox roughly tells her to get away from him, his voice sharp and urgent. He warns her that she's going to be in the way when he starts swinging his sword, and he can't protect her if she's hanging on him. He looks at the splattered blood on his face and tells himself he needs to lock in and focus. This is still the prologue area of the game, so things shouldn't be completely impossible yet. He knows there won't be any boss monsters in this sector, which is the only bit of good news they have. However, he senses a presence that's just 1 rank below a boss, a true elite hunter. The elite gray wolf steps forward, its fur shimmering with blue mana and its eyes burning with intelligence. Nox realizes that just knowing the enemy's stats won't make this a walk in the park. The pack leader signals, and 2 wolves charge at him from the flanks with terrifying speed. Nox moves like a ghost, his blade drawing a brilliant arc of light through the dark forest. He parries the first strike and counters the second, the sound of steel meeting fur echoing through the trees. But the elite wolf is watching him, waiting for the exact moment Nox leaves an opening in his defense. Nox feels the pressure mounting, realizing these aren't just mindless beasts, they're working as a coordinated unit. Another wolf lunges from the air, its jaws wide, but Nox holds his ground with ice in his veins. He repeats his mantra to himself. Back when he was just Yu-chan, he learned a hard truth about this game. His hands tighten on his sword, the leather grip creaking under his intense focus. In a sudden explosion of movement, he cuts through 3 wolves at once, his speed leaving Thalia breathless. He admits to himself that, compared to the monsters he fought in his past life, he is currently a total weakling. Thalia watches him in awe, clutching her torch and thinking his technique is even more insane than it was during the duel. She wonders if he's spent his whole life hunting these things, given how easily he reads their movements. But she remembers his cold warning to stay away and feels a pang of guilt for being so useless. She realizes Nox still thinks she's just a weak little girl who can't handle herself. The wolves howl again, a sound so loud it feels like it's vibrating inside her chest. Nox stands his ground, sensing the elite wolf is finally ready to make its move. A massive paw steps into the light, its claws leaving deep gouges in the dirt. The ground seems to shake as the beast prepares to lunge, its blue aura flaring up. The system confirms it. The elite gray wolf is attacking! The giant beast leaps over the pack, its target locked onto Nox with lethal intent. Meanwhile, back at the edge of the forest, the search party is finally reaching the entrance. Torches light up the night as the guards call out for the young master and the young miss. They find the same warning sign Nox saw earlier, and the guards hesitate at the boundary. One of the trackers finds 2 sets of small footprints leading directly into the forbidden zone. He looks up with a pale face, confirming that both Nox and Thalia have entered the forest. Emma falls to her knees in despair, screaming "No way!" as she realizes the danger Thalia is in. She begs the head butler to go in and save them, but Rotwell looks down with a grim expression. He bluntly tells her it's impossible, and Emma shouts back, demanding to know why he's giving up. Rotwell explains that even the Reinhofer family hasn't been able to fully clear this forest yet. The Forest of Missing Children is ranked as one of the most dangerous and mysterious zones in the entire South. The fact that a powerful family like the Reinhofers can't control their own backyard is a huge embarrassment. But there's a secret reason for that. Only children who haven't reached adulthood can safely navigate the woods. This is a fact that even the high-ranking nobles haven't figured out yet. Rotwell stares into the dark trees, wondering why on earth Nox would choose to enter such a place. He looks at the tracks and notes that Nox wasn't being chased or mind-controlled. He was moving with total care and purpose. The estate's strongest mana barriers weren't even triggered, meaning Nox knew exactly how to bypass them. The realization hits the head butler like a ton of bricks. Nox went into that forest on purpose. Rotwell tightens his fist, his composure finally breaking as he thinks about how much he underestimated the boy. He can no longer deny the truth. This isn't the weak, frail Nox he's known for years. He tells the group there's only one way for the 2 children to make it back alive. Nox has to use his own wisdom and strength to find a way out, because no one is coming to save them. Emma is left weeping on the ground, the sound of distant wolf howls filling the air. She blames herself, her tears falling into the dirt as she thinks about Thalia. In her mind, she's already convinced she's the one who's caused the young lady's death. Back in the heat of battle, Thalia's hand goes to her dagger, her survival instinct finally kicking in. She holds her torch high, her eyes fixed on the shadows even as her legs shake with fear. Nox glances back at her and is surprised to see she hasn't lost her concentration despite being terrified. He tells her to save her strength and only use it to run if things get too dangerous. He looks at the elite wolf and thinks that a 2.5-star challenge shouldn't be his end. He wants Thalia to stay vigilant, hoping she's learned enough from her sister to react to her surroundings. He sees her tightening her grip and thinks that she's learned well, even if he can't trust her to cover his back yet. Nox decides it's time to end this and draws a deep breath, focusing his mana. He activates the Hour of the Genius, and the world around him begins to slow down into a crawl. He aims to kill the elite wolf in one single devastating move to scatter the rest of the pack, but the wolf's eyes flicker, and it suddenly shifts its weight, surprising both Nox and Thalia. The elite wolf pushes one of its own minions into Nox's path, using the smaller wolf as a living shield. Nox's eyes widen in anger as he realizes this beast is smart enough to use tactical bait. The elite wolf uses the distraction to leap from the side, its claws aiming to tear Nox apart while his blade is busy. Nox manages to kick one wolf away and bring his sword around just in time, flames of mana erupting from the impact. The rest of the pack stops, watching their leader engage in a high-speed duel with the human. The elite wolf lands gracefully, its glowing eye fixed on Nox with a predatory grin. A flurry of strikes follows, steel clashing against mana-infused claws as the 2 trade blows in the dark. Nox delivers a powerful upward slash, but the beast is too fast, dodging by a fraction of an inch. The wolf counters with a heavy swipe that Nox barely blocks, the force of it sending him sliding back. The beast lunges again, its jaws inches from Nox's face, forcing him to use every ounce of his genius to survive. Nox manages to drive his blade into the beast's shoulder, but the monster doesn't even flinch. He realizes the stamina of his current body is reaching its limit, and he's starting to slow down. Thalia screams a warning as another wolf tries to sneak up on him from the shadows. She sees Nox is struggling and realizes that even he has limits when he's protecting someone else. She looks at the wolves closing in on her and remembers what Nox said about running away. But her red eyes burn with a new determination as she decides she can't just stand there and watch. Nox looks back at her, his expression unreadable as he asks if she's actually planning to help him fight. Nox is currently cornered in the dark, surrounded by glowing eyes as the pack closes in for the kill. Thalia is shaking like a leaf, clutching onto Nox's arm as the growls of the wolves get louder and more aggressive. Nox doesn't have time for a damsel in distress. He roughly tells her to get away and keep her distance. He bluntly warns her that if she stays that close, she's just going to be an obstacle when he starts swinging his blade. Thalia backs off, watching from the shadows with a torch as Nox prepares to face the swarm alone. She looks at the blood on his face and asks if he's okay, her voice filled with a mix of fear and genuine worry. Nox ignores her, his eyes snapping to the side as he hears a low, guttural snarl right next to his ear. The wolves lunge, and Nox becomes a blur of steel, his sword tracing a golden arc as he cleaves through the first wave. A wolf's body hits the grass with a heavy thud, dead before it even knew the blade had moved. He coldly tells Thalia he's fine, reminding himself that he can't afford to get distracted by idle thoughts right now. Thalia lets out a small sigh of relief, but she knows the real threat is still lurking in the fog. Nox takes a sharp breath, frustrated that he even showed a moment of weakness in front of the heroine. He narrows his eyes, his gaze scanning the tree line for the pack leader. Suddenly, his legs buckle. The recoil from his Hour of the Genius skill is already starting to tear his frail body apart. A massive, heavy paw steps out of the darkness, the claws digging deep into the dirt with a menacing crunch. The elite gray wolf emerges, its eyes glowing with a sinister yellow light as it prepares to finish what its minions started. Nox just smirks through the pain, gripping his sword tighter as he tells himself the big boss has finally arrived. The massive beast begins to circle him, its movements intelligent and patient, like a true apex predator. The sheer scale of the wolf is terrifying. It towers over Nox, casting a massive shadow across the clearing. Nox stands his ground, his small silhouette looking completely outmatched by the monster's overwhelming presence. The wolf bares its fangs, letting out a snarl that feels like a physical weight pressing against Nox's chest. In a sudden explosion of speed, the beast lunges, turning into a streak of blue and gray fur. Nox's eyes widen as he realizes the speed is far higher than anything he saw in the game version. The monster crashes through the brush, its claws tearing up the earth as it closes the gap in a split second. Nox is genuinely taken aback, his instincts screaming that this fight is going to be much harder than he anticipated. He realizes the AI, or the actual intelligence of this creature, is on a completely different level. The wolf swipes at him, and Nox is barely able to parry, the impact sending a jarring shock through his entire arm. The monster's tail whips around like a club, catching Nox and sending him skidding across the forest floor. Thalia screams his name, her heart dropping as she sees our boy take a direct hit from such a monster. The elite wolf doesn't give him a second to breathe, lunging again while Nox is still trying to find his footing. Nox grinds his teeth, cursing his weak body as he realizes how much trouble he's actually in. He can't believe a 2.5-star encounter is pushing him this hard, but that's the reality of his glass body trait. The beast is relentless, weaving through the trees with a vigor that Nox simply can't match for long. The elite wolf stalks him through the foliage, its glowing eyes the only thing visible in the thick mist. Nox admits that the monster is way more shrewd and tactical than it ever was in the game. Silence falls over the forest for a moment, a heavy, suffocating quiet that puts Nox on high alert. He realizes the beast is using the terrain to its advantage, setting him up for another ambush from the shadows. Suddenly, the leaves rustle above him, and Nox shifts into a defensive stance, his eyes darting toward the canopy. The wolf drops from the trees, and Nox swings his blade upward, desperate to land a hit. But the monster twists in mid-air, dodging the lethal strike with the grace of an acrobat. The beast lands and immediately charges, its face a mask of predatory rage as it aims for Nox's throat. Nox realizes the wolf was actually waiting for him to commit to a wide swing so it could exploit his opening. He grunts with effort, trying to pull his sword back while the wolf's jaws snap inches from his face. Blood trickles from Nox's mouth as the strain of the battle triggers another internal hemorrhage. The elite wolf lets out a triumphant roar, sensing that its prey is finally at its limit. Nox has a moment of realization. He got cocky because he'd cleared this game 27 times before. He thought his meta-knowledge made him invincible, but he's learning the hard way that this world is alive and unpredictable. He stares down the monster, his vision blurring from the blood loss and the mounting fatigue. He tells himself that his judgment was foolish, and he's about to pay the ultimate price for his arrogance. But suddenly, a small dagger flies through the air, embedding itself deep into the wolf's open mouth with a wet crunch. Nox realizes that while the wolf was exploiting his weakness, it created a massive opening for someone else. There was one variable in this fight that neither he nor the wolf accounted for. Thalia stands there with her hand still extended, her eyes burning with a fierce, protective determination. Nox lets out a roar of his own, using the distraction to pour the last of his mana into a final, desperate strike. He drives his sword through the wolf's chest, the blade sinking deep as the monster is lifted off its feet. The beast lets out a final, pained yelp as Nox twists the blade, ensuring the heart is completely destroyed. The elite wolf collapses, its massive body hitting the earth with a finality that makes the ground shake. Nox falls to his knees, his hands trembling and covered in dark, matted blood. He gasps for air, staring at the corpse of the monster he just barely managed to kill. Thalia rushes toward him, her voice frantic as she calls out his name. She reaches out to him, her expression a mix of relief and intense worry for the boy who just saved her life. The remaining wolves in the distance let out a mournful howl and immediately scatter, their spirit broken by the death of their leader. Thalia sprints through the grass, her nightgown billowing behind her as she reaches Nox's side. She asks if he's all right, and Nox just gives a short, tired yeah as he tries to regain his composure. He starts to thank her, admitting that he only survived because of her perfectly timed intervention. But he stops himself mid-sentence, realizing how strange it feels to be thanking the girl who is destined to kill him in the future. He looks away, his voice turning cold again as he tells her there's no need to worry about him. Thalia isn't having it. She points out the deep gashes on his arm and demands to know if he's really okay. He tries to brush it off as a scratch, but his pale face and the blood on his clothes tell a much different story. Thalia lets out a small, relieved laugh, glad that he's still breathing despite the chaos they just went through. Suddenly, she spots something small moving on her dress, and her face goes completely white. Her eyes widen in absolute horror as she realizes what it is. A tiny, harmless spider is crawling on her. She lets out a blood-curdling scream and lunges at Nox, nearly knocking him over as she clings to him in terror. Nox is completely stunned, wondering how the girl who just took down a wolf is now losing her mind over a bug. Thalia is shaking uncontrollably, burying her face in Nox's chest as she stammers that there's a spider on her. The monster in question is a tiny, cartoonishly small spider that's just chilling on her shoulder. She's screaming like she's being murdered, and Nox is struggling to keep his balance while she hangs on to him for dear life. He lets out a massive sigh, looking at the ceiling of the forest and wondering why his life is like this. He bluntly asks her why on earth she followed him into a dangerous forest if something as small as a spider makes her fall apart. Thalia looks up with tears in her eyes, blushing as she asks him if he isn't scared of the creature at all. Nox gives her a smug look and tells her that with that kind of attitude, she's never going to make it as a knight. She immediately snaps out of it, blushing furiously as she jumps back and realizes how embarrassing she's being. But the moment of comedy is cut short when Nox suddenly doubles over, letting out a violent, hacking cough. Thalia's face turns from red to pale in a second, her worry for Nox overriding her embarrassment. Nox grunts in pain, the internal damage from his skills finally catching up to him as he tells her not to worry. He looks at her and thinks to himself that despite her fear of bugs, she actually pulled her own weight in the fight. A small, genuine smile touches his lips as he admits that he really did survive thanks to her help. Thalia catches the smile, and her heart skips a beat, her own expression softening as she asks if he's truly okay. Nox stands up, looking toward the horizon where the first light of dawn is finally breaking through the trees. He spots something glowing in the wolf's fur. It's the second hidden piece, a dark, pulsing ring. As they walk toward the forest exit, the sounds of sobbing can be heard coming from the tree line. It's Thalia's maid, Emma, who is currently crying her eyes out, convinced she's responsible for her lady's death. She's so distraught she hasn't even noticed the two figures walking out of the fog toward her. Rotwell stands behind her, looking solemn as he notes that this disappearance is going to cause a massive scandal. The head butler looks stressed, knowing the reputation of the Reinhafer family will be ruined if they can't protect their guests. Suddenly, one of the guards lets out a shout, pointing toward the edge of the forbidden forest. The entire search party stops what they're doing, their eyes widening as they look where he's pointing. The thick, magical fog of the forest is suddenly lifting, dissolving into thin air as the morning sun hits it. Emma and Rotwell are frozen in shock, unable to believe what they're seeing. Emma asks if the forest has really been cleared, her voice trembling with a sliver of hope. Rotwell confirms it. The lifting of the monofog means the central curse of the forest has been broken. He realizes the impossible scenario they were all afraid of has actually become a reality. Emma covers her mouth, her eyes filling with fresh tears as she sees two familiar silhouettes. Young Master Knox walks out of the woods, looking battered and bloody, but standing tall with Thalia right beside him. The guards start whispering in disbelief, amazed that the trash of the family just cleared a zone no adult could touch. Rotwell can't help but let out a faint smile, his sharp mind already calculating how this changes everything. He realizes that the hierarchy of the Reinhafer descendants is about to be thrown into absolute chaos. Knox looks at the crowd and asks why everyone is gathered here, acting like he just went for a casual stroll. Emma lunges at Thalia, sobbing as she tells her how worried they all were about her disappearance. Knox just sighs, thinking to himself that it's annoying for the family to worry about a good-for-nothing like him. Thalia tries to comfort her maid, but Emma isn't finished with her yet. The maid immediately shifts from crying to lecture mode, telling Thalia they're going to review the family rules again. Thalia looks like she'd rather face another wolf as she stammers an apology to her terrifying maid. Emma smiles sweetly while telling her that the patriarch will be teaching her the rules personally this time. Knox notices Emma's stats and is shocked to see she has a 4.5 stamina. Even the maids in this world are built different. Emma turns to Knox and bows deeply, giving him a sincere thank you for protecting her young lady. Thalia looks down, blushing as she admits she didn't exactly intend to follow him into such a dangerous place. Knox just looks at her and tells her she pulled her own weight, so she shouldn't beat herself up over it. Thalia stares at him, clearly touched by his rare moment of kindness as the wind blows through her hair. The scene shifts back to the main Reinhafer estate, looking peaceful under the afternoon sun. Knox tosses his gear onto a chair, finally back in his room and away from the chaos. He lets out a long breath, relieved that the forest mission is finally over. He was genuinely surprised that Rotwell was waiting for him with a whole squad of knights, but the exhaustion was worth it, as a smirk spreads across his face while he reaches into his pocket. He pulls out the Black Flame Ring, the legendary artifact he risked his life to find. The system confirms it's a low-intermediate darkness attribute accessory that boosts stamina and mana, but its real power is the special effect. Every time Knox defeats an enemy, he steals a bit of their life force. This is the only item in the entire game capable of stealing vitality, making it a god-tier survival tool. He knows this ring is his best shot at fighting back against his terminal illness. He admits it won't be easy to overcome his countdown, but having a way to gain life is better than nothing. He slides the ring onto his finger, and a purple aura flares up as the item is officially equipped. Knox smiles to himself, feeling a tiny bit more confident about his chances of surviving the plot. He can feel his energy rising already, and he calls out for Rona, knowing she's lurking outside the door. Rona peeks in, looking suspicious as she asks if her master has developed X-ray vision or something. Knox trolls her by saying maybe he can see everything, making the poor maid scream in embarrassment. He gives her a light flick to the head, telling her to stop talking nonsense and get focused. Rona rubs her head, complaining that his finger flicks are getting way more painful lately. Knox challenges her to another round of arm wrestling to test his new stats. Rona is excited, thinking she can get a salary raise if she wins against her frail master again. They lock hands on the table, and Knox gives the signal to start the match. Knox has a confident smirk, feeling the extra strength from the ring flowing through his arm. In an instant, he slams Rona's hand down onto the table with a loud crack, shocking the maid. Rona is left trembling, unable to comprehend how her weak master just overpowered her 4.5 stamina. She starts crying, begging him not to reduce her salary just because she lost a match. Knox just plays the villain role, telling her he doesn't care about honor since everyone calls him trash anyway. He gives her a mischievous grin while she wails on the floor about her missing paycheck. But suddenly, Knox's wrist lets out a sickening pop. His glass body trait has activated. The system notifies him that he's obtained a wrist fracture and even a flu just from that small effort. He quickly tells Rona he won't cut her salary if she just brings him some ice and a wet towel immediately. He sighs, realizing that even with legendary artifacts, his body is still a complete disaster. He lays back, wondering if he's ever going to get a break from these negative traits. As he drifts off, a distorted, glitchy image of his past self as Yu-chan appears in his mind. A voice whispers his old name, Yu-chan, leaving him with a chilling reminder of who he used to be. 6 months have passed since Knox secured his two most important hidden pieces, the undead horse Carl and the Black Flame Ring. The Reinhafer estate is glowing under the bright morning sun, but things aren't as peaceful as they look. Knox is standing in his room, looking incredibly bored and frustrated with his current situation. A sign on his door says it all, Knox von Reinhafer has been officially grounded for the last half a year. He lets out a massive sigh, feeling like he's wasting precious time while stuck inside these walls. He grumbles to himself that clearing the forest should have gotten him a reward, not house arrest. He turns to Rona, asking her if she doesn't think his father is being way too harsh on him. Rona is terrified to answer, knowing her salary is on the line if she says anything bad about the patriarch. Knox trolls her again, telling her he'll cut her pay if she doesn't agree with him, making the poor girl spiral. He sits down, trying to focus on the progress he's made over the last 6 months of training. He's been watching Carl grow into a powerful beast, which is the only productive part of being stuck at home. But a look of genuine worry crosses his face as he realizes something much more important. The system window pops up with a grim reminder. His remaining life due to his illness is down to only 147 days. Knox is furious, thinking the system is way too interested in reminding him exactly when he's going to die. He jumps up, decided that he needs to go talk to his father and find a way to get out of the estate. But before he can even reach the door, Rotwell enters and bows, looking as professional as ever. The head butler informs him that the patriarch has summoned him to his office immediately. Flashback to a scene of absolute carnage, with blood and broken armor scattered across a battlefield. A younger Theo von Reinhafer stands in the middle of the slaughter, his sword dripping with blood. His eyes are cold and empty, reflecting the night of slaughter that defined his past. Demons swarm the red-tinted sky, their screeches filling the air as they descend on the survivors. Theo looks up at the monsters, seemingly unfazed by the literal hell unfolding around him. A massive explosion of dark energy erupts, showing the true power of the Reinhafer family's sword arts. Theo grips his blade, the dark mana swirling around it like a living shadow. His gaze is sharp and lethal, the look of a man who has long since abandoned his humanity for strength. With a single stroke, he wipes out an entire swarm of demons, the dark mana shredding them to pieces. Theo closes his eyes, remembering the humans who were caught up in that disaster. He sits in his office now, surrounded by the same dark, suffocating aura he carried on the battlefield. He thinks to himself that the night of slaughter was a disaster that changed the world forever. The dark mana pulses around him as he contemplates the future of his bloodline. He looks at the supreme black sword, knowing that one day, one of his sons will have to master it. Theo admits to himself that he can't rely on luck. He needs a successor with certain undeniable talent. Because in the Reinhafer family, the ultimate test for a son is to eventually kill his own father. Rotwell enters the office, snapping Theo out of his dark thoughts and informing him that Knox is arriving. Theo notes that Knox is late, but his voice carries a hint of interest that wasn't there before. He admits that the forest of missing children was a place even he didn't know how to clear. The only reason he waited 6 months to reward Knox was because of the strong objections from the family's vassals. They didn't believe the trash could actually do it, so a long and thorough investigation was required. The door creaks open, and Knox enters the office, keeping his villain persona perfectly intact. He bows deeply, paying his respects to the man who holds his entire future in his hands. Theo tells him to rise, his eyes scanning his son for any sign of the weakness he once possessed. He starts by telling Knox that his actions in sneaking out were wrong and deserved punishment, but he adds that it's his job to give credit where it's due, even to a good-for-nothing like him. Theo makes an incredible offer. He will fulfill exactly one request from Knox, no matter what it is. A faint, rare smile appears on Theo's face as he waits for Knox's response. Knox is internally screaming, unable to believe his father is actually offering him a blank check reward. He's played inner lunatic for thousands of hours and has never seen Theo give a reward like this. He clarifies, asking if he can really ask for anything at all. Theo just stares at him, his silence serving as a heavy confirmation of the offer. He repeats himself, promising to grant anything as the patriarch of the Reinhafer family. This isn't just a father's promise, it's a formal declaration from the head of a great house. He swears it upon the long-standing history of the Black Sword, the highest oath he can take. Knox realizes his father is being 100% serious, which makes this a massive opportunity for his survival. Theo warns him that if his request is too ridiculous, his evaluation of Knox will drop back to 0. Knox smirks, telling his father he needs some time to think it over before giving his answer. Theo agrees and gives him the one thing he wanted most, permission to finally leave the estate. Knox thanks him, but Theo adds a final warning not to get into any more reckless trouble. He reminds Knox to always remember the weight of the Reinhafer name wherever he goes. The next day arrives, and the atmosphere at the front gates is surprisingly emotional. The carriage is packed, and the entire search party from before is gathered to say their goodbyes. Emma is standing there with a soft smile, finally looking like she's recovered from her forest trauma. Thalia is glowing in a beautiful green dress, telling Nox they'll meet again at Eldine Academy. Nox just stares at her in silence, his mind already moving to his next objective. Thalia gets annoyed by his lack of response, leaning in and demanding that he acknowledges her. Rotwell has to step in, telling the young master he should at least answer when a lady asks a question. Nox sighs and tells her he'll see her if she manages to become a full-fledged knight before then. Thalia gets fired up, her eyes sparking with motivation as she accepts his challenge. Nox can't help but tease her one last time, mentioning her bravery when seeing a super-huge spider. Thalia's face turns beet red, her romantic mood completely ruined by his reminder of her embarrassment. She punches him in the stomach, making our boy let out a pained wheeze as he realizes wolves are easier to handle than her. He regains his breath, and thinks to himself that maybe he should have stuck to wolf jokes instead. Thalia points at him and yells that she'll return as a knight and that he better prepare his head for her. Nox is left sweating, wondering if she literally meant she's going to decapitate him when they meet. Emma bows to him, sincerely thanking him for everything he did for her young lady. She looks at him with genuine respect, no longer seeing him as the trash the rumors described. Nox just looks away and sighs, telling her it's not like he saved Thalia on purpose or anything. The carriage pulls away, and Nox watches it go, finally feeling like one major piece of the story has moved. He stands alone for a moment, the wind blowing through his white hair as he contemplates the future. He looks up at the sky and wonders if he's actually starting to get used to this weird, dangerous life. A small smile forms as he realizes he might actually be enjoying the challenge of rewriting his destiny. The system chimes in again, reminding him that he now has 146 days left to live. Nox's smile disappears instantly as the reality of his situation hits him like a truck. He realizes that with less than 5 months left, he has absolutely no time to rest or celebrate. The scene skips ahead a few days, showing that Nox is already busy preparing for his next move. Rona enters his room, mentioning that since he's going to the academy soon, he needs to hire new servants. Nox rubs his chin, realizing that he'll need a reliable team if he's going to survive the academy arc. Rotwell knocks and enters, bowing as he tells Nox that a new candidate has already arrived. He introduces a maiden training sent directly from Eldine Academy to assist him. The girl enters with a polite, closed-eye smile, introducing herself as Jitri de Lovilia. Nox gives her his name, but his eye of discernment is already scanning her for the truth. He recognizes the name immediately. She's a major character from the game's later chapters. His expression turns cold as he realizes the magnitude of who is standing in front of him. Jitri's stats reveal her as a support genius, but her negative traits are two-faced and proficient liar. Her current status is even more alarming. She is a spy tasked with monitoring Nox. The system confirms she is acting under the direct orders of Theo von Reinhofer, meaning his father still doesn't trust him. She promises to do her very best to support him, while Nox thinks to himself that his family really doesn't know the meaning of trust. Theo von Reinhofer, the name alone carries a weight that can crush most knights. He's one of the world's biggest villains and a man who reached the top through sheer bloody power. People wonder if it was just his sword skills that made him the patriarch, but the real reason Theo rules is his absolute paranoia toward everyone around him. Flashback to earlier, where Jitri is kneeling before Theo in a dark, fire-lit chamber. Theo stares down at her with purple eyes, telling her he has massive expectations for this mission. Jitri keeps her head low, her expression tight, as she accepts his command. Theo mentions that she's been pushed out of her own family's succession and offers to help her take it back, but only if she proves her loyalty by reporting every detail of Nox's behavior. He gives her a chilling smirk, warning her that assisting Nox is just a cover for her true job. Jitri flinches, feeling the suffocating pressure of Theo's mana as he stands over her. She promises to monitor the young master strictly and leave nothing out of her reports. As she leaves the room, her hand trembles on the door handle, realizing the danger she's in. Theo's voice echoes in her mind, reminding her to never forget who her real master is. Jitri leans against the wall, taking a shaky breath and trying to pull her mask back on. She reaches into her uniform, pulling out a gold locket containing a picture of her parents. She tells herself that from this point on, she cannot afford to waver. She looks at the happy memory in the pendant, using her grief to fuel her resolve to survive. The scene shifts to the exterior of the mansion at night, looking cold and silent under the stars. Inside, the lights are dimmed, but Nox is wide awake, staring at the ceiling. He knows Theo sent a spy because he wants to confirm if the real Nox is still inside this body. In the world of Inner Lunatic, demon possession is common, and Theo is testing for it. Nox remembers that in the original game, he was eventually possessed by the top demon, Baal. He sits up, thinking that as long as they don't find out he's a transmigrator from another world, he's safe. He rubs his temples, feeling a headache coming on from all the mental gymnastics. The real problem isn't just the spying, it's Jitri herself and the tragedy attached to her. Jitri de Lovelia wasn't just a random maid, she was a major hidden character. In the game, she wasn't involved in the main story, but her backstory was heart-wrenching. She was the legitimate heir to the Lovelia family, a bright girl with a promising future, until her uncle murdered her parents and stole everything, leaving her with nothing but a sword and a grudge. She fled to the Reinhafer family to escape her uncle's assassins, forced to live as a lowly maid. She looks cheerful on the outside, always wearing that professional smile, but her traits reveal a person who is jaded, miserable, and completely rotten on the inside. She is a character that is permanently on the verge of breaking. Nox knows that in the original timeline, before the first act even started, she eventually gave up on life and committed suicide because the pain was too much. He lays back down, wondering what he should do about this ticking time bomb. Saving her would create a massive butterfly effect that could derail the entire game's plot. He knows that by changing her fate, he might be putting a noose around his own neck. The next morning, the sun shines brightly over the estate as Nox prepares for the day. He gathers both Rona and Jitri, announcing that they're heading into the forest to hunt monsters. Rona lets out a scream of terror, completely caught off guard by the sudden request. She stammers that she needs to take a sick leave because her heart can't handle hunting. Jitri, however, gives an immediate and polite understood, her expression never changing. Rona grabs Jitri's hand, begging her not to just agree to everything the crazy young master says. Nox watches them, thinking it's normal for a maid to be scared, but Jitri's lack of fear is unsettling. He notices her hands are trembling slightly, even as she maintains her perfect posture. He smirks and tells Rona that her excuses won't work today, because he knows she's perfectly healthy. Rona continues to wail, but Nox just leans in and gives her a villainous reminder. He tells her that if she doesn't follow orders, he'll start by cutting half of her annual salary. Rona stops crying instantly, her face turning pale as she asks if she should bring a bow or a sword. Nox lets out a rare, genuine laugh, amused by how easily his maid can be motivated by money. Jitri interrupts, her voice calm and level as she addresses the young master. She asks if she should inform Rotwell of their departure before they start the preparations. Nox sighs and tells her to do whatever she needs to do, feeling the weight of her surveillance. He looks at his ring, reminding himself that his top priority is still extending his lifespan. The leaves swirl in the wind as they prepare to head out, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Nox leads the way on horseback, with Rona screaming in the background while they ride into the forest. Up in his office window, Theo stands silently, watching his son leave for the hunt. His expression is unreadable, but it's clear he's waiting for Jitri's first report. Nox doesn't look back, his eyes fixed on the horizon as he prepares to fight for every extra second of life. A lone gray wolf lets out a snarl, lunging at the intruder, but it's already too late. A flash of silver cuts through the air, and the wolf is silenced with a single lethal blow. The black flame ring on Nox's finger pulses as the system confirms he's stolen a tiny bit of the wolf's life force. Nox exhales, wiping the sweat from his brow as he looks at the system notifications. He's gained exactly 2 hours of life from that one kill, which is a decent return for a morning's work. He scans the clearing, wondering if he's finally cleared out all the wolves in this sector. He realizes that if he can gain 2 hours per kill, this grind is his only hope for long-term survival. Jitri approaches him with a water bottle, noting that it's been an hour since they started, and asking if he's tired. Nox takes the bottle, cursing under his breath because his stamina is still draining faster than he'd like. He didn't activate his Hour of the Genius skill to save his life force, but it made the hunt take way longer. He calculates the math, it took an hour to earn 2 hours, so his net gain is only 1 hour of life. His biggest concern is that there is a limited number of monsters in the area, and he's killing them off too fast. In the background, Rona is shrieking as a dead wolf's head rolls toward her, making Nox realize his maids aren't helping. He cries internal tears, realizing his plan for a long and healthy life is in danger of falling apart. He sighs, muttering that the lack of monsters is becoming a serious problem for his schedule. Jitri gives him a strained look, saying most people would think he's insane for wanting more monsters. Nox looks at her, his eyes cold and analytical, sensing she's still playing her role perfectly. The afternoon sun begins to set, casting long shadows through the trees as the hunt ends. Nox decides to call it a day, telling the maids they're heading back to the mansion. Jitri immediately offers to prepare a warm bath for him at the perfect temperature. Nox thinks to himself that she really is a support genius, knowing exactly what he needs before he asks. She gives a bright, flowery smile, looking like the perfect, loyal servant. Rona jumps in, not wanting to be outdone, and offers to clean his entire room from top to bottom. Nox just shrugs and tells her to do what she wants as she rushes off to get her cleaning supplies. Djeetri watches Rona go with a soft smile, looking genuinely happy for a split second. But then Nox stops and calls out her name, his voice dropping an octave into a serious tone. He tells her he has a question for her, and the playful atmosphere vanishes instantly. Djeetri's hands tighten around her apron, her professional mask flickering for a moment. Nox turns his head slightly, asking her one simple, devastating question: "Who do you serve?" Djeetri freezes, her eyes widening as she stammers out a confused "Pardon?" Nox looks at her stats again. He knows no matter how great a sword is, it's useless if it doesn't belong to the wielder. He coldly adds that if he can't use her, he won't hesitate to throw her away like trash. Djeetri is speechless, her face pale as she realizes her cover might have been blown from day one. She tries to defend herself, but Nox cuts her off before she can even start a lie. He tells her he already knows what she wants to say, and that he doesn't need her to explain. He calms down, saying he doesn't intend to interrogate her any further for now. Djeetri flinches as he mentions he's actually thankful she didn't try to lie to his face just now. He tells her that no matter who she serves, he'll think of her as one of his own, for the time being. Djeetri looks down at her shoes, her mind reeling from the fact that Nox is offering her a place despite her spying. Nox tells her that if she needs to, she should feel free to use him as well. He thinks to himself that mutual trust is a luxury they don't have. He believes it's enough for them to just make use of each other, to survive their own tragedies. He looks at her one last time, seeing a mirror of his own desperate struggle in her eyes. Djeetri stands in the fading light, looking jaded and lost as Nox walks away. The moon rises over the estate, and the night brings a new kind of silence. Inside the servants' quarters, a sudden, angry shout breaks the quiet. Rona is complaining to Djeetri about how harsh young Master Nox is being with his training. She mimics his voice, whining about how he expects her to run alongside him just for fun. Djeetri just laughs softly, listening to Rona's ramblings as she writes in her journal. She looks out the window, her smile fading as she thinks about what Nox said earlier. She remembers the rumors she heard about how the young master has completely changed his personality. Back when she was in the Lovelia family, she thought those rumors were just made-up stories. But after seeing him defeat his brothers and clear the forest, she realizes the rumors were true. He is someone who is rapidly solidifying his standing within the most dangerous family in the Empire. She looks at Nox in the courtyard, seeing a man who is standing tall despite the weight on his shoulders. She feels a pang of bitterness, thinking he's totally different from her, a failure who lost her family and her rights. She clutches her locket, replaying his words about making use of him over and over. She wonders what he could possibly mean by that, and what he sees when he looks at her. She picks up her pen, looking at the report she's supposed to send to Theo, and hesitates. Shortly after, a new, groundless rumor begins to spread through the Reinhafer servants' halls. The word is that Djeetri has been officially expelled from her family, and no longer deserves her position. Djeetri walks through the kitchen, ignoring the looks of disdain and the whispers from the other maids. She receives a letter from her uncle, and her hand shakes as she reads the header. The letter calls her incompetent and says she will be held accountable for her family's sins. She is officially stripped of all her rights as a direct descendant, leaving her truly alone in the world. She gives a hollow smile, thinking that this was to be expected from a man who killed her parents. The Reinhafers are a dark family, and she knows they have no use for a commoner with no political backing. She realizes she's just being used as a temporary tool for a good-for-nothing son. She sighs, thinking she no longer has the right to even serve as a maid in this house. She walks down the long corridor, convinced that she will be cut off and replaced very soon. Suddenly, Rona bursts through the door with a bright hello and a big smile. Everyone in the room stops, staring at the girl who is still acting friendly toward the expelled maid. Djeetri looks up, stunned that Rona is still calling her name with such energy. Rona grabs her arm, saying she's been looking everywhere for her and that they need to go quickly. Djeetri wonders if Rona just hasn't heard the rumors yet, or if she's just that oblivious. Rona grips her hand tight, pulling her toward the training grounds without a care in the world. Djeetri is confused, looking at the back of Rona's head as she's dragged along. She asks herself if Rona is just messing with her, or if she really thinks of her as a friend. She thinks that whatever the case is, Rona is doing something incredibly foolish by being seen with her. She looks ahead and sees Nox waiting for them, realizing that both the master and the maid are doing foolish things. The scene shifts to Nox looking out the window, thinking to himself that the end is imminent. He knows Theo likely received the same letter from the Lovelia family and is already making a move. Nox knows that all the crimes framed on Djeetri's father were fabricated by her uncle. He He looks at a butterfly on the window, feeling a sense of helplessness because he knows the risks of intervening. He admits there is no way to know what kind of butterfly effect he'll cause by saving her, but he gives a small, sharp smile, deciding that he's already committed to rewriting this story. The chapter ends on a dark image of Jitri lying in a pool of blood, a haunting vision of her original fate. Birds scatter from the trees as a sudden pained howl echoes through the forest. Nox delivers a brutal downward slash, his blade dripping with blood as another wolf falls. He stands over the carcass, his aura feeling much more intense and harsh than usual. The maids watch from a distance, noting that the young master looks like he's in a particularly foul mood today. Rona whispers to Jitri that Nox used to be a little more merciful during their previous hunts. She wonders why he's suddenly pushing himself so hard and looking so aggressive. Jitri just watches in silence, her brow furrowed as she studies Nox's movements. She feels a sense of unease, realizing that Nox is hunting with a desperate kind of hunger. Nox wipes the blood from his sword, his eyes scanning the dense brush for something specific. He mutters to himself that it should be about time for it to finally appear. He's frustrated, wondering if the hidden event is not going to trigger today either. In the game Inner Lunatic, this forest has a hidden boss that randomly appears when 80% of the mobs are cleared. He was hoping to kill it today to get a massive boost to his stats before leaving for the academy. Suddenly, a high-pitched buzzing sound fills the air, and Nox whips his head around. A blur of orange and black streaks past his face, narrowly missing his eyes. Nox realizes the speed of this new enemy is on a totally different level than the wolves. He smirks, knowing that a hidden boss has finally decided to show its face. A massive, terrifying creature hovers in the clearing. The elite King Wasp! Nox curses, noting that this is going to be a troublesome fight, but not one that he can't win. Jitri screams his name as the wasp lunges forward with its venomous stinger. Time seems to slow down as Jitri's eyes widen in terror, seeing the wasp aim for a lethal spot on Nox's back. In a moment of pure instinct, Jitri lunges forward, throwing herself between Nox and the monster. The stinger pierces through her chest, the force of it lifting her off the ground as blood sprays. Nox is stunned, thinking to himself that he could have easily dodged or blocked that attack on his own. He looks at Jitri's falling body, his mind screaming, "Why did she save me?" He wonders how a girl who wanted to die could run toward a monster to save a villain like him. A cold rage builds up inside him, and he decides to use her sacrifice as an excuse to go all out. He grinds his teeth, his purple eyes glowing with a lethal, murderous intent. The system chimes, the hour of the genius has been activated, and the world turns into a crawl. Flashback to Jitri as a little girl, crying to her mother after falling down and skinning her knee. Her parents used to tell her that the wounds on her knees were a sign of her adventurous spirit, but as she grew up and lost her parents, she realized her wounds never truly healed. The pain in her heart was a wound that she thought would stay open until the day she died. She remembers Nox asking her, "Who do you serve?" and the way he looked at her that day. She realized then that he was the only one who saw her as more than just a tool or a spy. As she feels her life fading, she asks herself one final time, "Who do I serve?" She remembers her father's kind face and the way he used to smile at her. Then she remembers her uncle laughing as he stood over her parents' bodies, claiming the family for himself. She thinks about Nox's offer to use him and his promise to think of her as one of his own. She realizes that even though Nox claimed he was just using her, his actions told a different story. Back in the clearing, Nox finishes the wasp, breathing heavily as the system confirms the kill. He ignores the rewards, rushing to Jitri's side and begging her to hang in there just a little longer. Rona is sobbing next to them, as Nox picks up Jitri's limp body and prepares to run back to the mansion. Jitri opens her eyes slightly, thinking lies as she looks at Nox's face. She wonders if the expression of someone who's just using her would really look this desperate and pained. She wonders why he looks like he's about to cry for someone as worthless as her. She feels a slight tremble in his arms and can hear the raw anger in his voice as he yells for help. For the first time in years, she feels like someone actually cares if she lives or dies. Back at the estate, Theo is reading a report, looking genuinely troubled by the latest developments. Rotwell confirms that the Lovelia family has officially cut Jitri off, making her a political liability. Theo admits he only brought her there to use her as a pawn to take over the Lovelia family eventually. Since they lost their head and are unstable, he thought she would be the perfect entry point. His plan was to bring them into submission through her, but that plan is now dead in the water. He looks at the letter stripping her of her rights, realizing she has zero value to the Reinhafers now. Theo asks Rotwell what he thinks they should do with the useless maid. Rotwell notes that keeping a maid with no family beside Nox will make the academy look down on them, They both agree that they should deal with it quietly, which usually means a death sentence. Suddenly, the doors burst open with a loud bang, interrupting the meeting. A guard stammers an apology for barging in, looking pale and completely panicked. He reports that young Master Knox has just carried back a maid who was lethally injured. Theo's expression shifts to one of irritation as he hears the news. The guard adds that Jitri has been poisoned and is in a very critical state. He reveals that Knox has already used a mandrake purifying potion on her without asking for permission. Theo and Rotwell are stunned. That potion is one of the most expensive items in their entire treasury. Theo asks himself if Knox has already grown attached to a disposable maid so quickly. The scene shifts to the medical ward, where Rona is hovering over Jitri's bed. Dejitri slowly wakes up, and Rona immediately bursts into tears, glad her friend is alive. Dejitri asks what happened, her memory of the fight still blurry from the venom. She remembers jumping in front of the wasp and wonders why on earth she would do something so foolish. Rona tells her that Knox used an incredible antidote on her, even though the doctor said it was too rare to waste. She reveals that Knox ignored the doctor's refusal and threatened to kill him if he didn't save her. Jitri is shocked, thinking Knox's good-for-nothing side really is still alive and well. She clutches the bedsheets, asking herself why he would waste such a fortune on a spy who was meant to die anyway. Rona tells her she needs to rest more, but Jitri asks where Knox is right now. Rona says he went to talk to the Chamberlain and asked to be updated the moment she woke up. She tells Jitri to get plenty of rest and promises to be back soon with some food. The room goes silent as Rona leaves, but Jitri's eyes are filled with a new, heavy resolve. She sits up, her body still weak and bandaged, but she can't stay in this bed anymore. She starts packing a small suitcase, her hands shaking as she folds her few belongings. She tells herself that she shouldn't be here and that she doesn't deserve the kindness Knox showed her. She feels like a burden, a spy who failed her mission and a noble who lost her name. She clutches her parents' locket, her eyes filling with tears as she prepares to run away in the middle of the night. She looks at the happy photo inside one last time, whispering a soft apology to her mother and father. She leaves a note on the table, thanking the young master for saving her life and leaving the pendant as payment. She looks at the note, her face a mask of grief, knowing she has nowhere to go but wanting to save Knox the trouble. She steps out into the hallway, moving as quietly as a ghost through the shadows. But just as she reaches the end of the corridor, she freezes in her tracks. A cold, familiar voice asks her, "Where do you think you're going right now?" Knox is standing at the end of the hall, his silhouette dark against the moonlight, looking like a reaper. His gaze is piercing as he repeats the question, "I asked, where are you going?" And the look on his face says he isn't letting her go anywhere. Knox is a walking corpse with a ticking clock, but he's about to play the most dangerous game of chess with his own family just to buy a few more days of life. He stares down the family doctor, who's more worried about the price of the medicine than the dying girl on the bed. The doctor is shaking, making excuses that he can't use such rare medicine without the patriarch's express permission. On the bed, Jitri looks like a ghost, her maid uniform stained with blood as the poison slowly takes hold of her. Knox's eyes go cold, casting a shadow over his face as he asks the head butler, Rodwell, if he honestly thinks he outranks a member of the Reinhafer bloodline. The doctor immediately folds under the pressure, stammering out an apology while Rona watches from the side, looking completely stressed out. Knox doesn't blink, telling them he'll take the heat and report to his father himself while he grabs the glowing purple potion. The doctor carefully pours the mandrake potion into Jitri's mouth, and almost instantly you can see the color returning to her face as the toxin is neutralized. Seeing that she's finally stable, Knox lets out a quiet breath of relief and turns to leave without making a scene. Rona calls out to him, her eyes wide with shock that her trash master would go this far for a single maid. Without looking back, Knox commands them to report to him the second Jitri opens her eyes, his footsteps echoing down the hall. The scene shifts to the patriarch's study, where the atmosphere is thick enough to choke on. Theo von Reinhafer sits on his throne-like chair, looking amused as he notes how rare it is for his youngest son to come seeking him out. Knox drops to one knee, still covered in blood and grime from the forest, and Theo immediately asks if this is all about that spy maid. Knox keeps his head down, the shadow over his eyes hiding the gears turning in his head. A system window flashes. Knox has activated his master of acting skill to make sure he doesn't slip up in front of the most dangerous man in the Empire. He reminds his father of a promise. Theo said he would grant Knox one single wish. Knox looks up with total conviction, demanding that Jitri de Lovilla, the girl exiled by her own family, be given to him officially. Theo's eyes narrow, searching Knox's face for any sign of weakness or ulterior motive. In Nox's mind, he sees a vision of a glowing butterfly. He knows that saving G-Tree is a massive butterfly effect that will change the game's original story forever. He doesn't care if she was sent to spy on him. That problem is old news compared to the value she brings as an ally. Nox remembers the moment she jumped in front of him in the woods. Seeing her sacrifice herself made him realize something crucial. She gave him the answer she'd been hiding, the proof of where her true loyalty could lie. He thinks back to her looking broken and hopeless, a girl who had given up on living. But through her actions, she showed him that she was worth more than any political pawn. Nox stares at his father, his expression unreadable but his resolve like iron. Theo finally lets out a sigh and agrees, telling Nox that if that's what he wants, he'll make it happen. Nox bows deeply, but as he turns to leave, he suddenly stops in his tracks. He pivots on his heel, his boots clicking against the polished floor. He tells his father he has one more thing to say, sounding like the arrogant brat the world expects him to be. Theo looks back, his interest piqued by his son's sudden boldness. Nox closes his eyes for a second, preparing to drop a bomb. A warning flashes, his acting skill is failing because he's actually getting angry. He tells his father to stop toying with his people, his voice ringing through the massive, empty hall. The scene cuts to a quiet, moonlit hallway in the estate. Nox finds G-Tree standing there with a suitcase, looking ready to disappear into the night. She hesitates, unable to even look him in the eye. With a trembling voice, she tells him she's leaving because there's no place for a traitor like her in this house. Her hands are shaking as she grips the handle of her bag, thanking him for everything he did to save her. Nox doesn't let her finish, his voice firm as he asks her again where she thinks she's going. He demands to know why she isn't doing her job and assisting him like a proper maid should. G-Tree flinches, the shadow of guilt weighing heavy on her. She whispers that he already knows the truth, that the patriarch ordered her to watch him. Tears begin to stream down her face as she confesses to deceiving him from the very start. Nox just stands there, his expression calm as he asks why she's trying so hard to push him away. She screams out that she lied to him, her composure completely breaking. She tells him he has every right to kick her out, so she doesn't understand why he's being so kind. Nox watches her cry, thinking to himself that this raw, honest version of her is much better than the fake smile she used to wear. He sees a person who finally refuses to give up, even when things are at their darkest. Nox casually mentions that people deceive each other all the time, so it's not a big deal to him. When she insists her offense was grave, Nox smirks and tells her that's exactly why she can't leave. He tells her she can't just walk away after offending him without paying him back first. G-Tree looks up, completely stunned by his logic. Nox explains that he doesn't care about her family name or his father's plans. He steps closer, telling her that all he needs are her specific talents. He walks past her, his voice trailing behind as he tells her she belongs by his side until her debt is paid. The final condition is simple. She will stay as his personal maid. G-Tree stands frozen as cherry blossoms, or perhaps just the light seemed to swirl around her in the hallway. The tears keep falling, but this time they aren't from pain. It's the relief of finally being wanted for who she is. She bows her head, officially accepting her new life under Master Nox. She promises to stay by his side until the very end, and Nox knows he's just secured one of the strongest allies in the game. A small, genuine smile plays on Nox's lips as he hears her oath. He reminds her of a question he asked before, "Who do you serve?" He asks her if she finally knows the answer to that. G-Tree looks up with a bright, tearful smile, her golden eyes glowing with a new sense of purpose. Nox nods, knowing they finally understand each other perfectly. The scene jumps forward, the bright morning sun hitting the estate as gossip spreads like wildfire among the servants. Rona is animatedly telling the other maids how Nox practically threatened to kill the doctor to save G-Tree. Suddenly, Nox appears behind her, telling her to stop insulting him right to his face. Nox jokes that she didn't even try to deny the insult, while G-Tree stands behind him, looking much healthier and carrying a laundry basket. Rona freezes in terror, realizing she got caught red-handed gossiping about the boss. She immediately panics and tries to take the heavy laundry from G-Tree, telling her she shouldn't be overworking herself so soon. Rona bolts away with the laundry, leaving Nox and G-Tree alone in the corridor. Nox sighs, rubbing his head and wondering why Rona is always such a magnet for chaos. He turns to G-Tree and reminds her that they're leaving for the Eldane Academy in just 2 months. G-Tree reveals she's already ahead of him, listing off all the books, medicine, and uniforms she's prepared for the trip. She pauses, looking at him thoughtfully as she realizes how much has changed. Nox notices that she doesn't force herself to smile anymore. She looks more comfortable, more alive. They don't need small talk or fake compliments to fill the silence. He knows that in this world, having someone who won't stab you in the back is more valuable than any weapon. Even if they are facing away from each other, he knows she's got his back. The core of their relationship is built on one simple truth: they won't betray each other. Nox smiles to himself, satisfied with how things have turned out. He sits down to read, Jitri standing faithfully by his side as the first chapter of their real journey begins. Inside the quiet library, Jitri breaks the silence by asking Nox if he's really doing okay. Nox looks up from his book, a bit confused by the sudden concern. She tells him that some pretty nasty rumors have started spreading about him lately. Nox is actually impressed. He's already known as the trash of the family, so he wonders what could possibly be worse than that. Jitri blushes, explaining that people think the only reason he's keeping her around is because he's in love with her. Nox's hand twitches on the armrest of his chair as the absurdity of the rumor hits him. In his head, Nox is cringing hard. The shame of having to play this villain role is starting to get to him. He apologizes to Jitri for getting her wrapped up in his mess, but she quickly tells him that's not why she mentioned it. She was just worried that the rumors might make him uncomfortable or ruin his reputation even further. Nox dismisses it, laughing it off and reminding her that everyone already thinks he's an incompetent idiot. He tells her not to lie to him, and she admits she's heard the rumors, and they're even weirder than he thinks. She adds with a nervous face that some people are even calling him a total pervert. Nox buries his face in his hands, wishing the earth would just swallow him whole right now. He tries to convince himself that his image is actually better now. At least he's not just weak trash anymore. Now the servants see him as a capable brat who acts up, which is a step up in the world of dark nobles. But deep down, he knows he needs to strike a balance between being a villain and being powerful. He looks at his hand, reminding himself that in this game world, Nox is a villain who exists to make the hero look good. He has to stay focused because he's not the protagonist of this story. He's just a guy trying to stay alive. He waves off the conversation, telling Jitri to forget about the gossip because they have work to do. He looks at her with a serious face, telling her he has a new task for her. He explains that to survive the Eldine Academy, they both need to be way more prepared than they are now. Jitri asks what kind of preparation he's talking about, her eyes sharp and attentive. Nox knows she has the role trait, meaning once she trusts someone, she's all in. He lets out a small smirk, deciding it's safe to share a bit more of his master plan with her. He tells her he intends to master magic before even setting foot in the academy, and he needs her help to do it. Jitri is visibly shocked, her mouth hanging open for a second. She reminds him that what he's suggesting is actually illegal in the Empire for someone of his rank. Nox just laughs it off, saying he's a good-for-nothing pervert anyway, so what's one more crime? Jitri sighs, realizing her master really knows how to hold a grudge about those rumors. She quickly regains her composure and accepts the order. She tells him she'll start looking for basic magic books that can help him get a head start. Nox watches her leave, thinking to himself how lucky he is to have such a competent tool in his arsenal. Suddenly, a massive ruckus breaks out in the courtyard outside the window. Jitri and Nox both look out, seeing servants scurrying around like ants. They hear the news: Nox's older brother, Grayan, has returned after graduating from the academy. Nox looks down at the massive caravan of carriages and guards entering the estate. His eyes light up. This is it. The chance he's been waiting for to extend his life has finally arrived. Nox gets a dark, determined look on his face, ready to seize the moment. He calls out to Jitri, who looks at him with a mix of curiosity and concern. He tells her with a smirk that he's going to have to go on a faraway mission for a while. Jitri just looks at him, sweating slightly as she wonders what kind of madness he's cooking up now. Below them, the courtyard is packed with supplies and horses, preparing for a long journey. The scene shifts to a grand dining hall with sunlight streaming through the windows. A lavish feast is laid out on the table, complete with wine and desserts. Theo sips his wine, formally congratulating Grain on his graduation from Eldine. Grain von Reinhofer smiles politely, looking every bit the perfect noble son. As Nox watches him eat, he identifies him as the family's second son, another one of his shitty older brothers. Nox activates his discernment skill, and the system windows start popping up over Grain's head. The stats show he's 16 years old, dark element, and possesses a skill called Precise Detection. The system labels him a lustful opportunist who acts polite but is actually a calculating hypocrite. Nox knows the only reason Grayan's true, ugly colors haven't been exposed is because Nox used to be much worse than him. He's a man who's mastered the art of politics, surviving the cutthroat world of the nobility with a smile. He basically played the game of the academy to graduate without ever actually getting his hands dirty. Eldine Academy is famous for its brutal dropout rate. Only half of the students ever make it to graduation. Theo interrupts the meal, asking Grain if he's decided on the date for his departure to Chaders. Grain stops mid-bite, his spoon hovering over his plate. He confirms that he'll be heading south to Chaders in exactly 3 days. Theo nods, knowing that this time of year, a trip to Chaders is always a monster hunting mission. Chaders is a neutral territory in the south, right on the edge of a massive, undeveloped desert. It's a barren wasteland swarming with monsters and dangerous bandits, a literal hellhole. Grain's mission from the Imperial family is to stop a massive monster wave from wiping out the region. In this empire, you have to complete your first official mission from the Emperor to be recognized as a true knight. Grain explains that the winter always brings monsters to Chaders, and the Imperial family wants to take early action. The land might be worthless, but if Chaders falls, the neighboring territories will be next on the menu. Theo looks Grain in the eye, warning him not to bring any shame to the Reinhafer name during this mission. Grain puts a hand over his heart, promising to uphold the family's honor with a deceptive smirk. Nox watches them, knowing that this mission is much more than just a monster hunt. In the game, this side story is linked to several massive, complicated plotlines that change everything. Nox wipes his mouth, thinking about the massive rewards he can gain if he plays his cards right. Nox speaks up, asking his brother if he's really heading to Chaders. He looks at Grain with a fake, friendly smile and asks if he can tag along on the mission. The room goes dead silent as Grain and Theo both stare at Nox like he's grown a second head. Grain recovers his smile, asking Nox if he even knows how dangerous Chaders actually is. Nox casually recites the facts about the monster attacks and the rising bandit forces, showing he's not just talking nonsense. Grain notes that he's been hearing a lot of rumors about Nox's recent exploits. Nox knows Grain is currently using his precise detection skill to try and read his emotions. Grain asks if it's true that Nox cleared the forest of missing children with the daughter of the Steelenor family. Nox confirms it, knowing that Grain's skill works by sensing restlessness and lower stats in his targets. Grain lists off Nox's recent victories, beating his brothers and taking in a commoner maid. Nox's steel mentality trait kicks in, completely blocking Grain's detection skill as Nox smiles and confirms everything. Grain sighs, realizing he can't read Nox at all, and tries to sound like a caring older brother. He tells Nox he can't let him come along, claiming he doesn't want to be the one responsible for bringing home Nox's corpse. Suddenly, someone at the table calls for a wait. Theo stands up, surprising both of his sons as he says he can guarantee that Nox won't die. Theo gives the order. Grain is to take Nox with him on the mission to Chaders. Grain jumps out of his chair, yelling in protest as his perfect mission just got complicated. Theo's face goes dark, his eyes glowing with purple mana as he tells Grain that this is a direct order. Theo's gaze is cold and terrifying, leaving no room for argument. Nox watches this play out, his face calm even as his heart races. Theo announces the family will provide all the supplies and tells them to be ready to leave in 3 days. As the doors slam shut, the room is left in a heavy, awkward silence. Nox is sweating, wondering why his father gave permission so easily. It feels like a trap. He stares at the closed door, thinking about Theo's hidden motivations. He knows his father is always up to something, and this support usually comes with a deadly price. Grain suddenly rounds on Nox, his polite mask finally cracking. He asks Nox if he's really lost his mind, a vein popping in his forehead from the frustration. Nox just shrugs, joking that being crazy is kind of his thing lately, which only makes Grain even angrier. Grain snaps, grabbing Nox by the collar and pulling him close, his eyes filled with pure malice. He growls that it would be a shame if Nox got injured before they even reached Chaders. Suddenly, a bottle of wine slips from a maid's hand nearby. Nox flinches as the glass shatters on the floor between them. Jitri stands there, looking clumsy as she breaks up the fight, while Nox realizes she just saved him from a physical confrontation. She bows repeatedly, apologizing to Master Nox and begging him to let her clean his clothes in private. Grain clicks his tongue in annoyance, looking at the worthless maid with pure disgust before letting go of Nox's collar. Nox fixes his shirt, casually telling his brother that his maid made a mistake and they'll have to cut the reunion short. He turns his back on Grain and walks away with Jitri, leaving his brother fuming in the dining hall. As he walks, Nox glances back over his shoulder, his eyes cold and calculating. He tells Grain he'll see him in 3 days for the departure, and Grain grinds his teeth so hard you can almost hear it. Grain's hand trembles with rage as he watches the trash walk away with his head held high. Once they're safely in the hallway, Nox whispers a quick thanks to Jitri for the backup. Nox jokes that she's surprisingly good at causing trouble, but Jitri looks at him with a serious, worried expression. She asks if he's really going through with this. Chaders isn't a game, it's a death trap for someone in his condition. Suddenly, a booming voice screams "Young Master Nox" from down the hall. The shout is so loud it literally shakes the screen, and Nox flinches as the noise echoes through the estate. Rona comes sprinting toward them, her face flushed and her brown hair flying in every direction. Nox looks at her, deadpan, wondering if she's forgotten that he's actually her boss and she shouldn't be screaming at him. He notes that news sure spreads fast in this house, and he wonders why everyone is so shocked that a good-for-nothing is going on a mission. Jitri sides with Rona this time, looking equally stressed about Nox's decision. She points out that there are hundreds of monsters and bandits in Chaders, and Nox is basically walking into a meat grinder. Nox clenches his fist, thinking to himself that this is exactly why he has to go. It's his only chance to harvest life and extend his timer. He tells them both to stay behind and stay safe while he handles the subjugation. Jitri cuts him off, her voice firm and her eyes glowing with resolve. She stands tall, towering over Nox with a look of pure determination. She declares that as his exclusive maid, it is her duty to assist him no matter where he goes, and that includes the battlefield. Nox warns her that she could get seriously hurt or even killed out there. Jitri doesn't flinch, telling him that the same applies to him, so there's no reason she should stay behind. She reminds him that Rona told her how weak and prone to illness he actually is, and they both nod in sync. Nox feels a literal physical pain in his chest as they list off all his flaws. He forgets things, he's sickly, and he can't even wash his own clothes. Jitri closes her eyes, asking him point-blank if he really thinks he can survive a long journey without her. Nox sighs, realizing that even though this started as a game, these trivial daily details are now a life-or-death reality. He looks at her, realizing that if he dies in Chaders, Jitri's position in the Reinhafer family will be finished. He figures she probably feels like she has no choice but to follow him to ensure her own survival. Finally, Nox gives in and agrees to let her come along, but he sets one condition: she has to follow his every order and learn how to ride his undead horse, Carl. Jitri mentions she's already gotten pretty close to the terrifying spectral horse, which shocks the hell out of Rona. She explains that she spent half of her salary on top-grade sugar cubes, and Carl apparently has a massive sweet tooth. Rona tries to feed Carl some hay, but the horse just snorts and turns his head away, acting like a total diva. Nox chuckles, thinking that the beast is just as petty and stubborn as its master. He tells Rona she's staying behind to hold down the fort while he and Jitri make the final preparations. As he walks away, he glances back at Jitri, wondering if he's doing the right thing by bringing her into the line of fire. Rona watches them go, looking like she's about to burst into tears from the worry. Suddenly, a heavy knock echoes through the room. Rodwell, the head butler, enters and bows, telling Nox that the patriarch has an item he wants to give him. Nox is suspicious. Why would his cold-blooded father suddenly be handing out gifts? He remembers Theo taking his side during the dinner and realizes the old man is definitely plotting something. The moon hangs high over the estate, casting a silver light over the dark towers. Nox enters Theo's study, where the air is thick with tension and the smell of old parchment. He bows politely, asking what his father has summoned him for. Theo looks down at a long wooden box, telling Nox that whether he can actually obtain this item depends entirely on him. Theo slides the lid open, revealing a massive, intricately designed longsword with a dark, heavy blade. He reveals it's the sword of the very first Reinhafer patriarch, and Nox's eyes go wide with shock. The words "First Patriarch's Sword" echo in Nox's mind, sending a chill down his spine. Nox breaks out into a cold sweat as he looks at the weapon. Theo watches his son's reaction, his face a mask of calculation. Nox realizes that this item never appeared in the Inner Lunatic game. It's a completely unknown variable. Even as a veteran player who cleared the world 27 times, he's never even heard of this blade existing. He struggles to understand the current situation. Why would Theo give a legendary relic to the trash son? Regardless of the reason, Nox knows he has to get his hands on it if he wants to survive Chaders. He looks closer, noticing the blade looks worn and dull, like it's been through 1,000 wars. Theo notices Nox's hesitation and mentions that the sword probably looks like garbage to an untrained eye. He explains that this blade accompanied the first patriarch for his entire life, through every victory and every loss. Theo's voice is nostalgic as he describes the sword's history, while Nox sees a vision of the ancient warrior wielding the blade. Nox asks what the test is, and Theo simply tells him to try and pick it up. Nox takes a deep breath, steeling himself for whatever is about to happen. His hand reaches out toward the hilt, his fingers closing around the cold leather grip. The metal clinks as he lifts the sword out of the velvet-lined box. The second he lifts it, a massive explosion of purple mana erupts from the blade, filling the entire room with a dark aura. Nox's eyes bulge as he feels his own mana being violently ripped out of his body. The sword is literally eating his soul, and pops up as he realizes the danger he's in. The blade's color begins to shift and glow as it drinks in Nox's energy, the dark mist swirling around him. Theo watches with a cold smirk, noting that Nox has already started to sense the true power of the weapon. Nox is gasping for air, his vision starting to blur from the sudden drain. Theo walks past him, sounding almost bored as he explains the sword's secret. He tells him that the blade doesn't just absorb mana, it takes everything its master has to offer. And then, it unleashes that power severalfold, turning the user into a god of destruction. Nox realizes this isn't just a powerful weapon, it's a double-edged sword that could kill him before he even swings it. His legs start to wobble as he struggles to keep his footing under the massive pressure. The mana flares up again, the sound of the energy humming through the room like a swarm of bees. A red warning window flashes in front of his eyes, pulsing with urgency. The system informs him that his mana is being absorbed at a rapid, lethal rate. To make matters worse, his Stirafeking skill is becoming unstable because his physical condition is failing. Nox's face is contorted in pain as he realizes that if this keeps up, he's going to die right here in his father's study. Theo turns back to him, his voice echoing through the chaos. He tells Nox the final requirement. If he wants to keep the sword, he just has to last for 10 minutes, without letting go. 10 minutes feels like an eternity when your very life force is being sucked into a piece of metal. Nox grinds his teeth, cursing his father in his head for this insane, murderous test. Theo looks on with a dark, satisfied grin as he reveals the name of the legendary blade, Stormbringer. The system panel pops up. This thing is currently in a weakened state, but the aura coming off it is anything but weak. It's a growth-type weapon that scales from intermediate to advanced, and its special effect is terrifying. It converts every kill into stats by absorbing your mana. Nox is sweating bullets, feeling his energy being drained just by standing there. The sword works like a battery. Once it sucks up enough mana, it discharges a massive burst of power. But Nox has a problem. He's already out of mana, and the system is switching the power source to his literal life force. A dark red mist starts swirling around him as the sword begins forcefully converting his remaining days into energy. Nox curses as his death timer starts ticking down even faster. He's losing hours by the second. He tries to drop the sword, thinking it's better to give up than to die right here in his father's office. But his hands are locked on. The sword won't let him go. He's trembling, blood starting to leak from his mouth as he fights the blade's hunger. Theo stands there like a statue, watching his son struggle without lifting a finger to help. He's observing Nox's every move with those cold, calculating purple eyes. Nox's arm is turning black from the mana strain, nearly fading into the shadows. Stormbringer is a cursed relic, a blade that gives godlike power but brings ruin to anyone who holds it. The first patriarch used it to build the Reinhafer family, but for generations, none of his descendants were strong enough to tame it. Theo knows that 90% of people collapse instantly, and even lasting 10 minutes is considered a legendary feat. Even a beast like Theo can only manage to hold the sword for barely an hour before it starts eating him alive. Yet he's forcing his youngest son, who hasn't even mastered mana control, to endure this torture. Theo realizes that every major incident lately, from saving the maid to winning the duel, has Nox at the center of it. It's clear to the patriarch now, his son is growing. Nox collapses to one knee, the ground cracking beneath the weight of the sword's pressure. Theo thinks to himself that Nox might actually have the talent to become a sword emperor. That's why he's testing him. If Nox can last these 10 minutes, he's destined for greatness. He could become the greatest leader the Reinhafer family has ever seen. Suddenly, the room shakes with a violent surge of power. Nox slams the blade down, a guttural scream escaping his lungs as he fights through the pain. He's panting, his vision blurring, but he's still holding on. He grinds his teeth, his resolve hardening even as his body fails. Theo sees it in Nox's eyes, a spark of someone who might eventually grow strong enough to surpass him. Theo finally steps forward, noting that Nox has been hiding his true strength all along. Nox looks up, confused and exhausted, wondering what the hell his father is talking about. Theo tells him the test is over. The sword officially belongs to Nox now. Nox is left gasping for air on the floor, the sword finally going quiet. He curses his father under his breath, wanting his lost life force back. 3 days later, the sun rises over the expedition as the Reinhafer forces head out for the Chater's subjugation. Djitri is following closely behind, happy that her dimensional pouch is holding all their gear. Nox looks like he's in a terrible mood, staring dead ahead with hollow eyes. Djitri watches him from behind, wondering why he looks so depressed when he's been waiting for this mission. Nox sighs, thinking about the bonus item Theo gave him along with the life-sucking sword. He's not feeling thankful at all after seeing how many days that blade shaved off his life. He narrows his eyes as he hears a commotion up ahead. Grain is riding in front, acting like a big shot even though he's making Nox carry all the extra supplies. Suddenly, Grain stops, yelling out for someone named Nia. The guards are arguing, realizing they've already managed to get lost in the forest. Grain looks annoyed, asking when they'll actually arrive if they keep spinning in circles. He snaps at Ron, the captain of the knights he hired to guide them. Ron stammers out an apology, admitting he's never actually taken this route before. Grain calls them all idiots, but Nox just watches the disaster unfold from the back. Jitri looks at Nox, noticing that he doesn't seem worried at all. Nox tells her he wasn't calling her an idiot, he was talking about the incompetent buffoons leading the group. He kicks his horse into gear, moving toward the front of the line. He calls out to his brother, getting Grain's attention. Nox points out that they've clearly gotten themselves into a mess. Grain tells Nox to mind his own business and stay in the back where he belongs. Nox just smirks, bluntly stating that they've lost their way. Grain turns around, furious that his trash brother is calling him out in front of the men. Nox confidently claims that he's the only one who can actually get them to Chaters. Grain is stunned, unable to believe the audacity of the claim. In his head, Grain is laughing. Nox has never even left the mansion, so how could he be a pathfinder? Nox tells Grain to hire him as the guide, lying through his teeth that the family vassals complimented his navigation skills. Grain and Jitri both look at him with total doubt, knowing he's just making stuff up. Grain thinks for a second. If Nox fails, it'll be the perfect excuse to humiliate him. He decides to let Nox lead, hoping to crush his brother's growing confidence. With a fake smile, Grain tells him to take the lead and show them what he's got. Nox smirks, knowing exactly what he's doing. "This way," he commands, steering his horse into the thick brush. By nightfall, the camp is set up and the fires are roaring. The hired knights are losing their minds, wondering how the hell Nox found the right path so fast. Grain is fuming. This part of the south hasn't even been mapped, yet Nox navigated it like it was his own backyard. He screams at his men, refusing to believe that Nox is just that much better than them. Nox watches the chaos from the shadows of his tent, looking completely bored. He thinks to himself that this is easy work for a veteran player who's beaten the game 27 times. He's visited Chaters hundreds of times in the game, he knows every rock and tree in this forest. Jitri approaches him, asking the question on everyone's mind: how did he find the way? Nox points to the ground, telling her to look closely at the dirt. Jitri leans in, spotting something odd. Nox explains that the claw marks and feathers on the ground belong to an owlbear. It's a massive beast with a bear's body and an owl's head, and they only live on the border of Chaters. Jitri pales, asking if it's really safe to set up camp in a monster's habitat. Nox reassures her that owlbears are terrified of fire, so they won't come near a camp this big. Nearby, the soldiers are whispering that Nox is a much better leader than Grain ever was. Grain hears them and shuts them up, his face contorted with pure jealousy. He turns to his butler Schultz, reminding him that the twins, Hartz and Allen, lost to Nox. Schultz confirms it, and you can see the wheels turning in Grain's head. He decides he needs to see Nox's true strength by putting him in a life-or-death situation. Schultz smirks, reaching into his pocket and saying he has the perfect item for the job. He pulls out a bag of soil that's been soaked in something foul. Grain lets out a dark laugh, clearly planning something nasty for his brother. He mutters that it's going to be a very long night for Nox. The scene shifts to the middle of the night, the campfire dying down as the camp sleeps. Deep in the bushes, a massive, shadowy figure with tusks starts sniffing the air. The monster creeps closer to Nox's tent, the rustling of leaves the only sound in the dark. Inside, Nox's eyes snap open. He felt that. He sits up calmly, grabbing Stormbringer and realizing that the festivities have finally started. Jitri wakes up in a panic, seeing Nox reaching for his sword. Nox tells her to stay in the tent and wait, his voice cold as he steps out into the moonlight to meet his guests. Nox steps out into the cool night air, facing down the massive silhouettes looming at the edge of the camp. A giant blue-skinned ogre let out a low growl, its eyes glowing with hunger. Nox counts them, 4 ogres. He knows exactly why they're here. He looks at a patch of dirt near his tent that's glowing with a strange dark energy. He realizes Grain used soil mixed with female ogre pheromones to lure the males directly to his tent during mating season. Grain probably thought he could scare Nox or get him killed, but he picked the wrong night to mess with a pro gamer. Nox unsheathes Stormbringer, smirking as he tells the sword it's time to eat some life force. The system pings. The artifact is responding to Nox's mana and his iron will. With a blur of motion, Nox vanishes, leaving only a trail of purple light. One of the ogres barely has time to roar before Nox is on top of him. He swings the massive blade down with incredible speed, cutting through the air like butter. A A shockwave of energy explodes outward as Nox hits the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Leaves and dirt fly everywhere as Nox dances through the chaos. The ogres try to swing their clubs, but they're too slow. Nox is already behind them. He leaps into the air, the moon framing him as he prepares another strike. A flash of blue and purple light blinds the monsters as Nox unleashes Stormbringer's power. He slams the sword into the neck of the lead ogre, the impact shaking the entire forest floor. The other 3 ogres freeze in terror as their leader is decapitated in a single move. Nox's eyes are glowing with a terrifying intensity, blood splattered across his face. He doesn't stop, spinning like a whirlwind and carving through the remaining monsters. Dark energy flows from the blade into Nox's body, fueling his movements and keeping him going. The last ogre tries to scream for help, but Nox's blade is already through its chest. The monster collapses into a heap of blue flesh and blood. Nox wipes the blade, admitting to himself that this sword is actually pretty damn good. He was worried it would drain him like it did in the mansion, but in actual combat, the life it steals from enemies balances it out. He smirks, realizing that his father might have unintentionally given him the perfect tool for survival. He senses another movement and swings the sword effortlessly. It feels like the blade is an extension of his own arm, moving exactly where he wants it to. Nox looks around at the bodies, disappointed that there's only one left alive to finish off. The final ogre is shaking, its club falling from its hands as it realizes it's facing a monster far scarier than itself. The beast tries to run away into the dark, but Nox isn't about to let his EXP walk away. Nox whistles, and out of the shadows his undead warhorse appears. The horse's mane bursts into blue spectral flames as it lets out a ghostly neigh. Nox vaults onto the horse's back in one smooth motion, leveling his sword. They charge through the forest at breakneck speed, the ground thundering beneath Carl's hooves. Nox leans in close, his focus absolute as they close the gap. One final swing, and the last ogre's head goes flying into the brush. The massive body hits the ground with a dull thud, and finally, the forest goes quiet. Nox huffs a breath of air as the system panel glows. He's gained 1 day and 9 hours of life for defeating the group. Dejitri runs out from the tent, her face pale as she asks if he's okay. Nox tells her he told her to wait inside, but she's too focused on the fact that ogres are attacking the very entrance of the forest. Nox looks at the blood on his hands, stating coldly that someone intentionally lured them here. Dejitri gasps, the realization of what he's saying hitting her. Nox sees Grain's face in his mind, the snake who tried to set him up. He explains that Grain set his own tent up far away because he knew the pheromones would only target Nox's area. Dejitri realizes Grain is trying to keep Nox in check by any means necessary. Nox pets Carl, telling the horse it can go back to sleep now. He figures Grain sees him as a threat to the succession and wanted to gather info on his strength using a cowardly plan. But Nox decides he needs to teach his older brother that those kind of games don't work on him. Dejitri watches nervously as Nox kneels down by one of the dead ogres. Nox asks her if she knows how to lure in even more monsters. He pulls out an empty glass bottle and begins collecting the ogre's blood. He explains that ogre blood is a beacon for every other predator in the area. He tells her that ogres are a lot like humans. They're very big on revenge. If they smell the blood of their fallen brothers on a specific area, they'll swarm it until nothing is left. The scene shifts to Grain's tent, where a glowing mana detection crystal starts vibrating violently. Grain wakes up, confused as to why the magic tool is giving off such a strong reaction. It's a high-grade tool meant to detect monster mana in the vicinity, and right now, it's going off like a bomb. He wonders if the tool is faulty, since they're still at the very edge of the forest. But then, he feels the ground shake. There's no way a monster this strong should be appearing here. Grain starts to panic, his fake noble composure completely shattering. Schultz bursts into the tent, screaming at the top of his lungs for Grain to evacuate immediately. Grain demands to know what the hell is happening outside. The shout from outside confirms his worst nightmare. The ogres! Dozens of ogres have swarmed Grain's camp, tearing through the tents and the guards in a blind rage. Grain trembles, cursing his luck as he realizes his camp is the one under siege. The forest is filled with the sounds of screaming men and roaring beasts as a massive explosion of light hits the horizon. By morning, the camp is a total wreck. Dead monsters and broken crates are scattered everywhere. Grain is standing in the middle of the mess, screaming at his men for being idiots. He grabs one of his guards, demanding to know if they accidentally planted the pheromone soil on his tent instead of Nox's. The guard is sweating, swearing that he definitely put the bait on Nox's tent just like he was told. Suddenly, Nox walks out of his perfectly intact tent, letting out a long, dramatic yawn. He asks Dejitri if it isn't a refreshing morning, while Grain looks like he's about to have a heart attack. Nox sits down on a crate, casually inviting Jitri to come over and eat breakfast with him. She hesitates, saying a maid shouldn't eat with her master, but Nox points out they're on a dangerous mission. He adds with a mischievous grin that it's better for her to stay close in case monsters appear again. Jitri looks at him, remembering the dozens of ogres that just wrecked Grayan's camp. She sighs, thinking that her master is a little too shameless when it comes to getting revenge. Nox just laughs, telling her she'll have to get used to his way of doing things. Grain is seen in the background, barking orders to pack up and leave this cursed spot immediately. Nox eats his soup, looking completely unbothered by the chaos he caused. The blood-stained tents are being thrown away, Grain's forces looking like they've already been through a war. Jitri asks Nox if they should help Grain's team, worried they'll keep getting chased by monsters. Nox takes another bite of soup and gives her a flat nope. Jitri is stunned. If they don't help, the ogres will just keep coming back for blood. Nox points out that as they move further into the forest, more ogres will definitely find them. He thinks to himself that this is exactly what he wanted, a constant stream of enemies to farm for life force. He needs those ogres to keep appearing if he wants to extend his timer past a few months. He hands his bowl to Jitri, telling her they'll be needing more ogres very soon. The message is clear. He's not here for a mission, he's here for a harvest. Nox stands up, looking out over the valley with a predatory gaze. The ground starts to rumble again, the sound of heavy footsteps echoing through the trees. Nox tells everyone to pack up and depart. The next wave is already on its way. He checks his belt, making sure Stormbringer is ready for its next meal. In the distance, an ogre scout watches the camp from behind the bushes. Suddenly, the scout is pulled into the shadows by something much faster and stronger. The monster has enough time to look confused for 1 second. Then, a massive appears as it's crushed into the ground by an unseen force. The second day of the expedition begins, with the morning light hitting the jagged mountains of the south. Nox stands on a ridge, using a simple branch to map out the terrain in the dirt. He notes that Chaders is still a long way off, but he's already mastered the layout of this entire area. Grain rides up to him, looking exhausted and stressed after the night's attack. He asks Nox what he plans to do about the ogres that are still tracking their scent. Nox gives him a smug look, saying that shaking them off will be a piece of cake. He points out that a large-scale battle right here would just draw in every other monster for miles. Grain looks skeptical, doubting that Nox can actually lead them out without any more casualties. Nox notices that the soldiers are already looking to him for orders instead of his brother. He starts tapping the ground rhythmically with his wooden staff. One of the soldiers asks him why he keeps making that weird noise against the dirt. Nox tells them it's because monsters could appear at any second. The soldiers freak out, looking around the quiet forest in a total panic. Nox just smirks, knowing he's successfully baited something much bigger than an ogre. Suddenly, the earth beneath them starts to crack and bulge violently. Jitri's eyes go wide as she feels the vibrations through her boots. The horses start screaming and rearing back as the ground literally explodes. Nox stays perfectly calm on his horse as a massive fissure opens up right in front of the caravan. "Here it comes!" Nox yells, a predatory grin on his face. Out of the hole leaps a gargantuan, pinkish beast, the worm. It's a massive, segmented monster with a circular mouth filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. The beast towers over the group, its roar shaking the very leaves off the trees. In this world, it's a creature that looks like a cross between a snake and an earthworm. According to gamer lore, it's actually a malformed dragon that never fully developed. It can't use magic, but it's so physically strong that even 10 ogres couldn't take it down easily. Nox admits that he was actually looking for this specific monster all morning. He laughs to himself, knowing the soldiers would be terrified if they knew he summoned it on purpose by tapping the ground. Nox commands everyone to pull back and hide in the bushes immediately. Grain is confused, asking if they aren't going to attack while the beast is out in the open. Nox gives him a wicked smile, telling him the plan is to let our enemies defeat our enemies. He hears the ogres approaching from the other side, lured by the worm's roar. The ogres let out a massive battle cry as they emerge from the trees. Nox thinks to himself that he never had any intention of shaking the ogres off in the first place. The massive lead ogre slams its club into the ground, ready for a turf war. Jitri grabs Nox's arm, terrified as she sees the group of ogres catching up to them. She tells him there are way too many of them to handle this time. Nox puts a hand on his sword, telling her not to worry, because he has a special trick in mind. He asks her if she knows what monster the worm loves to eat, but hates the most at the same time. Jitri looks at him, confused, as a massive shadow falls over the forest. "It's ogres," Nox says, just as the worm lunges forward. The worm's mouth opens wide, catching an ogre mid-air and crushing it instantly. Blood sprays everywhere as the worm starts thrumming with excitement. Nox explains that ogres are the worm's main food source, and the two species have been arch-enemies for centuries. He notes that a skilled adventurer knows how to use this natural hatred to their advantage. The worm slams its tail down, crushing another two ogres into the dirt. The remaining monsters let out a collective scream as they swarm the giant worm, trying to take it down. Jitri watches in awe, realizing the two monster groups are completely ignoring the humans. Grain is peeking from behind a tree, cursing as he wonders how Nox knew they would attack each other. He's losing his mind over the fact that Nox seems to know everything about this unexplored region. Nox kneels in the bushes, calmly picking up a handful of small stones. The battle is a total bloodbath, with the worm tossing ogres around like ragdolls. Suddenly, Nox stands up and throws a stone with incredible force. The rock hits one of the dying ogres right in the head with a sharp crack. He starts pelting all the weakened monsters, his accuracy being 100%. Jitri asks him what the hell he's doing, terrified he'll draw their attention to their hiding spot. But the system pings. Nox's strength stat has increased by 0.1 for every hit. He smirks at Jitri, apologizing for the scare as the system grants him another 8 hours of life. In gamer logic, he only needs to damage the ogres once to get the full EXP when the worm eventually kills them. Nox watches the worm swallow the last ogre, his eyes fixed on the remaining monster. The worm lets out one final roar of victory as the last ogre is crushed. Nox notes that it's finally over. Now it's time for the cleanup. Grain is panicking, realizing that the worm won the fight, and they are the only snacks left. He frantically asks what they should do now that the monsters are done fighting each other. He knows his team isn't strong enough to kill a malformed dragon, and he's already thinking of how to escape safely. But Nox's voice rings out, commanding everyone to prepare for a coordinated attack. The soldiers look at him like he's insane, their legs shaking with fear. Nox steps out into the open, drawing Stormbringer and looking at the giant worm like it's a pile of loot. He tells the archers and spearmen to aim for the mouth. It's the only soft spot the monster has. The soldiers are so inspired by Nox's bravery that they actually follow his lead, shouting his name. A hail of arrows and spears flies into the air, hitting the worm directly in its open maw. The beast screams in pain, thrashing its massive body around as it gets pelted from all sides. "It's my turn now," Nox says, his aura flaring up into a bright white light. He activates Whir of the Genius, and suddenly the world around him slows to a crawl. In slow motion, the arrows are suspended in the air, and the falling leaves are frozen in time. The soldiers are still in mid-shout, their expressions locked in a state of battle frenzy. Nox sprints across the battlefield, his movements so fast they leave golden trails in the air. He kicks off a piece of debris, launching himself high above the worm's head. The internal gears of the death timer appear in his mind, spinning faster as he drains his life for this one strike. He brings Stormbringer down in a massive overhead cleave, the blade glowing with blinding energy. The sword slices through the worm's thick hide like it's nothing, creating a massive explosion of mana. Nox spins in mid-air as the monster is literally split in half by the force of the blow. He sticks the landing perfectly, skidding across the dirt as the two halves of the worm collapse. The monster hits the ground with a sound like a mountain falling, and then silence. The system panel flashes, life extended by 10 days for defeating the worm. Nox checks his total. He's got 122 days left now. He's actually making progress. He looks at the corpse, admitting that without the ogres softening it up, that fight would have been way harder. Suddenly, another notification pops up. His stamina has reached 5, and the blessing of growth trait has finally disappeared. He thinks back to the day he used that hidden piece to fix his broken stats, feeling a bit of nostalgia. Nox clenches his fist, feeling the new power flowing through his body. He's finally reaching a baseline for a real warrior. Jitri and the soldiers run up, asking if he's hurt anywhere. Nox tells them he's fine and compliments them on the good work they did as backup. The soldiers are cheering, completely won over by Nox's incredible combat skills. Nox tells them to reorganize quickly, since they still have a long road ahead to Chaders. Suddenly, the ground near the worm's corpse starts cracking open again. Nox's head snaps around. He sensed another massive presence. Another worm bursts out of the ground, even bigger and angrier than the first one. Nox realizes he doesn't have enough mana for another hour of the genius burst. He tells everyone to get out of the way, preparing to face the monster head-on with pure martial arts. The worm lunges at Nox, its mouth open wide enough to swallow a horse hole. Suddenly, a flash of blue and white light cuts across the screen, moving too fast to see. The second worm is instantly decapitated, its head sliding off its body in one clean cut. Nox stands frozen, wondering what just happened and who could have moved that fast. A mysterious man with purple hair and a monocle appears through the mist, a smug look on his face as he stares at Nox. This guy is definitely trouble. Nox stares at the man standing over the dead monster, wondering what the hell a legend like him is doing here so early in the story. This is the Sword Genius, a guy whose name alone sends shivers down the spines of the strongest warriors. In the game, he's the strongest character, one of the 3 Sword Emperors, and a direct student of Celsus. The man introduces himself as Paracelsus, flashing a cocky smirk and asking Nox if he's even going to say thanks for the save. Nox breaks into a cold sweat, knowing full well that this guy absolutely despises nobles with every fiber of his being. One of Grain's guards steps forward, screaming at Paracelsus for being an impudent bastard who doesn't know who he's talking to. Paracelsus just mocks them with a fake apology, asking who they are while clearly not giving a damn. He introduces himself simply as a mercenary, hiding his true status as a legendary swordmaster. Nox thinks back to the game's lore. He knows Paracelsus's hatred for the upper class is justified, but the timing is all wrong. In every playthrough Nox finished, he never encountered Paracelsus before the Eldine Academy started, making this a total wildcard. Nox clenches his fist, realizing that his actions are shifting the world's timeline faster than he can keep up with. He stands his ground as Paracelsus eyes him up, likely weighing whether to help them or cut them down where they stand. The knight asks to check the mercenary's identity, but Nox is too busy calculating his next move to care about paperwork. The sunset paints the sky in shades of orange and gold as the tension in the forest finally starts to simmer down. The caravan continues its journey, the horses trotting through the thick autumn leaves toward their destination. Grain calls out to Paracelsus, noting that he's quite the talented mercenary for someone traveling alone. Paracelsus lets out a bored sigh, confirming that he's heading to Chaders because it's a good spot for hunting monsters this time of year. Nox stays silent, but he's thinking hunting monsters is just a cover for this guy's real training. He remembers that Paracelsus traveled the entire empire to hone his skills before the school year began. Grain notes how confident the young man is, and decides he wants that power under his own thumb. He offers Paracelsus a handsome payment to join his command and help with the subjugation mission. Grain flashes his most charming, noble smile, thinking he can buy loyalty with a bag of gold. Paracelsus hums, looking over at Grain with a gaze that says he sees right through the act. He admits he's curious about the sons of the Sword Emperor Theo, but his tone is dripping with hidden sarcasm. Nox keeps his eyes forward, refusing to get drawn into Grain's petty recruitment game. The guards are offended by Paracelsus's tone, but Grain tells them to back off, giving the mercenary time to think about the offer. Nox knows he needs to recruit this guy for himself eventually. A man who can kill a giant worm in one shot is a must-have ally. Grain smirks to himself, already planning how he'll use Paracelsus to steal the spotlight back from Nox. The forest finally thins out, revealing a glimpse of the village ahead through the dying trees. As they crest the hill, the full scale of the Chaders region comes into view under the fading light. Nox announces that they've finally arrived, but there's no joy in his voice. The village looks even more miserable and deserted in person than it did when Nox was just clicking through the game. Grain looks around in disgust at the rats scurrying through the empty barrels, his noble sensibilities clearly offended. A small, dirty girl approaches the group, her hands trembling as she begs for something to eat. Grain doesn't even look at her, riding past like she's just part of the scenery. Nox watches the girl, a shadow falling over his eyes as he realizes how far this place has fallen. The girl's eyes well up with tears as she's ignored, her hope fading with every noble that passes her by. Paracelsus watches the interaction from the back, his face turning into a mask of pure contempt for the noble expedition. He clicks his tongue, his hatred for the upper class reaching a boiling point after seeing their coldness. A man steps out to meet the caravan, looking weary but professional. He introduces himself with a tired bow. This is Tygon, the security chief who's been desperately holding this dying village together. He recognizes the Reinhafer brothers immediately, hoping their arrival means the end of their nightmare. Paracelsus watches Nox and Grain, thinking to himself that meeting these noble sons was a massive disappointment. He had high expectations for the Reinhafer family, but so far, all he sees are arrogant brats. He remembers Nox's sword technique from earlier. It was decent, but it wasn't enough to change his mind about them. To him, they're just sheltered kids playing soldier while the rest of the world starves. He looks away, his eyes full of disdain as he prepares to head his own way. Nox looks around the village, realizing the entire infrastructure is failing and the people are beyond desperate. He knows the local Night Order is corrupt, stealing money while the villagers are left to die during the monster waves. Seeing children reduced to begging for a crust of bread makes Nox's blood boil, even if he tries to hide it. The sun sets over the ramshackle buildings, casting long, dark shadows across the muddy streets. Taigan leads them toward an inn, suggesting they get some rest before discussing the mission details tomorrow. The soldiers start unloading the horses, complaining about the lack of rooms and the quality of the food. Paracelsus prepares to leave, but he catches Nox's eye for a split second. He turns back to Grain, bringing up the offer of recruitment from earlier. Grain smiles, assuming the mercenary has finally seen sense and wants the money. With total confidence, Paracelsus looks him dead in the eye and tells him he refuses the offer. Grain is stunned, his face twisting in confusion as he asks what the hell the guy plans to do instead. Nox watches the exchange, knowing that Paracelsus isn't the type to follow anyone's orders. Paracelsus mocks them one last time, wishing them a safe mission while Grain calls him an obnoxious commoner. He mutters that skills are the only thing that matter in this world, and that true competence doesn't need a noble title. Nox watches him walk away, knowing that their paths are going to cross again much sooner than Paracelsus thinks. Night falls over Chaders, the stars shining brightly over the quiet, miserable village. Inside the inn, Nox tells Jitri to get some rest because tomorrow is going to be a long day. He closes the door, his mind still racing with the hidden pieces he needs to collect in this area. He looks out the window at the dark street below, his expression unreadable. He lets out a long sigh, feeling the weight of his terminal illness and the mission ahead. He spots a group of hungry children huddling around a small campfire in the alleyway. They look cold and weak, their eyes closed as they try to ignore their empty stomachs. The little girl from earlier looks up, startled as she sees someone approaching. Nox stands over them, looking like a terrifying noble, and asks if they're still hungry. He reaches into a bag, pulling out several fresh loaves of bread. He hands the food to the stunned children, telling them to eat up before someone else sees. The girl's face lights up with a bright, tearful smile, unable to believe a noble would actually help them. Nox tells himself he can't save everyone, but for a moment, the kindness of his old life as Yu-chan shines through. The children tear into the bread, thanking him through mouthfuls of food. He looks at them, wishing he could create a future where kids like this don't have to beg just to survive. But to build that future, he first has to make sure he doesn't die in the next few months. He stands with the children for a moment under the starlight, a rare moment of peace in a violent world. Unknown to him, someone is watching from the shadows of the doorway. Jitri watches her master with a soft smile, realizing that despite his cold exterior, he's a much better man than he lets on. The morning sun hits the desolate landscape of southern Chaders, a place that's practically a breeding ground for monsters during the winter. Taigan explains that they've always relied on the imperial family for funds, but the help never seems to reach the people who actually need it. Grain points at the crumbling wooden fence, asking if this pathetic wall is really all that's protecting the village. The wood is rotting and covered in mold, clearly unable to stop anything stronger than a stray dog. Nox sighs, knowing that once the real monster wave starts, this village won't last an hour before it's wiped off the map. Since this is technically a subchapter, Nox knows it's his choice whether to save this place or just focus on his own survival. But in the game, he usually chose to help because he knows the long-term rewards are insane. He smirks, thinking about how Chaders will eventually become one of the most valuable pieces of land in the entire empire. Taigan notes that the monsters are acting weird this year. There are way more of them than usual, and they're much more aggressive. Nox realizes these villagers have no idea that having more monsters around could actually be a blessing if they knew how to harvest them properly. Taigan drops the real bomb. Some villagers have reported seeing a griffin in the nearby wilderness. Grain's face goes pale. A griffin is a high-level threat that completely changes the difficulty of their mission. They realize that driving away this king of the wilderness is the only way the village will survive the season. In the game's original design, you were only supposed to stop the griffin, not actually defeat it. But Nox isn't interested in just stopping it. He intends to kill the beast and take all that sweet EXP for himself. They head toward the endless horizon, a barren wasteland connected to the neutral zone of Tahalan. Nox finds the whole situation fishy. Something isn't adding up about these sightings. Griffins usually stay near the mountains of Tahalan. They have no reason to be roaming this close to a human village. Nox looks at the men around him, sensing the heavy, dark atmosphere of a betrayal waiting to happen. He's already got a pretty good guess on who's planning to backstab the group during the subjugation. A system notification confirms it. The subquest has officially started. Nox decides his first task is to cut out the most rotten parts of this village before they can cause any real damage. The scene shifts back to the inn, where the afternoon sun creates a deceptive sense of calm. Schultz is sitting at a table looking through some documents with a look of pure frustration. He crumples the paper in his fist, his face turning red with anger. He's furious that he fell for Nox's scheme earlier and lost favor with his master Grain. He spent years sucking up to Grain to get a high-ranking position, and now Nox is ruining everything. He mutters to himself that he won't let Nox off easily, his eyes full of murderous intent. Suddenly, he spots Jitri walking through the common room, carrying some supplies. He remembers her name and knows she's just a commoner maid serving the trash son. He decides to take his anger out on her, thinking a mere commoner can't fight back against a knight. He slams his hand against the wall, blocking her path and making her jump in terror. He looms over her, his size intimidating the small maid as she tries to back away. Jitri asks with a trembling voice if he has any business with her, her eyes darting around for an exit. Schultz flashes a disgusting grin, grabbing her hand and telling her he just wants to have a private chat. She tries to pull away, but his grip is like iron, and she can't break free. She tells him they have nothing to talk about, her panic starting to rise. Schultz sighs, acting like he's the victim, and says even a knight deserves to have some fun after a long journey. Jitri screams for him to let go, her fear turning into desperation. But then she freezes. If she fights back too hard, Nox might lose favor with Grain and get into even more trouble. She worries that her actions could draw the wrong kind of attention to her master from the rest of the family. Even in this terrifying moment, her only thought is that she doesn't want Nox to suffer because of her. Schultz pulls her closer, his voice low and threatening, as he tells her she's going to pay for her master's mistakes. Suddenly, a cold, familiar voice rings out. "Oh, you want something? I'll pay for it." Before Schultz can react, a blur of movement cuts through the air. Nox stands there with Stormbringer drawn, blood already splattered on the floor as Schultz lets out a blood-curdling scream. Nox's eyes are glowing with a terrifying light as he asks the knight exactly how he'd like to receive his payment. Schultz falls to the floor, clutching his bleeding arm and stammering in disbelief that Nox would actually attack him. He tries to threaten Nox, saying Grain will never let him get away with harming a personal knight. Nox steps closer, his aura becoming so heavy the air itself seems to freeze. With a single, lightning-fast motion, Nox brings the blade down again. The scene cuts to a splash of blood on the stone floor. Schultz's threats are silenced forever. The dying knight gasps that this shouldn't be possible for someone like Nox to overpower him. Nox stands over the body, his voice cold as ice as he tells Schultz he's the one who forgot his place. He stares down at the corpse, his expression one of pure, unadulterated disgust. He delivers one final, crushing blow to make sure the job is finished. Jitri is shaking, her hands over her mouth as she realizes Nox just killed a high-ranking knight for her. Suddenly, the doors burst open and Grain enters, demanding to know what the hell is happening. He stops in his tracks, his mouth hanging open as he sees his favorite butler lying in a pool of blood. Nox calmly admits that yes, he was the one who did it. Grain loses it, screaming at Nox for daring to kill his knight, but Nox just tells him he's got the story all wrong. He asks Grain if he even bothered to ask for the details before he started yelling. Grain grabs Nox by the collar, his face twisted in rage as the two brothers face off. He demands a justifiable reason for the murder, threatening Nox with severe punishment from the family. Nox states simply that he heard the knight trying to sexually harass his maid. He asks Grain how he, as her master, could possibly stand by and let that happen to his own property. Jitri looks up, her eyes full of tears and gratitude for the man who risked everything to protect her. Grain is furious, yelling that it was just a commoner, and that his knight's life was worth more than her dignity. Nox's eyes narrow, and suddenly, a massive surge of purple energy explodes from his body. The entire room is flooded with Nox's terrifying power, forcing Grain to step back in genuine fear. Grain is sweating, unable to believe that his trash brother has actually become this strong. He realizes for the first time that Nox is no longer a good-for-nothing, he's a monster in the making. Nox pulls away from Grain's grip, reminding him that as the family good-for-nothing, he isn't used to waiting for permission. He starts buttoning up his coat, acting as if he didn't just commit a murder in front of his own brother. He suggests they leave the final decision on how to handle the incident to their father once they return home. Grain hesitates, realizing Nox is actually setting a trap for him to explain why his knight was assaulting a family servant. Nox smirks, knowing he's won this round of psychological warfare. He calls for Jitri to follow him, and she immediately moves to his side. As they walk away, the other soldiers are whispering, wondering since when Nox became such a powerhouse. Grain stares at the sword Nox is holding, realizing he's seen that legendary blade somewhere before. He mutters to himself that he can no longer afford to underestimate Nox during this mission. Nox walks into the hallway, his face unreadable as the real battle for survival begins. The incident at the inn has already caused a massive rift among the soldiers, who are splitting into two nervous factions. Nox realizes the men are at a crossroads, forced to choose between following the politician Grain or the monster Nox. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as the two brothers stand on opposite sides of the camp. Jitri is still shaking from the encounter, her hands trembling as she stands behind her master. Nox turns to her, his voice softening just a fraction as he asks if she's truly all right. She looks up with a worried face, asking if Nox is really going to be okay after making such a powerful enemy of his own brother. She bursts into tears, blaming herself for everything and saying this matter will only bring more danger to his life. Nox just stares at her, his expression calm and unshakable. He asks her if she's forgotten exactly what kind of person her master really is. He reminds her that he's the famed good-for-nothing of the Reinhofer family. He doesn't care about rules or reputations. He tells her firmly to never bow her head to anyone, because she belongs to him and he won't allow her to be disrespected. The words hang in the air, a promise of protection that Jitri has never heard from anyone in her life. She wipes her eyes, promising to bear his words in mind as they prepare for the next phase of the plan. The scene cuts back to the inn, where Grain slams a mug onto the table in a fit of pure rage. He can't believe that trash brother of his had the balls to kill his knight and then act like the victim. He thinks back to Nox's sword, finally realizing it looks identical to the one their father Theo carries. The realization that Nox might already be Theo's favorite makes Grain realize he needs to find a new spy to watch his brother. Ron, the hired night captain, enters the room to report that the mess on the first floor has been cleaned up. He notes that Nox is a completely different person from the useless brat the rumors described. Grain rounds on him, calling him a failure for being outshone by a kid who's only ever read about monsters in books. He's furious that Nox navigated the southern forest better than a professional knight who's been operating there for years. He mutters that he'll keep using Ron's order for now, but only because the real monster wave hasn't started yet. He orders Ron to get rid of every bandit and monster in the area to prove they aren't totally useless. His final command is chilling. If Nox does anything even slightly suspicious, it must be reported to Grain immediately. Ron bows and leaves, his face a mask of calculation as he navigates the politics of the two brothers. Later that night, Nox is seen working in the dark, preparing several strange glowing glass vials. He holds up a golden liquid, the system interface analyzing the high-grade potion in his hand. Jitri notices that the village walls are barely holding together and wonders how they'll stop a monster wave with no defense. Nox just tells her it's time to move, leading her out into the cold night air. Jitri is confused, noting that they're heading in the exact opposite direction of their inn and safety. Nox reveals his real plan. He's going to recruit a new genius character to their team to handle their logistical needs. He's looking for Alina, a legendary character from the game who is a literal master of potion making. He steps into the flooded sewers of the village, the water splashing around his boots. The two of them walk through the dark, damp tunnels, looking more like thieves than high-ranking nobles. Jitri asks if such a talented person would really be hiding in such a shabby place as this. Nox confirms it, explaining that the genius has her own tragic reasons for being in the slums. He knows that this is the only hidden route to successfully clearing the Chaytor's mission with minimal losses. If he doesn't secure her now, she'll become a massive problem for him later in the story. He knows that if he misses this chance, the Empire will never be able to get their hands on her talents. He tells Jitri to watch her step so she doesn't fall into the deep water of the drainage tunnels. Jitri follows closely, her face full of doubt as they wander deeper into the darkness. Suddenly, they see a faint light flickering at the end of a long stone corridor. Nox stops, realizing they've finally found the hidden workshop. They hear a woman's voice complaining about being stuck in such a miserable hole. A woman with long purple hair is seen slumped over a chair, drinking directly from a bottle of wine. She turns around, her eyes bloodshot and her clothes disheveled as she sees the two intruders. Nox smirks, greeting his future potion maker with total confidence. The woman lets out a high-pitched scream, falling off her chair and demanding to know who they are. Jitri is horrified, unable to believe that this drunkard is the genius Nox mentioned. The woman hiccups, looking more like a mess than a world-class alchemist. Nox looks around the workshop, seeing shelves full of dusty, half-finished potions. Even through the mess, several vials are glowing with a power that only a master could produce. The woman apologizes, realizing from Nox's clothes that he's from a reputable, noble family. Nox sits down at the table, telling her to stay focused because he has a business proposal for her. In Nox's mind, Alina is a character with the highest potential for development in the entire game. He admits she has some flaws, namely her crippling alcoholism, but her skills are non-negotiable. The system panel pops up. Elena is a 21-year-old half-elf with a passive skill called Blessing of Production. Her stats are impressive, but her negative trait is listed simply as drunkard. Nox sighs, realizing it's ironic that a good-for-nothing like him is trying to recruit another social outcast. He knows she's problematic, but he's out of options if he wants to survive the coming war. Jitri whispers that recruiting a drunk might not be the wisest move, but Nox tells her they're past the point of being picky. Elena finally asks why a noble would bother coming to the sewers to find a failure like her. Nox stares her down, his gaze piercing through her drunken fog. He tells her simply, "Join me, Elena." He promises to give her exactly what she needs the most in this world. Elena's eyes go wide, her curiosity finally piqued by the boy's intense aura. She grips her legs, her knuckles turning white as she considers his words. She tries to refuse, saying she has something unfinished that she has to do right here in the village. Nox drops a bomb, asking if that something is related to her friend May. Elena freezes in terror as Nox reveals that he knows May is set to be executed in the very near future. She slams her hands on the table, her face full of desperation as she realizes this boy knows her deepest secrets. Nox gives her a wicked grin, telling her that if she follows him, he might be able to save her friend from the gallows. He reaches out his hand, offering her a path out of the darkness and a chance at redemption. Nox asks her one final question, "Have I changed your mind a little?" as he prepares to add another legendary piece to his growing board. The silence of the dungeon is heavy, and the shadows here hide a truth that's about to change everything. Nox drops the cold reality on Elena. Her only friend, May, is scheduled to be executed in the very near future. He offers her a lifeline, promising that he'll be the one to rescue her, but in return, he wants Elena to join his side and give him her genius. We flash back to May, standing defiant against the local guards, refusing to let them bleed the people dry with more taxes. She was the only one brave enough to call out the corruption, pointing out that the imperial funds are being stolen while the walls crumble. Back in the present, Elena is drowning in guilt, wishing it had been her who was dragged away instead of her friend. The regret is eating her alive, and you can see the tears starting to fall as she dwells on her own helplessness. She breaks down, admitting that she's completely unable to save her friend on her own. She looks at Nox with a mix of hope and doubt, wondering if this mysterious noble can actually pull off a miracle. She tells herself that this moment, this offer from Nox, is something she won't forget for a long time. It's a turning point that's going to stay with her forever. The scene shifts to a rowdy tavern where the bandits are drinking and laughing, completely unaware that death is knocking. A single lantern hangs on the wall, its light flickering against the cold stone. A man gulps down his drink aggressively, celebrating a victory he hasn't even fully won yet. He slams the mug down with a loud thud, looking completely satisfied with his dirty work. The bandit leader, Ron, is laughing about Nox's brother Grain, calling the high-ranking noble a total idiot. Ron brags about how easy it was to trick him, pretending to be a legitimate Night Order, while Grain fell for it hook, line, and sinker. They reveal they actually ransacked the real Ron Night Order's base just to get the gear for their disguise. Ron pulls out a golden badge, a greedy smirk on his face, as he realizes this little piece of metal is his ticket to the big leagues. He's already dreaming of the riches the Reinhafer family will give him, thinking they'll treat him like a war hero. His crew finds it hilarious that their leader's name happened to be the same as the Night Order they're impersonating. But then Ron's eyes turn cold as he suggests they take Grain hostage for an even bigger payout. One of the bandits looks nervous, his face sweating as he wonders if they're crossing a line they can't come back from. He reminds the boss that they're talking about the most dangerous dark family in the world. The room goes quiet for a second as they think about the monsters they're trying to rob. Ron snaps at him, calling him a coward and telling him to shut up before he loses his cool. The nervous guy backs down, looking small as he realizes he's outnumbered in his fear. Ron raises a hand, demanding everyone's attention. He leans back with absolute confidence, acting like he's already won. He reminds them that they're in Chaders, a place so abandoned that even the imperial family doesn't care what happens here. Outside, the sun sets over the desolate village, a perfect place for a crime to disappear. His plan is simple: kidnap Grain, take the money, and vanish to the east. He's convinced that no matter how powerful the Reinhafers are, they can't touch them once they're across the desert. They'll just seek asylum and live the rest of their lives in luxury. The crew starts clapping, praising their captain for his brilliant strategy. But the nervous bandit brings up Nox, worrying that the kid might have caught on to their lies. Ron admits Nox is a dangerous one with a persistent personality, but he tells the crew to just avoid him until the job is done. He brushes off the concern with a laugh and tells everyone to keep drinking. Suddenly, the light in the lantern begins to dance violently. The flame dies out with a soft hiss, plunging the entire tavern into pitch-black darkness. The bandits freeze, their eyes widening as a cold, murderous aura fills the room. Ron screams out, demanding to know who turned off the lights as panic starts to set in. He tries to tell his men to calm down, but a sudden splash of warm blood hits his cheek. He reaches up and touches his face, his fingers coming away stained dark red. His pupils dilate in terror as the metallic scent of blood hits his nose. Behind him, his men are already being carved up, blood spraying into the dark from unseen strikes. Panicked screams erupt as Ron scrambles away, knocking over tables in his desperate attempt to escape. He's losing his mind, screaming into the dark to find out what just happened. A heavy boot steps down onto a lifeless body on the floor. Ron looks down and sees one of his men dead at his feet, his face twisted in a mask of horror. The reality finally sinks in. They have an enemy in the room, and he's already started the slaughter. Nox steps into the faint moonlight, looking bored as Ron screams at him, asking who the hell he is. Nox's eyes are glowing with a terrifying purple light, looking less like a boy and more like a reaper. He calls them vermin and mocks them for hiding in this hole like rats. Nox draws his sword, telling them they seriously overestimated themselves by trying to rob his family. Ron tries to play it off as a misunderstanding, but Nox cuts him off, revealing he knows about their corruption and their deal with Taigan. Ron's face twists in rage as he realizes his plan is ruined, and he lets out a curse under his breath. He tries to bribe Nox, suggesting they team up to get rid of Grain so Nox can take over the family. He tells Nox to just look away this one time, a greasy smile on his face. While Ron talks, his men start creeping up behind Nox with daggers, ready to strike from the shadows. Nox isn't buying it, sensing the murderous intent rolling off them in waves. In a blur of motion, Nox swings his blade, dark energy trailing behind as he carves through the first attacker. He smirks at them, asking if they really thought he was naive enough to fall for such a predictable trap. Ron loses it and orders a full-scale attack, his men rushing forward with a roar. Nox dodges a clumsy swing with ease, his movements looking almost effortless. He carves through the bandits like they're made of paper, the sound of clashing steel and splattering blood filling the tavern. Ron is shaking, realizing that this brat has been hiding monster-level skills this whole time. He knows he's in deep trouble and decides he needs to end this right now, or he's a dead man. Ron begins to glow with a fierce blue aura, channeling all his mana into one final strike. He screams at Nox, telling him his arrogance is the reason he's going to die. He lunges forward, his sword trailing a massive wave of energy that lights up the room. His men recognize it immediately. It's the captain's signature southern sword technique. The massive blue beam tears through the tavern, aimed straight at Nox's head. But as the light clears, Nox is still standing there, looking completely unfazed. He tells Ron he's way more simple-minded than he expected, and he slowly shifts his own blade. With a single, perfect strike, Nox shatters the entire energy beam, and a system message confirms he's destroyed the attack like a genius. Ron's jaw drops. He's completely paralyzed by the sight of his best move being swatted away like a fly. The bandits are losing their minds, wondering how a kid could possibly stop the legendary sword technique. Nox doesn't give them time to breathe, plunging his sword into the next bandit with a sickening schlack sound. He steps over the bodies, calling them lowly vermin as he stalks toward the captain. He asks Ron how he dared to even ask him what he wanted. A blue aura erupts around Nox as a system window appears. He's actually learned the southern sword technique just by seeing it once. Nox's eyes glow with a chilling light as he realizes he's gotten exactly what he came for. He grips his blade, a cold smile on his face, knowing this power is exactly what he needed. Ron stares at him in pure terror, realizing he's looking at a monster far beyond his level. The system confirms it again. Nox has fully mastered the southern sword technique in a matter of seconds. Nox looks down at his hands, his expression unreadable as he thinks about the nature of talent. He closes his eyes, reflecting on what it truly means to be exceptional. He asks himself, what does it actually mean to be a genius in a world like this? He has a vision of his past self, Yu-chan, standing alone in a white void, looking fragile and human. His eyes in the vision are tired, the eyes of someone who fought a losing battle against death for years. He wonders if being a genius just means being better than everyone else, or if it's something more. Is it about reaching a level that normal people can't even imagine no matter how hard they work? He remembers the moment he decided to risk everything, his reflection shattering like glass as he pushed past his limits. The question haunts him, what is the true price of being a genius? But then he smirks, a small, knowing smile that says he's more than okay with whatever the answer is. Back in reality, his eyes snap open, glowing with power as he realizes this technique is more than enough for these thugs. With one massive swing, a wave of blue light cuts through the remaining bandits, their screams cut short by the sheer force. Ron falls to his knees, his spirit completely broken, as he watches his entire crew get erased. He can't wrap his head around how a kid mastered a technique that took him 10 years to learn just by watching it. Nox steps on Ron's blade, pinning it to the ground with a heavy metallic clack. He looms over the captain like a god of death, the dark tavern making his glowing eyes look even more terrifying. Ron is hyperventilating, the cold realization of his own death finally sinking in. He tries to threaten Nox, claiming that Taigan will never let him get away with this massacre. He's desperately hoping that the corrupt official's name will be enough to save his life. Nox just tells him not to be ridiculous. There won't be any witnesses left to tell a single soul what happened here. Nox leans down and puts a finger to his lips, telling the bandit captain to listen very closely. He explains that he isn't just killing them, he's assassinating them. A twisted, villainous grin spreads across Nox's face as he tells Ron that if no one lives, he can tell whatever story he wants. To the outside world, this will look like a mysterious hit, and Nox will keep his reputation clean. Ron's eyes go hollow as he realizes there is absolutely no mercy coming his way. Nox laughs, a chilling, cheerful sound that echoes through the room full of corpses. Blood splatters across a wanted poster on the wall, and Nox thinks to himself that this is exactly what the world will believe. The scene shifts to a cold, iron-barred dungeon cell where Taigan is standing over a prisoner. Mei's wrists are raw and bloody from the heavy iron shackles pinning her to the wall. She's gasping for air, her face bruised and her body failing her, but her eyes still hold a flicker of defiance. Taigan mocks her, putting on his gloves and telling her she's being stubborn by refusing to be sold to other nobles. Mei spits back at him, telling him there is absolutely no way she will ever listen to a piece of trash like him. Taigan grabs her chin, a cruel smirk on his face as he tells her she's powerless and there's nothing she can do. He looks at her with total disgust, his eyes narrowing. He tells her that a lowly person like her only has one job, to struggle on the ground until she dies. Suddenly, a cold breeze sweeps through the dungeon, and Taigan stops, sensing something is wrong. He looks back, confused, but then he turns around and delivers a brutal slap to Mei's face. He threatens to sell her to a black mage instead, and Mei can only gasp in pain, her strength almost gone. We flash back to Mei's childhood, hearing a teacher tell her that she's failed yet another potion mixture. The teacher looks disappointed, telling young Mei that this is a matter of natural talent. Little Mei looks heartbroken as she's told she simply doesn't have any talent for alchemy. She realized back then that she had zero natural gifts from the start. She wasn't good at alchemy, she wasn't good at swordsmanship, she was just average. But then the teacher's face lights up as she calls for Alina. Alina is a natural, producing perfect potions while Mei can only watch from the sidelines. Mei understood early on that Alina was just built differently. The teacher sighs, wishing Alina came from a noble family, so her genius wouldn't be wasted in a countryside orphanage. She hopes Alina can at least find a way out of this poverty-stricken life. Mei stares at her friend, fully acknowledging that Alina is a true alchemy genius. To Mei, Alina always looked like she belonged in a palace, shining with a sparkle that ordinary people just didn't have. Despite the gap in their talent, Alina would always run to Mei, asking to play together with a huge smile. That bright, genuine smile was the most beautiful thing Mei had ever seen. But it also made Mei feel a deep, painful envy that she couldn't help. That's why the choice she made was so important. Mei decided to sacrifice herself and take Alina's place when the corrupt officials came looking for someone to exploit. She was certain Alina could accomplish great things if she stayed free, while someone like her was already used to struggling on the ground. Back in the present, Mei sticks her tongue out at Taigan, telling him that whatever happens after she's dead is none of her business. She refused to give in because she never wanted to become a burden to Alina's future. Taigan loses his temper, and blood drips onto the floor as he prepares to punish her further. He calls her a name and raises his hand to strike her again, but a hand suddenly catches his wrist in midair, stopping him cold. Nox's voice echoes through the cell, telling Taigan to stop harming himself because if Mei dies, Alina will be sad. Nox walks slowly through the dark dungeon, his footsteps sounding like a death knell. Taigan tries to keep his cool, asking the young master what brings him to such a dark place. Nox looks at him with eyes full of ice and calls him by name. He delivers the final verdict. By the law of the imperial family, Taigan is going to be executed. Nox tells Taigan that since his partner Ron is already dead, it's time for him to give up and accept his fate. Taigan pretends to be sad, calling Ron's death an unfortunate mishap with a fake sigh. But then his expression shifts, his eyes turning sharp and predatory. He asks if Nox really came here all alone, and Nox simply says, yes. Taigan starts to laugh, telling Nox that the young master has seriously underestimated him. He draws his sword, looking down at Nox through the bars and asking if he really thinks he can win this by himself. Nox tilts his head and gives him a chilling smirk, saying he doesn't see why not. Taigan swings his blade, thinking that even if things are moving fast, he can still end this right now. Dozens of armed guards suddenly flood into the room, their armor clanking as they surround Nox. The dungeon is packed with soldiers, and Taigan screams at the top of his lungs for them to kill the intruder. Taigan lets out a roar of triumph, convinced that he's already won. Nox just stands there, looking completely unfazed by the army of men surrounding him. He closes his eyes for a brief second, taking a calm breath in the middle of the chaos. He lets out a soft sigh, preparing to unleash his trump card. His eyes snap open, glowing with an intense supernatural purple light. A massive system alert flashes. The hour of the genius has been activated. Time slows down to a crawl. Massive spectral gears appear in the air as Nox looks at the 5-minute timer on his life. In the blink of an eye, Nox is a blur of motion, moving so fast that the guards look like frozen statues. A golden light tears through the room, the gears of time grinding as Nox strikes with godlike speed. The timer ticks down to 4059 as Nox weaves through the crowd of soldiers. Every guard he passes is already dead, they just don't know it yet. He moves with impossible grace, his blade leaving trails of light that carve through armor and bone like they were nothing. 4058. Nox reaches the bars of the cell, his eyes fixed on his target. He steps past a guard who is frozen in mid-swing, Nox's cape fluttering in the slowed-down air. 4057. The world is a blur of gold and shadow as Nox pushes his body to its absolute limit. He moves behind Taigan, who is still stuck in his triumphant pose, completely unaware that his life is already over. 4056. Nox's eyes are cold and focused, calculating every single movement to maximize the carnage. He delivers a series of strikes so fast they look like a single beam of light, and the guards begin to shatter like glass. The skill ends with 4 minutes and 55 seconds left on the clock. Suddenly, time snaps back to normal. Nox is already inside the cell, gently pouring a healing potion down May's throat. May opens her eyes, her vision blurry as she asks who he is. Nox quietly introduces himself. He tells her to just go back to sleep, promising her that everything will be okay. May's eyes flutter shut as the potion takes effect, her breathing finally becoming steady and peaceful. Taigan spins around, his face pale as he realizes all his guards have been slaughtered in the literal blink of an eye. He stumbles back, his legs giving out as he looks at the carnage behind him. He falls to the floor, coughing up blood as he realizes he's been fatally wounded without even seeing the blade move. He looks down at his chest, his mind unable to process how he lost so quickly. Behind him, the bodies of his soldiers finally react to the strikes, blood spraying everywhere as they all collapse at once. The entire dungeon floor is covered in red, a testament to Nox's terrifying power. Taigan crawls away, his eyes wide with madness as he looks back at the monster in the white cape. Nox's voice is a cold whisper, telling Taigan not to think he'll get to die that easily. Taigan is trembling, his face a mask of pure, pathetic fear. A massive aura of dark mana erupts from Nox, filling the room with a weight that makes it hard to breathe. Taigan looks into Nox's eye and sees his own certain death reflected in that purple pupil. Nox stands over him, looking down with a face that holds absolutely zero mercy. Taigan gasps, his heart failing him as the pressure of Nox's presence crushes his spirit. He can't believe he's losing his life to a mere brat like this. His pride is shattered as he realizes that he, the great Taigan, is nothing more than a bug to this boy. Nox watches him struggle, his eyes glowing with that haunting purple light again. He asks himself that question one more time. What does it truly mean to be a genius? He looks at the blood on the floor and realizes the answer is simple. Taigan tries to say something, but his voice is just a wet gargle as he reaches out one last time. He's terrified, looking up at Nox with the realization that he's about to be erased from history. Nox stares him down, his face half hidden in shadow, looking like a true villain of the highest order. In a flash, Nox swings his massive blade, Stormbringer, down toward the corrupt noble. He thinks about the character Nox and what a genius means to a monster like him. Taigan lies on the ground, trembling as he stares up at the monster he tried to underestimate. Nox stalks toward him like a reaper, blood dripping from his blade, while Taigan can't believe a brat just ended his reign of terror. The corrupt official's pride is shattered, his face twisted in a mix of agony and pure disbelief. As his life flashes before his eyes, Taigan remembers his father, the former knight captain of the Chaytor's mercenary corps. His father was a giant of a man, the most respected and powerful figure in the entire village. Young Taigan would watch from the shadows, seeing the brutal reality of how his father handled things. Every man in Chaytor's wanted to be just like him, thinking he was the pinnacle of what a man should be. But behind that respect was total brutality. His father would beat people down without a second thought to maintain control. The respect was actually just fear, built on the back of his father's iron fist. Taigan remembers his father grabbing a woman by the hair and asking him if he knew why everyone followed them. Young Taigan looked on, small and confused, not yet understanding the dark world he lived in. His father slammed a heavy hand onto Taigan's head, pinning him down with overwhelming force. With a twisted grin, his father told him the secret: the only thing that matters in this world is raw strength. He taught Taigan that if you're strong enough, you can get away with anything. That was the only law in Chaytor's. Taigan looked up and asked his father if that meant he was the strongest person in the entire world. The question made his father pause, the cocky smirk disappearing from his face. He let go of the woman and admitted that the answer was a flat no. He confessed that even he was just a nobody compared to the true monsters living on the continent. He told Taigan there were geniuses out there, kids Taigan's own age, who were already stronger than grown men. That's just the harsh reality of living in a world constantly torn apart by war. His father told him the only reason he survived was by being smart enough not to pick fights with those real monsters. Back in the present, Taigan stares at Nox's boots and finally realizes he broke his father's #1 rule. He looks up at Nox, acknowledging that he's finally met one of those unreachable geniuses his father warned him about. With a final pathetic sigh, Taigan accepts his fate. He's only dying because he was stupid enough to fight someone like Nox. A flash of dark energy erupts as Nox prepares to deliver the finishing blow. With one brutal thrust, Nox plunges his sword through Taigan's back, ending the corruption of Chaytor's once and for all. Taigan's body goes limp, his story ending in the very dungeon where he tortured so many others. Nox stands over the corpse with a cold, hollow gaze, already thinking about his next move. In a different part of the dungeon, Alina is huddled in a corner, still processing the trauma of the last few days. Nox's voice cuts through the quiet, calling her name and making her jump. She looks up and sees Jitri standing there, and right behind her is May, safe and sound. May gives her a warm, tired smile, looking like a literal angel to the desperate alchemist. Alina scrambles to her feet, tears of joy already streaming down her face. The two friends collapse into a hug, Alina sobbing because she thought she had lost her only family forever. May apologizes, telling Alina she was the selfish one for leaving her behind to suffer. Alina just holds on tighter, regretting that she ever thought she could do anything alone. Jitri watches them with a soft expression, glad that Nox's plan actually worked out for the better. May asks where Nox is, wanting to thank the person who saved her life. Jitri tells them that Nox is busy wrapping up the situation and talking to someone important. She explains that he's currently having a very serious heart-to-heart conversation with his older brother Grayan, but looking at Jitri's worried face, you can tell that talking isn't exactly what Nox has in mind. We move to the stairs of the tavern, where the creaking wood sounds like a warning for what's to come. Outside, the night is quiet, but inside the tavern, the atmosphere is thick with tension. Grayan is sitting at a table, tapping his fingers impatiently, as he wonders why the bandits are taking so long. He's offended that some lowly thugs would dare make a Rhinehafer noble wait this long. There's a sudden knock at the door, and Grayan looks up, expecting his bandit allies. The door creaks open to reveal a figure cloaked in shadows, and Grayan asks who it is. Nox steps into the light, his expression stone cold as he greets his dear brother. Nox tells Grayan they need to talk right now, because things have gotten very complicated. Grayan scoffs, asking why he would ever waste his time talking to a good-for-nothing like Nox. But then his eyes drop to Nox's clothes, which are covered in the fresh blood of the bandits Grayan was working with. A massive, suffocating aura erupts from Nox, his eyes glowing with a promise of violence. Nox repeats himself, his voice dropping an octave as he reminds Grayan that this is a very important matter. Grayan gulps, his arrogance completely evaporating as he realizes Nox didn't come here to play games. Nox tells him to just take a seat and listen, and Grayan is too terrified to say no. The scene shifts to the massive, luxurious Rhinehafer estate, where crows circle the dark spires. Inside, a servant is reading a report, his hands shaking as he looks at the details. The servant reports to Theo that Nox has successfully purged all the corruption within Chaytor's. He adds that Nox is also requesting a very specific and very bold reward for his success. The servant hands over a sealed letter, admitting he can't even begin to guess what Nox is planning. Theo reads the letter, noting that the corruption in Chaders has been getting worse every single day. In the past, no one bothered to fix the wasteland because there was zero profit to be made there. But Theo knows it's more complicated than that. The place has been a massive headache for the imperial family for years. The map shows that Chaders is the last line of defense for the entire center of the empire. If that region falls to the monsters, the heart of the nation will be wide open for a massacre. Because of that, the government has been dumping insane amounts of money and troops into the area just to keep it from collapsing. It's a useless, cursed region that they simply cannot afford to abandon. Theo's advisor notes that the bandits and vermin like Taigon were supposed to be too much for even Grain to handle. Theo nods, acknowledging that the situation was far more dangerous than they initially thought. He admits that if the bandits had actually attacked, things would have turned out very badly for the Rheinhafer reputation. But Theo's cold. He says if his sons couldn't handle that level of danger, they didn't deserve the family name anyway. He dismisses the risk to his sons and turns his full attention back to Nox's shocking request. Theo finds it hard to believe that Nox would purge all that corruption just out of the goodness of his heart. The letter reveals Nox's true goal. He wants the imperial family to give him total authority over the Chaders wasteland. Nox even promised that if he fails to produce results, he'll give up all his rights as a son of the Rheinhafer family. The advisor asks if Theo is going to reject such a ridiculous and risky proposal. Theo's eyes narrow, his sharp purple pupils reflecting a new level of curiosity about his youngest son. To everyone's surprise, Theo decides to accept the deal. He figures that if Nox is actually strong enough to defeat everyone there, obtaining the jurisdiction for him won't be hard. Theo lets out a rare, sinister smile, seeing this as a perfect way to test if Nox has any talent for management. The advisor bows, promising to send the letter to the Empire immediately to begin the talks for Chaders. Theo tells him to proceed, looking like a king who just found a very interesting new chess piece. He taps his chin, deep in thought about the son he used to call trash. He stares at Nox's signature on the letter, wondering what the boy is really after. He wonders just how many steps ahead Nox is actually planning. We see a vision of Nox with a villainous smirk, a purple flame erupting around him as his true master plan begins to unfold. The next morning in Chaders, the crows are still circling, but the air feels different, like the calm before a massive storm. Back in the tavern, Grain is shaking as Nox lays out the cold truth. The bandits and Taigon were planning to kill him from the start. Nox confirms that Grain wasn't their partner. He was just a toy they were going to use for ransom. Grain clutches his head, his world crumbling as he realizes the family probably already knows he was a fool. He's furious, his eyes burning with shame as he realizes he was being leeched off by low-life thugs. But then he looks at Nox, realizing that his little brother is actually the one who has him in a corner now. A purple aura of dread surrounds Nox, making him look like a monster sitting right across the table. Nox notices the look and asks with a mocking smile if Grain is actually scared of him. Grain tries to act tough, putting on a creepy grin and claiming he finds this amusing. Inside, he's screaming at himself to hold back, knowing he needs to pass this test to become a knight. He lets out a long breath, finally admitting to himself that he has no choice but to accept whatever deal Nox offers. He asks Nox what he wants, and Nox praises him for being quick to calculate the pros and cons. Nox holds up a finger and says he doesn't want much, just the total command over every soldier Grain brought with him. Grain agrees immediately, knowing that his very life is currently in Nox's hands. He hates to admit it, but he still can't even sense the limit of how strong Nox has actually become. In return, Grain demands that Nox guarantee his life and yield the credit for the mission's outcome to him. Nox holds up 2 fingers, noting that Grain is technically asking for 2 separate things. He gives Grain a shark-like smirk, making it clear that a second request is going to cost him dearly. Grain is steaming, but he agrees to hand over the mineral rights and artifacts of his large personal mine, just to survive. Nox leans in and tells him it's a small price to pay for his life, so he shouldn't think of it as a waste. With the deal sealed, Nox stands up and tells Grain to take good care of him while they're in Chaders. As he turns away, Nox's eye flashes with a predatory glint, his plan working perfectly. He leaves Grain with a final warning: don't do anything rash if you want to keep breathing. Later, Nox is in a room filled with alchemical ingredients, his eyes fixed on the shelf. He hands Alina a recipe for a metallization potion and a corroding potion, and she's shocked he even knows they exist. Nox asks if she can make them, and she nods, though Jitri looks worried about how dangerous the plan sounds. Jitri asks why Nox is so obsessed with killing a griffin, a legendary monster that's way out of their league. May chimes in, terrified that their hero is going to throw his life away in a suicide mission. Nox tells them not to be scared, calmly stating that he wouldn't have brought it up if it was impossible. He understands their worry, but he knows something they don't. He can't tell them that killing the griffin gives him a hidden piece he desperately needs, so he just tells them to stop asking questions. Jitri relents, promising to prepare everything he needs for the hunt. She thinks to herself that killing a griffin at this stage of the game is supposed to be absolutely impossible. May and Alina look on, knowing that no one in history has ever succeeded in doing what Nox is about to attempt. Nox just gives a confident smile, thinking that impossible is a word that doesn't apply to him. He pulls out a map and tells them all to listen up, because he's only going to explain the plan once. He reveals the hidden route to the griffin's nest, something no normal person would ever find. He notes that it's impossible to kill the beast with a normal fighting style. He explains that this secret is only known to stagnant water gamers, the elite of the elite. He points to a specific spot on the map with his stick, the key to the entire operation. Nox drops a bombshell on them. He's a stagnant water master who has cleared this entire world 26 times before. The girls are stunned into silence, not fully understanding what he means, but feeling the weight of his words. He reiterates that this is the only way to kill the griffin and survive. It's a simple choice for him because the reward he'll get is way too great to pass up. He ends the meeting, telling them all to be ready to move out at dawn. Nox heads to the stables to check on his mount, his face focused as he prepares for the fight of his life. He grips his sword, knowing that in a world like Inner Lunatic, if you don't put your life on the line, you're already dead. He looks out at the sunrise, ready to face the reality of the game he's been transmigrated into. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake and dust falls from the trees. The sound of heavy thumping echoes through the forest as something massive approaches. A massive wave of monsters, goblins, ogres, and stone golems begins to swarm toward the Chater's walls. Nox looks down from the fortress, calmly noting that the monster wave has finally begun. Alina and May stand ready, their faces determined as they prepare to support their master. Grayan looks over, his face pale, but he follows Nox's lead without a word. Nox shouts to his troops, reminding them that they only have one chance to get this right. As he looks at the army, Nox feels a strange sense of novelty about his new life as a noble. He reflects on the fact that he actually became Nox von Reinhafer. He stands before his soldiers, the only strategist and the only one who can save them from the coming slaughter. Jitri comes up to him one last time, asking if he's really going to be okay. She tries to tell him it's too dangerous, but Nox stops her with a gentle hand. He gives her a confident wink and tells her to just trust her master because he has no intention of dying today. Jitri looks at him, her eyes filled with a mix of worry and deep admiration. Nox wonders to himself exactly when his life changed so much. The ground explodes as the first wave of monsters slams into the defense line. In a flash, Nox leaps from the fortress walls, diving straight into the heart of the enemy horde. He smirks, thinking about how he made a promise to survive despite being terminally ill. He slides down the stone wall, his blade ready to carve through anything in his path. Nox smashes a potion against the head of a massive stone golem. The golem begins to smoke and dissolve as the corroding potion eats through its magical core. Nox weaves through the monsters, his movements a blur as he dodges an ogre's massive club. The system alerts him that he's killed the iron golem, and his proficiency with the southern sword technique is skyrocketing. He decapitates a goblin in one smooth motion, blood spraying across the battlefield. He knows that without his promise to the girls, the terminal illness might have already taken him. Another group of golems and goblins charges at him, but Nox doesn't flinch. He tells the monsters to become his stepping stones as he unleashes a flurry of dark energy slashes. Nox laughs as he slaughters the horde, actually starting to enjoy the reality of this damned game. This world has become his reality, and he's going to master it or die trying. He gives a wicked smile, his face splattered with blood as he senses the boss approaching. Suddenly, the clouds part and a massive griffin descends from the sky, its roar shaking the very earth. Nox looks up as the giant beast's shadow covers the battlefield, whispering that it's finally here. He stares the griffin in its glowing red eyes, his grin widening with pure hype. He asks the beast if they should get started, the final showdown about to begin. The griffin lets out a deafening screech as it dives toward Nox, its massive talons ready to rip him apart. Back on the wall, the team watches in horror, their breath catching at the sight of the impossible battle. They wonder if they're dreaming, as they see Nox standing alone against the legendary beast amidst a field of corpses. Alina is stunned, admitting she's never seen any knight, human or otherwise, fight like this. May notes that Nox is so fast their eyes can barely even track his movements. She asks what kind of family the Reinhoffers are to produce someone this monstrous. Jitri explains that they're a family famous for their swordsmanship and their brutal internal fights for power. That's just the kind of place Nox was raised in, a literal viper's nest. Jitri's eyes narrow as she watches her master dance with death. She declares that Nox is easily the most talented candidate for the family's ultimate inheritance. Grain is standing nearby, literally clutching his head in a headache of pure jealousy and shock. Djitri thinks about why Nox doesn't just clear up the bad rumors about him being trash, but she knows he has his reasons, and the rumors definitely aren't true anymore. Alina agrees, noting that Nox must have a reason for acting like a good-for-nothing when he's actually a god of war. Jitri smiles, glad that the others are finally starting to see the real Nox. She tells them to just play along with Nox's act for now. She's certain that a wise person like him has a very good reason for every move he makes. Alina realizes Jitri wants them to help hide Nox's true power from the rest of the world. The girls promise to keep their lips tight, looking like a team of secret agents protecting their leader. Jitri gives a rare, bright smile, happy to have allies she can trust with Nox's secrets. The griffin lets out another monstrous roar, the sound waves literally shaking the fortress walls. Grain jumps in fear, his cowardly nature coming out as the beast gets closer. The soldiers behind him are trembling, their spears shaking as they realize how outmatched they are. Grain looks down and sees Nox standing right in front of the massive bird, looking like a tiny insect. He thinks Nox has finally lost his mind for trying to fight that thing head-on. The griffin lunges, its talons missing Nox by an inch as he slides underneath the beast. Nox leaps into the air, a blur of motion as he tries to find an opening in the creature's massive wings. He lands and looks back, his eyes glowing purple as he signals Grain on the wall. Grain freezes, realizing that it's finally time for his part of the plan. He grits his teeth, hating that he has to follow Nox's orders but knowing he has no choice. Grain screams to his troops, telling them to wait until the griffin is in range of the fortress walls. The soldiers shout back, "Yes, sir!" their discipline finally kicking in under Grain's command. Grain stands behind a massive ballista, his face set in a grim determination to not mess this up. The griffin takes flight, soaring into the air to prepare for a devastating aerial strike. Grain sees his chance and screams, "Now!" signaling the men to fire. A massive iron bolt tears through the air, aimed straight at the soaring beast. The bolt pierces the griffin's wing with a sickening crunch, and the beast lets out a scream of pure agony. The griffin begins to fall, its flight ability completely neutralized as it crashes toward the ground. Nox smirks, pulling out another potion and noting that the only way to beat this thing was to ground it. He bites the cork off the bottle and downs the potion in one go, slamming the empty glass on the floor. The system confirms he's consumed the metallization potion, temporarily buffing his stamina by 1. Nox thinks to himself that he's already made all the necessary preparations for this exact moment. We flash back to Grain being offended that Nox would ask a noble to build ballistas. Grain thought it was a lowly task, but Nox just looked at him with total boredom. Nox told him that if he didn't build them, he could just go out and fight the griffin with a sword instead. Grain went silent, realizing that building a ballista was a much better deal than being eaten alive. He finally caved and asked exactly how many ballistas Nox needed. Back in the present, Nox walks toward the struggling griffin, noting that Grain actually has good survival instincts. The griffin glares at him, its eyes filled with rage as it tries to stand up on its broken wing. Nox grips his sword, purple energy flaring around him as he prepares to prove himself once and for all. The griffin sees its certain death reflected in Nox's eye and lunges with one last desperate strike. Nox dodges the massive beak, his cape fluttering as he moves with unnatural grace. The beast slams into the dirt, its movements getting slower and more sluggish by the second. Nox mocks the creature, asking if it's feeling frustrated because its power is fading. He tells the beast that normally its injuries would heal, but not this time. His eyes burn with a lethal intensity as he reveals his secret weapon. He reminds the griffin that it's a high-level monster, but even gods can bleed. He reveals that the ballista bolt that hit its wing was slathered in Alina's most potent poison. He tells the bird to look forward to the next 5 minutes, because that's when the real pain starts. The griffin screeches in fury, trying to crush Nox with its weight. Nox just gives a dark, wide smile as the massive spectral clock of the genius appears behind him. He whispers that 5 minutes is all he needs to finish this. He notes that the pressure from this fight is way more intense than the game ever was. Time slows to a crawl, and Nox becomes a golden blur, carving through the griffin's defenses with impossible speed. He looks the beast in the eye and tells it that he definitely won't be the one dying today. Multiple slashes of dark energy erupt all over the griffin's body at once as time snaps back. Nox lands perfectly, blood raining down behind him as he declares his victory. He looks up and shouts Grain's name, commanding him to deliver the final strike. Grain is shaking, wondering if this is really the same weak brother he used to know. He grits his teeth and accepts the role Nox has given him. Grain screams "Fire!" as the remaining ballistas unleash a final volley. The iron bolts slam into the griffin, pinning it to the earth and ending its life for good. Nox looks up at the sky, a dark, satisfied laugh bubbling up in his throat. Dark smoke billows from the beast as Nox prepares to claim his reward. He gives a final, cold smirk to the camera. The trash has been cleared, and the real king of cheaters has arrived. The blade flashes with a lethal purple light as Nox brings it down with everything he's got. The griffin lets out one last, agonizing shriek that echoes across the battlefield as the guards watch in pure shock. Up on the wall, Alina and the others can barely breathe, their eyes wide as they witness the impossible. Nox stands amidst a swirling storm of dark mana, looking like a literal god of death as the beast falls. This is it, the moment of truth. Black execution. Nox lunges forward, a trail of shadows following his every move as he closes the gap for the kill. The beast tries to react, but it's already too late. It's staring directly into its own grave. A massive claw swipes the air, but Nox is already a step ahead, moving like a blur of purple smoke. Blood droplets hang in the air as Nox dodges a lethal blow, his purple eyes locked onto his target with cold precision. The monster's golden eye shrinks in fear, realizing the human brat it was fighting is actually a monster in disguise. A massive explosion of dark energy rips through the creature, tearing its physical form apart. The giant griffin crashes into the dirt, dead as a doornail, while Nox stands over it, sheathing his blade. The internal clock ticks, the golden gears of fate turning in his favor once again. Nox wipes the sweat and blood from his face, gasping for air as the massive mana drain finally hits him. He looks over his shoulder as the remaining monster waves, golems and demons, begin to falter. Dust kicks up as the battlefield finally starts to settle into a heavy, ringing silence. He turns back to the city, and the crowd goes absolutely wild, cheering for the man they once called a good-for-nothing. The system alerts pop up, 60 days added to his life, bringing his remaining time to 179 days. He's bought himself a few more months. The people on the ramparts are crying and laughing, overwhelmed that they actually survived this nightmare. Nox catches the eye of his crew and lets out a small, rare smirk, thinking that this feeling isn't half bad. But up on the wall, Grain is spiraling, unable to comprehend how a high-level monster was taken down so easily. He stares at the corpse of the beast, realizing the power gap between him and his weak younger brother is now an ocean. The cheers of the people feel like a slap in the face to Grain as he's forced to acknowledge Nox's overwhelming strength. He realizes that if this keeps up, Nox isn't just a nuisance, he's the frontrunner to change the entire ranking of the Reinhafer family. Grain's hands tremble as he grips the stone railing, his knuckles turning white with a mix of fear and frustration. He mutters to himself that he needs to make a choice, and he better make sure he's on the winning side. Down below, Nox stands tall, the undisputed hero of the region, while the sun begins to set on the carnage. The wasteland is littered with the corpses of monsters, a grim reminder of how close Cheaters came to total annihilation. Grain approaches with his head lowered, offering to handle the logistics of the griffin's body, while letting Nox decide on the loot. Nox looks at him, almost surprised by the sudden change in attitude, but he's not complaining. Grain tells him to go get some rest, acting more like a subordinate than a brother. Nox realizes he's properly terrified his sibling, and honestly, that's exactly what he wanted. Now that the dust has cleared, it's time to collect the real prize, the hidden clear rewards. The system screen flickers to life, displaying the rare item he's earned from this impossible hunt. It's a griffin's heart, an advanced-grade material infused with the power of the wind. The heart can be used to create an elixir that permanently boosts stamina and agility if you have a genius alchemist. Nox takes the heart to Alina's lab, and even the world-class alchemist is stunned by the raw power vibrating inside it. He tells her he wants an elixir made from it, and he needs it done fast. Alina looks at her meager setup and admits that with her current tools, it's going to take some time. Nox doesn't miss a beat. He offers to give them everything they need and officially hires Alina and May as Reinhafer servants. May is hesitant, reminding him that they're just commoners and shouldn't be in a high-ranking household. Nox shuts that down immediately, telling them he only cares about their talent, but warns them that he won't tolerate betrayal. He knows that in this timeline, nobody else can unlock the potential of a hidden boss's core like these two can. Alina looks at him with pure gratitude, promising that they will follow and trust him for the rest of their lives. Nox smiles internally. He just secured 2 genius-tier characters for his personal faction. He tells them to get ready to move out in 3 days. The elixir needs to be made in secret back at the main estate. He leaves the lab with Jitri following close behind as they walk through the quiet, torch-lit corridors. The two of them walk in silence for a moment, the weight of their recent victory finally settling in. Nox stops suddenly, his boots clicking on the stone floor. Djitri looks at him and tells him that he's truly different from all the rumors she heard about him being a selfish trash. He asks what she means, and she looks at him with a serious, softened expression. She asks him to promise her one thing: if things ever get too tough, to let her help him, regardless of her status. Nox looks away, his face partially hidden in the shadows as he processes her words. He agrees, turning his heel and continuing down the hall. Jitri tells him to hurry up because it's getting cold, and he shouldn't catch a chill. She smiles to herself, finally feeling like she's found someone worth protecting with her life. Flash forward to a few days later, Nox is stuck in bed with a massive fever, looking absolutely miserable. The system mocks him. He's obtained a level 2 cold due to his frequent sickness trait. The irony is real. He sighs, realizing that no matter how much mana he has, this body is still a fragile mess. The guards at the main Reinhafer estate shout out that the young masters have finally returned from Chaders. The carriage and horses roll through the gates, carrying the hero and his new recruits. The family butler meets them, his eyes immediately landing on Nox. He spots Alina and May and asks if they're the new servants Nox brought back. The local staff start whispering, assuming Nox just brought home more women to play with, refusing to believe he actually did work. Nox hears the gossip and realizes that no matter what he does, his trash image is going to be hard to shake. He doesn't have time for their nonsense, so he scares them off with a cold glare and heads inside. The butler stops him, telling him that the patriarch wants to see him for a private meeting immediately. Theo is waiting, his presence as heavy and suffocating as ever. Nox stares back, his expression blank as he prepares for whatever test his father has cooked up. He thinks to himself, here it comes. Nox enters the grand office, standing tall despite the cold sweat still clinging to him. Theo doesn't even look up at first, simply acknowledging his son's arrival with a cold, low voice. Nox takes a knee, showing the proper respect even though he knows this man would discard him in a heartbeat if he were weak. Theo looks him in the eye and tells him he has things to say, and he expects Nox has a few things to share as well. Nox nods, keeping his guard up as he waits for the hammer to drop. His father admits that he heard about the massive contribution Nox made in Chaders. He even mentions that Grayan, who usually hates Nox, actually acknowledged his younger brother's abilities. Nox is genuinely shocked. He didn't think Grayan had it in him to be that honest. Theo shows him the report, where Grayan admits that without Nox, he wouldn't have completed his training alive. Nox wonders what kind of game his brother is playing now, but he keeps his face stoic. Theo waves the topic away, saying he didn't call Nox there to talk about meaningless sibling rivalry. He pulls out a scroll, stating that Nox took on an impossible task and brought honor to the Reinhafer name. He stamps the document with the family seal, officializing the reward. Theo declares that Chaders now belongs entirely to Nox, and Nox can't help but let a predatory grin slip. His father taps his finger on the desk, his expression turning even more serious. He strokes his chin, looking at Nox like he's trying to solve a complex puzzle. Nox feels the tension in the room spike. He knows the reward talk is over, and the real conversation is starting. Theo leans back, calling Nox by his full name, his voice echoing with authority. Then he drops the bomb. He asks Nox if he's interested in taking the seat of the patriarch. Nox is stunned, his heart racing as he internally curses at how fast things are moving. He wonders why Theo is suddenly pushing him toward the top of the family hierarchy so early. Meanwhile, in a far-off land, a white bird flies over a scorching desert. A red-haired man in a turban looks up at a massive tower, holding a golden locket in his hand. Inside the locket, images of Nox's battle with the griffin are being played back like a recording. The man stares at the bloodied corpse of the monster, his eyes narrowing with a dark intensity. He tells his advisor that the griffin is dead, and the Reinhafers have finally made their move. He moves a chess piece, noting that the Chaders region was given to the youngest son, which makes him a target. He tells Kremser to prepare for war, and the old man asks if they can actually win. The man looks out over the horizon, his face full of rage as he says the Reinhafers stole something precious from him. Kremser bows, his face shadowed as he prepares to execute the orders. The old man walks away, a sinister aura surrounding him. He lets out a dark, toothy grin that suggests he's been waiting for this conflict for a long time. He walks over to a young girl with red hair, holding her hand with a creepy, possessive grip. The girl stares ahead with blank, golden eyes, looking more like a puppet than a human. Kremser tells her the time is near, stroking her hair in a way that feels completely wrong. He mutters about the day he finally gets his hands on the kingdom. Their silhouettes are bathed in a blood-red sunset, a clear omen of the slaughter to come. He's waiting for the day that she finally awakens. Back at the estate, the books on the shelves seem to vibrate with the tension of the office. Knox is still standing there, processing the offer to become the head of the family. The butler interjects, saying the question might be too early for someone as young as Knox. Theo shuts him down with a single word, his gaze never leaving his son. He insists that it has to be now, pushing for an answer. Knox turns his back slightly, stating that he doesn't agree he's capable of such a thing right now. He reminds his father that the first son, Garen, is still the rightful heir. Knox flat out says he doesn't want the position because he's worried about all the annoying responsibilities that come with it. Theo is baffled that his son would actually fear a position of such absolute power. Knox looks back with a sharp eye, basically telling him he doesn't see why he should care about it. Theo stares at him in silence, the air in the room turning ice cold. He closes his eyes for a second, seemingly disappointed but also intrigued by his son's defiance. He decides to respect Knox's opinion for now and dismisses him. But before Knox leaves, Theo asks him one last question. He tells him that brilliant talent can't be hidden, and people will always be testing him from here on out. Knox just gives a small nod, acknowledging the warning. He thanks his father for his concern and walks out, the heavy doors closing behind him. Jitri is waiting outside, immediately asking if the patriarch scolded him. Knox tells her it was nothing he couldn't handle, but his face looks drained. He shifts the topic, asking if the accommodations for Alina and May are ready. Jitri confirms everything is set, but then Knox goes on a tangent about how the world would be easier if people just followed rules. She looks at him, confused by his sudden philosophical outburst. He tells her she did a great job, and thanks her, making the stoic maid blush. Knox looks ahead, thinking to himself that it's finally time to get serious. His next target is Eldine Academy, the best training ground in the world where he needs to become the absolute best. Back in the office, the butler watches Theo, who is still deep in thought. Theo sighs, admitting that even for him, talking to his own son is getting tough. The butler suggests Knox just doesn't understand the weight of the patriarch position yet. Theo disagrees, saying Knox's eyes belong to someone who has already decided their entire future. He notes that Knox looks like he's afraid of something, but it's not his father or the crown. It's something more fundamental, like the fear of looking into an endless abyss. Theo realizes his son is deathly afraid of dying right now. He wonders why a boy with such talent is so obsessed with his own mortality. The butler hesitates before bringing up a painful memory. He suggests that what happened to the madam, Knox's mother, might have left a deeper scar than they realized. Theo lets out a hollow laugh, thinking that Knox probably blames him for it. He knows that to Knox, he's just a pathetic man who couldn't even protect his own wife. The butler shifts the mood, reporting that the first son, Garen, has finally started to take action. Theo's expression hardens. He knows Garen is making a move that could destabilize everything. In a dark vision, we see fields of dead soldiers and monsters rising from the earth. A figure stands over a ruined castle, telling his father to just give up and accept the inevitable. It's Garen, and he's claiming the power of a Grand Duke. The war within the family is about to go nuclear. Elsewhere, clothes are scattered across a luxurious room as a young girl prepares for a big day. Thalia stands in front of the mirror, wearing a stunning yellow dress and asking her maid how she looks. Her maid, Emma, looks completely exhausted, pointing out that Thalia has tried on that exact same outfit 20 times. Thalia ignores her, frantically checking her accessories and dresses, her energy through the roof. Emma asks if she's really that excited just to get into the academy. Thalia laughs it off, saying of course she is. It's Eldine after all! Emma sighs, knowing that's not the real reason for all this fuss. She brings up Knox, noting that this will be Thalia's first time seeing him since he officially became her fiancé. Thalia's face turns bright red as she looks away, suddenly very interested in whether her dress should have frills. Emma gives her a deadpan look, realizing her lady is head over heels for the trash noble. Back at Knox's place, the alchemy lab is filled with glowing vials and steam. Knox walks into the room, his boots clicking on the floor as he approaches the workstation. He looks around for the result of Alina's hard work. He finds Alina slumped over the table, having worked herself into a literal coma to finish the potion. She wakes up with huge bags under her eyes, greeting him with a tired but proud smile. Knox is genuinely worried, telling her she looks like death and asking if she's okay. May comes in, sighing that Alina gets like this whenever she hyper-focuses on a project. Alina brushes it off, excitedly telling Nox to take a look at the final product. Nox stares at the glowing vial, his eyes wide as he senses the incredible energy coming from it. He picks up the flask, which is filled with a brilliant, swirling blue liquid. This is the elixir of wind, the culmination of a legendary hunt and genius alchemy. The stats pop up, it boosts stamina by 1 and dexterity by a massive 3 points. The system notes that the effects were boosted by 200% because a genius made it. This is a game-breaking item. Nox can't believe it, he's finally obtained one of the rarest power-ups in the entire game. This elixir doesn't just buff him, it permanently increases a hidden stat that most players never even touch. The screen glows purple as the item's potential is fully revealed. He realizes that with this dexterity boost, his Hour of the Genius skill will become a literal cheat code. Alina watches him nervously, waiting to see if he's satisfied with her work. Nox gives her a rare, genuine "you did great," which makes all her hard work worth it. He raises the vial, the blue light reflecting in his eyes. He downs the entire thing in one gulp, feeling the surge of power instantly hitting his veins. A massive aura of blue wind explodes around him, lifting his hair and shaking the room. Nox lets out a confident smirk. He feels lighter, faster, and more dangerous than ever before. He declares that all his preparations are finally complete. He looks at Jitri and asks if they should head out to Eldine now. His updated status screen appears. He's 15 now, a master of darkness, with a list of genius traits that would make any hero jealous. His mana has hit 10, and his life timer is sitting at a comfortable 150 days. The system confirms that his mana sensitivity genius trait has been fully activated. They arrive at the academy, a massive golden palace that looks more like a fortress for gods. The carriages roll through the gates, filled with the elite children of the continent. Nox steps out, his presence immediately shifting the atmosphere of the courtyard. He adjusts his coat, looking every bit the high-ranking noble he was born to be. The other students start whispering, recognizing his white hair and lavender eyes immediately. They call him a troublemaker and trash, but some of them warn their friends to shut up before they get killed. Nox just smirks at their pathetic gossiping, not bothered by their words at all. He looks at them with a terrifying dark aura, asking if there's a dog barking somewhere because it's getting noisy. The students immediately shut their mouths, trembling as the sheer pressure of his mana washes over them. He walks through the crowd like he owns the place, the sea of students parting for him. Jitri follows him, her face calm but her eyes scanning for any potential threats. A fancy carriage pulls up right behind them, drawing everyone's attention. A pair of elegant boots steps out onto the stone floor. A maid with freckles hops out, looking around at the crowd. She spots Nox and calls out to him, while Jitri looks on with a bit of a protective edge. Nox turns around and sees who it is, and his cool facade actually slips for a split second. The system mocks him again, stating that his acting genius skill is temporarily shaken. The maid tells him they arrived early for the ceremony and gestures toward the carriage. She tells her young miss to come down and greet her fiancé, which makes the person inside panic. There's a loud clattering sound from inside the carriage as someone scrambles to get ready. Thalia steps out, looking absolutely radiant in her blue and white uniform, though she looks like she's about to explode from nerves. Nox realizes this is the girl who was originally the game's ambassador. He thinks to himself that he didn't expect this engagement stuff to actually happen while he wasn't looking. In a flashback, Nox is shown screaming at his maid when he first heard the news, dropping his sword in shock. He was shaking his poor maid, demanding to know why everyone knew about his engagement to Lady Talia, except him. He realized too late that the families had agreed on it behind their backs. Back in the present, Thalia gives a shy, stuttering hello, her face still red. Nox regains his composure, greeting her with a cool "hey," trying to act like his heart isn't racing. Jitri leans in and whispers that this must be the fiancé he mentioned, and she sounds a little bit jealous. Thalia gathers her courage and asks if he's been doing well lately. Nox tells her he's been all right and asks her the same. She smiles brightly, saying she's been doing well too, clearly happy just to be near him. Suddenly, a horse neighs loudly, breaking the cute moment. Everyone turns as another carriage arrives, and the vibe of the courtyard shifts from romantic to hostile instantly. The carriage is incredibly ornate, even more so than the ones the Reinhoffers use. Nox's eyes narrow as he realizes exactly who has arrived. It's another one of the genius characters of Eldane Academy, someone he was hoping to avoid. This is the Merchant Star, the head of the Rivelin family that basically controls the continent's money. Eleanor de Rivelin steps out, her red hair flowing and her expression full of smug superiority. She looks at the group and gives a mocking smile, acting like she's just stumbled upon something interesting. She addresses Nox, saying she didn't know someone like him would actually get admitted into Eldane. Nox whispers her name, his voice cold. Eleanor confirms it's her, looking like she's ready to tear him down in front of everyone. She reminds him that she's the one he used to look down on, and she's never forgotten the insult. This is a classic case of the past coming back to haunt our boy Nox right as he enters the academy. Eleanor isn't just some noble, she's the heir to a merchant empire that basically runs the continent's economy. Known as the Fox of Wealth, she's a genius at math and manipulation, and she's got a huge score to settle. Nox is sweating because he knows exactly what kind of karma is heading his way. His system even warns him that his acting genius skill is starting to crack under her intense gaze. He remembers the memory of their first meeting when they were kids, and it was a total disaster. Back then, Eleanor was just a shy girl trying to fit into high society. But the old, trash Nox decided to make her life a living hell the moment he saw her. He stood there with his arms crossed, calling her pathetic for trying to buy noble status with her family's money. He humiliated her in front of everyone, making it clear she would never be one of them. He literally told her to get out of his sight, leaving the poor girl in tears while the crowd whispered behind her back. Back in the present, Nox realizes that this bridge isn't just burnt, it's been nuked. This is the heavy price he has to pay for the original Nox's terrible personality. He curses his luck, realizing that he's the one who has to deal with all this mess now. He gives a sidelong glance, trying to figure out how to navigate this without getting a knife in the back. He's surrounded by powerful women who could easily drive a sword through his heart if he messes up. Eleanor mocks him, saying he's acting weirdly different from the arrogant brat she used to know. Nox plays it cool, asking her what she thinks his usual self is even supposed to look like. She just smirks, asking if he's really the type of guy who wants to hear the brutal truth from his enemies. Nox grits his teeth. He really can't catch a break, even on the first day of school. He tells her if she's just here to pick a fight, she should probably just get lost already. She laughs, saying that at least his rude mouth hasn't changed one bit. Nox asks her what she really wants. Does she want him to bow down and beg for her recognition? She laughs in his face, telling him there's absolutely nothing she'd ever want from a good-for-nothing like him. Realizing she's a total lost cause for now, Nox decides to check her stats to see what he's dealing with. He activates his insight, and the system begins pulling up Eleanor's hidden information. She's a level 15 wind element user with the calculation genius trait, basically a human supercomputer. Nox is relieved to see her traits haven't changed from the game, at least he knows her weaknesses. He knows the Rivelin family hates their own merchant status, and Eleanor uses that self-loathing as fuel for her ambition. To put it simply, this girl is wrath incarnate wrapped in a fancy dress. Nox mutters to himself that his past self really did poke a massive beehive with this one. Eleanor decides she's seen enough, turning to leave while making it clear they aren't friends. She gives him one last condescending goodbye, treating him like he's beneath her notice. Nox turns to Thalia, telling her they should move because the admission ceremony is about to kick off. Thalia blinks, surprised by how quickly he brushed off that hostile encounter. Nox knows he can't shake Thalia off, so his plan is to just use her presence to his advantage whenever he can. But he knows he has to stay on his toes. The real test is only just beginning. They enter the massive hall, where the most powerful and reputable families on the continent have gathered. Nox scans the room, noting that the talent level in this batch of students is absolutely insane. He's already planning which students to recruit without messing up the original game's storyline too much. He spots the strongest characters, the future legends who will decide the fate of the world. He knows that if he brings them to his side, he's basically playing with fire, so he has to be careful. He notices dozens of nobles staring at him, and Jitri awkwardly points out that he seems pretty popular. Nox deadpans that being popular usually doesn't involve everyone looking at you like they want to execute you. Suddenly, the speakers crackle to life as someone asks if the crowd can hear them. Nox stops in his tracks. He knows this voice, and it means things are about to get chaotic. The academy staff all bow in unison, showing absolute respect to whoever is about to walk out. A small girl walks up to the podium, casually chewing on a giant red and white lollipop. She's barefoot, her feet wrapped in bandages, and she looks like she just wandered in from a playground. She throws her hand up with a bright smile, giving a casual, "Hello, everyone," to the elite crowd. The students are completely baffled, wondering who this tiny kid is and where the actual professors went. They start whispering, assuming she's just a lost child who followed her parents into the ceremony. They figure she's just being polite, having no idea who they're actually looking at. Nox just shakes his head, calling them all idiots for underestimating the most dangerous person in the room. He pulls up her stats: Noah von Trinity, one of the 4 sages and a total monster whose age and race are unknown. Her stats are off the charts, with a mana pool that could probably drown a whole city. Nox knows that if he wants to survive this school, he needs to stay on her good side at all costs. He tells Thalia to just stay quiet if she doesn't want to die, which really sets the mood. The girl introduces herself as the newly appointed dean, still acting like a cheerful kid. But then her eyes glow with a terrifying blue light as she warns them that if she hears the word small again, she'll kill them. She goes back to being cute a second later, leaving the entire room paralyzed with fear. She declares that the admission ceremony will now begin with a special rule. One student tries to complain that they didn't hear about any new rules, but he's quickly shut down. Noah explains that this rule was made specifically to filter out trash talents right from the jump. A massive blue magic circle erupts from the floor, surrounding all the students. She smiles one last time, telling them she hopes they manage to come back alive. Before anyone can react, a blinding light swallows the room as the forced teleportation kicks in. Nox stares into the light, knowing that this is where his real journey at the academy truly starts. The magic surges, ripping them away from the safety of the hall and throwing them into the unknown. His last thought before the world disappears is a simple one: survive, no matter what. Sort out, this is just a festive holiday illustration of G-Tree, not relevant to the main plot. Nox wakes up in a lush, magical forest, the sunlight filtering through trees that look too perfect to be real. He hears a heavy breathing and the sound of someone nearby, but he's still groggy from the teleport. A booming voice screams at them to get up right now, echoing through the trees like a cannon blast. A massive, bald man stands over them, calling them darn brats for sleeping in front of their superior. Other students are groaning on the ground, still struggling to recover from the mana shock of the dean's magic. The bald man towers over them, his arms crossed as he waits for the trash to wake up. He looks down and notices something that actually surprises him for once. Nox is already standing, the only student who managed to shake off the teleportation sickness instantly. Nox is internally reeling, but he's managed to endure the aftermath of the intermediate magic. The instructor narrows his eyes, clearly intrigued by this white-haired kid's resilience. The two of them have a silent stare-down as the blue aura of teleportation magic fades from the air. Nox gulps, realizing exactly who he's looking at. He thinks to himself that the guy's head is just as shiny and distracting as it was in the game. He remembers the game lore mentioned this guy once had a full head of hair. What a tragedy. This is Burnin, a legendary graduate and current instructor whose baldness earned him the nickname Takoyaki. Nox knows Burnin is a beast at footwork, and getting on his good side would be a major advantage. Burnin catches Nox's look and screams, asking why he's looking at him with so much pity. Nox panics, activating his acting genius to hide the fact that he was definitely judging the man's bald spot. He quickly shifts the topic, asking about the admission test and pretending he's just an eager student. Burnin decides to move on, but first, he needs to wake up the rest of the sleepyheads in the area. He tells Nox to cover his ears unless he wants his eardrums to literally explode. Burnin's fist glows with a massive surge of blue mana as he prepares to wake the dead. He slams his power into the ground, creating a shockwave of sound that rips through the forest. Students jump up screaming, completely disoriented by the literal noise bomb that just went off. One guy wakes up furious, screaming, "Which idiot did that?" before he realizes who he's talking to. Burnin moves faster than the eye can see, his shadow falling over the rude student instantly. He looks down with a terrifying expression, basically telling the kid, "I'm that idiot. You got a problem?" The sunlight reflects off Burnin's bald head, creating a literal blinding flash of light. The students are blinded and terrified, realizing they are in the hands of a total lunatic. Burnin towers over them, asking if they have a death wish for swearing and frowning at him. He orders the medics to move the unconscious kids to the safe zone and begins the briefing for the test. Nox listens intently. He knows this part of the game by heart, but things can always change. The test is simple. Hunt monsters on this magical island and collect the jewels they drop. These jewels contain mana, and the less mana a jewel has, the more value it actually holds in this test. Most people think more mana is better, but Nox knows that's a total trap for beginners. The Academy is looking for two things: mana sensitivity and combat instinct. They already tested their sensitivity by seeing how fast they woke up from Noah's teleportation magic. Now, they want to see who can detect even the faintest amounts of mana in the heat of battle. Nox realizes they are literally sifting through the students to find the hidden gems right from day one. Burnin warns them that this place is a labyrinth filled with monsters they can't even imagine fighting. Because the difficulty is so high, he's allowing them to move in teams for this test. Nox watches as a nearby mana crystal glows, indicating the start of the challenge. The other students are already drawing their swords, their mana flaring up as they prepare for the grind. Vernon sets the limit at 8 people per team and tells them they better start moving fast. He tells them he'll be waiting at the top of the mountain and walks away as a white bird flies overhead. One student tries to ask another question, but the instructor has already vanished into the woods. The future legends of the continent start eyeing each other, deciding who is worth teaming up with. Eleanor and Thalia stand apart, their eyes scanning the crowd with cold, calculating gazes. A hand is raised as a leader steps forward to organize the chaos. A girl calls out, asking who wants to join her and assist the princess in clearing this test. Eleanor smirks, promising massive rewards in her family's name to anyone who works with her group. Knox stands alone in the back, watching the elite groups form while everyone else ignores him. He lets out a small, confident breath, knowing he doesn't need a single one of them to win. He knows that in the world of inner lunatic, playing by the normal rules is a great way to get killed. Knowledge is his true weapon, and to grow his terminally ill body, he has to monopolize every secret. He spots a dark cave entrance and decides that his path lies underground. He declares that he's going solo, dashing into the darkness while everyone else is still arguing over teams. Vernon watches from a high cliff, his eyes tracking the lone white-haired boy moving away from the group. He thinks it's incredibly strange that a new student could not only endure the dean's magic, but also stay so calm. He remembers Knox's face, which didn't show a single ounce of hesitation or fear. He wonders why anyone would choose to raid this dangerous forest alone on their first day. He asks himself if this kid simply has no fear of danger, but he realizes it's deeper than that. It's not a lack of fear, it's a total confidence that he already knows how everything is going to end. Vernon smiles, calling Knox a diamond on a dunghill and challenging him to show what the Reinhafer family is made of. He narrows his eyes, focusing all his attention on the hidden dragon of the class. The air crackles with anticipation as the instructor waits for Knox to reveal his true talent. Inside the cave, a black blade slices through the darkness with a lethal hiss. Knox has already started his harvest, leaving a trail of monster corpses and glowing jewels in his wake. He stands at the entrance of a deeper chamber, his eyes glowing as he spots a pile of high-value crystals. Boots click on the stone floor as he senses someone, or something, following him deeper into the cave. A mysterious student with long white hair watches him from the shadows, a faint smile on her face. Knox continues forward, seemingly unaware that he's being stalked by a fellow genius. The footsteps behind him are nearly silent, moving with a grace that only a high-level mage could possess. Suddenly, blood sprays across the wall as another monster is silenced by a single clean strike. The beast slumps to the ground, its life force extinguished before it even knew what hit it. Elsewhere in the forest, Thalia and Penelope are surrounded by a massive wave of goblins and wolves. Thalia looks around frantically, wondering where Knox went and why he didn't try to join her group. Her companion screams at her to focus, reminding her that protecting Princess Penelope is her only job right now. They stand their ground, facing down a sea of snarling monsters that just keep on coming. Penelope holds up a purple crystal, wondering if it's the highest grade they can get in this forest. Thalia agrees, but she notes that a test from one of the 4 sages must have something even more valuable hidden away. She looks worried, sensing that the difficulty of this test is about to spike to a lethal level. Other students nearby are already gasping for breath, their weapons shaking as the monsters press the attack. One girl admits that it's going to be nearly impossible for most of them to reach the mountaintop in this state. Penelope narrows her eyes, her yellow gaze full of a fierce, unshakable determination. She promised herself that she would help the princess reach the highest peak of this empire, no matter what. She thinks about how the Arkheim Empire is rotten to the core and needs a new ruler to bring back its former glory. She tells Thalia she's still fine and suggests they gather the remaining survivors to make a final push. Thalia nods, but she can't shake the feeling that she's missing something important about this labyrinth. Someone watches them from the shadows, their gloved hand tightening around a high-value purple crystal. The light of the jewel reflects in their eyes as they prepare to make a move that will change everything. A dark, mysterious figure stands behind Penelope, casting a long shadow that signals a betrayal is coming. Back with Knox, the system alerts him that his cold hands and feet trait is starting to drain his speed. His stats are dropping and his breathing is getting heavy. This environment is a literal death trap for his sick body. He stops in a clearing, the snow crunching under his boots as he tries to regulate his body temperature. He points his finger like a gun and conjures a small, controlled flame using his magic. He uses a basic ignition spell, but the way he handles the mana is way more advanced than any newbie. The system confirms that the penalties of his negative trait have disappeared thanks to the heat. Knox thinks to himself that if he wants to use this darn body, he has to constantly fight against its weaknesses. He realizes he's getting close to his destination, his eyes scanning the horizon for a specific landmark. He walks up a steep, snow-covered ridge, looking like a lone warrior against the freezing wilderness. He notes that this freezing environment is exactly the kind of thing a frozen witch like Noah would design. He knows he's near the mountaintop, but the sheer amount of magical ice here is even worse than he expected. He takes a deep breath, the cold air burning his lungs as he prepares for the final boss of the labyrinth. He crouches down, sensing that the entire island beneath him is pulsating with a massive amount of hidden magic. Suddenly, the ground begins to crack with a loud crack, sending shockwaves through the ice. He realizes that Noah's artificial labyrinth isn't just a location, it's a living thing made entirely of mana. Every rock, tree, and monster in this place is just a manifestation of the Dean's overwhelming power. Nox is stunned, wondering just how much mana this tiny girl actually has to be able to sustain an entire island. But then he smirks, the challenge finally becoming interesting to a pro gamer like him. He tells himself that none of that matters. He's here for the loot, and nothing else. The ice shatters in front of him with a deafening boom as something massive tries to break through. Snow and debris fly into the air as the labyrinth's true guardian finally reveals itself. A gargantuan ice troll roars, its breath freezing the air into solid crystals as it lunges at Nox. It's not just one. An entire horde of these behemoths surrounds him, looking like a wall of blue muscle. These are ice trolls, famous for having an insane amount of HP and a regeneration factor that makes them nearly unkillable. Nox knows these are the newbie killers of the game, but he stares them down like they're nothing more than target practice. One troll slams its club down, creating a crater in the ice where Nox was standing just a millisecond ago. Nox blurs through the air, his cape fluttering as he dodges a second strike with perfect timing. He lands in a crouch behind the monster, his hand already on the hilt of his blade. He uses the troll's own momentum against it, moving like a shadow through the chaos of the battlefield. A clang echoes through the cavern as Nox's sword meets the iron-hard club of a troll. He doesn't just block, he parries the blow and counters with a strike that rips through the monster's hide. His eyes glow with a fierce light as he realizes that even though the Dean is obsessed with talent, she won't give them a test they can't pass. He knows these trolls are lower intermediate grade, perfect for weeding out the weak but manageable for a true genius. He wonders what the catch is, his tactical mind already figuring out the secret patterns of the battle. He stands surrounded by 5 trolls, looking like he's exactly where he wants to be. In the shadows, the mysterious girl from before watches him, her eyes wide as she witnesses his impossible speed. Nox identifies the pattern. The first troll always goes for a vertical strike, followed by a wide, slow, horizontal swing. The last one in the sequence always goes for a weak stab, leaving it wide open for a counterattack. He smirks, easily parrying the heavy blows as if he's reading the monster's minds. He blurs past the first troll, his blade leaving a trail of purple light as he slices through its massive legs. He spins through the air, dodging a club by inches while the sound of whoosh fills the cave. He grips his sword with both hands, focusing all his dark mana into the edge for a final lethal blow. He plunges his sword directly into the troll's chest, the sound of shachlush signaling the end of the fight. Blood and ice spray everywhere as Nox stands in the middle of the carnage, his expression cold and focused. The remaining trolls fall one by one, their massive bodies crashing into the ground with thunderous bams. Nox's purple eyes burn with intensity as he stares down the last monster, his blade dripping with ichor. The field is silent, the corpses of the trolls already beginning to dissolve back into pure mana. Nox reaches down into the remains of the largest troll, his hand searching for a specific item. He pulls it out, a shimmering, pitch-black jewel that radiates a strange, cold power. He finally found it. The gray crystal. This hidden piece is the key to evolving his Hour of the Genius skill and becoming truly unstoppable. Eleanor holds the purple crystal in her hand, thinking she's finally reached the top of the food chain in this exam. She tells her team that at this level, they should easily be the top scorers among their peers. Her teammates are totally hyped, praising her for being absolutely incredible during the hunt. Eleanor acts humble, but internally she's still calculating. This result is good, but it's not perfect. Meanwhile, Nox is moving through the woods, but he can't shake this heavy feeling of unease in his gut. Eleanor's gaze turns cold as she starts thinking about her past and the burden of the Rivelin name. We get a flashback to her father screaming at her, demanding to know why she picked a fight with the Reinhafers. He grabs her by the shoulders, ranting about how they need to climb higher so no one can ever look down on them again. He looks like a man possessed by greed, telling her she should have brought Nox to their side at any cost. Little Eleanor just stands there with tears streaming down her face, realizing she's just a tool to her own father. She knows that not once has he ever actually looked at her as his daughter, only as a way to gain more power. Back in the present, she wonders why Nox disappeared, and what kind of hidden secret he's actually hunting for. She touches her chin, her mind racing to figure out his next move. She turns back to the other students, raising her hand to make a bold proposal. She promises even greater rewards from the Rivelin family if they follow her to a higher, more dangerous floor. The students are hesitant, worried that climbing any higher could get them seriously injured or worse. Eleanor just laughs it off, reminding them that with great risks come the greatest rewards. Her charisma works, the students start stepping up, desperate for the chance to be in her good graces. Even the ones who were scared a second ago are now begging to join her group. She knows exactly how to play them. In her world, everything always comes down to money and greed. She gives them a bright, fake smile and asks if they're ready to move out. Cut back to Nox. He's standing in a snowy wasteland, surrounded by the bodies of monsters he's already cleared. He knows that enhancing his Hour of the Genius skill is basically impossible unless he finds a specific hidden stat. He accepts that he's going to attract a lot of unwanted attention, but for this power-up, it's worth it. Suddenly, he senses a presence and whips around, his eyes narrowing. A sword flashes in the air, and someone lands right in front of him with perfect grace. A voice calls out, mocking him for meeting again in such a desolate place. It's Paracelsus, the future Sword Emperor, and he's got a mischievous grin on his face. Nox is internally panicking, realizing that this encounter shouldn't be happening according to the game's script. He stares at the gray-haired genius, trying to figure out why the timeline is shifting so much. Paracelsus just keeps that smug smile, looking Nox up and down like he's a fascinating new toy. Nox grits his teeth, telling himself that something is seriously wrong with the story. He checks the stats. Paracelsus is a combat genius who scorns nobles, definitely not someone you want as an enemy. This guy is one of the strongest characters in the entire world of Inner Lunatic. In the game, he was supposed to be inspired by the protagonist saving Eleanor, but that event hasn't happened yet. Nox realizes he's in a tight spot and needs to think fast. Suddenly, Paracelsus lunges, his movements a complete blur as he swings his blade. Nox barely parries the strike, the metal clashing with a violent spark that echoes through the snow. Paracelsus tells him he's interested in that thing Nox is carrying and demands he hand it over. Nox activates his acting skill, his face turning into a mask of pure coldness as he calls the guy filthy vermin. He realizes that if his theory is right, the original protagonist of this world might not even exist anymore. Their blades clash again, the sheer force of the impact cracking the ground beneath them. Nox moves like his life depends on it, because honestly, it probably does. He curses under his breath, realizing he has to stop this guy right here before the whole story collapses. Paracelsus laughs, saying that Nox has smelled suspicious from the very first moment they met. He points out that even in Chaders, Nox was using that cursed sword with way too much perfection for a trash noble. He offers a deal, hand over the black crystal, get the high marks, and they can both go their separate ways. Nox asks what happens if he refuses, and the air around them turns freezing. Paracelsus draws his blade fully, declaring he'll do whatever it takes to take it by force. He realizes Nox caught onto his plan early, and he's not even trying to hide his hostility anymore. Nox analyzes him, knowing this guy is a monster in the making, but his talent hasn't fully matured yet. He knows he'd win easily if he used Hour of the Genius, but he can't reveal his trump card in front of an audience. His purple eyes glow with a dark intensity as he prepares to fight for real. He thinks about Eleanor, and realizes that if the hero isn't here, he's the only one who can save her from her fate. It's a massive gamble, but Nox has always been a high-stakes player. He stares down Paracelsus, telling him he's not the only one who knows the secrets of this world. Paracelsus smirks, noting that since Nox knows his name, he definitely won't be going easy on him. Nox calls him Celsus, a nickname that makes the swordsman's eyes widen in shock. He points his sword at him, revealing he knows Paracelsus enrolled just to find out who killed his master. Paracelsus loses his cool, his face twisting in rage as he calls Nox a bastard. Nox just gives him a predatory grin, asking if he's finally in the mood to talk. Cut to Eleanor's group, trekking through the mountain snow, unaware of the duel happening nearby. Eleanor stops, her instincts telling her that something is very wrong in this part of the labyrinth. Princess Penelope is already there, standing on a ridge and waiting for her. The princess looks at Eleanor and admits she knew the golden fox would eventually make it this far. Eleanor bows politely, making it clear she has no intention of getting in the royalty's way. But Eleanor's eyes are sharp. She knows the princess isn't just here to sightsee. Down below, the duel between Nox and Paracelsus is reaching a fever pitch, shockwaves throwing snow into the air. Paracelsus is moving like a literal demon, his speed almost too fast for the naked eye to track. Nox is keeping up, his purple eyes locked onto the tip of the enemy's blade with inhuman focus. Penelope's knight, Echidna, wants to intervene, but the princess tells her to wait. Penelope explains that it would be too dangerous to fight either of those two unless they're already half dead. Echidna looks concerned, realizing the power level of these freshmen is way higher than she expected. Nox grips his sword tighter, his hand glowing with a faint purple mana. Echidna backs down, agreeing to follow the princess's orders for now. Eleanor watches the fight from afar, her mind reeling because the Nox she knew was supposed to be a total loser. She's sweating, asking herself when the heck he actually became this powerful. The silhouettes of the onlookers stand on the cliff, watching the two monsters clash in the valley. Every strike from their swords sends a boom through the air that rattles the nearby trees. Thalia finds Echidna and asks if she's watching the fight too, her voice trembling slightly. She mentions that the guy Nox is fighting is the Destroyer of the East, Paracelsus. Echidna just gives a grim nod, confirming the legend's identity. She explains that Paracelsus has been famous since he was a kid for wiping out entire bandit groups solo. But she admits that seeing Nox, the fifth son of the Rheinhafers, holding his own is a complete shock. Echidna says if Nox wasn't such a lustful trash noble, he might have been one of the greatest knights ever. Thalia gets defensive, quietly muttering that she doesn't think Nox is actually that lustful anymore. Paracelsus screams in fury, his monocle glinting as he doubles down on his attack speed. Nox notices he's wavering. His mental state is crumbling because Nox knows too many of his secrets. We see a flashback of Paracelsus training with his master, Celsus, the only person he ever trusted. The tragedy hits hard. His teacher is already dead, leaving Paracelsus alone in a world he hates. Nox looks at him with cold eyes, knowing that brat from the Mills Academy is the cause of all this pain. Paracelsus tells him that he's done being polite and prepares his ultimate technique. A massive clang rings out as their blades meet with enough force to create a whiteout. The system confirms that Nox's acting genius is working perfectly, keeping his true exhaustion hidden. Nox smirks, mocking the legendary swordsman by asking him what's wrong. He hits him where it hurts, reminding him that he wasn't the one who killed his teacher. Paracelsus lunges again, his blade moving in a chaotic, desperate red blur. Nox dodges the strikes with inches to spare, the wind from the blade cutting through his cape. He realizes the enemy's attack patterns are getting simpler because he's fighting with emotion instead of logic. Paracelsus might be a genius, but in Nox's eyes, he's still just an immature kid. A black slash rips through the air as Nox finally finds an opening. He lands a heavy blow, the impact sending Paracelsus reeling backward through the snow. Paracelsus gasps, his vision blurring as he tries to regain his balance. Nox stands over him, looking like a literal shadow against the white landscape. Paracelsus sighs, his pride wounded and his mana starting to run dangerously low. But then he gives a twisted smile, his eyes glowing as he prepares to go all out. He charges back in, the duel turning into a frantic exchange of lethal strikes. Paracelsus demands Nox repeat his nonsense, but Nox just tells him he'll keep saying the truth until it sinks in. The enemy's attacks are getting sharper, and Nox realizes he can't drag this fight on for much longer. Paracelsus's eyes widen in shock as he sees Nox's posture change into something legendary. Nox knows if the guy uses the living sword technique, his own defeat will be inevitable. He grits his teeth, focusing every last drop of his mana into his legs. He calls Paracelsus distracted, parrying a blow that should have been a killing shot. Nox's sword moves like a lightning strike, cutting through the silence of the mountain. He tsk-tsks at the future emperor, mocking his inability to finish the job. He calls him a lowly commoner for trying to take things from others, leaning into his villain persona. The system warns that Paracelsus's Scorns Noble's trait has been fully activated. He's officially in berserker mode. Paracelsus screams that it's the nobles who made this world so trashy in the first place. Nox tells him he's just wasting his time by needing someone to hate. Their swords lock in a cross, sparks flying as they struggle for dominance. Neither side is giving an inch, their blades screeching against each other. Nox asks him if he really wants things to end like this, without ever hearing the truth about his master. He gives a sidelong glance, checking the time on his internal system. He realizes he just needs to drag this out for a few more minutes until the event starts. The system alert pops up. It's 8:58 p.m., only 2 minutes left. Paracelsus laughs, saying he can dig that info out of Nox after he cuts off a limb or two. Nox spins his blade, asking if the guy really thinks he can escape after harming a Rheinhafer. Paracelsus notices they've attracted a huge audience of other students who are watching in awe. He declares that this next attack will be his last, and Nox mocks his overconfidence. Paracelsus lunges for the final strike, his face full of murderous intent. Nox's reflection is caught in the enemy's eye, a calm before the absolute storm. Nox gives a small, dark smile as the clock finally hits 9 p.m. The golden gears of his skill begin to turn in his mind. He blurs through the air, appearing above Paracelsus in an instant with an explosion of speed. Paracelsus can only watch in horror as his target literally disappears from his vision. Nox whispers "Get lost" right into his ear, sounding like a ghost. He unleashes a massive shockwave strike that sends Paracelsus flying through the air like a rag doll. Nox tells him he doesn't have time to care about someone like him right now. Eleanor is stunned, unable to believe Nox could accelerate like that against the strongest student. She looks closer, her heart hammering against her ribs. Suddenly, she senses something even more dangerous approaching from the dark. Her face turns pale as a black shadow moves with terrifying speed toward her group. A Nightwalker demon erupts from the snow, looking like a living nightmare made of smoke and claws. Eleanor realizes she can't dodge this attack and thinks her life is over right then and there. She stares into the glowing eyes of the demon, paralyzed by pure primal fear. She whispers that she's scared, the golden fox facade completely crumbling. The monster's claw is inches from her throat when a black blade intervenes. Nox appears in front of her, calling her a pathetic sight as he stares down the demon. With a single, casual move, Nox shatters the Nightwalker into a million black particles. Eleanor is gasping for air, looking up at Nox with a mix of shock and confusion. Nox sheathes his sword, insulting her for failing to kill such a small thing even with a team. He knows a Nightwalker is a high-level demon that shouldn't even be in this labyrinth. He remembers the lore. This monster killed Paracelsus's master, and Eleanor was destined to be its sacrifice. He tells himself that the original story where the hero saves her is now completely meaningless. He looks at her with cold, purple eyes, thinking that there is no protagonist in this world anymore. Penelope steps forward, telling Nox he's being too harsh since the situation was completely irrational. Nox gives her a half-hearted bow, acknowledging her as the princess. Penelope insists that the instructors and the dean should have accounted for a demon of this level. Nox tells her that an enemy doesn't choose its opponent, and he's surprised she doesn't know that. Echidna steps in, warning him not to insult the princess. She points out that Nox clearly knew something was wrong, which is why he stepped in to help. Nox identifies her as Echidna von Zeno, the future head of the Zeno family and the princess's shadow. He knows the Reinhafers and Zenos are natural enemies. It's the classic battle between dark and holy magic. He thinks to himself that there are no easy plots in the world of inner lunatic. He acts arrogant, telling her he has nothing to say to a dog of the Holy Family. Echidna's eyes glow with fury, asking if he's really trying to start a war right here. Nox just looks at the whole group from a high ledge, challenging them to see what they'll actually do about it. Suddenly, a roar echoes through the area as Instructor Burnin screams at them to stop fighting. The bald instructor lands with a massive crash, calling them all damned brats. Nox coolly asks if the exam is finally over. Burnin glares at him, confirming that the test has been officially concluded. He admits he never expected anyone to actually bring back a black gem, calling Nox surprisingly excellent. He announces to the whole group that Nox von Reinhafer is the top scorer of the entrance exam. He declares that everyone else with purple gems will be tied for second place. Penelope raises her hand, but she's not interested in the rankings. She demands a thorough explanation for the Nightwalker attack, since it wasn't a beast from the void. Burnin simply says they are already investigating the matter and tells her to stay in line. He mentions that Eleanor will receive a separate reward for her life-risking situation. He then looks at Nox, offering him a special reward for saving his peers from a high-level threat. Nox turns his back on him, flatly stating that he doesn't need any rewards. He internally realizes that getting entangled with Eleanor right now would be a huge variable he can't afford. Eleanor calls out to him as he walks away, asking why the heck he actually saved her. Nox sighs, activating his master of acting to handle this annoying conversation. He tells her she just happened to be there while he was killing the beast. It wasn't about her at all. Eleanor looks at him with a puzzled expression, not buying his lie for a second. Nox realizes he's cornered. His bad guy act is starting to wear thin because his actions keep proving otherwise. He knows Eleanor, the Golden Fox, believes everyone can be bought, and his free help is blowing her mind. Later, Eleanor is in a carriage, staring out the window in deep thought. She keeps replaying the moment Nox saved her and how he refused the reward from the instructor. She repeats his words about it being a coincidence, her face full of doubt. She calls it an unbelievable lie, realizing there must be a much deeper motive behind his actions. She discusses it with her young aide, noting that Nox's behavior makes zero sense. Her aide reminds her that she used to call Nox nothing but a rascal and a good-for-nothing. Eleanor insists there must be another reason, her obsession with Nox's secret reaching a boiling point. She stares at the passing trees, her eyes full of a new, dangerous curiosity. She tells her aide she needs to investigate him more, and he promises to dig up every scrap of info he can find. But Eleanor stops him, her gaze sharpening. She declares she'll verify it with her own eyes, knowing the Reinhafers won't like her snooping around. She looks at the course list for Eldine, combat studies, history, and exotic magic weaponry. Her aide gives a knowing smile, realizing his mistress is finally meeting someone she can't calculate. The carriage rolls away, carrying her back to the heart of the academy. Cut to the Reinhafer estate, where the sun is setting over the massive Gothic towers. Nox is slumped in a chair, looking completely exhausted from the exam and the duel. Jitri is there with a wet towel, asking if he's really okay, and worrying about his pale skin. Nox tells her not to worry, but internally he's in a total dilemma about the missing protagonist. He realizes that if there's no hero, someone has to step up to deal with the mysterious messages he's been getting. He laments the fact that the body he's inhabiting is supposed to be the world's most hated villain. Suddenly, his eyes snap open as a brilliant and crazy idea hits him. He jumps up, scaring Jitri as he realizes there actually is a way to solve this. He gives a wicked grin, his confidence fully restored. He's found the only way to play the roles of both the villain and the protagonist at the same time. Switch scenes to a battlefield bathed in a blood-red sunset, littered with the corpses of soldiers. A mysterious girl with long blonde hair stands amidst the carnage, her back to the camera. The sky itself looks like it's bleeding as a dark magic surges across the horizon. A masked man approaches her, calling her Lady Luna and telling her that the mines are starting to move. He declares that he will soon awaken, pointing to a massive dark tower in the distance. The girl says a storm of blood is about to sweep the continent once more, her voice cold and hollow. She tells a subordinate named Duff to get ready, confirming that their purpose is finally within reach. She whips around, her face covered in blood but her eyes full of a terrifying golden light. She grips a strange, glowing crest that seems to feed on the mana of the dead. She declares her final goal to the heavens, the total and absolute downfall of the Arkheim Empire. The world is a game, and in this game, the line between the hero saving the day and the villain burning it all down is paper-thin. Our boy Nox knows this better than anyone, after all. He spent his past life as a pro gamer staring at screens until his eyes went numb. He realizes that in Inner Lunatic, the protagonist and the final boss are basically two sides of the same coin. The protagonist fights for justice, while the villain fights for their own twisted reasons, but both are forged in the same fire. Nox looks back with those cold purple eyes, fully accepting that he's stepped into a world where morality is just a suggestion. He thinks about how both the good guys and the bad guys often find themselves in the exact same messed-up situations. Except for the absolute monsters, most villains have a tragic backstory or some trauma that pushed them over the edge, just like the heroes. Every villain has a why, a reason they became the person the world fears, and honestly, people have always been obsessed with those kinds of complex, dark characters. Nox walks through the dark, damp streets of a back-alley district, his hood pulled low to stay hidden. He knows that even if villains have reasons, they're still the bad guys at the end of the day. A hero stands tall in the light, but Nox knows that path isn't for him. A villain is a villain. They don't just magically become the protagonist because they have a sad story. Nox smirks, realizing that in a world headed for total destruction without a main character to save it, there's only one way to survive. He has to become both the villain and the protagonist at the same time. He stares at a rundown building, the shadows swirling around him as he prepares to make a move that would make most people lose their minds. Standing in the middle of a deserted alley, he's a ghost in the system, ready to exploit everything he knows. A sudden surge of blue mana swirls in the darkness. A secret portal is opening right in front of him. He sighs, admitting he doesn't actually enjoy putting his life on the line, but he doesn't have a choice if he wants to win. He's heading straight for Lunatic, the most dangerous villain organization in the game, filled with people who want to tear the Empire apart. He reaches out into the glowing blue energy, his hands steady even though he's about to walk into a lion's den. With a flash of light, he disappears from the streets, leaving no trace behind. His goal is simple: join the monsters so he can eventually control them. Meanwhile, at the top of the Empire, the high-ranking officials of the Academy are gathered for a serious meeting. These are the power players, the professors and masters who run the show, and they all look stressed out of their minds. At the head of the table sits Dean Noah, looking bored while the old men around her argue. She rests her head on her hand, puffing out her cheeks like a child who's tired of listening to a long lecture. One of the officers asks her if the recent test was dangerous, and if she actually knows what's going on. He gets worked up, accusing his colleague of making a mistake, but the other guy just snaps back that he didn't do anything wrong. Noah just quietly munches on a snack, her eyes glowing with a faint, dangerous light. She suddenly looks up with a terrifying smile and asks them what exactly they think they're doing by arguing in front of her. The two men instantly freeze up, cold sweat running down their faces as they realize they've annoyed a sage. The officer tries to laugh it off, frantically asking where they left off in the discussion. Noah tells them she hasn't even started talking yet, and realizes they weren't paying a single bit of attention to her earlier. An older professor with glasses clears his throat, sensing the tension is about to explode. He explains that the dean is talking about the unknown enemy that appeared during the entrance exam and threatened the entire academy. Noah nods, her expression turning serious as she confirms the gravity of the situation. She explains that this enemy's ultimate goal isn't just to mess with the school, but to bring down the entire Arkham Empire. She brings up Eleanor de Rivellin, the star of finance, and asks if they understand why she was the one targeted first. One official realizes it's because her family merchant group controls a massive 70% of the goods moving through the empire. If the enemy is going after the money, it means they've already picked out their next target to cripple the country. Noah warns them that what happened was both a challenge and a warning, and they need to be ready for the storm that's coming. The officials all stand and salute, finally realizing that the peace they've known is officially over. Noah reaches for something in her desk, her hand pausing for just a second. She slams her hand down, a playful but sharp glint in her eyes. She tells them there's one more person that everyone should consider extremely dangerous. The officials look confused, wondering who could be more dangerous than a demon-summoning revolutionary. Noah smiles to herself, thinking back to the student who completely broke her expectations. We see a flashback of Knox in the labyrinth, staying hidden and moving with a level of skill no freshman should have. He was walking through piles of defeated monsters, looking like he was just taking a casual stroll. Noah says this student might be the most talented person in this entire generation. The officials lose it, shouting out, "Who is it?" They're stunned because Noah hasn't acknowledged anyone's talent like this since she met the princess years ago. She says his name clearly, Knox von Reinhofer. The room goes dead silent before they sputter out, "Knox? The notorious, lustful failure of the Reinhofer family?" Noah just smiles, remembering the sharp, calculating look in Knox's eyes when he thought no one was watching. She remembers him pushing open the doors of the labyrinth with total confidence. She's completely captivated by the mystery of how a trash noble became a monster in disguise. Then she drops the bombshell. She thinks Knox might even be stronger than she is. The officials' jaws literally drop. They look like they've seen a ghost. They start whispering, thinking they must have heard her wrong, because there's no way a 15-year-old is stronger than a sage. The man with the mustache looks like his entire worldview just shattered into a million pieces. Cut back to Knox, who's pushing open the creaky wooden doors of a hidden tavern. The place is filled with rough-looking mercenaries and criminals, all turning to look at the newcomer. The bartender, a guy who looks like he's seen 100 bar fights, asks if Knox is lost. Knox recognizes him instantly as Kayron, the public face of the inn, but he knows the man's true identity is way more sinister. Knox leans in and whispers the secret code, "Moonlight on Talon Feather, cheers for the Empire." Kayron's eyes widen. That's a code only a high-level member or someone very important should know. Knox stares him down with a gaze that says he isn't playing games. Kayron tells him to go on in, even though he's baffled how a kid like Knox got that code from that person. Knox smirks and asks if Kayron is even going to introduce himself properly. Kayron just sighs and says his name is Kayron, at least to the outside world. Knox heads into the back room, walking past rows of barrels with a confident stride. He stands in front of a massive shelf of liquor bottles, searching for the final trigger. He knows that to get to the true headquarters of Lunatic, he has to follow a very specific sequence. He grabs the first bottle, numbered 3, and shifts it. Then he grabs bottle 1, moving with the precision of someone who's done this 1,000 times in a game. He finishes the sequence with 8 and 4, his eyes sharp as the mechanism begins to click. The air begins to ripple with dark energy, a sign that the teleportation magic is activating. A massive pillar of blue light erupts around him, swirling like a magical hurricane. A system message pops up. He's being exposed to high-level magic, and his mana sensitivity is going haywire. The teleportation kicks in, dragging his body through the void toward the designated location. Knox winces, cursing his low stats because the high-tier magic is making his head spin. He blinks, trying to clear his vision as he arrives at a massive, dark palace. Suddenly, a cold blade is pressed right against his throat. A beautiful blonde woman is standing there, holding the sword with deadly grace. It's Luna, the leader of Lunatic. She looks at him with eyes full of suspicion and asks, "Who are you?" Nox doesn't even flinch, he just looks at her and says her name, Luna. The sword draws a tiny drop of blood, showing she isn't afraid to end him right then and there. Nox calmly states her title, the leader of Lunatic and the only Sword Emperor whose face is unknown. He tells her, I'm here for you. Luna is shocked. Not only does this kid know where their secret base is, but he knows exactly who she is. She presses the blade harder, demanding his name one more time. Nox raises his hands, looking her right in the eye and says, Nox von Reinhafer, and I'd like to join Lunatic. The moon hangs high over the academy, but inside the dorms, one person isn't sleeping. Paracelsus sits by the window, the blue moonlight washing over his face as he broods. He can't stop thinking about Nox von Reinhafer and the mystery surrounding him. He's convinced Nox knows the truth about how his master, Old Man Celsus, really died. He remembers their duel, where Nox acted like he knew everything, even the fact that Paracelsus's teacher was already gone. He scoffs at the rumors of Nox being a shame to his family. He knows that's a total lie now. He remembers the moment Nox blitzed him, the speed was so insane he could only compare it to his late master. Paracelsus looks at his own reflection, wondering what kind of game Nox is actually playing. He realizes that everything about Nox, the behavior, the bad reputation, was probably manipulated from the very start. He gets up and paces his room, his mind racing with questions he can't answer yet. He wonders why the Reinhafer family would hide a genius this powerful. He clicks his tongue, telling himself it's none of his business, but he can't shake the feeling of being outclassed. He resolves to crush anyone in his way, especially nobles, but Nox is the one wall he hasn't figured out how to climb. The night goes on, the quiet only making his thoughts louder. He looks at the scars on his chest, reminders of the harsh training and the life he left behind. He stares into the dark, his resolve hardening even as he feels the weight of his master's legacy. He thinks about the split in the imperial family, with the Empress going mad and Princess Penelope trying to raise her own army. He knows that soon everyone, including him, will have to choose a side to survive the coming war. He remembers his master's final words, telling him to join the academy and figure out where he stands. The image of his master, a towering man of strength, still haunts his memories. He relives the nightmare of his master's death, a dark figure looming over the fallen warrior. Young Paracelsus could only watch in horror as his world was torn apart. His master apologized for leaving the world first, and that guilt has driven Paracelsus ever since. The memory fades into a blur of pain and static. Paracelsus wakes up in a cold sweat, huffing for air as the nightmare lingers. He clutches his head, his eyes wide with the lingering terror of the past. A glowing mark on his hand pulses with an eerie red light. He sighs, telling his master's ghost to stop appearing in his dreams and just leave him alone already. He stands up, the moonlight making him look like a ghost himself. He curses the fact that the dead keep haunting the living. Cut back to Nox and Luna, the sword is still at his throat, but the system window is showing her stats now. Luna is a level-capped monster, sword genius, aggressive, and a sword emperor. Nox knows she stands at the peak of the world's power. She's a beast who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the greatest knights at only 20 years old. Nox thinks about how he needs her. Unlike his family's arts, he can learn Luna's sword techniques if he earns her trust. But first, he has to prove he's worth more than a corpse. Luna asks why the son of a high-ranking noble family would want anything to do with a criminal group. She nicks his neck just enough to cause a bleeding debuff, showing she's perfectly fine with killing him. Nox doesn't blink. He tells her straight up that he wants to bring down the Archive Empire. Luna looks intrigued, her eyes narrowing as she processes his words. Nox explains that to take down the Empire, they have to start by destroying Eldine Academy first. He offers to be her spy inside the school, his face showing a cunning smirk. Luna laughs, asking if he actually thinks he's competent enough to pull off something that big. Nox just says, "Of course I do," with the confidence of a man who's already seen the ending of the story. Luna stares deep into his eyes, looking for a sign of weakness or a lie. She calls him a bold one, and finally asks for his name, even though he already said it. "Nox von Reinhafer," he repeats, maintaining that arrogant but charming grin. Luna calls out for Duff, and a massive shadow appears behind her. She tells Duff to prepare the lunar trial, and even the giant enforcer looks surprised. Duff glances at Nox, wondering if this kid has any idea what he just signed up for. Nox bows respectfully, though he knows exactly what the trial entails from his gaming days. Duff hands him a black cloth and tells him to put it on and follow. Nox takes the robe, knowing this is the first step into the deep end of the underworld. They arrive at a forest clearing where a massive altar stands under a glowing pink sky. Nox thinks to himself that everything is going exactly according to his plan. Duff explains the rules. Go to the altar, kill every monster that appears, and whatever you do, do not let the robe fall off. Nox asks why the robe is so important, acting like he doesn't already know. Duff says it's the only way to avoid being exposed to the Berserk status effect. Nox thinks to himself that he knows exactly what Berserk is and why it's so dangerous. It's a trait that makes a player go insane in exchange for boosting their abilities to the absolute limit. The Crimson Moon is what triggers it. One touch of that light and most people lose their minds forever. So, the trial is simple. Stand in the red moonlight, stay sane, and survive. And oh yeah, kill a whole army of monsters while you're at it. Nox remembers that in the original game, no player ever chose to join Lunatic because the trial was considered impossible. No one knew the trick to passing it, but Nox isn't just any player. He smirks, fully confident that he can break the trial's mechanics. Luna tells him that once the trial starts, only two things can happen. He either passes and becomes a member, or he dies right here and becomes a nameless corpse. Nox looks at her with a sharp, hungry gaze. He lets out a chilling laugh that echoes through the trees. "We'll see," he says, as he prepares to step into the light. Duff pulls out a blade, his expression grim as he prepares to start the ritual. Blood drips onto the center of the altar, triggering the ancient magic. The ground begins to glow with an ominous red light. A massive shockwave of energy erupts from the center, signaling the start of the massacre. Duff watches with narrow eyes, sensing the arrival of the first wave. The forest is suddenly filled with the growls of hundreds of monsters. Nox realizes these aren't just normal monsters. They're high-level chimeras that the current hymn shouldn't be able to handle. The sheer number of them is ridiculous, even for a pro gamer. But Nox has a trump card. He reaches out toward the red moon. He smiles a wide, crazy smile as he deliberately lets the robe slip from his shoulders. Luna's eyes widen in shock. She thinks the kid has finally lost his mind. The crimson moon light hits him directly, and the system screams, "Berserk status activated!" Nox's eyes glow with a feral purple light as his stats begin to skyrocket. His strength, speed, and mana all jump by 1.5 times. He just traded his sanity for raw, unadulterated power. The air is thick with the scent of blood as Nox stands in the center of the altar, his robe discarded and his eyes glowing with madness. The system continues to blare warnings, telling him he's losing control over his own mind. It warns him that once his mind is lost, there's no coming back, but Nox just stares into the void with a chilling gaze. A red aura swirls around him like a physical manifestation of his rage. He feels the power surging through his veins, his stats pushing past his limits as he lets out a dark grin. His status window is a mess of genius traits and terminal illness, but the possessed trait is what's keeping him alive right now. His stats are climbing higher and higher, the berserk buff turning him into a literal killing machine. Luna watches from the shadows, her jaw set as she wonders if she just sent a genius to his death. Nox looks back at her, his expression a mix of bloodlust and cold calculation. Duff asks if they should stop him before he completely loses it, but Luna says no. She knows Nox isn't the type to listen to warnings anyway. He's playing a game only he understands. She tells Duff that whether he dies or not, it doesn't concern them. It was his choice. Duff is still worried, reminding her that he's a Reinhofer, and their father is a man you don't want to cross. We see a brief image of Theo von Reinhofer, the Cold Sword Emperor, sitting on his throne like a god of war. Duff points out that if the Patriarch thinks Lunatic harmed his son, it would mean total war. Luna just smirks, saying that won't happen. She's confident because she's starting to see the method behind Nox's madness. She asks Duff if he really thinks a man like Theo is actually capable of fatherly love. Duff has to admit that's a hard no. Theo only cares about results and strength. Luna decides to just observe and see what this daring brat is really capable of. She sees the look in Nox's eyes and realizes he definitely has a plan. Nox's sword, Stormbringer, begins to smoke with dark energy as the first wave of chimeras lunges at him. The monsters are everywhere, their red eyes glowing in the darkness as they surround the altar. A multi-headed chimera let out a monstrous roar, shaking the very trees of the forest. It charges forward, its jaws wide and ready to tear Nox apart. Nox moves like a blur of shadow, dodging the massive head by a hair's breadth. He ducks under another strike, his movements fluid and unnaturally fast thanks to the berserk buff. He swings Stormbringer with both hands, the dark mana trailing behind his blade like a ribbon of death. The blade cuts through the air with a shloosh sound, his eyes locked onto his targets. Nox thinks about how the world is currently dyed red, the exact description of the lunar trial in the game. He breathes heavily, feeling his stats tick up slightly with every kill. He notices his body changing, he's getting taller, his shoulders broader, his physical potential finally catching up to his soul. He realizes he's finally reached a level where his peers at the academy wouldn't stand a chance against him. More chimeras charge, but Nox is already moving before they even reach him. He uses his genius traits to calculate every movement, every swing, and every opening. He spins in a circle of destruction, his blades severing the heads of 3 monsters in a single motion. Blood splatters across his face, but his eyes remain sharp and focused. The ground is becoming a literal lake of blood as the pile of corpses grows. He kicks off the head of a fallen monster, launching himself at the largest chimera in the clearing. With a massive thud, the beast's head slams into the ground, completely lifeless. Nox stands over the carnage, steam rising from his body as the berserk energy continues to pulse. The remaining monsters actually hesitate, feeling the overwhelming aura of a true predator. Even Luna and Duff are silent, stunned by the sheer efficiency of the slaughter. Nox thinks about how berserk is considered the worst trait in the game because of the madness, but he reveals his secret. He came here with the intent of using this trait from the very start. He's able to do it because of the unique combination of talents he was born with. The system confirms it. Because he has multiple genius traits, he has neutralized the madness of the Crimson Moon. By combining swordsmanship, combat, and mana sensitivity genius, he's basically hacked the status effect. Nox thinks about how unfair it is for the rest of the world that he has this much talent and the knowledge to use it. He smirks and basically says, "So what?" to the unfairness of it all. He leaps high into the air, the massive red moon framing him like a dark god of war. He whispers his ultimate technique, Black Execution. A wave of pure dark energy erupts from his sword, slicing through everything in its path. His ring pulses, giving him a notification that his life has been extended by 2 days and 7 hours for the kills. He laughs, telling the world that if they have a problem with him, they can try being terminally ill too. He finishes the last of the monsters with a series of brutal lightning-fast strikes. Luna stares at him, her eyes wide with a mix of shock and dawning respect. Nox stands in the silence, his head down, as the berserk aura finally begins to fade. He sheathes his sword, the metal clicking into place with a satisfying tack. He lets out a long breath, the cold air turning to mist in front of his face. He walks over the corpses, his boots clicking on the stone of the altar. He stands in front of Luna, covered in blood but looking more composed than ever. "Is the trial over?" he asks, his voice steady and calm. Luna realizes the trial actually ended a few minutes ago. He was just being thorough. She looks at the carnage behind him, realizing she's never seen anything like this. She tells Duff that they have no choice but to acknowledge him as an official member of Lunatic. Duff is still in disbelief, saying there are only a handful of people in the entire world with that level of talent. Luna shouts out to him, "Nox von Reinhafer, you've passed! Come back!" Nox raises his sword one last time, a dark grin on his face as the last of the ritual energy dissipates. Luna asks if he's sure he hasn't been consumed by the madness, because his vibe is still terrifying. Duff clenches his fist, whispering that maybe they should just kill him now before he becomes too powerful to control. Nox wipes the blood from his face, looking like a man who just finished a light workout. The red moon begins to fade, replaced by the normal white light of the night. Nox looks up at the sky, his eyes finally returning to their normal purple hue. The altar is stained forever by the blood of the monsters he slaughtered. He walks down from the platform, his presence looming over the forest. He stares right at Luna, showing no fear and absolute confidence. Luna and Duff wait for him at the edge of the clearing, their world forever changed by what they just saw. The 3 of them stand in the quiet forest, the tension still thick in the air. Nox asks again if it's over, and Luna finally confirms it. Yes, it's over. She thinks to herself that Theo has raised a literal monster in human skin. Duff nods, his eyes full of a new kind of wariness as he looks at Nox. Nox smirks, simply stating, "I succeeded." Luna calls him an interesting one and signals for Duff to bring the reward. Duff bows and prepares to hand over the symbol of their organization. He hands Nox a heavy black robe, the same kind only the high-ranking members of Lunatic are allowed to wear. Nox takes the robe, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as the system confirms the equipment obtained. He puts it on, the black and silver fabric flowing around him as he officially joins the ranks of the underworld. The robe is a high-tier item that gives him a massive boost to his will and the skill Oath of the Moonlight. Nox looks at his reflection, the radiant moon pattern on the robe glowing faintly. He thinks to himself, it's a rare power that boosts his attack by 20% whenever the sun goes down, making him a literal god of the dark. His stats are looking better too, his willpower is climbing, and that charm stat? It's basically at main character levels now. Gaining that extra point in willpower is a big win, especially since he's fighting a terminal illness every single day. Nox lets out a rare, satisfied smile, All the life-threatening risks he took at the altar have finally paid off with the best possible results. He looks over at Luna with those cold, calculating purple eyes, already planning his next move. Luna stares back, genuinely confused by this kid who just walked through a nightmare and came out looking like he enjoyed it. She steps closer, sensing that Nox isn't just looking for a membership card, he wants something much more valuable from her. Nox reminds her that no newcomer has ever crushed the lunar trial as hard as he just did. Since he's performed at a level she's never seen, he tells her bluntly that he expects to be treated like the elite asset he is. Luna crosses her arms, considering his audacity. Usually, people are trembling in her presence, not making demands. She smirks, calling him a bold newcomer, but she's secretly wondering how long he can keep up this tough guy act before he breaks. She turns to her massive enforcer Duff and tells him to bring out that item. It's time to see if Nox can handle a real responsibility. Duff hands her a plain-looking white mask, but Nox knows that in this game the simplest-looking items are usually the most broken. Luna reveals that this is a high-level artifact lunatic recently acquired. She's handing it over as a sign of his new rank. Its name is Moonshadow, and for a pro gamer like Nox, this is the holy grail of items. Luna explains that the artifact allows the user to create a perfect clone of themselves, which is the ultimate tool for someone living a double life. She tells him it'll be his greatest weapon while he's playing spy inside the academy walls. She looks at him sharply, asking if this is enough to satisfy his hunger for power. Nox just gives her a knowing look and says, "Definitely." Inside, he's celebrating. Getting his hands on Moonshadow this early in the story is an absolute massive exploit. He holds the glowing mask, feeling the surge of ancient magic radiating from the ceramic surface. The system confirms it, the artifact is active, and he's prompted to enter the traits and information for his new double. This mask is the whole reason he risked his life to find lunatics so early in the timeline. With this, he doesn't have to choose between being a hero or a villain. He can literally be in two places at once, one Nox to save the world and another to rule the shadows. He pockets the mask and offers a polite thanks to Captain Luna, his acting skill perfectly hiding his excitement. Luna tells him to listen up. The organization has 5 ranks, and since he's the new guy, he's starting at rank 3. He'll have to climb the ladder if he wants to see the inner workings of the group, but for now, he's officially in. Nox bows his head, playing the role of the loyal subordinate for now. Luna dismisses him, telling him to stay on standby until his first official mission comes down the wire. She gives him one last warning gaze, telling him she hopes he doesn't disappoint her, or he won't like what happens next. Nox steps into a swirling blue teleportation portal, disappearing as quickly as he arrived. Luna watches him go with a predatory grin, telling Duff that the kid is the most interesting thing she's seen in years. Duff grunts in agreement, though he looks more worried than entertained. The big man is still baffled how a human boy managed to endure the madness of the Crimson Moon without his brain turning to mush. Luna stares up at the moon, saying that anyone who isn't a genius wouldn't have lasted 5 seconds out there. She realizes that fighting without the protective robe means Nox has a level of raw grit that borders on suicidal. She clenches her fist, respecting the fact that he was willing to put his life on the line just for a chance at joining them. Duff stays quiet, knowing that if Luna is this impressed, the kid is either going to be their greatest ally or their worst nightmare. They stand over the mountain of monster corpses, deciding to keep a very close eye on the Reinhafer boy. Luna just wants to be entertained, and she has a feeling Nox is going to put on a hell of a show. Nox reappears in the back of the tavern, the blue light fading as he steps back into the normal world. The bartender, Chiron, notices him immediately and asks if he handled his business. Nox just gives a short, somewhat, his mind already on his next 10 plans. He thinks about how people would call him crazy for risking his life at the altar, but the truth is, he never actually risked anything. He knew exactly what he was doing. He reveals the ultimate pro-gamer secret: there is a way to perfectly resist the berserk trait. You just need the right combination of genius traits, swordsmanship, combat, and mana sensitivity to bridge the gap and stay sane. Simply put, he's the only one in this world who can weaponize the Crimson Moon without losing his mind. Chiron smiles, seeing that the young master got exactly what he came for. Nox asks the bartender if he has any more business, but Chiron seems to be stalling. Chiron says it just feels unfair that they haven't done proper self-introductions yet. Nox pauses, a bit surprised that a high-ranking underworld contact is being so casual. The bartender leans on the counter, saying that names are the foundation of any good partnership. Nox gives him his name, Nox von Reinhafer, and asks if they're finally done with the small talk. Chiron laughs it off, waving him goodbye as Nox heads for the exit. He calls out a warning, saying it'll be tough to keep up with the Academy's schedule while hiding his true strength. The heavy door creaks open, and Nox steps out into the cool night air of the Academy grounds. He walks away, the bartender's last advice echoing in his head, "Don't stand out too much." He makes it back to the elite student dorms, the massive building quiet under the starry sky. Nox slips into his room, relieved that his first major move as a lunatic member went smoothly. But the moment he opens the door, he hears a voice that makes his heart skip a beat. "Young master?" Jitri is standing there, looking absolutely furious that her master snuck out on the very first day of school without her. Nox freezes, a bead of sweat running down his face as he realizes he messed up the one thing he shouldn't have, his maid's schedule. He tries to play it cool, but Jitri is in full scolding mode, asking if he's even listening to her. She's worried sick, reminding him that the rumors about him are already bad enough without him getting into dangerous trouble. She grabs her chest, practically begging him to rehabilitate his image before it's too late. Nox sighs and changes the subject, asking her how her own day was, since he knows the servants take lessons too. He notices her hands clenching her dress, a telltale sign that something went wrong. She looks away and says nothing much happened, but Nox can see the hurt in her eyes. He knows that tone, it means something definitely happened. He realizes that even though these are servant lessons, most of the people there are low-rank nobles who still think they're better than everyone else. Since Jitri is technically a commoner now, she's the perfect target for those arrogant bullies to pick on. She stays silent, trying to be the perfect, stoic maid, but the sadness is plain as day. Nox reaches into his cloak and pulls out a small brown pouch, handing it to her with a serious face. She takes the bag, looking confused by the unexpected gift. She asks what's inside, her golden eyes wide with curiosity. Nox gives her a sharp smirk and tells her to only open it when she runs into real trouble during her lessons. He says it's an item that will resolve any situation very reasonably, which, coming from Nox, is a bit terrifying. She asks if she can just take a peek now, but Nox shuts her down instantly. "No," he says, with that finality that tells her the surprise is part of the reasoning. Jitri bows, promising to use it if she ever feels cornered. Nox tells her not to hesitate. If anyone threatens her, she needs to use it immediately. She looks at him, touched by his concern, and offers a soft, "Yes, young master." The system chimes with a loud ping, notifying him that he's officially joined Eldine Academy. A massive holographic banner appears. "You've cleared the first main story." Nox stares at it, a fire igniting in his eyes. The game has finally begun for real. Suddenly, another window pops up. New mail has arrived. Nox taps the open button without hesitation. White feathers begin to fall around him, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. A beautiful, angelic figure appears in his mind, her wings spread wide in a gesture of prayer. The letter opens with a flash of light, and Nox stands tall, ready to read whatever the system has sent him. The message starts by congratulating him on making it into Eldine. It's written in a tone that's way too personal. Nox looks at his reflection in the window, realizing the writer of this letter can see right through him. He's certain now, whoever sent this knows his past life and his true identity as a gamer. The letter warns him that the real trials are only just beginning. It says that what's coming is even tougher and will hurt even more, and that no one but him can pull this off. Nox stares at the holographic text, the weight of the world's survival resting squarely on his shoulders. The message ends with a cryptic line, "Because only you can see the ending of this story." He sees an image of a man walking into a void of papers. It's a metaphor for the game master controlling the narrative. The writer admits they're being a bit irresponsible, but promises to help Nox as much as they possibly can. Nox slumps onto his bed, feeling the exhaustion of a long day finally catching up to his weak body. He sighs, thinking that the gifts from this mysterious sender are never as helpful as he wants them to be. Another window opens, glowing with a vibrant purple energy. Nox takes a second to reorganize his thoughts, trying to piece together the identity of his secret benefactor. He's convinced the sender is an inner lunatic GM, a game master who's stuck in the system. The fact they can interfere with the system and send items is the only conclusion that makes sense in a game world like this. He realizes he has to focus on clearing the main storyline if he ever wants to get his lost memories back and beat this game. He shakes off the confusion, telling himself not to worry about problems he can't solve right this second. He turns his attention to the new gift floating in front of him. He taps the screen, activating the View Character system, the ultimate upgrade for his discernment skill. His eyes widen as the interface changes, revealing data he's never been able to see before. He scrolls through a list of names, starting with the most dangerous man he knows, Theo von Reinhofer. Nox leans in, his purple eyes glowing with intensity as he prepares to analyze his enemy's deepest secrets. He scrolls past Allen and Hartz, finally clicking on the character profile for Thalia von Stillreiner. Dozens of data windows erupt in front of him, filling the room with detailed stats and traits. He sees a profile of the heroine, her red hair and calm smile looking back at him from the screen. Then he pulls up his father's stats. Theo is a level 40 monster, with traits like Cold-Blooded and Sword Emperor. Nox lets out a nervous laugh, realize just how insane the power gap is between him and the top-tier players. In the original game, you had to see someone in person to use insight, but this new system has no such limits. He smirks, realizing he can now stalk the stats of anyone he's met, anytime he wants. He's 100% sure now, this is a gift only a game master could provide. But then he sees something that makes his blood run cold. Theo's stamina just increased by 0.2 points in a ridiculously short amount of time. Nox realizes that even though his dad is already a Sword Emperor, the man is still getting stronger every single day. A realization hits him like a freight train. Watching Theo's stats grow proves one terrifying thing about this world. This world might look like a game, but it's real, and the characters are training and growing just like he is. He curses, leaning back with a grimace. This isn't just a game anymore, it's hell difficulty reality. He picks up his schedule, trying to find some comfort in the fact that he at least picked his classes correctly. He's signed up for Team Combat, Team Magic, History, and Horseback Riding, a perfectly balanced survivalist build. The next morning, the academy is buzzing with students heading to their first real lessons. Over at the servants' quarters, the maids are gathered for their own training, and the atmosphere is anything but friendly. A group of maids starts whispering the moment Jitri walks into the room. They recognize her as the fallen noble from the Lavilia family, who's now just a lowly commoner servant. They call her shameless for coming to such an elite school alongside her young master. The ringleader, a girl with reddish-brown hair, snickers that Jitri is probably just trying to bewitch someone to strike it rich. Jitri keeps her head down, her face a mask of cold indifference, but she's hearing every word. They laugh, calling her the maid of the good-for-nothing son of the Reinhafers. The bullies start making lewd jokes, saying she's perfect for a lustful master like Nox. They're having a blast at her expense, thinking she's too weak to ever fight back. They laugh hysterically, mocking her family's obscure location and saying no one will ever care what happens to her. Jitri clenches her fists so hard her knuckles turn white. She thinks about how she's endured thousands of insults just like these since her family fell. She knows that for a fallen noble, things like pride are a luxury she can't afford. But her main concern isn't herself, it's making sure these idiots don't cause any trouble for Nox. She stands her ground, her green hair shielding her eyes as she prepares to walk away. But one of the bullies steps out, blocking her path with a look of pure malice. Jitri politely asks for a moment of their time, her voice steady despite the tension. The two bullies exchange a look of mock surprise, laughing in her face. The main bully, Giselle, sneers and asks why a noble-born daughter like her would have time for a commoner. Giselle brags about being the daughter of a count serving a guy named Master Kane. She looks down her nose at Jitri, making it clear she thinks the green-haired maid is literal trash. Jitri looks her right in the eye and tells her she heard the unfounded rumors they were spreading about Nox. Giselle just laughs it off with a "so what?" She doesn't think Jitri can do a single thing about it. She says it's not her fault the entire high society knows Nox is a loser. She tells Jitri that if she came here for an apology, she's going to be very disappointed. Jitri remembers Nox's warning that status is everything in this place, and she realizes it's time to use his gift. She reaches into her apron and pulls out the small brown pouch Nox gave her last night. "It can't be helped then," she whispers as she unties the drawstring. A massive boom of smoke erupts from the bag, filling the hallway with a dark, magical mist. A glowing blue figure emerges from the smoke. It's a miniature, holographic version of Nox, looking as cold as the real thing. The bullies scream, jumping back in terror at the sudden magical manifestation. Jitri looks at the tiny Nox, completely baffled by what her master actually gave her. The hologram speaks with Nox's actual voice, introducing himself with a chilling amount of authority. He says that if Jitri had to open this bag, it means someone is being a massive problem. The hologram points directly at Giselle, those glowing purple eyes seemingly staring into her soul. Giselle is shaking, realizing she's just been targeted by the son of the most dangerous family in the Empire. The other maids start panicking, whispering that this is the real youngest son of Reinhofer. Mini Nox lets out a dark, insane laugh and tells them they're all dead meat, promising to send their heads back to their families. With a final poof, the hologram disappears, leaving a dead silence in the room. Everyone is frozen, the air thick with the realization that they just messed with the wrong maid. Jitri stares at the empty space where the hologram was, thinking, this is the object that resolves situations reasonably. Gazelle is literally hiccuping from fear, her face pale as a ghost. Her knees give out, and she slams onto the floor in a desperate, trembling bow. She looks up at Jitri with tears in her eyes, frantically asking for her name again. Jitri just lets out a long, tired sigh and says her name is Jitri. Gazelle thinks she's doomed. The Reinhafer family could erase her entire lineage from the map before lunch. She slams her head into the floor, begging Jitri for forgiveness and promising never to be disrespectful again. The entire room of maids is bowing now, the fallen noble suddenly the most feared person in the quarters. Jitri realizes Nox was right. It did resolve the situation, even if it made his reputation 10 times scarier. She rubs her temples, wondering just what kind of crazy her master is actually planning. Giselle stays on the floor, too terrified to even breathe until Jitri leaves. Jitri walks away with a confident stride, the sound of her footsteps echoing through the now silent room. The clouds drift lazily over the academy, a peaceful contrast to the chaos happening inside the buildings. Nox and Jitri are walking together, the young master looking like he hasn't slept in 3 days. Jitri notices his pale face and asks if he's doing okay. She points out the deep dark circles under his eyes, looking genuinely worried about his health. Nox just rubs his eye and says he's fine, which is usually gamer speak for I'm about to collapse. He's exhausted because the class selection process was basically a mental war zone. Suddenly, a boy in a brown cap blocks their path, standing in the middle of the courtyard. He tips his hat, a friendly but slightly mysterious smile playing on his lips. He bows deeply, offering a respectful greeting to the youngest son of House Reinhafer. Nox stops in his tracks, his eyes narrowing as he demands to know who the hell this kid is. The boy introduces himself as Rick, the personal servant of Eleanor de Rivellin. He looks like the most harmless person on earth, but Nox's gamer sense is screaming at him. Nox repeats the name Rick, his mind instantly scanning through thousands of pages of game lore. Oh no, he thinks, his face going totally stone cold as he realizes the gravity of the situation. The system notifies him that he's shaken, but his acting genius skill kicks in and stabilizes his emotions instantly. He realizes that a legendary, dangerous character from the first half of the story has just approached him. The boy's true title is Rick the Deceitful, a monster hiding behind a servant's smile. In the game's main story, this kid is a servant of a demon and a demonic worshipper who eventually betrays everyone. He's the traitor who's going to backstab Eleanor and cause the total collapse of her family's merchant group. Nox stares him down, realizing that if he doesn't handle this right, the entire economy of the Empire is as good as gone. He remembers a cold truth. In Inner Lunatic, the enemy of your enemy is almost never your friend. Rick pulls out a small blue box, saying it's a precious artifact and a gift from his mistress, Eleanor. The box is beautifully crafted, but to Nox, it looks like a ticking time bomb. Nox doesn't even look at the gift, he just tells Rick to get lost, with a voice like ice. He's curious about the item, but he knows this is a poisonous apple, a trap meant to bind him to a traitor. Rick looks shocked, stammering out a pardon, as if he can't believe he's being rejected. Nox takes a step forward, his hand resting on his sword as he asks Rick if he intends to make him repeat himself. The friendly mask on Rick's face cracks for just a second, a flicker of genuine fear appearing in his eyes. Nox's gaze is so intense, it feels like he's literally seeing through Rick's human disguise. With a sharp chack, Nox brushes past him, the sheer pressure of his aura making the boy stumble. Jitri bows quickly and follows her master, leaving the stunned traitor standing alone in the courtyard. "Master Nox, wait for me!" she calls out, hurrying to keep up with his fast pace. She scolds him, saying he has such a feeble body and might fall down if he walks that quickly. Nox lets out a long sigh, asking her just how pathetic she actually thinks he is. She reminds him that just last week he had the flu, the chills and cold hands all at the same time. She looks him dead in the eye, saying she's never met anyone as physically weak as him. Nox just gives a weak, sweat-drop smile. He can't exactly deny the truth of his terminal illness. He tells her he won't die suddenly, and she says she knows, but the worry is still there. She looks down, admitted she just feels uneasy whenever he's out of her sight. She points out that he's usually right in the center of every disaster that happens at the school. Nox jokes that he's just popular in that sense, his mind already drifting to the next task. Jitri watches him walk, her eyes soft as she considers her master's complicated nature. She knows that more than just being her master, Nox is the person who saved her life when she had nothing. Her footsteps match his perfectly, her loyalty to him deepening with every step they take. She possesses the single-minded trait, which means her entire world revolves around his safety. She finally asks why he acted so aggressively toward Eleanor's servant just now. Knox doesn't answer immediately, his face darkening as he thinks about Rick's true identity. She says he seemed way more emotional than usual, which is a red flag for a guy who's always in control. Knox stops and puts a hand on her shoulder, his tone becoming dead serious. He tells her that no matter what happens, having that boy around is never a good thing. He wonders if he should also keep Eleanor at a distance to avoid the inevitable disaster Rick is going to cause. G-Tree trusts his judgment. She knows if he's this cautious, there's a very good reason for it. She bows and promises to keep her distance from the Rivelin servants as well. Good, Knox says, his profile looking sharp against the afternoon sun. He decides that attracting too much attention from the big merchant groups is a risk he can't take right now. He strides forward into the massive lecture hall, looking every bit the arrogant noble everyone thinks he is. The hall is packed with students, a sea of black and silver uniforms waiting for the class to begin. Knox sits down, cursing the fact that he's already being met with tribulations on day one. The professor at the front announces that today they'll be forming the teams they'll be working with for the next entire year. The old man in glasses explains that the most important part of being a cadet is team bonding. Knox's heart drops. He realizes he was way too optimistic about his social situation. He clutches his head, realizing that in a game where everyone hates you, party formation is a literal nightmare. The professor tells them to form teams of 4 with people they get along with. They have exactly 30 minutes to find partners, or they're in big trouble. Knox realizes it's impossible. No one wants to team up with the public outcast of the Reinhofer family. He raises his hand and asks what happens if someone is unable to form a team. The professor stares at him and says bluntly, "You'll be given an F." He adds that you can't repeat the course. At Eldane, an F means immediate expulsion. Knox is stunned. Expelled on the first day? That's basically a game-over screen for his survival. He looks at the academy crest, realizing the stakes are life and death for his mission. He narrows his eyes, his mind working at 100 miles per hour to find a solution. Around him, the hall erupts into chaos as students scramble to join the princess and her elite circle. Everyone is begging to join the top-tier geniuses, while Knox just sits there in a bubble of silence. A group of boys approaches a popular student named Leon, trying to snag a spot in a winning team. Knox is frantically trying to think of any way an outcast like him can make friends in 30 minutes. Suddenly, an arrogant noble approaches Eleanor, bragging about how athletic he is even though he looks like a potato. Another girl tries to bribe her with special family meals, but Eleanor doesn't look interested in either of them. She stands up, her long red hair flowing as she walks through the crowd with total confidence. The crowd parts for her like the Red Sea as she heads straight for the back of the room. She stops right in front of Knox's desk and says his name clearly, Knox von Reinhofer. She crosses her arms and smirks, asking if he didn't like her gift that he rejected earlier. Knox gulps, feeling the eyes of every student in the room burning into his back. She asks him if he'll finally give her a chance to repay her debt for saving her life. Knox plays dumb, asking her what the hell she's talking about in front of all these people. Eleanor just smiles a beautiful, dangerous smile and says, "I'll team up with you." Knox knows she sounds arrogant, but he realizes instantly that this is his only lifeline. He's stuck on a team with the richest and most manipulative girl in the school. But before he can even agree, another voice shouts out, "Knox! Team up with me too!" A bright flash of light seems to fill the room as the original heroine herself makes her move. Thalia stands there, competing with Eleanor for a spot. Knox just stares blankly, thinking that he's just traded one problem for a whole lot of high-tier burdens. The room is dead silent as Thalia von Steelenor, the most powerful girl in school, reaches out her hand and demands to join Knox's team. Knox just sighs, looking at the 2 red-headed geniuses in front of him and thinking he's just inherited another massive headache. Thalia looks a bit hurt by his reaction, but she stands her ground, determined to be by his side. Knox knows Thalia is kind by nature, and even if she doesn't fully like him yet, she feels a sense of duty to help her lonely fiancé. She tries to look composed, but you can tell she's genuinely worried about Knox being a total social outcast. Eleanor watches them with a sharp gaze, mumbling that Knox's complicated life is starting to get on her nerves. She touches her chin, finding it unexpected that someone as notorious as Knox actually has people lining up to help him. Knox shoots her a look, asking what the hell she means by that. Eleanor just smirks, admitting she's fascinated that a guy with his reputation managed to make a single friend, let alone 2. Nox stays silent, refusing to give her the satisfaction of a reaction. Thalia leans in, her eyes pleading as she asks Nox one more time if they can officially be teammates. Eleanor chimes in, pointing out that since they're both in, they only need one more person to complete the team of 4. Nox realizes his opinion doesn't even matter at this point. These two powerhouses have already decided his fate for him. He clicks his tongue, annoyed that Eleanor's sharp intuition is actually right. He doesn't have any better options. He reminds himself that to get his memories back and survive this game, he needs to stay at Eldine and get top-tier results. For the first major story episode, he has to place in the top 10%, and that means he needs a team that can actually fight. He thinks ahead to the first major boss fight, the battle against a terrifying archdemon. This monster is a literal wall of fire and death that marks the first time the game gets truly difficult. Nox knows that during that fight, he'll have to pull double duty, acting as both the hero saving the day and the villain pulling the strings. His purple eyes glow with a cold intensity as he accepts the challenge of playing both sides of the war. Suddenly, the crowd in the hall shifts as the final member of their team approaches. A generic-looking boy with brown hair and freckles walks up with a friendly smile, introducing himself as Pell. Nox is relieved that at least their last member looks like a normal person compared to the 2 drama queens he's already stuck with. He quickly activates his insight to check Pell's stats, and at first glance, the kid looks like total trash with a stupid negative trait. But then Nox sees it, a hidden active skill called Power of Blessing, with a one-time usage limit. Nox's eyes widen as he realizes he just hit the jackpot. Pell's stats might be mediocre, but that Power of Blessing is the real deal. It's one of the most broken skills in the entire game, because it can forcefully awaken a teammate's hidden talent to its absolute peak. The only downside is that it can't be used on the person who possesses it, but for Nox, that doesn't matter at all. Nox wonders why a random cadet at the academy has a rare skill that usually only belongs to high-ranking saints and saintesses. He decides to put those questions aside for now. He just needs to make sure he can use Pell when the time is right. Pell says he's looking forward to working with everyone, unaware that he's basically just been marked as a high-tier tool by Nox. Eleanor introduces herself with her typical noble grace, telling everyone she expects them to work hard. Thalia introduces herself next, her face flushing slightly as she looks over at Nox. Nox doesn't even bother with a proper intro, just telling them all to pull their own weight and not hold him back. The professor slams his hand on the desk, announcing that all the teams are officially formed. He dismisses the class, warning them that these teams are permanent for the entire first semester. As they walk away, Nox accidentally mumbles that crazy old man under his breath, and Thalia hears it. She's shocked he would swear at a professor, but Nox just shrugs it off, glad the team formation is finally over. Thalia calls out to him, hurrying to catch up as he heads for the exit. She nervously asks what his lesson schedule looks like, pretending she isn't asking for any special reason. Nox sighs, thinking it's way too obvious what she's actually after. Thalia keeps insisting she's just curious, but Nox knows she's just trying to find more excuses to be around him. He stops and pokes her forehead, bluntly asking if she's just trying to find the easiest subjects to get high marks in. He tells her there's no way he's giving her free information, leaving Thalia looking completely flustered and confused. He walks away without a second thought, his cold attitude making Thalia feel like she's talking to a brick wall. Later that day, Nox and Jitri head to the Academy's 4th district, a bustling market area filled with students and locals. Nox notes that the Academy is a money pit. You have to buy everything from grimoires to high-end textbooks. Jitri is busy checking off items in a notebook, her eyes wide at the ridiculous prices of basic gear. Nox thinks about how hard commoners have it, but he admits that since he's a high-ranking noble, money isn't really his problem. He looks at a glowing red potion, realizing that if a student is talented enough, they can easily find sponsors to pay their way. Unless your talent is totally useless, money is just a small hurdle for a true genius at Eldine. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes through the street. "Rotten scumbag! Come here now!" Jitri looks over, noticing that the district is starting to get a little too noisy for comfort. Nox looks around, knowing this is a place where anything can happen, especially when students and commoners mix. He starts to say they shouldn't worry about it, but then something catches his eye. His purple eyes widen as he recognizes someone standing in the middle of a crowd of angry merchants. A merchant lets out a disgusting PTUI, spitting on the ground near a student's feet. The man shouts at the student to get lost if he isn't buying anything, accusing him of blocking other customers. Nox realizes who it is: Leon von Marvis, the son of one of the top 3 dark families. Leon is looking at a potion bottle, his face calm despite the insults. He's likely poor now because his family went totally broke. Jitri mumbles that Leon is known to be a kind person and hopes he can just ignore the harassment. Leon tries to explain that he's just trying to make a reasonable purchase, but the merchant just gets more aggressive. The man tells him to stop talking nonsense and get lost, sneering that the standards of Eldine have really dropped. He calls Leon a beggar, which is the one word you should never say to a fallen noble with world-ending powers. Leon bows his head, his hair shadowing his eyes as the insults start to dig deep. Suddenly, Leon's eyes flare with an eerie glowing green light, the mark of forbidden necromancy. He repeats the word beggar, with a voice that sounds like it's coming from a grave. Green mana begins to swirl around his feet like a toxic mist, cracking the very pavement under his boots. Leon pulls out a dark, living grimoire, telling the merchant that even if he's poor, he cannot forgive an insult to his family name. A massive skeletal warrior erupts from the ground, its glowing eyes locking on to the terrified merchant. Nox watches from the shadows, cursing Leon's stupidity for using illegal black magic in such a crowded public place. He realizes Leon has gone completely batshit crazy from the stress and is about to ruin his entire life. Using high-level undead magic in the 4th District is a one-way ticket to a life sentence in the Imperial dungeons. The skeleton raises its sword, the merchant's face twisting in absolute horror as death looms over him. Jitri screams out, "Master Nox!" as she sees her master suddenly sprint toward the chaos. She asks how he knew Leon was about to snap just by looking at his eyes. Nox shouts back that he knows that look because he sees it every time he looks in a mirror. It's the look of a man who's lost everything. Jitri is stunned, realizing just how much pain Nox is hiding behind his own cold mask. The merchant is screaming that Leon is crazy, realizing he's about to be sliced in half by a ghost. The man stammers, "How dare you?" But he's already stumbling backward in terror. Suddenly, a dark, shadowy hand reaches out from the mist, grabbing the skeleton's skull. Nox appears out of nowhere, his presence draped in dark mana as he tells the merchant to get out of here now. He slams the skeleton back into the ground with a single, powerful surge of energy. Nox stares Leon down, telling him to stop his magic right now, unless he wants to die. The merchant tries to act tough again, asking how these rascals dare to stand in his way, but Nox isn't listening. Nox slowly reaches for his hood, his gaze so intense it feels like the air itself is freezing over. The crowd of merchants gasps, recognizing the high-status uniform and the overwhelming aura of a true monster. Nox looks them all in the eye and asks with chilling calmness, "Need me to tell you who I am?" The sun begins to set over the academy, the orange sky a perfect match for the tension brewing in the dorms. Inside, Thalia's maid, Emma, is looking a bit stressed as she watches her mistress pace the room. Thalia is venting, complaining that even though they're finally on the same team, Nox still won't share his schedule with her. She wonders if he's just being shy because he's going through a late case of puberty. She turns to Emma, practically begging for someone to tell her she's right about Nox's behavior. Thalia looks like she's on the verge of tears, her red eyes full of frustration and confusion. Emma sighs, trying to calm her down while secretly thinking there's no way anyone could know what's going on in Nox's head. Thalia pouts, claiming she tried her best to be mature and not judge him like everyone else does. She thinks back to when Nox saved her, remembering the cool, heroic way he fought off the monsters. She clutches her hands, clearly still struggling with the fact that Nox is being so cold to her now. Emma looks at her with pity, realizes her mistress has it bad for the trash noble. She worries that Thalia is going to be dejected for days if she doesn't do something to cheer her up. Emma makes a choice. She's going to give Thalia some expert advice, even though she's never been on a date in her life. She thinks to herself that if she knew it would come to this, she wouldn't have spoken so highly of Nox earlier. Outside, a carriage rattles along the stone streets, the sound of the wheels echoing through the quiet evening. In a flashback, Thalia asks Emma why her fiancé is being so distant and cold. Emma confidently tells her it's just puberty, claiming that boys his age always grumble and act like jerks. Looking back, Emma realizes that was the exact moment Thalia's feelings for Nox started to get way more intense. She regrets giving that advice, wondering if she should have been more careful with her words. But it's too late. She's now certain that Thalia is head over heels in love with Master Nox. Emma decides she has to double down and help her mistress win the war of love. She tells Thalia that Nox might not actually feel as cold as he looks on the outside. She suggests that since they're engaged, he might just be trying to keep a clear line between their personal and school lives. Thalia grabs Emma's hands, her eyes sparkling with a new sense of hope. "Emma! I knew you were a pro at dating!" she shouts, looking absolutely delighted. Thalia promises to keep coming to her for advice, leaving poor Emma feeling like a total fraud. Thalia lets out a bright, happy laugh, her mood completely turned around by a few white lies. Emma just smiles awkwardly, her internal monologue screaming that she's never even held a boy's hand. She laughs nervously, hoping Thalia never finds out the truth about her dating expertise. Suddenly, there's a sharp knock at the door, cutting through the happy atmosphere. Emma and Thalia both look toward the entrance, wondering who would be visiting this late. Emma steps forward, announcing herself as the maid of the Stillriners and asking the visitors' business. A calm, elegant voice answers back, and a familiar face appears in the doorway. It's Eleanor de Rivellin, looking as composed and wealthy as ever. Thalia is surprised to see her teammate here, wondering what the golden fox wants. Emma tries to play gatekeeper, telling Eleanor she needs to make an appointment if she wants to talk. Eleanor just smiles a dark, knowing smile, her teal eyes flashing with a hidden agenda. She says a single name that makes Thalia freeze in her tracks, Knox von Reinhofer. Thalia and Emma both flinch, the mention of Knox instantly putting them on high alert. Eleanor looks Thalia right in the eye and confirms she's here to talk about her problematic fiancé. The doors click shut as the two most influential girls in the academy prepare for a high-stakes conversation. Thalia steps closer, her face serious as she realizes this isn't just a social visit. "Nice to meet you, Thalia," Eleanor says, her voice smooth like silk. She notes that this is the second time they've met today, and she doesn't intend to waste time. Cut back to the market district, Knox is standing tall in his dark cloak, the shadows swirling around him. The merchant looks at his white hair and glowing purple eyes and realizes he's made a fatal mistake. "The one from the Reinhofer family?" the man stammers, his voice trembling with terror. The man falls to his knees, frantically apologizing and claiming he didn't recognize Knox because of the robe. Knox just tells him to get lost, and that he's only being generous enough to let him keep his head today. His purple eyes flare with a terrifying light as he warns the man never to make him repeat himself a third time. The merchant scrambles away like a scared rat, leaving the street suddenly very quiet. Leon stands there in a daze, his green mana still flickering as he looks at the boy who just saved him. Knox turns to Leon, pointing out that even though Leon was talking to the merchant, he was the one who actually dealt with the problem. Leon's skeletal summon is still standing there, its hollow eyes glowing with a ghostly light. Suddenly, the skeleton lets out a soundless roar, its energy becoming unstable. A massive explosion of purple and green energy erupts as Knox suppresses the magic with his bare hands. Knox asks Leon if he really thought he could just use forbidden black magic in the middle of a market district. His voice is like iron as he demands to know what the hell Leon was thinking. He grabs the skeleton's skull, the dark energy of his ring literally eating the forbidden mana. With a final surge of power, Knox shatters the summon, the bones turning to dust in the air. The shards of the skeleton fall to the ground, the merchants in the background watching in stunned silence. Knox warns Leon that he might as well just beg the Imperial family to arrest him if he's going to be this reckless. Leon finally snaps out of his trance, a look of dawning realization on his face. He admits he didn't think that far ahead, realizing that learning magic before becoming an adult is strictly illegal in the Empire. He bows deeply to Knox, offering a sincere apology and thanking him for the help. Knox just tells him to go buy what he needs and get out of his sight. He tosses a small brown pouch to Leon, catching the fallen noble completely off guard. Leon opens the bag and finds it filled to the brim with glittering gold coins. He's speechless, the sheer amount of money being more than his family has seen in years. Leon looks up, asking the one question that's on everyone's mind, "Why are you helping me?" He tells Knox that if he's trying to make him feel indebted, it isn't going to work. He stares Knox down with those intense green eyes, looking for a sign of a trap. Knox just turns his back, saying those few pennies mean absolutely nothing to a Reinhofer. But then he pauses, admitting that he can't say he doesn't have a purpose behind his actions. Leon looks confused, wondering what a high-ranking noble could possibly want from a beggar like him. Leon sighs and says all right, agreeing to listen to what Knox has to say. He uses a final bit of his magic to clean up the traces of the forbidden ritual. The green mist disappears, and the skeletons vanish back into the void. Knox walks away, his boots clicking on the stone as he prepares to drop a truth bomb. He tells Leon that the money is for shutting his mouth and making sure he stays under the radar. Knox reveals that he felt the unique power of the Marvis family, the power to control the undead, emanating from Leon. He holds up a gold coin, the setting sun reflecting off the metal like a miniature sun. Suddenly, a surge of green mana wraps around the coin, a sign that Leon is ready to negotiate. Leon tells him he's breaking the deal down, his eyes sharpening as he prepares to challenge Knox. He demands to know why a Reinhofer possesses the secret power of his own family. Leon stands tall, his aura matching Knox's as the two youngest masters of darkness finally face off. The scene shifts back to the tea room, where Thalia and Eleanor are sitting across from each other in a room filled with heavy silence. Thalia takes a sip of her tea, asking Eleanor what exactly she wanted to talk about so urgently. She's surprised by Eleanor's behavior. The girl is acting way more elegant and respectful than she expected. Eleanor watches Thalia, wondering if Knox could actually have real feelings for someone as honest as the redhead. She quickly dismisses the thought, a small smirk playing on her lips. She decides she has to be more straightforward if she wants to get her point across. She leans in and tells Thalia bluntly, Knox is a dangerous person. She reminds Thalia that first and foremost, he's the son of a dark family, people who thrive on chaos. She brings up the endless negative rumors about his behavior, trying to paint him as the villain everyone says he is. Thalia looks down, her face shadowed as she processes Eleanor's words. Suddenly, she looks up with a fierce gaze, telling Eleanor not to think that Knox is a bad person. We see a flashback of Knox and Thalia as children, standing together in a massive ballroom. The people around them were whispering, their faces full of judgment and cruelty. Back in the present, Eleanor sips her tea, looking entirely unconvinced by Thalia's defense. She sighs, wondering if anyone else in this school is as blind as the heroine. Thalia flinches, feeling the weight of Eleanor's doubt. Eleanor tells her she's strange, asking why someone as honest as her would like a good-for-nothing like Knox. Eleanor realizes that the emotions coming from Thalia right now are very different from what she expected. Instead of embarrassment, Thalia is radiating pure hostility and anger toward Eleanor for insulting Knox. Thalia makes it clear, even if Knox is lacking, she doesn't believe he's someone who would ever do something bad. She argues that he just gets misunderstood because he acts coldly toward others to hide his feelings. Eleanor stares at her, the room filling with a thick, heavy tension. She says she's heard about the marriage talks, but tells Thalia that a contract isn't a good enough reason to support someone like him. She reminds her that noble marriage talks can change as easily as flipping your hands. Thalia snaps back that the engagement isn't the reason she trusts Knox, it's something much deeper than that. Eleanor just smiles a sad, knowing smile, saying that people don't change easily. She looks out the window, the beautiful sunset a sharp contrast to the cynical words she's speaking. She tells Thalia to remember one thing, her voice dropping to a serious whisper. She brings up the moment Knox saved her, the memory of him cutting through the darkness still vivid in her mind. She admits that if Knox wasn't there back then, she would have definitely died. Thalia looks stunned, realizing that Eleanor knows the truth about Knox's secret strength. She asks Eleanor that if she knows he's a hero, why the hell is she still being so suspicious of him? Eleanor looks away, her face a mask of cold calculation once again. She says she misspoken and decides to end the conversation right there. She stands up, thanking Thalia for the tea and her time, with a robotic politeness. Thalia just watches her go, feeling more confused and frustrated than ever. Eleanor walks out with a fast pace, her mind racing with a million different variables. The academy buildings glow under the twilight sky, the day finally coming to an end. Eleanor stops near a fountain, her reflection in the water looking troubled. Her servant, Rick, walks up and notices that she looks upset, which is very unlike her. Eleanor asks Rick what he thinks is the most important trait for a merchant to have. Rick smiles his fake smile and says it's eyes that are always wary and doubtful of others. Doubt, Eleanor repeats, her voice sounding empty and tired. She realizes that her doubt is what made her the Fox of Wealth, but it's also what's keeping her from understanding Knox. She sees herself as the fox, surrounded by gold but alone in the dark. She wonders if Knox has actually changed, or if he's just a better actor than she is. She tells herself the idea of him being a good guy is ridiculous, but her hands are shaking. She clenches her fists, her knuckles turning white as she struggles with her own emotions. She can't believe that someone could change this much after such a long time. She stands there in the moonlight, looking more vulnerable than she's ever been. Cut back to Knox and Leon, the green mana is erupting between them like a physical barrier. Knox tells all the merchants to get the hell out of there if they want to live to see tomorrow. He gives Leon a sharp, piercing look, his purple eyes cutting through the green mist. The bystanders scramble away, sensing that a literal war is about to start in the middle of the street. Knox stands his ground, the dark mana of his own family swirling around him like a cloak of shadows. He notes that Leon has set up barrier magic, realizing this situation just got a whole lot more complicated. He knows that no matter how money-obsessed Leon is, the kid won't be able to keep his forbidden magic a secret for long. Leon tells Knox that if he wanted to negotiate, he should have brought something suitable to the table. Knox just smirks, saying that since this involves Leon's family, he doubts there's anything in the world he'd exchange for that. Leon looks wary, realizing Nox speaks as if he knows the deepest secrets of the Marvas house. Nox calls him by his full name, Leon von Marvas, and reminds him that his family used to be one of the top 3 dark powers. He uses the past tense, making it clear he knows the family has fallen from grace. He whispers a name, Sylvester, the person responsible for Leon's family's downfall. He knows that Sylvester used a territory war to overthrow Leon's patriarch and steal most of their land. We see a brief, bloody image of the war that destroyed Leon's life. Leon grits his teeth, the memory of the betrayal clearly still causing him immense pain. He asks Nox if he's trying to use his information and desire for revenge to manipulate him. Nox just laughs, saying he doesn't make moves for something as petty as revenge. He tells Leon that what he actually wants is the total revival of the Marvas family. He wants a young patriarch who's recognized by the world, leading his family back to the top of the continent. Nox looks him dead in the eye and asks, "Isn't that your real objective?" Leon relaxes his stance, admitting that Nox is not bad and clearly knows him way too well. He asks how Nox got his hands on the Marvas family's secret power, but Nox just says he got it by chance. Leon surprisingly says he believes him, showing a weird spark of trust. He tells Nox he isn't going to ask any more questions because he already got the answer he wanted. Nox realizes that Leon didn't care about the magic, he just wanted to know why Nox was intervening. Leon wanted to see if Nox was a friend or just another scavenger looking to pick at his family's corpse. The barrier magic finally dissipates, and the 2 boys stand in the normal street once more. Leon thanks him for the help and promises to repay the debt as long as it doesn't involve money he doesn't have. Nox tells him not to worry about it as he walks away, his cloak fluttering in the night breeze. The next day arrives, the morning light filling the academy grounds. The camera zooms in on a massive, elegant building at the heart of the school. The hallway is filled with shards of glowing ice, a sign that high-level magic is at play. Nox stands at the entrance of a massive chamber, thinking to himself that it's finally here. He walks across a bridge of ice toward a mysterious, white-haired girl sitting on a throne of crystals. This is Nox's lifeline, his light and his resting place in this dangerous world. A massive holographic clock appears, its gears turning with a brilliant golden light. It's time for a system upgrade, the moment to finally strengthen his ultimate skill of the genius. Golden energy swirls around Nox as his power begins to evolve to a level no one in this world is ready for. Nox smirks, looking more like a final boss than a hero as he prepares to take his strength to the absolute limit. The gears of destiny are turning as a massive golden clock appears in the air, signaling the activation of Nox's most broken ability, the Hour of the Genius. Mechanical parts spin and click, representing the complex mana manipulation happening behind the scenes. Even in a world filled with monsters and geniuses, this specific skill is considered the absolute peak of power. Nox thinks back to his past life as a gamer, clicking away at his desk and realizing that this skill was basically the ultimate DLC of the game. Back then, a system window popped up congratulating him for beating the game 10 times and unlocking the hidden active skill. But there was a catch. You could only get this skill if your character already had at least 2 other genius traits. Nox looks at Dean Noah sitting on her throne of ice and realizes that if he hadn't bought that DLC back then, he'd probably be dead by now. He breaks into a cold sweat just thinking about how close he came to a permanent game over. The Dean leans back with a lollipop, calling Nox a literal monster and wondering what kind of family could raise someone like him. Nox isn't a fan of the monster label, but the Dean just smirks, knowing she's right. She steps down from her throne, her bare feet touching the frosted floor as magical energy swirls around her. She points out that there's no other way to explain how a student could stay so calm while fighting an elite ice troll. Her glowing eyes lock onto his as she asks why someone this talented was ever called trash back at home. She even questions if the legendary Sword Emperor Theo just has a terrible eye for talent. A flash of Theo's cold face appears as the Dean dismisses the idea, knowing the Emperor isn't that blind. Nox realizes he's under a microscope. The original Nox was actually a loser, so his sudden growth is raising way too many red flags. To keep his cool, he forces his acting genius trait to activate. The system stabilizes his mind, making sure his face doesn't give away a single ounce of his inner panic. He tells her his past shouldn't matter to her, and the Dean surprisingly agrees. However, her expression turns dark and predatory as she admits that his talent has her excited. She crunches down on her lollipop, looking completely unhinged as she says she wants to steal him away. Nox keeps it professional, telling her that's definitely not appropriate for a Dean to say, and that he's just going to ignore it. He remembers a moment from the game where a mysterious figure watched from the shadows after a massacre. He reveals that he knows she was the one polymorphed and following him earlier. The dean just gives a wicked grin, impressed that he noticed her secret tailing. She decides to stop playing games for now and pulls out a glowing, ancient-looking scroll. Nox's eyes widen. This is exactly what he came for, the item he needs to power up. It's a skill-strengthening scroll, a legendary tier item covered in burning golden runes. She explains that this precious item can massively increase the efficiency of one of his current abilities. She tells him to take it, and Nox doesn't hesitate to reach out. As he grabs the scroll, a surge of heat and power flows into his arm. A sharp spark of energy zaps through him, catching him off guard for a second. The dean watches him with a subtle, knowing smile, curious to see what he'll do with it. Nox wonders if that shock was just his imagination, or if the scroll is testing him. He brushes it off, getting pumped up for the massive buff he's about to receive. The system confirms he's obtained a new artifact. The stats pop up. It's a supreme-grade consumable that increases skill effects by 1.5 times. The prompt appears, asking the question every gamer loves to see, would you like to use it? Nox confirms, and a list of his skills appears for him to choose from. He doesn't even hesitate, putting all his chips on Hour of the Genius. A massive pillar of golden light erupts from Nox as the scroll dissolves into raw mana. The system announces the success. The skill has evolved into Hour of the Genius Plus. The text glows brightly, marking a massive turning point in his power level. But then, something even more insane happens. The golden energy begins to crystallize around him. Because he acquired this artifact so early in the game's timeline, he gets a massive early-stage bonus. Flames of mana swirl around his feet as the system recalculates his new power. Instead of 1.5 times, the skill effect is doubled. The giant clock face in the sky ticks forward, vibrating with intense energy. Nox smirks as the notification hits. His Hour of the Genius now lasts for a full 10 minutes. He knows this is huge. This skill is notoriously hard to upgrade because it's already so broken. Snagging this buff right now is the biggest win he could have asked for at the academy. The dean asks if he got the result he wanted, seeing the satisfied look on his face. Nox keeps it short, thanking her and trying to leave before she gets any more ideas about him. She lets him go, playfully mentioning that he must be tired after playing hero during the test. As he walks away, a dark shadow of his past self lingers in the back of his mind. He realizes there's no point in hiding his strength anymore. Everyone already knows he's a beast. He lets out a long sigh, realizing his lazy noble persona is officially dead and buried. He asks the dean to ignore his performance so he doesn't attract too much attention, and she tells him to go rest. She gives him a sweet, innocent smile, but her eyes say something completely different. As Nox leaves, he reminds himself to be extremely careful around her. She's easily the most dangerous person in the room. Wind howls through the empty chamber as the dean stands alone among the ice. She lets out a creepy giggle that echoes through the halls. She bites her lollipop, muttering about how excited she is to see what kind of monster Nox will become. The camera pans out, showing the massive cold scale of the dean's private office. She asks the empty air if it agrees, hinting that she's not the only one watching our boy. The scene shifts to the bright morning sky over the academy's main lecture hall. Inside, a professor is lecturing the students on the basic elemental properties of mana. Nox is bored out of his mind. He's more focused on the teacher than the actual lesson. This is Professor Ross von Celestia, a name Nox recognizes instantly from the game. Ross's profile pops up. He's 35, loves studying, but has a list of negative traits like obsessive and paranoid. His stats are surprisingly mid. He's got low stamina and mana, proving he's a theory guy, not a fighter. Nox figures it's better to know this guy's weaknesses now before things get weird. Ross clears his throat, looking stressed as he prepares to start the practical part of the lesson. The professor glares at Nox, annoyed that a freshman is already acting so arrogant and looking down on his peers. He starts explaining that every human has an elemental affinity, not just the elite students. The goal for today is to find their specific element and learn how to manifest it. Ross singles out Nox, calling his name in front of the whole class. Nox stands up calmly, and Ross asks him if he even knows what his own element is. The entire class turns around to watch, the tension in the room spiking instantly. Nox bluntly says darkness, and the professor asks him to explain its characteristics. As purple flames flicker in his eyes, Nox explains that darkness doesn't mix with other elements and has insane destructive power. A mental image appears of a master necromancer, like Leon, controlling the chaotic green flames of the abyss. Ross asks what the opposing element is, and Nox correctly identifies it as divinity. The professor gulps, clearly unnerved by Nox's calm and clinical way of talking about dark magic. He asks the big question: if divinity and darkness fought, which one would win? Nox doesn't hesitate for a second. He says divinity would. Ross is stunned. Most nobles would never talk down their own family's element like that. He asks one final question. If Nox had to fight someone with divine mana, what would he do? Nox's face shadows over, and a terrifying cold smirk creeps across his lips. He says he'd kill them instantly before they even realized they were in a fight, just to save himself future trouble. The students around him are visibly shaken, looking at him like he's a cold-blooded killer. Professor Ross is completely speechless, his mouth hanging open in shock. Nox just sits there with his hands crossed, looking like a final boss, while the entire class wonders what the hell is wrong with him. The scene shifts to a different part of the academy grounds under a clear blue sky. In a private room filled with weapons, a mysterious dark-haired man sits on his bed, looking exhausted. He lets out a pained groan, looking at a discarded hat on the floor. This is Hausschultz, and he's currently injecting a glowing red serum directly into his arm. His body contorts in agony, and he lets out a muffled scream as the liquid enters his veins. The syringe is filled with a dark, bubbling blood that looks like it came straight from hell. Black veins bulge across his chest and neck as he gasps for air, a manic light shining in his yellow eyes. He drops the empty syringe on the floor, his feet trembling from the overwhelming surge of power. He looks into the mirror, seeing a terrifying black mass of demonic energy growing over his heart. He tells himself that with just a little more effort, he won't be human anymore. He'll be a real demon. Suddenly, a massive clawed red hand reaches out from the shadows and grabs his face. A giant, horned demon looms behind him, whispering that he'll transcend the limits of mortality. The screen fades to black as the demonic presence consumes the room. Hausschultz smiles, obsessed with the promise of eternal life and never needing to sleep again. He kneels on the floor, surrounded by a red ritual circle, vowing to do whatever it takes to complete the revival. The demon's toothy grin is the last thing we see before we head back to the classroom. Back in the lecture hall, a student picks up a hat, the mood shifting back to the academy. A student puts on his gear, getting ready for the practical exam Professor Ross mentioned. He looks like a standard commoner student, smiling as he prepares for the test. Professor Ross stands at his podium, still thinking about the chilling answer Nox gave him earlier. Nox is still standing, repeating that his method of killing enemies early is just the most efficient way to survive. Ross admits he wasn't expecting such a ruthless answer from a freshman. Nox offers a fake apology, realizing he might have gone a bit too far with the assassin talk. But his plan backfires. His acting genius trait activates with such intensity that it actually makes him look more impressive. Ross notices his unwavering eyes and perfect posture, realizing Nox wasn't joking. He's the real deal. The professor starts to understand why the dean is so obsessed with this kid. Ross suddenly snaps out of it and yells for his assistant to bring out the imp immediately. The assistant is terrified, asking if he's really serious about doing this for a first-year class. Ross thinks to himself that Nox's pride is way too high, and he needs to be taken down a notch. He believes that to make a sharp sword, you have to temper it through hardship, and Nox is about to get a face full of it. The assistant wheels in a cart covered with a white sheet while the students whisper in confusion. He pulls back the cloth, and the students gasp in horror at what's underneath. The cadets look like they've seen a ghost, their faces turning pale with fear. Ross explains that these are low-ranked demons provided by the Hunter Association. A small, red, bat-eared creature growls from inside a golden cage. It's an imp. While they aren't lethal, Ross tells them imps are aggressive but have low health, making them perfect for practice. The students are still hesitant, wondering why they're fighting demons on the very first day. They realize that Eldine Academy's standards are on a completely different level compared to other schools. Ross tells them to stay focused, reminding them that they are the elite of the Empire. He tells them that their ultimate goal isn't just to be flashy knights or mages. The real mission is to hunt and kill every single demon that exists in the world. He explains that to do that, they have to get used to the feeling of demonic mana. The cadets nod, trying to steel their nerves for the task ahead. The assignment is simple. They have to infuse their own mana into the imp to force it into submission. Nox stares at the cage, feeling like something is seriously wrong with this scenario. He remembers the game's plot. This lesson shouldn't happen until the second year. Ross instructs a student to condense his mana and flow it directly into the target. He sets a 15-minute timer for the entire class to complete the task. Ross checks his pocket watch, a sinister glint appearing in his eyes. He thinks Nox will fall for the imp's mental deception and end up a drooling mess in front of everyone. He's determined to teach the Reinhafer kid a lesson in humility. But as Ross looks over, his jaw drops and he starts sweating. The imp inside the cage is literally vibrating with terror, its eyes wide with fright. Ross screams, asking what's happening, as the demon huddles in the corner of its cage. Meanwhile, behind them, some students are already losing their minds, babbling nonsense about Emma. One girl is dazed and dizzy, while a guy next to her is hallucinating about a delicious pie. The psychic pressure from the imps is breaking the normal students' minds instantly. Nox calmly raises his hand, looking totally unaffected by the chaos. He asks the professor for a new imp because this one is trembling too much for him to even start. Ross lets out a weird, breathless groan, his face turning red. Nox is grossed out, wondering who's making such a weird sound in a sacred classroom. Ross looks like he's having a religious experience, glowing with an obsessive light. He charges at Nox, demanding to know how he forced the demon into submission without even touching it. He starts clapping like a maniac, calling Nox a great talent and apologizing for not seeing it sooner. His eyes turn sharp as he mutters that he's going to give Nox a special chance. He slams his hand onto Nox's shoulder, looking completely manic. He offers Nox the position of best student, which sounds like a big deal. Nox's eyes narrow. He knows exactly what this position entails. He remembers those office dramas where the top student is basically just a slave who does all the professor's paperwork. The other students are jealous, thinking Nox is lucky to get so much attention from a famous professor. Nox puts his hand up and says a flat no, calling the position out for what it really is: slavery. The entire room goes quiet as Nox stands his ground against the stunned professor. Ross lets out a scream of pure disbelief that someone would actually reject him. He starts shaking with rage and confusion, asking Nox if he even knows what he's saying. In the back of the room, a black-haired student watches the scene, sweating from the intensity. Echidna and the golden-haired princess are also watching, their breaths hitching as they witness the drama. Echidna is shocked that Nox is the only one standing normally, while everyone else is collapsing from the imp's aura. She asks, "Who the hell are you?" as Nox stares down the professor with a cold, bored expression. Nox starts walking away, and Ross chases after him like a lost puppy, telling him to at least reconsider. The scene flashes back to a few hours ago, showing Professor Ross talking to a security guard in the hallways. The guard is laughing, calling Nox a crazy bastard, and warning Ross that the kid is freakishly strong. Ross is skeptical, telling the guard not to get his hopes up just because a freshman had one or two good moments. The guard tells Ross he's being close-minded, and reminds him that Dean Noah specifically told them to watch over Nox. Nox's image appears as the guard points out that one of the 4 sages has already recognized his talent. Ross tells the guard he'll judge the kid with his own eyes and to stop worrying about it. The guard walks away, annoyed by Ross's arrogant attitude, while the professor just glares after him. Back to the present, Ross is still screaming in the middle of the classroom. He's shaking Nox's arm, begging for a reason why he would turn down such a prestigious offer. The students are whispering, calling Nox insane for throwing away a chance to assist the biggest authority on magic. They can't believe he just rejected a position that thousands of people would kill for. Some bitter students call him trash again, saying he's just acting like a typical good-for-nothing Reinhafer. Nox ignores them all, his face cold and unmoving. He's not changing his mind for anyone. He thinks to himself that Eleanor is already a headache, and now everyone else is just adding to his stress. Suddenly, the black-haired student from earlier raises his hand and asks the professor a question. He asks why Ross is giving this chance to Nox when there are plenty of other outstanding students in the class. He points toward the princess and Echidna, suggesting they are much more worthy of the best student title. Nox thinks the guy is a total jerk for trying to suck up to the royals and high-ranking families. He realizes this guy is smart enough to know who to butter up, and Nox makes a mental note to remember his face. Ross clears his throat, telling the class that as the professor, he is the one who decides who is worthy. He looks around at the curious students, realizing that if he doesn't explain himself, rumors of bias will spread. He stands tall, declaring that he's going to set the record straight right now. He gets right in Nox's face, his eyes wide and obsessive as he prepares his big speech. Nox is covered in a sparkling aura as Ross prepares to list his merits. Nox just thinks he's a crazy lunatic and wishes he could just teleport out of there. Ross gestures to the room, starting with the fact that Nox subdued the imp's mana instantly. The camera pans over the academy towers as the professor continues his loud, public appraisal. Nox realizes Ross has a very specific and very annoying opinion of him. Point number 1. Nox was able to chain down and silence a demon with 0 effort. Point number 2. Nox possesses a rare mana sensitivity genius talent that makes him a natural master of magic. Dark mana swirls around Nox as he stands there, his silent aura proving the professor's point. Ross mentions that he's studied magic theory his entire life, so he can spot real talent a mile away. He reaches out again, telling the class that for these reasons, Nox is the only one who fits the role. Ross tries to close the deal, but Nox just gives him a dead-eyes look and says he's still not doing it. Ross says that Nox can take his time to reconsider, hoping that he can agree. He's literally drooling with excitement, and Nox tells him to wipe his spit before he speaks again. Nox tells the professor there are better candidates and to just give up on him already. Ross yells his name as he disappears, looking completely heartbroken. Echidna and the princess watch him go, their expressions unreadable. Thalia looks at the princess, seeing a flicker of something new in her eyes. The princess admits that Nox is nothing like the trash rumors she's heard. Echidna apologizes for her bad information gathering, feeling like she failed her duties. The golden-haired princess touches her chest, admitting that she's actually gotten curious about the silver-haired boy. A solo shot of Nox appears. He's officially become the center of attention for the most powerful girls in the school. The princess wonders if Nox will become a light that guides the imperial family to greatness. The screen turns pure white as she wonders if he'll instead become a dark cloud that brings ruin to them all. Nox is seen leaning against a wall in the hallway, letting out a massive phew of relief. He's genuinely disgusted, thinking that Ross was looking at him like a piece of food covered in honey. He curses the game, wondering why there isn't a single normal character in the entire world of Inner Lunatic. He hopes he finally got the weird professor off his back so he can live in peace for 5 minutes. The scene shifts to night, showing a beautiful, lit-up mansion under a starry sky. Nox is sitting in his room, looking exhausted as he wonders if anything else bad can happen today. He starts laughing to himself, remembering the horrifying ordeal he went through. We see a montage of Professor Ross stalking him in the hallways and classrooms, whispering, "Become my top student." The professor even followed him to the canteen, sitting right across from him while he tried to eat. And the absolute worst part was when Nox tried to use the bathroom. Ross literally popped his head over the stall door, asking if Nox was done considering the offer yet. Nox slammed the door open and bolted, leaving the other students in the bathroom totally confused. He remembers telling Ross to "Stop it, you crazy bastard," while washing his hands. Ross just laughed it off, saying he likes how rough Nox is with his words. Back in the present, Nox is venting to Jitri, telling her about the persistent professor. Jitri asks if he's talking about the guy known for being the best magic theorist. She's confused, because everyone else says Professor Ross is a perfectly normal and good teacher. Nox agrees that the guy seems alright on the surface, but he knows better. The system window pops up again, highlighting Ross's obsessive and weak-mind traits. Nox explains that those specific hidden traits are the real problem. Once this guy locks onto someone, he never lets go. The scene shifts to a different mansion under a stormier night sky. Guards are screaming to stop him as they draw their swords against a mysterious intruder. A blood-stained sword tip drags across the floor, leaving a trail of red in its wake. A man with silver hair and a cold, handsome face walks through a cloud of purple-black mana. The guards are panicking, saying the Patriarch specifically ordered them not to let Master Garen into the room. This is Garen, Nox's older brother, and he has a chilling, bloody smirk on his face. He steps over the bodies of the fallen guards, his boots clicking on the expensive carpet. He walks past the terrified survivors as if they aren't even there, a massive aura of dark mana trailing behind him. He glances back at one of the guards with a look of pure, icy contempt. He mutters that the Patriarch shouldn't treat his own son so harshly. The doors to the Patriarch's study fly open, and Theo stands up from his desk, looking unimpressed. Garen stands in the doorway, surrounded by shadows and the corpses of the family guards. The man standing next to Theo is paralyzed with fear, realizing Garen has gotten way stronger since he last saw him. Theo stares at his son, saying he never thought Garen would dare to return to the Reinhafer mansion. Garen asks what reason he needs to return to his own home, calling Theo father with zero affection. Theo's eyes turn cold as he asks if Garen really considers this place his home after what he's done. Garen's expression remains blank, the blood on his cheek catching the moonlight. He tells his father that it's time to finally give up and hand over what he wants. He points his bloody sword at Theo, stating that the Patriarch doesn't have much time left. He warns Theo that a demon is lurking around him, waiting for him to get weak so it can devour everything. Theo just glares, saying it sounds like Garen actually wants that to happen. Garen closes his eyes for a second, saying his business here is actually very simple. He looks Theo dead in the eye and asks, "Where did you hide that sword?" Theo's face finally registers a hint of genuine shock and anger. Garen clarifies exactly what he's looking for, the sword of the very first Patriarch. The screen fills with dark, jagged text asking, "Where did you hide Stormbringer?" The tension in the Patriarch's study is suffocating as Garen demands the location of the first Patriarch's sword, Stormbringer. A vision of the legendary Black Blade appears, radiating a dark, suffocating energy that Garen craves. Theo stares at his son with pure disgust, calling him insane for even uttering the first patriarch's name. Garen just smirks, claiming that nobility is only about getting stronger and building a force that no one can challenge. Theo's eyes turn cold as he tells Garen that he has no idea what truly matters in this world. Garen fires back with a low blow, asking Theo why he let that woman die if he's such a man of principle. The head butler, Rodwell, breaks into a sweat, knowing that bringing up that specific woman is a death sentence. Theo's aura explodes as he demands to know if Garen just referred to his own mother with such disrespect. Garen coldly states that his only mother is Priscilla von Aurel, and anyone else is irrelevant. A portrait of a shadowed, elegant woman appears. She's considered a mistake and a mere guest in the eyes of the cold Rheinhafer elite. Theo has heard enough and gives a simple, chilling command, "Get out!" Garen tries to argue, but Theo slams his hand down, the sound echoing like a thunderclap as he repeats the order. Dark, murderous mana swirls around Theo as he warns Garen that he doesn't want to be forced to take his own son's head. Garen turns to leave, throwing a final glance over his shoulder and promising that Theo will regret this choice. He walks out with a blood-chilling confidence, claiming that everything is already prepared for his eventual takeover. As the doors creak shut, the blood on the floor serves as a grim reminder of the bridge Garen just burned. Theo sits in silence, his face worn with the weight of a father who just lost a son to the darkness. Rodwell asks if he's all right, and Theo admits that he let his emotions show an unsightly side of him. Rodwell worries that if the world finds out Garen is working with demons, the entire Rheinhafer family will be in the crosshairs. The butler suggests that it's time to officially decide on a new successor to stabilize the family's future. Theo ponders the idea, his mind drifting to the only other candidate who has shown any promise. Rodwell mentions they just received some incredible news through an official academy letter. Nox has officially placed first in the Elden admission test, and even the legendary Dean Noah has taken notice. A vision of Dean Noah appears, representing the backing of one of the 4 sages of the continent. Rodwell unrolls a scroll containing Nox's results, his voice filled with newfound respect. Theo whispers Nox's name, his expression shifting from disappointment to genuine intrigue. He admits that while Nox's growth might be insufficient right now, the potential is undeniable. We see a flashback of Nox's intense training and battles, proving that his talent is the real deal. Theo gulps, realizing that the trash of the family might actually be their only hope. Shadows loom over the Patriarch's throne, hinting that Nox might be the one to eventually claim that seat. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Professor Ross is still being a total pest, begging Nox to become his apprentice. Nox gives him a flat no, even after Ross offers to pay for his entire education and then some. Our boy points out that he's a Rheinhafer. He has more money and fame than he knows what to do with. He adds that fame is a useless luxury for someone who's already considered a good-for-nothing by the world. Nox lets out a massive sigh, feeling his ears practically bleed from the professor's persistent nagging. He looks exhausted, just wanting to go back to his room and plan his next survival move in peace. Later, Nox vents to Jitri, who suggests that maybe he should listen if the professor is being this sincere. Jitri mentions she did some digging and discovered that Ross doesn't usually act this unhinged. Normally, Ross is a dedicated educator who focuses on helping students who struggle with mana. Nox realizes he can't just run away forever and decides to find out what the professor is actually lacking. The next day, Ross is back at it, looking anxious and hopeful as he faces our MC. Nox sits across from him, bluntly asking why a world-class professor is so desperate for his help specifically. He wants the real reason why Ross is ignoring every other talented student just to focus on him. Ross pauses, looking down as he asks Nox if he has some time to hear a personal story. Nox leans back, realizing the good-for-nothing rumors have actually given him plenty of free time. He clasps his hands, giving the professor his full attention for the first time. Ross lets out a genuine laugh, relieved that Nox is finally giving him a chance to speak. The professor pours some high-end tea from the Rivelin merchantry, preparing to open up about his past. He explains that his research requires a very specific type of apprentice to be completed. He needs someone who understands the struggle of being weak and unable to manifest mana properly. His lifelong wish is to ensure that no one else has to suffer the same fate he did. A reflection in the tea shows Ross's pained expression as he admits he's tired of seeing people die while they're too powerless to fight back. He reveals the core of his trauma. His own son died because he wasn't strong enough. Nox is stunned, realizing this is a backstory that was never mentioned during his 27 playthroughs of the game. He realizes that in this real world, new situations and tragedies are happening that the game never covered. We see a flashback of a young Ross, born into the Viscount Celestia family with no combat talent, relying only on his books. His peers at Eldine looked down on him because his practical magic results were always bottom tier. The shadows of mocking students loom over him, showing that his high written scores meant nothing to the elitist crowd. He overcame his insecurity through pure research, eventually becoming a professor and marrying a kind woman. But even as a professor, the disrespect didn't stop. People still refused to acknowledge his achievements. His work was stolen and published under other names while he remained in the shadows. His only source of joy was his son, whom he raised with all the love he had. The boy grew up and followed in his father's footsteps, being admitted to Eldine Academy. The son was everything Ross wasn't: strong, successful, and a proud graduate of the academy. The screen fades to black as Ross remembers the last thing his son ever said to him. The boy promised to work hard on the battlefield so that the world would finally speak highly of his father. The son joined an elite squad directly under the Emperor and headed straight for the front lines. A brutal war scene shows knights and dragons clashing in a fiery, blood-soaked landscape, but the dream of glory ended in a pool of blood as his son's gauntleted hand fell limp. It was a pathetic, meaningless death. He was killed by a single arrow just as the war began. The arrow didn't even have much mana in it. It was a simple, lucky shot that ended a promising life. Ross looks at the vision of his son's body among the dead, explaining that this is why he's obsessed with helping the weak. Knox thinks to himself that while the story is tragic, the world of Inner Lunatic is filled with hundreds of similar stories. However, he notices something different about the man standing before him now. The back of the professor he saw in the game feels different from the raw, lonely reality of the man in this room. Knox looks at Ross staring out the window, finally beginning to understand the depth of the man's isolation. He tells Ross he's more certain than ever that he can't be the apprentice the professor is looking for. Knox explains that there is someone else out there who would take this story much more seriously than he could. He tells Ross that that person is the one he truly needs to find. Ross looks at Knox with wide, watery eyes, clearly touched by the boy's unexpected empathy. Knox stands to leave, giving a final respectful nod and saying he'll see him at the next lesson. As the door closes, Ross stands alone in his office, the light catching a framed photo on his desk. It's a picture of his late son, who bears a striking resemblance to a younger version of Ross. Ross realizes that the resemblance isn't just physical. Knox has that same spark of defiance his son had. The scene shifts to night at the academy dorms, the stars shining over the peaceful campus. Knox is sitting on his bed when Jitri enters with some disastrous news that makes his blood run cold. She reveals that Garen, the eldest Reinhafer son, has officially returned to the family mansion. She adds the grim detail: several bodyguard knights have already been killed in the process. Knox's face pales as he realizes the timeline is moving much faster than he anticipated. He mutters Garen's name, knowing that his brother is a walking calamity. A silhouette of the first Crown Prince, Louis, appears, the #1 bad ending maker in the entire game. The next morning, Knox lets out a heavy sigh as he stares out the window, the weight of the future crushing him. He reminds himself that Garen is the ultimate bad ending maker, a man who will burn everything down just to win. He asks Jitri if she's been to the family estate recently, his voice filled with concern. Jitri confirms she was there with another maid because the head butler summoned them. Knox worries because Garen hates Theo's second wife, Knox's mother, whom Theo actually loved. He fears that Garen might take his anger out on anyone associated with Knox, especially Jitri. He curses his past self, wondering why the original Knox had to make so many damn enemies. Another sigh escapes him. He feels like he's constantly cleaning up a mess he didn't even make. He asks Jitri point blank if Garen did anything to her while she was at the mansion. Jitri hesitates, her eyes drifting as she thinks back to her encounter with the silver-haired brother. Knox's hand grips the bedsheets tight as he growls, "Did that bastard try to cause trouble?" Knox is stunned when Jitri calmly reveals that Garen actually tried to scout her. She looks a bit awkward, unsure how to explain the bizarre interaction. We flash back to the mansion, where Garen is walking down a hallway with an air of absolute authority. He passes by the maids, including Jitri, without a second glance at first. But then he stops mid-stride, sensing an unusual aura coming from the green-haired maid. He thinks to himself that this specific maid looks extraordinary compared to the typical help. He turns around and calls out to her, his voice cold but intrigued. He asks who she is, noting that he's never seen a servant with her level of presence before. Jitri gives a perfect bow, introducing herself as Master Knox's exclusive maid. Garen tells her to drop the formalities, a dark, predatory smile creeping onto his face. He grabs her arm, telling her he wants her to become his maid instead, because he knows she's capable. His aura turns purple and oppressive as he claims she has enough ambition to satisfy him. Jitri doesn't flinch, politely informing him that she's already serving Master Nox. Garen's face drops into a look of pure confusion and annoyance when she rejects him. He asks why on earth she would refuse an offer from someone as powerful as him. He asks if Nox just bribed her with a ton of money to keep her loyalty. Jitri looks him dead in the eye and tells him it's simply because she wants to serve Nox. Garen is furious, snarling that a mere commoner doesn't get to make those kinds of decisions. Jitri counters by saying that Master Nox actually respects her, which is something Garen clearly doesn't understand. She gives a small, peaceful smile, admitting she wants to stay by Nox's side just to see what he'll do next. Garen scoffs, finding it impossible to believe she'd choose a brat like Nox over him. He offers to pay her triple whatever Nox is giving her, but Jitri just bows and apologizes again. The screen zooms in on Garen's twitching eye. He's never been rejected like this, and it's driving him insane. Back in the dorm, Nox is listening to the story, his face a mix of jealousy and sheer disbelief. He gulps, nervously asking Jitri exactly how much Garen offered her. When she confirms it was triple her current wage, Nox realizes he's got a serious problem. He worries that while he has money, the real story hasn't even begun, and he can't afford to lose his best ally. He looks at Jitri, thinking there's absolutely no way he can let her go. He lets out a pained sigh, his pride and his wallet both taking a hit at the same time. Nox stands up and tells her that if she wants a raise, he'll match Garen's offer and pay her triple right now. Jitri tells him not to worry about it and to just focus on his work, sounding a bit amused. Suddenly, she lets out a genuine pfft and starts giggling at his obvious panic. Nox is frozen, looking at his maid like she just grew a second head. He can't believe what just happened. Did the stoic, serious Jitri just laugh at him? He asks if she's already decided to work with Garen, his voice tinged with genuine fear of abandonment. Jitri smiles warmly, promising that she's not going anywhere and that her current wages are more than enough. Nox demands to know why she laughed then, but she just keeps the mystery alive. He tries to use his order as her master to get the truth, but she just says something funny came to mind. Nox smirks, telling her she's gotten a lot worse at lying lately. Jitri just gives him a soft, knowing look, clearly enjoying their bond more than she lets on. Nox sighs in relief, realizing he hasn't lost her, but his hatred for Garen just doubled. He vows to get stronger and take Garen down if he ever catches him messing with his people again. The scene shifts to a bright day at the academy, the towers reaching up into a clear sky. Students are seen training on the athletic field, running and doing drills under the sun. The narrator explains that there are 5 mandatory classes every new student has to take. The first is Archive Empire History, represented by a majestic, winged statue in a stained glass hall. The class covers the creator god, Arden, and the ancient unified kingdom that the world has forgotten. The light shines brightly on these ancient myths, hinting at deep lore that will surely matter later. The second class is Horsemanship, showing a student skillfully clearing a hurdle on a powerful steed. Third is Knightly Code and Etiquette, where students learn how to behave in high society and ballrooms. Fourth is Basic Magic of the Empire, with a professor teaching the fundamentals of spell circles. But then we get to the 5th class, the one Nox absolutely despises. The instructors are shouting 1, 2 as students endure grueling physical exercises. Nox is seen drenched in sweat, calling it the cursed stamina training. He's struggling to keep up with the other students during a simple run across the field. He looks like he's about to die while doing chin-ups, his arms shaking uncontrollably. Finally, he collapses on the grass, gasping for air and desperately grabbing his water bottle. An instructor walks over, looking down at Nox with a mix of pity and confusion. The instructor calls him a mayfly, and Nox is so out of it he literally spits out his water. Nox coughs, asking what the hell the instructor means by such a weird insult. The teacher admits that while Nox's short-term results are incredible, his stamina is a joke. He says it feels like Nox is being blocked by a massive, invisible wall that he just can't overcome. Nox looks up at the sky, realizing the instructor is 100% right. A system window appears, showing Nox bound in chains and covered in blood. His terminally ill trait has his stamina capped at 15. Nox asks why the instructor is being so discouraging, but the man says it's just a warning. He tells Nox that if he keeps moving recklessly like this, he might actually shorten his life. Nox gives a bitter smile, looking at the warning that his lifespan is already decreasing at a fast rate. The screen fills with the terrifying system alert. "Your lifespan is decreasing at a fast rate!" Nox is annoyed, but he notices another student watching him from a distance. It's the student with long hair and glasses, looking completely unfazed by the training. The student smirks, thinking Nox is hiding his true stamina after going all out in the entrance exams. He assumes Knox is just acting like a good-for-nothing again to lower everyone's guard. Knox walks past him, sensing the guy's eyes boring into his back. Knox thinks to himself that if they ever fight again, he's going to give that annoying bastard a real beating. The scene shifts to a bustling market town near the academy, filled with commoners and merchants. Knox is walking through the crowd in a dark cloak, trying to stay low profile. He stops in his tracks when he sees a familiar face that he definitely didn't expect to meet here. It's Rick, the young man in the newsboy cap, giving Knox a friendly, innocent smile. Knox's face darkens instantly as he curses his luck under his breath. He realizes this kid is a game destroyer and wonders if the world is purposely trying to mess with him. The marketplace is lively, but Knox feels like he's stepped into a minefield as Rick approaches him. Rick gives a shady smirk, saying long time no see to the youngest Rheinhafer son. Knox glares at him, his purple eyes sharp and full of suspicion. The screen fades to black as the name Rick appears in bold, jagged letters. Knox knows his true name, Hausschultz de Nefer. A vision of Rick's demonic form appears over a pile of corpses. He's a bad-ending maker on par with the first prince. His stats pop up. He's a demonic human with an affinity for earth mana. His traits are a nightmare. Cunning, traitor, and con artist are all listed in his profile. His passive skill is negotiation revision, which basically means he can talk anyone into anything. Knox gulps, realizing that this is the one person in the game he should avoid at all costs. A vision shows Rick betraying Eleanor and attacking the Rivelin merchantry later in the story. Rick mentions that he was the one who gave Knox a gift previously, referring to a secret meeting. Knox asks what business he has with him, trying to keep his cool despite the internal panic. A system alert warns that Knox's acting genius trait is starting to waver under Rick's pressure. Rick plays it off as nothing serious, claiming he was just puzzled to see an influential noble walking around without a servant. Knox coldly tells him that it's none of his business and tries to walk away. Rick just laughs, sounding way too casual for someone talking to a high-ranking noble. He claps his hands, suggesting that since fate brought them together, he should help Knox with his shopping. Knox smirks, knowing that a servant of the Rivelin family should have much more important tasks to do. Rick bows, claiming that great nobles have always looked the other way when servants deviate from their work. The camera zooms in on Rick's eyes. They're empty and predatory, completely at odds with his friendly tone. Knox stares back, his face a mask of cold indifference. He realizes he has to find out what Rick is actually scheming before it's too late. Knox tells him he doesn't like people who talk too much, and Rick quickly agrees. Rick gives a sinister grin, promising to remember that preference for their future talks. The scene shifts to a regal mansion, the sun shining brightly on its expensive facade. Inside, Eleanor is sitting at a table when a maid brings her a stack of requested documents. Eleanor's black-gloved hand reaches out for the folder, her aura serious and focused. She begins scanning the papers, her brow furrowed in concentration. It's a detailed profile on Knox von Rheinhafer, complete with his photo and family crest. She whispers Knox's name, wondering why on earth he saved her life back during the exam. She knows there was absolutely no logical reason for a Rheinhafer to help a Rivelin. The camera pans out to show the massive, lonely scale of her study as she obsesses over the details. She tells herself that there had to be a hidden motive, because the Rheinhafer family has no interaction with hers. She notes that if he wanted to gain power, he should have accepted the professor's proposal, but he didn't. A vision of Knox handing over a mana stone appears, another act of kindness that makes zero sense to her. She slams her hand on the desk, declaring that the youngest Rheinhafer son she knew didn't have this kind of personality. She's certain his behavior changed completely right after the missing child's forest incident. She stares into space, her mind racing to find the missing piece of the puzzle. With a long sigh, she realizes she's getting nowhere, but then her thoughts drift to Rick. Rick's silhouette looms over her, a dark shadow that she knows is also hiding secrets. She thinks to herself that Rick's recent movements have been incredibly strange. He's been secretly gathering people within the merchantry, likely planning a coup. She dismisses him for a moment, thinking he can't accomplish much on his own. She closes the folder with a sharp thud, trying to put the thoughts aside for now. Eleanor stands by the window, looking out over her empire while her heart is filled with doubt. A profile shot shows her determined face. She won't stop until she knows exactly who Knox really is. She bows her head, a flash of a painful memory crossing her mind. In a flashback, a younger Eleanor is being yelled at by an older noble, tears streaming down her face. The man screams that her actions were foolish and that she should have given everything she had to succeed. The young girl looks completely broken, her shoulders trembling as she's berated for her failure. The scene shifts to a somber church under a gloomy orange sky. A funeral is taking place, with people dressed in black sitting in the pews. A tiny young Eleanor is holding a woman's hand, both of them crying silently. She looks lost and hopeless, her childhood innocence destroyed by grief. White chrysanthemums are scattered everywhere, a symbol of death and mourning. She looks into an open casket, whispering, "Mother?" as she sees her mom for the last time. Back in the present, Eleanor grips her own shoulders, the pain of that loss still fresh. Tears well up in her teal eyes as she remembers the day she became truly alone. She stands in the sunlight of her office, but her world feels just as cold as it did back then. Back at the market, Rick is still leading Knox through the stalls, acting like a helpful guide. He points out a magic orb, telling Knox not to waste money on high-grade ones yet, because second years get better ones for free. He explains that alchemy equipment only needs to meet the minimum iron requirements to be effective. Rick's knowledge of the Academy's curriculum and gear is suspiciously deep for a commoner servant. He points out stores with Rivelin connections where Knox can get items at a massive discount. He touches his chin, thinking about what else our MC might need for his classes. Knox admits to himself that Rick's talent for information and negotiation is the real deal. He watches Rick charm a merchant, realizing how dangerous that con artist trait really is. Knox thinks that if Rick weren't a demonic human, he might have actually considered recruiting him. He mutters "but" as he prepares to confront the monster in disguise. Rick smiles, asking if Knox has purchased everything he needs for the day. Knox gives a curt nod, but then he stops walking and stares Rick down. He tells Rick that he still hasn't explained why he was looking for him in the first place. Rick's face goes blank for a split second, the mask of the friendly servant starting to slip. In an instant, Knox reaches out and grabs Rick by the collar, slamming him against a wall. The impact is violent, dust kicking up as Knox pins the con artist with surprising strength. Knox growls, demanding to know the real reason Rick approached him today. Rick tries to act confused, sweating as he asks what Knox is talking about. Knox doesn't buy it, telling him that wasting time isn't in his favor and that he knows who Rick really is. Knox stands over him with an icy gaze, saying their conversation is about to be a very quick one. Rick suddenly stops struggling, a dark, creepy smirk returning to his face. A wave of dark, bloody energy erupts from Rick, swirling around them both. A barrier slams down, Rick explaining that it's high-level magic that blocks out all sound from the outside. Rick's voice turns demonic as he tells Knox to betray the Reinhafer family and become a servant of the first prince. Knox doesn't flinch, his hand still gripping Rick's collar as he listens to the treasonous offer. Rick opens his shirt, revealing a horrifying mass of black, vein-like demonic energy spreading across his chest. Knox stares at the corruption, calmly stating that the one Rick serves isn't actually the first prince. A giant, red-eyed demon silhouette looms behind Rick as Knox asks, "It's a demon, right?" Rick's eyes widen in genuine shock. No one was supposed to know about his true master. The dark mana swirls violently between them, the marketplace around them fading into a nightmare. Rick's face twists into a psychotic grin, his jaw unhinging slightly. Knox doesn't back down, his aura clashing with the demonic pressure as he prepares for a fight. Rick's demonic form fully manifests behind him as he whispers that his master definitely won't like that Knox knows too much. Knox doesn't even blink, calling out the demon's name, Baal. He mocks Rick, asking if he really thinks a demon like Baal will actually grant a human's wish. Rick laughs it off with blind confidence, convinced that his service will be rewarded with ultimate power. Knox lets go of his collar and warns him that he'll regret trusting the darkness soon enough. As Rick buttons his shirt, the demonic shadow begins to dissipate, but the tension in the air remains. Knox stops walking and turns back for one final threat. He tells Rick that if he ever dares to insult him or his family again, there won't be a next time. His purple eyes glow with a murderous light as he promises to kill Rick on the spot. Rick gulps, the realization hitting him that Knox isn't just some arrogant noble, he's a monster in his own right. The camera pans over the town as Knox leaves the marketplace behind, heading back to his academy duties. The scene shifts to a dense, green forest where a large group of cadets has gathered for class. The students whisper in fear, recognizing the crazy, bald instructor standing at the front. One student adjusts his glasses, warning the others to be very careful with what they say next. He hilariously notes that it's okay to call a person with hair bald, but calling a truly bald man bald-headed is a death wish. Instructor Burnham clears his throat, his blonde beard bristling as he senses the student's disrespect. He tells himself to stay calm and not crush these sprouts just because they're staring at his shiny head. He starts the lesson by introducing their current location, the Clariel Plains. The name of the location appears over a beautiful, sun-drenched landscape. He explains that this area is famous for its exotic plants and massive ancient trees. Today's lesson is the basics of horse riding, and several powerful steeds are brought out. Burnin tells the cadets to mount up, whether they used the academy's horses or brought their own. The commoner students are shocked, realizing that the rich nobles actually have their own private war horses. One girl looks terrified, admitting she's never even touched a horse before today. Another student complains about why they even need to learn this, but a classmate reminds them that failing means instant expulsion. Knox looks at his own horse, whispering its name, Carl. Carl is a magnificent obsidian black stallion that radiates power and speed. Burnin tells the students to grab on tight so they don't fall off and embarrass themselves. Knox notices another student, the glasses-wearing rival, looking surprisingly comfortable in the saddle. He realizes the guy has spent years in the East, so riding a horse is probably second nature to him. The other students gawk at Carl, recognizing him as an elite obsidian breed. They wonder how a good-for-nothing like Knox got his hands on such a high-tier animal, but then remember the Rheinhafers are loaded. Knox smirks to himself, knowing that Carl is one of the best horses in the entire game. He thinks about how being a veteran player gives him all the best cheat items before anyone else. The sun shines through the leaves as the students prepare for the main event of the day. One student manages to get on his horse, looking proud that he hasn't been kicked in the face yet. Burnin encourages them to communicate with their animals as they start moving. The instructor smiles, seeing that everyone has finally managed to stay mounted. He announces that it's time to start the main race of the class. The students are panicked, asking if a race is really fair for people who just started riding 5 minutes ago. One guy screams as his horse tries to buck him off with its hind legs, proving it's not going to be a smooth ride. The student with glasses mutters that this is madness, and wonders if Burnin is just taking his bald anger out on them. In a flash, Burnin slams his hand onto the kid's head, showing off his terrifying speed. He declares the rules are simple. Ride your horse and turn the corner at the end of the forest. The goal is to reach the nameless forest and return to this spot as fast as possible. The first student back gets massive bonus points, while the rest just have to hope they survive. Knox looks at the instructor, thinking the rules are as simple as the man's hairless head. Thalia approaches Knox, asking him what he's mumbling about. Knox tells her to mind her own business, his mind already calculating the danger ahead. He remembers that this horse-riding class is actually a major scripted event in the game. A red, ominous vision appears. The boss's name is Rudger, and he's designed to trap the entire class in the nameless forest. In the original story, the protagonist is supposed to save everyone, but there's a big problem here. Knox grips his reins tight, realizing there is no protagonist in this world to save them. He looks at the strong personalities around him, Penelope, Echidna, Thalia, and wonders how they'll fare without a leader. His purple eyes sharpen as he decides that thinking is useless. It's time for him to take action. Thalia asks if he wants to ride together, her face blushing slightly as she makes the offer. She claims she's not scared, she just wants to be careful because the forest is dangerous. Echidna watches from behind, skeptical that Thalia is really worrying about others during a race. Knox gives her a cold look, telling her not to bother him and to just focus on her own path. Thalia's expression turns somber, clearly hurt by his rejection. The students line up at the edge of the forest, the horses neighing with excitement and nerves. Thalia tries to play it cool, saying it's a race after all, so they should both hurry back. She forces a smile, admitting she's not actually that good at riding. Knox mutters that the race itself isn't what's important right now. He starts to pull ahead on Carl, leaving the confused Thalia in his dust. She wonders what could be more important than the race as she watches him disappear into the trees. Burnin screams, "The race has begun!" as the horses bolt forward. The cadets charge into the plains, leaves flying as they push their horses to the limit. Knox is in the lead, Carl's black hooves pounding the grass with incredible rhythm. The other students shout, "Hi-yah!" trying to keep up with our MC's insane pace. One arrogant noble laughs, saying he won't lose to commoners who have never even touched a saddle. Suddenly, a student looks back in horror as a red glow begins to emanate from the ground. Carl senses the danger, his eyes glowing with blue mana as he lets out a powerful neigh. Knox pulls back the reins, telling Carl that he's already aware of what's coming. His mana sensitivity genius skill activates, revealing a massive glowing magic circle hidden under the grass. A giant red array erupts beneath the horses, trapping Knox, Penelope, and the others inside. The light is blinding, a massive pillar of red energy shooting up toward the sky. The students scream in terror, having no idea what's happening to them. Knox calmly explains that it's teleportation magic and orders everyone to stay perfectly still. His face is dark and serious as he warns them that moving now will lead to instant death. The light consumes them all, and with a loud "woo!" the cadets vanish from the plains. The screen turns into a blur of red and white mana as the teleportation completes. The magic circle pulses one last time, leaving behind nothing but scorched earth. The camera pans over the now empty plains, the wind whistling through the grass where the students once stood. The scene shifts to a different forest, a dark, misty place filled with a heavy, ominous aura. A bare foot steps onto the grass, surrounded by swirling black and red demonic mana. A red blade of energy cuts through the air, vibrating with a thirst for blood. A muscular figure with horns stands in the shadows, his long hair flowing behind him. He whispers, "Finally," as a psychotic grin spreads across his face. This is Roger, and he declares that his long-awaited opportunity for revenge has finally arrived. Nox is seen back on his horse, screaming at the dazed students to stay still and not panic. He repeats his warning, "Unless you all want to die here, keep your mouths shut." His expression is fierce, the red light of the dying magic circle reflecting in his eyes. He hops off Carl, telling the stallion that he's counting on him to stay alert. The cadets look around in total shock, asking what just happened to their class. The ground still hums, with the remnants of the unstable teleportation formula. The runes glow bright red, indicating that this wasn't a standard, safe spell. The camera zooms in on the chaotic energy, showing that the magic was forced and dangerous. Above them, the canopy of the forest is thick and unfamiliar, blocking out most of the sunlight. The students are scattered across the forest floor, some unconscious and others clutching their heads in pain. One girl moans that her head is spinning, asking where on earth they've been sent. Another student yells that it's impossible. They were just in the open plains a second ago! Panic starts to set in as they wonder if this is some kind of secret, high-level test from the academy. Nox looks around with cold, calculating eyes, already knowing the truth. He mutters to himself that while it's definitely teleportation, the formula is way more unstable than anything Dean Noah would use. Princess Penelope approaches him, asking if he has any idea what's going on. Nox tells her he's still figuring it out, but he's certain that outsiders are responsible for this. Echidna snaps at him, demanding he tell them the details if he knows so much. Nox gives her a chilling look, telling her to know her place because she isn't the princess. He adds that he has absolutely no reason to explain anything to someone like her. Echidna grits her teeth, her face turning red with fury at his blatant disrespect. Eleanor steps up, asking Nox to clarify his theory about the outside influence. She wants to know why he's so sure it wasn't the Academy's doing. Thalia adds that it could easily be a surprise test from a different professor. Nox thinks to himself that these elite students are way too complacent because they've lived comfortable lives. He lets out a tired sigh, feeling like he's babysitting a group of toddlers in a war zone. A flashback to the brutal death screens of the game appears. He knows exactly how merciless this world is. He tells the group that the magic power in this area is way too unstable to be an official test. To keep his mask on, he activates his acting genius trait once again. He points out that the disorganized formula disregards the safety of the targets entirely, which is proof of hostile intent. Leon, the necromancer, agrees, noting that no academy professor would ever endanger so many noble heirs. He gestures to the crowd, pointing out that there are children from every reputable family in Eldine here. Leon asks the others if they think Nox's logic makes sense, and they start to nod. Princess Penelope looks down, admitting that while she hates to say it, Nox is 100% correct. She gazes at the flickering red mana, realizing that a hostile outside influence is indeed at play. She wonders if her own brother could be behind this, her face filled with inner turmoil. She breaks into a cold sweat, the political stakes of this accident becoming terrifyingly clear. Nox tells everyone they need to move and get out of this clearing as fast as possible. Leon agrees, sensing that staying in this vortex of unstable mana is a recipe for disaster. Echidna scoffs, asking if the dark families are finally trying to take charge of the situation. She demands proof for everything Nox is saying, her pride getting in the way of her survival instincts. Penelope tells her to stop, confirming that if they stay in this mana for too long, they'll all be as good as dead. Echidna is shocked, but she bows her head as soon as the princess speaks. The students begin to whisper among themselves, finally realizing how inefficient and strange the magic circle really was. They note that the princess is incredibly sharp, having learned magic much earlier than the rest of them. The student with the monocle suddenly turns his head, his face going pale. He tells everyone to shush, his hand instantly going to the hilt of his sword. He asks Echidna if she can smell it, the overwhelming stench of fresh blood in the air. He warns them that there's an intermediate rank monster, or above nearby. Nox looks up into the dark trees, pointing out that the monster is already above them. A massive screech rips through the quiet of the forest. A giant red-eyed demonic crow dives down from the canopy, its wings casting a huge shadow over the group. The beast slams into the ground, dust and grass exploding outward from the impact. In a blur of motion, Nox draws his sword, a trail of dark purple mana following his blade. He slashes through the demonic crow with surgical precision, blood spraying across his cheek. He looks at the stunned cadets and tells them to get ready for a fight. The crow lets out one last pained screech before falling limp on the forest floor. Nox stands over the corpse, looking like a battle-hardened veteran instead of a first-year student. He declares that in this dangerous situation, he is taking full command of the group. The students gasp, asking, "Who's taking command?" like they can't believe their ears. They call him crazy, wondering how the good-for-nothing Reinhafer could possibly lead them. Penelope looks at him with wide eyes, completely thrown off by his sudden authority. She realizes he was the only one to detect the ambush before it happened. Not even she had noticed. Eleanor and the other students stare at Nox's back, seeing a side of him that shouldn't exist. A vision of Nox surrounded by a dark, swirling aura appears as she wonders how he suddenly became so different. The screen fades to white, with only the name Nox von Reinhofer visible. The scene shifts back to Instructor Bernan, who is still waiting back at the race starting line. He checks his stopwatch, looking frustrated and confused as he stares at the empty plains. He mutters that this is the worst time record in the history of Eldane. Not a single student has returned yet. Suddenly, Professor Ross gallops in on a horse, screaming Bernan's name. Bernan asks why he's here, reminding him that he should be teaching second years right now. Ross ignores the question, frantically asking where all the students are. Bernan finally gets a bad feeling, his face turning serious as he looks at the distressed professor. Ross explains that they've spotted someone using demonic magic within the academy grounds. He adds that they tracked a massive teleportation circle right to these very plains 3 hours ago. Bernan curses, realizing that Dean Noah isn't around to help them fix this disaster. Suddenly, Nox's horse, Carl, trots back to them with a piece of paper tucked into its saddle. Bernan unrolls the note, which reads, "Demonic human appeared. Need immediate assistance." The instructor's face hardens as he reads the urgent request for help. Ross is horrified to hear they're in the nameless forest of all places. They realize it will take at least 2 days to reach that location on horseback. The two professors bolt toward the forest, praying that the students can hold out until they arrive. The scene shifts back to the foggy, dense woods where the students are regrouping. A lone figure is seen moving through the shadows of the massive trees. The cadets are standing around a fire, looking exhausted and scared. Nox is cleaning the blood off his sword with a cloth, looking perfectly calm. Echidna finally breaks the silence, admitting that Nox's judgment was correct. Nox tells her to forget it, saying he doesn't need forced apologies from her. He turns to Penelope, explaining that this incident is just an extension of their previous troubles. He asks her to give him the official authority to lead all the students. Penelope hesitates, saying that as a princess, the law states she must be the one to take charge. Nox sighs, calling it troublesome, and turns to Pell for backup. He asks Pell to recite the official manual for emergency situations. Pell stammers that the top priority is protecting the imperial family, and command goes to the most exceptional knight or mage. Nox looks Penelope in the eye, noting that she is indeed the only imperial family member here. He adds that she's also one of the most powerful characters they'll need to defeat the demons later. He acknowledges the lightning mana and power of punishment she inherited from her family. A vision of the imperial crest appears, glowing with a divine golden light. We see Penelope using her lightning magic, looking like a goddess of war on the battlefield. A giant demon is seen being struck down by her golden bolts of electricity. Nox states the grim reality: even if everyone else dies, they must protect her life. Penelope flinches, her pride taking a hit at his cold but logical summary of her worth. Nox reminds her that he was the one who reacted fastest to the ambush and has the most tactical experience. He stands tall, blood still on his face, looking every bit like the leader they need. He asks one last time for her to grant him the authority to lead. The screen fills with elegant text: "Authority over the life and death of everyone here, including you." Thalia gulps, her heart pounding as she watches Nox take control of the situation. She thinks it's incredible that he's willing to put everyone's life on the line like this. She's convinced that Nox is the true role model of what a knight should be. Nox looks back at her, wondering what on earth is going through her head. He notices the sparkles in her eyes and realizes she's probably over-idealizing him again. He tells the group that if anyone has a better idea, they should prove their worth with their abilities right now. He adds that he'll gladly step down if someone can actually out-strategize him. The students look at each other, but no one dares to speak up against him. The student with the glasses gives a shady smirk from the shadows. He thinks that if something goes wrong while Nox is protecting the princess, he'll face a severe execution. He He's convinced that Nox will eventually mess up and fall on his own sword. He mutters that Nox is currently drinking poison from a holy grail by taking this position. Nox notices him whispering and just thinks he's a mindless idiot who should do what he's told. He gives the guy a quick, terrifying glance that shuts him up instantly. The guy curses under his breath, thinking that Nox's eyes are way too scary for a teenager. Nox declares the decision is final, and they're moving out. He orders everyone to follow his instructions perfectly, or face punishment according to imperial law. Penelope and Echidna watch him, their expressions a mix of curiosity and reluctant respect. Echidna still looks skeptical, but she knows the princess has already made her choice. Nox leads the group into the dense forest, Carl following closely behind. Eleanor catches up, asking if he should at least tell them where they're going first. Nox bluntly tells her he's not good at explaining things, so they just need to keep up. He thinks to himself that if they knew how many times he'd played this specific chapter, they'd be horrified. The camera zooms into the misty woods as the group deepens their journey. Nox's image is overlaid with system code. He is the ultimate veteran of this damn game. They reach a dark, hollowed-out tree trunk that serves as a makeshift tunnel. Through a magical viewing orb, we see a group of demonic beasts being observed from afar. A purple, clawed hand grips the edge of a stone throne in the shadows. This is Rudger, and he's watching the students through his scrying orb with a look of pure malice. A voice from a dark crystal addresses him, calling his name. Dark energy erupts from the crystal, filling the stone chamber with a suffocating pressure. The master commands Rudger to devour the humans of Eldain and leave nothing behind. A massive, toothy shadow looms over Rudger, telling him to get rid of all the sprouts that do not grow. Rudger reaches out, accepting the dark mission with a psychotic grin. The master promises to share more power with him, even though he doesn't deserve it. Black veins bulge and pulse under Rudger's purple skin as the power flows into him. The screen fills with the master's voice, cold and absolute. Rudger trembles as his demonic features become even more pronounced and grotesque. He clenches his fist, whispering, "Yes, my lord," as he fully transforms. He looks at the scrying orb, promising not to disappoint his master this time. A glowing purple mana stone falls to the floor, radiating intense energy. Rudger turns to leave his lair, his demonic aura trailing behind him like a cape. He mutters that Eldain is the perfect mission for his revenge. He vows to punish the humans for the sin of abandoning him in the past. Meanwhile, Bernan and Ross are seen riding through the forest at full speed, desperately trying to catch up. Ross looks determined, his face illuminated by the magical barrier he's maintaining. The camera flashes back to Rudger, who is still dwelling on his hatred for the Academy. He enters a portal made of swirling red and black smoke. The scene shifts to a beautiful sunset over the forest, the sky turning a deep orange and gold. The group has successfully hunted down several large demonic boars for food. Nox announces that it's time to assign roles for their first night in the forest. He points at Leon and the glasses-wearing student, telling them they're on help duty. The student with glasses scoffs, saying he'll only play along for now because Nox defeated him once. Leon bows respectfully, promising to do his best to be helpful despite his limited skills. Nox is satisfied, knowing he's got the strongest cadets officially on his side. He looks at the rest of the group, his eyes already planning their next survival move. He explains that there are only 2 ways to get out of this cursed forest. Option 1. Someone from the outside has to break the magic barrier. A vision of the barrier appears, a massive blue shield separating them from the world. Option 2. They have to kill the caster of the teleportation magic within the forest. Penelope realizes the second option is incredibly dangerous for a group of students. Nox agrees, but points out that they don't have any other choice right now. He notes that it will take the professors at least 2 days to find them and break in. Their only real option is to survive as long as possible and hunt down the caster. Nox thinks to himself that he already knows the first method won't work in this scripted event. He identifies the target, Rudger, the demonic human stalking these woods. The group stands under the orange sky, the weight of their situation finally sinking in. Nox tells them the first priority is to gather and prepare food for the next few days. He looks at the 3 dead hornboars, noting they should last them at least 2 days. The glasses student is disgusted, asking if Nox is seriously expecting them to eat demon meat. He smirks, thinking Nox has the wrong idea about where they are. He points out that demonic beasts are notoriously poisonous and impossible to eat. Nox tells him he's already aware of that, and he knows the local plants are dangerous too. The guy asks why they're wasting time hunting them if Nox knows they're inedible. Nox asks if he's ever actually eaten one, and the guy claims he only got stomach pain once in the East. Nox realizes this guy is a lunatic and decides it's better not to get too involved with his nonsense. He pulls out a handful of specific brown stems from his bag. He tells Leon to summon his undead to set up a perimeter and protect the group. Nox turns to the glasses student, telling him to protect the princess and nothing else. The guy is furious, muttering that he's going to beat Nox half to death in the future. Leon and the student walk away to start their tasks, grumbling about Nox's bossy attitude. Nox smirks, thinking it's finally time to get the real work started. He grabs a large, flat stone to use as a makeshift cooking surface. He starts gathering crimson rake plants from the surrounding bushes. He begins preparing the boar meat, carefully seasoning it with the plants he found. The meat sizzles on the hot stone, but it turns a dark, sickly purple color. The cadets gather around, looking at the purple meat in pure horror. They whisper that they'll definitely die if they even take one bite of that monstrosity. Nox sprinkles more of the rake plants over the sizzling steaks. Suddenly, the color of the meat shifts from a poisonous purple to a delicious golden brown. Nox explains that the crimson rake plant is capable of neutralizing the toxins of middle-rank monsters. He points out that the horn boar is exactly the type of beast this plant works on. The students are amazed, some of them remembering seeing that fact in a book once. They wonder how a Rheinhafer, who never had to starve, would know such obscure survival information. Nox turns to Penelope with a charming, albeit slightly arrogant, smile. He asks her the big question, "Princess, do you like your steak rare or medium rare?" He adds that he is boldly excluding the option of well-done meat. He remembers a hidden line from the game stating that well-done meat is a waste of resources. The students are drooling, the delicious aroma of the neutralized meat filling the camp. Penelope looks at the steak, her hunger finally winning over her imperial pride. She gulps, her face turning a bit red as she realizes she's about to eat a meal prepared by the Academy's most mysterious student. The forest is crawling with monsters, and a demonic barrier has cut off all help, but Nox isn't just trying to survive, he's looking to end this. Outside the barrier, Instructor Burnham and Professor Ross are pushing their horses to the limit, knowing that a demonic human of this rank is a death sentence for first years. Burnham screams into a communication device, checking if Dean Noah can hear him as they charge toward the rescue. He explains the situation is dire because all the other elite professors are already away on missions, leaving only the two of them. But as Burnham panics, he hears a strange sound through the device, the unmistakable crunching of someone eating snacks. Even Professor Ross is stunned, asking the dean if she's seriously eating cookies while her students are in mortal danger. The dean just casually admits it, sounding completely unbothered by the chaos unfolding in the nameless forest. She tells them to stop worrying, showing a level of confidence that leaves the two grown men speechless. Back at the academy, Dean Noah is lounging in her frozen palace, surrounded by ice crystals, enjoying her tea and star-shaped cookies. She calmly tells them that if these were second years, things might be bad, but for this specific group, everything will be fine. Burnham loses it, reminding her that these are first years who haven't even finished their first semester. They're basically defenseless kids. Ross joins in, pointing out that most of them haven't even mastered basic defense magic yet. The dean doesn't even bother arguing, she just lets out a final beep and cuts the connection. Burnham stares at the device in disbelief, realizing the head of the academy just hung up on them in the middle of a crisis. Left with no other choice, Burnham grips his horse's reins and yells that he'll just have to do as much as he can on his own. He kicks the horse into a full gallop, leaving a trail of dust as he races against time to reach the barrier. Professor Ross follows closely behind, his face pale as he prays that his top apprentice, Nox, is still breathing. He grits his teeth, promising himself that he won't let Nox die in a place like this. Deep in the forest, the students have managed to set up a campfire, the warmth providing a small bit of comfort in the dark. Nox is busy at the edge of the camp, pouring a dark liquid onto the grass, while the others watch him curiously. Leon asks why he's spilling hornboar blood everywhere, and Nox explains it's a simple survival trick. The scent of a stronger monster keeps the weaker ones away. Nox looks back with a calm expression, mentioning that this is common practice for travelers in the East. He knows that travelers are most vulnerable when they set up camp at night, so he's taking every precaution possible. Suddenly, Princess Penelope approaches him, her golden hair glowing in the moonlight as she calls out his name. She offers him a rare, genuine thank you, admitting that the students are only safe right now because of his leadership. Nox doesn't let the praise go to his head, reminding her that they still haven't defeated the mage, and the night is far from over. Across the field, the other students are huddled together, exhausted and nodding off as they try to get some rest. Penelope looks at her surviving classmates and tells Nox she truly believes he's the reason no one has died yet. Her gaze turns serious, and the air around her seems to grow heavy with the weight of her thoughts. She asks Nox to forgive her guard Echidna, explaining that people are naturally biased against dark families like the Rheinhafers. Nox stares at her, wondering why she's suddenly being so nice and feeling a bit uneasy about where this conversation is going. He tries to brush it off, telling her she shouldn't waste her time thanking someone like him, a good-for-nothing thrown away by his own family. Penelope steps closer, her golden eyes locking onto his as she tells him she sees things differently. She drops a bombshell, saying that if it means saving more people, she wouldn't hesitate to join hands with a demon. Her expression is cold and determined, showing the utilitarian side of her that will sacrifice anything for the greater good. Nox warns her that's a very dangerous thing to say, especially for a member of the Imperial family. She lets out a small laugh and claims she's just kidding, but the atmosphere remains tense. Nox watches her walk away, realizing that her utilitarian switch has been flipped. She's not just a kind princess, she's a dangerous player. He thinks back to the game lore about Penelope von Archheim, a character known for her extreme beliefs. She's famous for being kind, but her fatal flaw is that she values logic and utility over everything else. In her mind, the life of a genius or a leader is worth thousands of commoners, and she acts accordingly. She's a character who would give up her own life, or anyone else's, if the math added up to a better outcome. Nox realizes she's looking at him not as a friend, but as a high-value asset worth protecting at any cost. The Princess of Kindness can turn into a cold-blooded princess in a heartbeat if the situation demands it. She stands before a statue of justice, the scales tipping in her favor as she prepares for the inevitable conflict. Nox pulls a dark, glowing bag from his dimensional pocket, the purple energy swirling around his hand. He tells the group to team up in fours to set up tents, handing out high-quality cloths he's been carrying. The students whisper among themselves, confused as to why a noble like Nox would be carrying camping gear in a dimensional bag. He hears them gossiping about how the Reinhafers push their kids off cliffs to test them, and he just offers a tired, faint smile. Soon the camp is fully set up, with rows of tents providing a temporary shield against the elements. Thalia approaches Nox with a worried look, and he tells her they need to be extremely careful from now on. When she asks what he means, he just tells her it's nothing, keeping his strategic plans to himself. Nox addresses the leaders of the camp, telling them to rotate night shifts while he prepares for his own mission. He knows there's a massive problem in this specific episode of the game that occurs during this ambush. If he doesn't personally kill the mage maintaining the barrier right now, the monsters will eventually overwhelm the camp and everyone will die. While the students are busy gathering wood and hunkering down, Nox watches them from the shadows. A student lets out a huge yawn, the exhaustion of the day finally catching up to everyone as they lower their guard. Around the campfire, students begin to slump over, falling into a deep, heavy sleep despite the danger. Nox draws Stormbringer, the black blade humming with dark mana as he prepares to move out. He walks alone into the dark forest, his eyes fixed on the source of the barrier, knowing the weight of everyone's lives is on him. He understands that if he fails to complete this quest, the story of this world ends right here. High above the trees, a faint blue glow pulses through the air, signaling the activation of a new spell. The entire forest is bathed in a ghostly light as the barrier begins to hum with renewed power. Back at camp, a student wakes up in a daze, rubbing his eyes and wondering why it's suddenly so quiet. He jumps up in a panic, realizing that the students on watch have also fallen asleep. He screams for everyone to get up, racing toward the princess's tent to warn her of the incoming trouble. Penelope steps out and asks what's wrong, and the student reports that a massive number of mana-filled creatures are gathering nearby. Shadows begin to dance between the trees as dark, shadowy figures surround the campsite. Thalia draws her sword and steps in front of the princess, her eyes burning with resolve as she prepares for the onslaught. Leon steps forward with his own blade, noting that Nox's boar blood trick won't work against the stronger monsters that are coming. He looks around at the nervous students and asks what they intend to do, his voice steady despite the pressure. Thalia realizes with a start that Nox is gone, looking around frantically for the guy who was supposed to be leading them. At that moment, a massive green book flies into the air, its pages glowing with an eerie emerald light. Leon tells the group that Nox has gone elsewhere for a moment and has left the defense of the camp entirely to him. Thalia is furious, unable to believe that Nox would leave the princess and the students behind during a direct attack. Leon calmly assures her that Nox didn't run away, though Thalia demands to know how he can be so sure. A massive, clawed foot slams into the ground, shaking the earth and cutting their argument short. Gargoyles and demonic wolves emerge from the mist, their red eyes glowing with hunger as they let out terrifying roars. Thalia admits the monsters are too numerous to handle, but Leon just says it's all right and opens his hand toward his book. A towering pillar of green mana erupts from Leon, swirling into a massive magical circle that illuminates the entire forest. Penelope and Thalia are shielded by the sheer pressure of the mana, wondering what kind of insane power Leon is hiding. Leon stares into the glowing light, thinking about Nox, and wondering why Nox gave him such a huge responsibility. He flashes back to earlier, when Nox had handed him a small, glowing purple object in private. Leon had looked at the gift in shock, sensing the immense energy contained within the small stone. It was a high-grade mana crystal, an item worth a fortune, and Nox had just handed it over like it was nothing. Leon raises his voice, declaring himself as the successor of the Manhwa's household, the family of shadows. He unleashes the mana, and the green flames begin to take shape, swirling around him like a protective storm. He tells the monsters that the outcome of this battle has already been decided by him alone. A demonic wolf lunges at him, but Leon doesn't move. He just watches as a green blade of energy slices through the air. The wolf is cut down instantly, its dark blood spraying across the grass as Leon's summoned power takes hold. The air vibrates, with the sound of metal clashing against bone as more figures emerge from the green flames. A giant undead knight clad in emerald armor appears, slamming its sword down and crushing another monster into the dirt. The knight swings its massive blade in a wide arc, clearing a path through the horde with a single blow. More skeletons and zombies rise from the green mana, forming a wall of undead soldiers that stand between the students and the monsters. Leon von Marvis stands at the center of his army, his eyes glowing green as he prepares to hold the line until Nox returns. Far away from the camp, the sky is clear and silent, but the ground below is covered in a dense, magical fog. Nox stands before a cave entrance sealed with glowing red chains and demonic runes, the heart of the barrier. He walks calmly toward the center of the ritual, his footsteps echoing through the eerie silence of the clearing. His boot steps onto a glowing red seal, and the air begins to vibrate with a high-pitched, magical hum. A system message flashes. His Bolna sensitivity genius trait has automatically neutralized the restraint magic. Another message appears. Because he's wearing his lunatic member's robe, his attack power has been boosted by 20%. Nox looks into the shadows of the cave and asks how much longer the mage intends to stay hidden. A demonic laugh echoes from the darkness, and Roger steps out, his yellow eyes fixed on Nox with a creepy grin. Roger is genuinely impressed that a mere academy student could find his hidden ritual site. He sneers, finding it bold and incredibly stupid, that Nox came here all by himself to fight a demonic human. Nox doesn't react. Instead, his sting genius skill activates at full power, keeping his face perfectly cold and unreadable. He smirks at Roger, telling him those are words he should only say if he's actually worth something. Nox bluntly tells the demon that he's the one who needs to know his place before things get ugly. Roger's face contorts with rage, his teeth baring as he snarls at the arrogant brat standing before him. Without warning, Roger vanishes in a blur of speed, kicking up dirt as he launches a surprise attack. He lunges at Nox with his clawed hands, aiming to tear the young noble's throat out in a single move. But Nox is faster. He brings Stormbringer up just in time, the black blade sparking as it blocks Roger's lethal strike. Nox parries the blow and spins away, his movements as fluid and efficient as a high-level pro gamer. Roger skids to a halt, his yellow eyes wide with shock as he realizes Nox didn't even break a sweat. Nox stands his ground, the dark mana of Stormbringer swirling around his arm like a living shadow. Roger's arm begins to glow with a sickly purple light, the veins bulging as he pumps more demonic mana into his body. He roars that he's going to beat the words right out of Nox's arrogant mouth. Roger charges again, his speed tripled as he leaves a trail of red mana behind him. He lets out a primal scream, swinging his massive demonic arm with enough force to shatter stone. Nox barely flinches, watching the attack come in with the calculated gaze of someone who's seen this boss fight a dozen times. He thinks of this as a one-piece skip, treating the demonic human's move like a basic, predictable animation. Roger's eyes glaze over for a second as he realizes he's punching thin air. Nox has already moved. Nox appears behind him, whispering that what happens from now on is all that matters, before slamming Roger into the dirt. He stands over the demon and tells him his skills aren't even worth using his special abilities for. Roger struggles to get up, his body boiling with dark energy as he calls Nox an impudent brat. He unleashes a wave of dark mana, screaming that Nox is too arrogant to think he's already won. But Nox just sighs. Compared to the bad-ending bosses he's fought, this version of Roger is pathetic. Roger's fist comes flying in again, but the screen blurs as Nox moves with blinding, supernatural speed. He catches Roger's wrist mid-swing, his grip tightening as he stares the demon down with cold, purple eyes. Nox steps into the demon's guard, his movement so fast that Roger can't even see the next move coming. Nox's eyes flash with a purple light, signaling the activation of his most lethal combat skill. The system notifies him that Twordship and Combat Genius is now active, turning his body into a perfect weapon. He delivers a devastating strike that shatters Rudger's attack and sends the demon reeling backward in pain. Nox points a hand at Rudger's face, a ball of dark energy forming at his fingertips as he tells him this is over. The energy explodes, and Rudger lets out a guttural scream of agony as the dark mana rips through his chest. Rudger collapses to his knees, coughing up blood while Nox stands over him, looking completely bored. Nox grabs Rudger's arm and twists it, mockingly asking if the demon really thought his petty tricks would work. The demon gasps for air, his body trembling as the reality of his defeat finally begins to sink in. Rudger grits his teeth, cursing the good-for-nothing of House Reinhafer for ruining his master plan. He looks up at Nox with pure hatred, unable to comprehend how a student could be this monstrously strong. He yells about how he received the blood of an archduke and shouldn't be humiliated by a mere human. Nox raises Stormbringer high, his face stone cold as he prepares to deliver the final blow to end this nightmare. Rudger stares at the black blade, his heart pounding in his chest as death finally stares him in the face. Suddenly, a voice rings out through the forest, shouting for Nox to stop. Nox pauses and looks back, seeing a familiar figure racing toward them through the trees. It's Professor Ross, his face filled with a mix of desperation and horror as he reaches the clearing. Nox lowers his sword slightly, looking confused as to why his professor is trying to save a demon. Ross stops and hangs his head, admitting with a heavy heart that the demonic human is actually his former apprentice, Rudger. Rudger lets out a hysterical laugh, mockingly asking Ross if he really has the nerve to call him an apprentice now. He screams at Ross, asking if he was ever truly treated like a student for even a single second. Rudger's voice breaks as he reminds Ross that he lost his arm in the Imperial War, and Ross threw him away the moment he lost his value. He calls Ross a self-deluded coward who has no right to call himself a teacher. Ross clenches his fist so hard his glove creaks, admitting that yes, he did technically abandon his student. But he claims his decisions were made out of worry, not because Rudger was useless. Ross reveals that he didn't want what happened to his own son to happen to Rudger, death on a battlefield he wasn't ready for. He explains that expelling Rudger was the only way to keep him away from the front lines and save his life. Rudger stares at him with empty eyes, stating that we are the ones who should decide our own paths in life. A flashback shows a younger Rudger leaving the academy in shame, his arm bandaged, as the world called him abandoned trash. Ross looks devastated, realizing he never explained his true intentions and let Rudger fall into darkness. Nox steps on Rudger's chest, asking him if the demonic magic he desired really looks like this pathetic state. He asks if this hollow revenge is truly what they both wanted from their shared past. Another memory shows Ross and a young human Rudger studying together, a time when things were simple and hopeful. Rudger closes his eyes for a moment, the weight of the past pressing down on him as he lies in the dirt. Then, his face twists into a psychotic grin, his yellow eyes snapping open with renewed, murderous intent. He mockingly admits it's too late for him, his voice dripping with venom as he prepares one final act. He suddenly explodes into a burst of red mana, launching himself away from Nox and toward the defenseless Professor Ross. Rudger screams that he's taking Ross to the afterlife with him, his hand reaching out like a lethal claw. He's a blur of pure hatred, fueled by years of bitterness and demonic blood. Ross stands frozen, paralyzed by guilt as he watches his former student come to kill him. The air is filled with a swirl of purple and red energy as a massive impact shakes the clearing. Ross flinches and covers his eyes, expecting the killing blow to land at any second. When he opens his eyes, he's stunned. He hasn't been touched, and the forest is eerily quiet. He sees the back of Nox, who is standing between him and the demon, his silver hair swaying in the wind. A massive cloud of dust and mana obscures everything, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. Nox stands over the defeated Rudger, telling Ross that he also has things in his past that he can't ever change. Nox had moved so fast he literally intercepted a mid-air lunge, his sword now inches from Rudger's throat. Rudger stares up at him in absolute terror, asking how a human could possibly be that fast. The system alerts Nox that his acting genius has reached an extreme level, completely masking his true emotions. His synchronization with the character Nox von Reinhafer increases, making him more like the cold protagonist he's meant to be. Nox looks down at Rudger with a terrifyingly calm smile, telling him that his hatred is a very inelegant emotion. The system pulses with a warning. The line between Yu-chan the gamer and Nox the character is starting to blur. Rudger lunges one last time, a desperate final struggle of a man who has lost everything to his own hatred. A red warning flashes. If Nox pushes any further, he might actually lose his mind to the character's cold nature. A flash of purple light cuts through the darkness, moving with a speed that defies human logic. Nox's blade carves through the air, and Rudger lets out a final, agonizing cry as the attack lands. Nox stands perfectly still, his eyes cold and distant as he finishes the job he came here to do. Rudger gasps, the light finally fading from his yellow eyes as his demonic life force is snuffed out. Nox turns his back on the body, the dark shadows of the forest swallowing the remnants of the fight. He wipes a spray of blood from his cheek, his expression unchanged even though he just killed a high-level demonic human. Rudger's body begins to dissolve into black smoke, his physical form unable to sustain itself after such a defeat. The demonic mana dissipates into the wind, leaving nothing behind but a lingering sense of tragedy. Professor Ross collapses to his knees, staring at the empty space where his former apprentice just died. He looks like he's aged 10 years in a single moment, his eyes filled with a hollow, crushing grief. The weight of his failure as a teacher finally breaks him, and he slumps over, unable to even look at Nox. Nox calls out his name, his voice echoing through the quiet forest like a splash of cold water. Ross doesn't respond at first, so Nox waits, standing patiently as the silence stretches between them. Finally, Ross whispers a question. He asks Nox what he should do now that his life's work and his student are both gone. Nox looks at him with a flat expression, asking what the hell he's talking about. Ross babbles about his research and his thesis, saying they only existed to help the weak, but now he feels they have no meaning. He stares at his trembling hand, admitting he's no longer sure about anything in his life. He slams his fist into the dirt, crying out that there's no point in his research if he couldn't even protect one student. He's a broken man, a genius who has completely lost his direction and his will to keep going. He looks at the dust slipping through his fingers, seeing it as a symbol of his wasted, pathetic life. Nox watches him, and for a split second, a flash of genuine human emotion flickers in his purple eyes. He adjusts his glove, looking like he's about to say something harsh, but his thoughts are racing. Ross looks up at him, begging for an answer, wondering why Nox would even bother with someone as useless as him. Nox thinks to himself that this is the lesser evil. He needs Ross to keep researching so the game's artifact system can be unlocked. He tells Ross that he must continue his research, no matter how much it hurts right now. But as he says it, his hand begins to tremble, and his internal monologue starts to fracture. He asks himself if unlocking the system is really the only reason he's helping this man. Nox looks away, his heart beating fast as he realizes he's starting to care about the people in this world. The system flashes a warning. His own emotions are interfering with his Nox character persona. His acting genius trait is wavering as a light rain begins to fall, cooling the heated air of the clearing. Nox tells Ross that his personal feelings aren't important, but then he pauses, the rain dripping down his face. He stands over the kneeling professor and admits that he doesn't think Ross's research is worthless at all. He asks himself why he's wavering, feeling his carefully built villain walls crumbling under the weight of the moment. Ross looks up with a pathetic expression, asking if Nox has seen how powerless and weak he truly is. Nox looks him in the eye and bluntly says yes. He looked absolutely pathetic back there. But then Nox offers a small, tired smile, realizing that Ross has somehow gotten inside his fence. He admits that every word Ross says is starting to affect him, which is why his cold exterior is failing. Nox looks down at the ground, the rain washing away the blood on his clothes as he makes a choice. He claims that he's actually just lazy by nature and doesn't want to deal with too much drama. He asks Ross not to give him too many tasks in the future, sounding more like a student than a cold-blooded killer. He adds that he doesn't really like tea and prefers coffee, trying to lighten the mood with a small personal detail. Nox continues, saying he doesn't care about money, fame, or even his own reputation. Ross looks at him in complete confusion, wondering what the hell Nox is trying to say with all these random facts. Nox leans in and tells him that his research, however, is of actual value to this world. He looks directly into Ross's eyes and guarantees its importance with a confident, genuine smile. Nox thinks to himself that maybe a game addict like him is just envious of someone who contributes love to the world. He drops to one knee, putting himself on the same level as the broken professor in the middle of the rain. His hand touches the wet ground, showing a rare moment of humility from the arrogant air of Reinhafer. Ross stares at him, his eyes wide as he realizes Nox is doing something incredible to save his spirit. Nox looks him in the eyes and makes a pledge. He tells Ross he'll become his #1 apprentice. Ross is speechless, his mouth hanging open as he realizes that even after everything, nothing has changed about Knox's loyalty. Knox explains that he only ever saw the Professor Ross via a computer monitor before, but now he wants to stand by the real man. He promises to be there for Ross, even when he's crying inside while talking about his late son. As they talk, the massive blue barrier above the forest finally shatters into a million glowing shards. Back at the camp, the demonic wolves are all dead, and the students are standing in a daze as the barrier disappears. Leon lets out a huge sigh of relief, leaning on his sword as the green mana of his undead army finally fades away. He looks out into the forest, wondering where the hell Knox went, and if he's still alive. Thalia wipes the sweat from her forehead, realizing Knox isn't the only lunatic in their class after seeing Leon's army. She notes that Leon's undead were on a completely different level than anything she's ever seen before. She looks at Leon's back, sensing a power that feels fundamentally different and terrifyingly strong. Penelope admits it's hard to believe that an army of that strength even exists within their student body. She realizes the Dark families truly possess a level of destructive power that the rest of the world has forgotten. The princess looks grim, stating that the rumors about the Marvis household being back are clearly true. She tells her guards to remember the name Leon von Marvis and to keep a very close eye on him from now on. Leon stands alone, looking down at the purple mana crystal Knox gave him and feeling the weight of the secret. He knows that without this high-grade crystal, there was no way he could have won that battle. He thinks about Knox and realizes it's almost like the guy can see into the future, knowing exactly what Leon would need. Suddenly, a loud voice booms through the trees, making all the students jump in surprise. The ground shakes as a massive figure crashes through the brush, moving like a runaway train. It's Instructor Burnin, looking like a total powerhouse as he screams at the students to see if they're still alive. Thalia just gives him a tired look, telling him that somewhat they managed to pull through without him. Burnin asks if anyone died, and Thalia tells him no, but mentions that someone left the battlefield early. Burnin lets out a breath of relief and apologizes for being late, his face red from the effort of the ride. He asks who it was that left, and Thalia tells him it was Knox von Reinhafer, but she adds that she doesn't think he's in any danger. She offers a rare bit of praise, admitting that the only reason they're all alive right now is because of Knox. Burnin looks at Leon and asks if that's the truth, his eyes wide with disbelief. Leon nods, mentioning that the mana crystal and instructions Knox gave them were the only reason they survived the night. Thalia adds that Knox handled everything, the tents, the rations, the monsters, basically every part of their survival. Burnin is sweating now, listening to the students whisper about how Knox might not be the trash they all thought he was. One student notes that while Knox is strong, he's definitely a problematic guy when it comes to women. Another student reminds them that Knox treats servants badly and has always acted like a total good-for-nothing. They start gossiping about how he bullied Eleanor's servant in an alley, wondering if he's problematic for men too. Burnin grits his teeth, unable to believe that white-haired Brat has managed to become the hero of the crisis. He confirms that the demonic transportation circle and the barrier could only have been broken from the inside. He realizes Professor Ross couldn't have done it alone, meaning Knox must have been the one to take down the mage. Burnin looks toward the depths of the forest, his face a mask of shock and dawning realization. He sees Knox walking toward them with a calm, smug smile, looking like he just finished a walk in the park instead of a life-or-death battle. The sun is shining bright over the Eldane Academy, but the political games are just starting to heat up. Inside a luxurious office, our boy Knox is hard at work, looking every bit the serious noble. He's scribbling away on a parchment, the sound of his quill echoing through the quiet room. A system message pops up. Ordinary acting is now active, helping him maintain his perfect poker face. He looks totally calm, but inside, he's probably calculating his next 10 moves in this hell difficulty world. The system reminds him that he will not waver, keeping his mind sharp despite the mounting pressure. We flash back to the forest, where Professor Ross is introducing Knox as his official apprentice to a stunned Instructor Burnin. Ross looks incredibly proud of his strange choice, while the other students and professors can only stare in disbelief. Back in the present, Knox is still playing the part of the diligent student, though Ross is hovering over him like a proud parent. Ordinary acting stays active as Ross watches his every move, humming a happy tune while Knox works. Knox knows he needs Ross's research to unlock the artifact system later in the game, so he's putting up with the professor's quirks. In the original Inner Lunatic game, Ross never died, but Knox knows that in this timeline, everything has changed. Suddenly, Knox reacts with a lightning-fast strike, shoving Ross back when the professor gets a little too close for comfort. Ross is trembling, looking completely shocked by the sudden rejection from his top apprentice. Knox casually apologizes, claiming he just reacted without thinking because he doesn't like being touched. Ross lets out a booming laugh, telling Knox there's no need to be coy. He knows Knox did that on purpose. Ross notes that for someone acting like a lazy noble, Knox says some surprisingly intelligent things. The professor mentions the laws of the Empire, noting how the rules between commoners and nobles have been broken for a long time. Knox reminds him that as an Eldine professor under the imperial family, he probably shouldn't be saying things like that out loud. Ross just smirks, telling him it doesn't matter as long as Knox doesn't snitch on him. Knox thinks to himself that the guy is seriously insane, but he's the kind of crazy Knox can work with. Ross pulls out a silver ring, announcing that he has officially recommended Knox for a very special reward. He's managed to get Knox and Leon permission to enter the treasure vault of Eldine to claim a legendary artifact. Knox is genuinely surprised, asking if the professor really managed to pull that off. Ross flips through his book, bragging about how convincing he can be when he wants to get his way. He tells Knox not to feel pressured, saying this is the least he can do for his best student. Knox's eyes sparkle as he drops the act for a second, asking who said anything about being pressured. He grips his fist with a dark, determined grin, saying he'll gladly accept a gift that valuable. Ross looks a bit sweat-dropped, thinking Knox seems even happier now than when he became his apprentice. Knox is thrilled. The Eldine treasure vault is basically a goldmine for a stagnant water gamer like him. He's calling this an unexpected jackpot, already planning which hidden gems he's going to snatch up. Soon, he's standing inside the vault, a massive hall filled with golden light and rows of locked chests. He notes that this place is co-owned by the imperial family and the Rivelin merchantry, which explains the insane security. There are tons of high-tier artifacts here, but Knox is looking for the one that offers the most efficiency. He knows that if he gets his hands on a specific item now, his growth rate will skyrocket. A pair of boots clicks against the polished floor as someone approaches him from behind. It's Eleanor, and she admits she never imagined Knox would be the one opening the Academy's most secret vault. She crosses her arms with a smirk, telling him he must have found a really good teacher to get this kind of access. Knox tells her to think whatever she wants, though he notes that Eleanor is coming in with him because of her family's stake in the vault. He sighs, hoping she doesn't cause any trouble while he's trying to loot the place. Eleanor tells him he's mistaken if he thinks she's being stingy. She wants to make sure he's properly paid for saving her in the forest. Knox retorts that she's making things troublesome as usual, asking if she's heard the rules from Professor Ross. Eleanor pulls out an ornate golden key and slides it into a heavy lock with a satisfying click. The massive doors groan open, revealing a blinding white light that signals the entrance to the inner sanctum. As they step inside, Eleanor turns to him and asks the million-dollar question, what artifact is he going to take? Knox mumbles his answer, his eyes shadowed as he reveals the item he's been hunting for. The vault is filled with legendary spears and shields, but Eleanor looks at him in total shock. She stammers, asking him to repeat himself because she can't believe what she just heard. Knox gives her a flat look, asking if she's really going to make him say it twice. Eleanor is baffled, wondering why the son of a rich family would want a dusty old antique over a legendary weapon. But then she stops him, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. She tells Knox she needs to test him first, to see if he's actually fit to receive an item from this vault. Knox is annoyed, saying he wasn't told about any test, but Eleanor reminds him she donated half the stuff in here. She claps her hands, noting that the Rivelin merchantry basically runs the Academy's finances anyway. Suddenly, the room is filled with a swirling white energy that begins to distort the space around them. A powerful blast of mana erupts, signaling the activation of a high-level teleportation spell. In the blink of an eye, they are transported to a luxurious private tea room filled with plants and sunlight. Glittering dust settles on the carpet as the teleportation magic fades away. Knox isn't even impressed, recognizing it as basic space teleportation magic he's seen 100 times in-game. Eleanor is surprised he isn't more shocked, but she admits Knox has probably seen crazier things by now. She gestures to a plush blue sofa, telling him to take a seat so they can begin. Knox sits down across from her, the atmosphere turning from a vault raid to a high-stakes interrogation. Eleanor leans forward, her teal eyes locked onto his as she prepares to start her test. Knox just tells her to speak, knowing he has to work for that artifact one way or another. He tells himself it's just a formality and shouldn't take too long, though he knows Eleanor is sharper than she looks. She drops the first bomb, asking him point blank, "Why did you save me?" Knox flinches slightly, caught off guard by her directness. He asks if that's the test, and Eleanor confirms that she gets to choose the questions. Knox takes a deep breath, knowing he needs to handle this carefully to avoid her suspicion. He starts to give her a rehearsed answer, but he looks visibly tense. Eleanor cuts him off, reminding him of one very important detail about herself. She lets out a small laugh, telling him that lies don't work on her, and she thinks he already knew that. Nox curses under his breath, realizing he forgot a major game mechanic regarding Eleanor. In the world of Inner Lunatic, there's a massive difference between his acting and a true acting genius. A visual of cracked masks and playing cards appears, representing the hidden layers of their personalities. A high-level acting genius trait allows the user to see right through another person's lies. The image of a mask shatters. Eleanor is onto him, and his usual tricks won't work here. Nox realizes that everything Eleanor says is the truth, and he tells her she's really becoming a pain in his side. She just smiles back at him, clearly enjoying the fact that she's finally got the trash of Reinhafer on the ropes. Nox is internally panicking, wondering how the hell he's going to talk his way out of this one. He lets out a nervous smirk, the pressure mounting as the chapter ends on a cliffhanger. Eleanor notes how frustrated he looks, and Nox just tells her to shut up, accusing her of lying about wanting to give him the artifact personally. She brushes it off, asking if that's really the most important thing they should be talking about right now. She leans in with a confident grin, warning him that he'll be the one losing out if he doesn't answer her questions properly. Nox glares at her, his mind racing as he tries to find a way to maintain control of the conversation. He knows it's way too risky to have come all this way, just to lose the chance at the artifact. He also knows that if he tries to walk out now, Eleanor will never stop suspecting him of hiding something massive. He decides it's better to just face her head-on and give her a version of the truth. The screen fades to white as he prepares his response. He repeats her question back to her, looking her dead in the eyes. He tells her he saved her because she was necessary for him. Eleanor is taken aback, her voice trembling slightly as she asks what he means by that. Nox's face is cast in shadow, his expression turning cold and calculating. He bluntly states that he saved her because he needs her to be a part of his master plan. Eleanor asks what this plan is, but Nox tells her he doesn't see any reason to reveal that much to her yet. She looks frustrated, her brow furrowed as she tries to parse through his words. She clenches her fist against her skirt and says she has one more question for him. Nox just tells her to go on, looking completely unbothered by her intensity. Eleanor looks down, her hair obscuring her face as she brings up a memory from their childhood. We see a flashback of a young Nox and Eleanor at a ballroom in the past, looking like typical noble children. She asks if he saved her because he felt indebted to her because of whatever happened back then. Nox gives her a flat, immediate no, crushing her theory instantly. Eleanor is stunned, wondering why the hell she's in his plan if it isn't because of their shared history. Nox tells her that everything he's said is the absolute truth, and he knows she can sense that. Eleanor sighs, telling him it's not good to have so many secrets in a world as dangerous as this. Nox hits back, telling her she's one to talk considering her own family's shady dealings. She mentions that everyone says he's changed, but she finds it hard to believe it happened overnight. Nox just gives her a dismissive so, making it clear he doesn't care about the rumors. Eleanor's voice turns dark, saying she still remembers the cruel things he said to her in the past. She looks like she's about to say more, the pain of those memories clearly still fresh. Nox tells her to do as she pleases, sounding like he's bored of the emotional drama. He tells her to blame him and hate him all she wants. He really doesn't care. He tells her it's her right to feel however she wants, looking totally detached. He adds that her feelings towards him probably won't change anyway, so there's no point in arguing. A dark close-up of his eyes shows a chilling lack of empathy as he says things have to remain that way. Nox stands up and asks if they're done, saying he'll be heading back now that he's got the artifact. Eleanor watches him walk away, her face a mix of confusion and lingering sadness. She whispers to herself that he really has changed. The word hangs in the air as Nox leaves the room. The scene shifts to a bright, sunlit library, much calmer than the previous interrogation. Eleanor is sitting on a white sofa, sipping tea while a servant stands nearby. She stares into her cup, wondering why Nox chose such a weird artifact when there were clearly better ones available. The servant is actually Rick the Hidden, who offers her a smile while he refills her tea. Rick comments that he has no clue why a knight would ever need a magic orb. Eleanor admits she can't fathom what Nox is thinking half the time. She lists off all the high-quality items he ignored: swords, elixirs, shields, and armor. Any one of those items would have made him a powerhouse on the battlefield. But instead of choosing the legendary gear that could save his life, he picked something else. He chose an old, dusty-looking orb that looked like it belonged in a trash heap. Eleanor doubts he's doing it to make her feel indebted, but she can't find any other logic. Rick tells her she shouldn't think so much about it, noting that it's not like Nox caused her any harm. She sighs, agreeing that thinking about it simply might be the only way to stay sane. She asks Rick how things are going with the Rivelin merchantry, and he reports that sales are booming. She tells him this is all thanks to his hard work, showing a rare moment of appreciation. She tells Rick to keep a close eye on Nox and report back if anything suspicious happens. Rick bows deeply, giving her a polite "yes, young miss" as he accepts the mission. But as he bows, his eyes turn dark, and he gives a creepy, knowing grin to the audience. Later, Nox is back in his room, sitting on the bed and staring at the mysterious orb. A gold system message appears. He's obtained an advanced grade artifact. The Great Sage is highest grade orb. The stats flash on screen: mana +2, stamina +1, but it requires a birth mana stat of 10 to equip. The best part is the passive skill, Kokum, which massively boosts the power of magic skills. Nox smirks, thinking about how lucky he is to have snagged this item at such an early stage. He channels dark mana into the orb, and the purple energy begins to swirl around it. He knows Eleanor thinks he picked trash, but he knows the secret way to unlock its true power. A red warning flashes. The conditions haven't been met yet to utilize its full effect. To unlock it, he has to say the real name of its original owner. Doing that will upgrade the orb to the highest possible grade in the game. A vision of a powerful woman surrounded by a clockwork galaxy appears, the original owner. She is one of the 4 sages who will appear in the future storyline of the game. Nox remembers taking her as his teacher many times in his previous playthroughs. But he thinks it's still too early to activate the artifact and reveal his secret knowledge. He knows that if he activates it now, he'll be revealing his true identity to her across time. Jitri enters the room and asks why he chose that specific orb over all the night gear. She's clearly worried, knowing there were much better items for a combat specialist like him. Nox asks if he never told her his new secret plan before. Jitri looks stunned as Nox casually mentions that he's going to start using magic too. He laughs, saying he must have forgotten to mention that he's aiming to be a dual-threat fighter. Jitri just gives him a worried, sweat-drop look, clearly doubting his sanity. She lets out a huge sigh, wondering what on earth she's going to do with a master like him. Jitri is still processing the news, her face filled with shock after Nox mentioned learning magic. Nox looks totally confident, telling her again that he's going to become a mage on top of being a swordsman. Jitri asks if it wouldn't be too difficult to master 2 different paths at the same time. Nox jokingly tells her that if it doesn't work out, he'll just take his family's money and retire. Jitri is embarrassed, admitting she was just boasting to the other maids about how hard he's been working lately. Nox gives her a playful smirk, reminding her that he never asked her to do that. Jitri tells him he can be pretty nasty sometimes, even though she's trying to support him. Nox just leans back, reminding her that he's supposed to be a good-for-nothing, so she shouldn't expect too much. Jitri sighs, noting that he also has a reputation for playing around with women a lot. She mentions that she heard his father, Patriarch Theo, was also a huge womanizer in his youth. She says the family rumor is that Theo is now repenting for his past mistakes through his children. Nox admits he didn't know that about his old man, looking a bit surprised by the gossip. He flops back onto his bed with an oof, finally letting the exhaustion of the week catch up to him. But Jitri interrupts his rest, her expression turning serious as she spots something on his desk. Nox opens one eye as she tells him there's an official letter waiting for him. She holds up a white envelope with a red wax seal, saying it's a direct message from the Imperial family. Nox bolts upright, asking why the hell the Emperor's people would be sending him a letter. Jitri says Echidna, the princess's guard, was the one who personally handed it over for him to read. Nox is instantly on guard, wondering why Princess Penelope is paying so much attention to a Rheinhafer. He opens the letter, and the writing is elegant and formal, starting with a polite hello. The princess thanks him for saving her life in the nameless forest, crediting his quick actions. She invites him to the capital of the kingdom, Talonfeather, to receive an official reward in person. The letter states he'll be departing in 3 days at 9 in the morning, leaving him no room to refuse. Nox stares at the paper, the weight of the imperial summons sinking in. The letter is signed clearly, Penelope von Arkheim. Nox is furious, cursing the fact that he has to go to the capital as a member of a dark family. Jitri is terrified, reminding him that the conflict between dark families and the divine family is ancient and bloody. She begs him not to go, thinking it could easily be a trap to eliminate a Rheinhafer heir. Nox knows that if the Imperial family really wants him, they can summon him at any time. Running isn't an option. He turns to Jitri and tells her that she needs to stay here at the academy. He tells her this is an official order, leaving her no choice but to obey. Jitri looks heartbroken and scared for him, her hands clutched to her chest. Nox thinks about Talonfeather, the base of Emperor Esteban and the center of the Imperial faction. The city is under the control of the divine family, which makes it a literal hell for someone with his background. He wonders what the hell Penelope is thinking by inviting a villain to the heart of the kingdom. A vision of the blonde princess appears, her yellow eyes as mysterious and dangerous as ever. Nox thinks back to his time playing Inner Lunatic, remembering a few key game mechanics. The first was the attribute system. If you picked swordsmanship, you were locked into a physical build. But if you chose mana sensitivity, you were destined to be a mage, with the two paths rarely overlapping. 3 days later, a royal carriage is rattling down the road toward the capital. Nox is sitting inside, dressed in a sharp black suit with a high collar, looking like a true high noble. He remembers that the second major game mechanic was choosing a camp or faction to support. He stares out the window at the passing forest, his reflection showing a face hardened by the road. Princess Penelope is sitting across from him, and she asks what business he thinks she has with him. Nox coldly replies that someone as insignificant as him wouldn't have any business with royalty. Penelope lets out a small laugh, telling him not to say that because it makes her feel hurt. Nox doesn't buy it for a second, giving her a look that says he knows she's playing a game. He thinks about the 3 major factions. First is the Imperial faction, led by the princess herself. Second is the Radical faction, a dark group led by the powerful dark families like the Reinhafers. A vision of a skull and chains represents the dark families, brutal, ancient, and power-hungry. Finally, there's the Merchant faction, which controls the continent's money and stays neutral. Nox knows that the relationship between the Reinhafers and the Imperial family is the worst it's ever been. Penelope asks him if he feels like he's going into the lion's den right now. Nox tells her that as a good-for-nothing, he can't exactly back down from a royal challenge. He admits he's not glad about going to the capital, and Penelope just giggles at his honesty. She tells him not to be worried, claiming she's just taking him to receive his reward. Nox tells her she's taking her lie a bit too far, not believing her kind princess act for a second. She just smiles, asking him if he finally caught on to her true intentions. The carriage passes through a massive gate as the white towers of the capital appear in the distance. They arrive at the palace, and the carriage pulls up to a grand bridge lined with royal guards. Nox asks her one more time, what exactly does she want from him? Penelope steps out of the carriage, looking every bit the regal princess in her military-style dress. She turns back to him with a mysterious smile and says, "It's simple." She pauses, the words, "I just," hanging in the air as the tension reaches a breaking point. The carriage door clicks shut as they finally enter the palace grounds. Nox and Penelope stand before the massive palace doors, a pair of guests waiting for them. Penelope looks startled as she hears a voice say they've been looking forward to meeting their guest. A man in a white military uniform with gold tassels approaches them, calling out Penelope's name. He is a handsome, blonde man with a confident and incredibly arrogant smirk on his face. Nox and Penelope both look uneasy as the man steps into the light. Penelope bows her head, identifying him as Prince Louis, the first prince of the empire. She asks what he's doing here, noting that he was supposed to depart for a war in the north. Louis laughs, claiming the deployment somehow got cancelled at the last minute. He says he ought to play host since such an important guest is visiting the capital. Louis looks directly at Nox, saying he'll report back to the emperor himself about this visit. Nox maintains his composure, giving a polite, "Yes, your highness," to the prince. Louis leans in with a creepy, shadowed face, telling Nox that they should meet often from now on. Nox bows deeply and says it would be an honor, but internally he's screaming fuck. Nox realizes he's just run into the absolute worst possible person in this entire world. Louis von Arkheim is the first prince and the only person ranked higher than Penelope in the succession line. A vision of Penelope standing alone in a dark throne room appears, showing her isolated position. Nox looks visibly worried, knowing that Louis is more than just a rival for the throne. He identifies Louis as the notorious bad ending maker of the entire Inner Lunatic game. The chapter ends as the prince is surrounded by a terrifying aura of golden flames, his yellow eyes glowing with murderous potential. The atmosphere in the palace courtyard is suffocating as Louis walks away, leaving a trail of nervous murmurs behind him. Penelope walks beside Nox, her expression unreadable as they move deeper into the heart of the capital. She looks pale and visibly shaken, the sudden appearance of her brother clearly ruining her plans for the evening. Her guard, Echidna, rushes to her side, asking if the princess is all right after that tense encounter. Penelope tries to brush it off, claiming she was just a little taken aback, but her trembling hand says otherwise. She tells Nox they should head inside to talk, trying to regain her royal composure. Nox watches her, realizing that just like in the game, the relationship between these two siblings is absolute poison. He gritted his teeth, knowing he has to make the most of this trip if he wants to make it back to the academy alive. The white towers of the palace glow under the night sky, looking beautiful but hiding a deadly political nest. Later that night, Nox is lying on a bed that's probably worth more than a small village, but he can't relax. Tomorrow is the big day, the official reward ceremony, and he knows he needs to be at 100%. He sighs, hoping that for once a crazy assassin doesn't try to ruin his sleep. But in a world this messed up, peace and quiet are just a fantasy. Suddenly, Knox's eyes snap open as he hears a faint sound near the entrance of his room. He sits up instantly, his hand already reaching for the sword resting against his bedpost. His sharp gaze fixes on the door, every instinct screaming that a variable has just entered the room. A soft knock echoes through the silence, followed by a muffled voice from the other side. A cloaked figure stands there, asking if Knox is willing to open the door for a late-night chat. Knox lets out a tired breath, recognizing the voice even before the person reveals themselves. He opens the door to find Princess Penelope standing there, draped in a dark traveling cloak. Knox asks her what the hell she's doing in his room in the middle of the night. She steps in with a small smirk, telling him it's not exactly wise to keep a princess standing in a hallway. Without waiting for an invite, she slips inside, her golden hair catching the light of the dim lamps. Echidna follows her in, explaining that the princess has a very important proposal to make. Echidna stands guard at the door, noting that there are too many prying eyes within the imperial palace. Knox gives a reluctant nod and closes the door, realizing this isn't going to be a quick conversation. He gestures to the table, looking like he's ready to hear whatever scheme she's cooked up now. Penelope sits down, removing her hood and revealing a face that looks much more tired than it did earlier. Knox thinks to himself that this has to be big for her to risk a secret meeting like this. He narrows his eyes, already forming an idea of what her true objective might be. Penelope promises not to take too much of his time, but her voice is serious and heavy. She leans in close, her yellow eyes glowing as she asks Knox to make her a solemn promise. She warns him that depending on how he answers her next question, he might never return to Eldain. In fact, she says he might never even step foot on the Rheinhofer estate again if things go wrong. She stands tall, ordering him in her royal name to listen to her request. She asks Knox to become her shadow and pull the strings behind the scenes for her. Knox isn't shocked. He knew she needed a weapon to deal with the first prince and cut ties with the dark families. He calls her out, telling her she just wants him to be a useful tool, a pawn in her game for the throne. Knox sits back down, acknowledging that she's right, but he adds a but that stops her cold. Penelope looks at him in confusion, not used to being challenged when she holds all the cards. Knox tells her that if she thinks he has no other choices, she's making a massive mistake. He gives her a chilling, confident smile, showing the princess that the trash of Rheinhofer is the one in control. The scene shifts to the grand throne room, where Knox is kneeling before the emperor. King Esteban looks like a shell of a man, his crown sitting heavy on his head as he slumps in his seat. He's mumbling to himself, and Louis stands beside him, looking like a vulture waiting for the old man to drop. Knox offers the formal greetings, calling Esteban the great son of the empire despite his pathetic state. The king just gazes blankly at him, his mind clearly far away from the politics of the room. Knox looks at Esteban von Archimedes and thinks about the man's tragic history. He was once the Knight of Light and Lightning, a legend who built the reputation of the entire empire. But now, he's lost his intelligence and his pride, earning the nickname Esteban the Foolish. Penelope steps forward, her long gown trailing on the carpet as she addresses her father. Prince Louis speaks up, noting that he heard Knox has a specific request for the king. Louis assumes Knox just wants some gold or a title for saving the princess in the forest. Knox bows his head, thinking about how Louis became the true power in the house after Esteban fell. He knows he has to be incredibly careful with his words here. One wrong move, and he's dead. Louis waves a hand, saying the imperial family will bestow a gift upon the Rheinhofer candidate. He asks Knox to name anything he desires, his smile dripping with fake generosity. Knox takes a deep breath, preparing to drop the biggest request in the history of the court. His eyes sharpen as he asks if the prince would be all right with one specific reward. Knox asks for permission to enter the Ark River, and the look on Louis's face is absolutely priceless. The ministers in the room start whispering in shock, unable to believe a Rheinhofer would be so bold. Knox remains kneeling, the silence in the room heavy enough to crush a normal person. The Ark River is a sacred site that only the imperial family and divine households are ever allowed to enter. It's a legendary location known for its stat-increasing effects, making it a gamer's dream. Louis smirks, thinking Knox is just being an impudent brat who doesn't know his place. He thinks to himself that all bastards from the dark families are predictably greedy. A minister screams that this can never be allowed, accusing Knox of insulting the royal family. Another one yells that saving the princess doesn't give him the right to enter a sacred river. They're all in agreement. The Ark River is off limits to someone with dirty blood like Nox. Nox closes his eyes, noting that, as expected, the objections are coming from every direction. He actually said this specifically because he didn't want to play their reward game. It's a calculated risk. Suddenly, Penelope's voice cuts through the noise, calling them all impudent. She stands tall, demanding to know how they dare raise their voices in front of His Majesty. She shocks everyone by pointing out there are no actual laws forbidding a dark family member from the river. Nox starts to feel uneasy, wondering why the hell Penelope is actually taking his side in public. He had hoped she would have given up on him after his rejection last night. She shuts down Sir Goron, telling him she hates it when things get noisy and disrespectful. The entire throne room is silent as the princess stands her ground against the court. Nox looks up at her, realizing she's even more dangerous and unpredictable than he thought. Whatever she's planning next is clearly bothering him, and Nox doesn't like being outplayed. Back in his private room, Nox stares at his tea, his mind racing through the possible outcomes. He thinks back to Penelope's departure, her final words still ringing in his ears. She had stopped at the door, her boots clicking against the marble floor. She had looked back at him with a gaze that felt like it was cutting through his soul. She told him to remember one thing: the time to choose a side will eventually come for him. Nox knows that when the time comes to pick a faction, he'll have to support the princess over the bad ending maker. But he can't make an obvious choice right now, not while the prince is watching his every move. Back in the court, Nox asks Louis one more time if he will grant the request for the Ark River. Louis looks annoyed, his brow furrowing as he realizes Nox isn't backing down. But then a sinister smile slowly spreads across the prince's face. He pretends to agree with Penelope, noting that there truly is no law against Nox entering the river. Nox stays silent, waiting for the but that he knows is coming any second. Louis claims it's not proper to break royal traditions that have been kept for centuries. Therefore, he announces with a grand gesture that he will conduct a test of his own. He wants to personally confirm if Nox von Reinhofer is worthy of receiving such a high reward. Nox thinks to himself that he really didn't expect this specific development. He remembers Eleanor and realizes that everyone in this world seems to love giving him tests. Nox asks what kind of test the prince has in mind, keeping his voice steady. Louis grips his glove and says just 3 words: "A duel with me." Nox looks at him in pure disbelief, wondering if the prince has finally lost his mind. Louis claims he's heard Nox's swordsmanship has improved and wants to see it for himself. He says the Ark River is for the worthy, and a duel is the only way to prove Nox's value. Nox realizes the prince is setting a trap, thinking this is the perfect chance to kill him legally. He gives a sharp, confident smirk, telling Louis he didn't come to the capital just to get beaten up. Louis laughs, his eyes glowing with a dark, predatory light. He tells Nox to meet him at the training grounds in an hour and to prepare whatever weapon he likes. Nox gives a respectful understood, though he's already thinking of 10 different ways to win. Penelope watches them, her expression filled with a rare, visible worry for Nox's safety. As Louis walks up the stairs, Nox turns away, the weight of the upcoming fight sinking in. Suddenly, Penelope rushes after him, her long dress rustling as she calls out his name. She catches up to him and bluntly asks, "Do you want to die?" She demands to know if he truly doesn't understand her brother's murderous intentions. She explains that the result doesn't matter. Louis is just trying to show off his power. She says he wants to trample on Nox and disgrace the entire Reinhofer family in front of the court. Nox calmly tells her that he is already well aware of the risks. He knows that if he wins, he'll be accused of harming royalty, and if he loses, Louis will just use the victory to boost his own reputation and call Nox a failure. Nox smirks, asking Penelope if she really thinks that's enough to stop him. He asks her a question of his own: what if there was another option? Penelope is startled, her eyes wide as she tries to figure out what he's planning. Nox asks what would happen if he could win the duel without actually dying or being arrested. He looks her in the eye and asks if she would support him then, her loyalty finally on the line. The scene shifts to Louis's office, where a team of maids is busy polishing his golden armor. The prince stands there like a statue, letting them strap on the high-tier defensive gear. A maid looks nervous, her hands shaking as she adjusts one of the heavy plates. Louis leans down and asks her a terrifying question: "Who am I?" The terrified maid bows deeply, calling him the second son of the Empire and begging for mercy. Louis smiles, noting that his position in the capital is solid and no one dares ignore him. But then his face darkens as he thinks about Nox, the only one who has dared to look him in the eye. A maid tries to soothe him, saying Nox isn't significant enough for a prince to worry about. She begs him not to concern himself with a mere noble, but she's already made a fatal mistake. Louis suddenly snaps, grabbing the maid by the hair and pulling her toward him. He laughs maniacally, mocking the very idea that he would be concerned about a brat. His voice turns cold and demonic as he asks if she really thinks he cares about a worm from a dark house. The maid is sobbing, screaming that she's committed a grave offense as Louis stares her down. He tells the room it would be wise for everyone to act accordingly if they want to keep their lives. He looks at a portrait of his father and asks how much time the senile son has left to live. The maid is trembling on the floor, her face bruised from the prince's sudden violence. Louis declares that soon, the entire empire and its honor will be in his hands. The other servants bow in terror, promising never to make such a mistake again. Louis calls for the head butler, his tone bored and dismissive as if he didn't just assault someone. He points to the sobbing maid and tells the butler to take that out of here. The maid screams for one more chance as the guards drag her away into the shadows. Louis smirks, noting that opportunities are only given multiple times to people like him. He says even noble blood is worthless compared to the royal blood flowing in his veins. The maid's cries echo through the hallway as she's dragged out like common trash. Louis thinks about Knox again, saying that no matter how promising he is, he can't overturn a fixed match. He laughs to himself, wondering what kind of expression Knox will make when he's begging for his life. The scene shifts to the massive stone training arena, filled with an audience of nervous nobles. Knox and Louis stand on opposite ends of the stone circle, the tension between them absolute. King Esteban and Princess Penelope watch from the royal balcony, the king looking as vacant as ever. Louis gives a confident grin, his golden armor shining under the arena lights. Knox stands perfectly still, his eyes fixed on the prince as he prepares for the fight of his life. Louis mockingly tells Knox to do his best, pretending to be a courteous opponent, but internally he's laughing, knowing Knox is just a prop for his latest power play. Knox gives a short yes understood, his voice is cold as ice. The referee raises his hand and screams for the match to begin. The battle between the bad ending maker and the trash hero is officially underway. Louis charges forward, surrounded by a blinding aura of lightning mana. He sneers that no matter Knox's skill, a worm can never stand against the high royal family. He swings his sword in a wide arc, a wave of golden energy exploding toward Knox. The screen turns red as the power of the prince's artifacts is unleashed in full. Louis is stunned when Knox manages to block the strike, their swords clashing with a deafening boom. He snarls at Knox, asking how he dares to even aim a sword at a member of the royal family. The two struggle for power, sparks flying as Knox pushes back against the prince's golden mana. Louis grits his teeth, his eyes filled with rage as he realizes Knox isn't folding immediately. Knox looks up with a dark grin, mockingly asking the prince if he didn't just tell him to do his best. He unleashes a massive wave of dark mana, the impact sending a shockwave through the entire arena. Louis is blown back, his mind racing as he tries to understand how someone lower in the hierarchy could do this. He snarls, calling Knox an insect and refusing to believe his authority is being challenged. Knox just stands there, looking bored as he tells the prince he was simply following his instructions. Louis lets out a low, dangerous growl, his teeth bared as he decides to stop playing around. He tells Knox he won't go easy on him anymore, and his lightning aura triples in size. He thinks to himself that even with Knox's reputation in Eldain, he's still just a brat compared to a prince. Louis is convinced there's no way a Reinhafer can defeat someone with a royal education and elite artifacts. He glances over at the referee, his smirk showing he knows the house rules favor the royals. The ref announces that the match will only end when one of them falls or surrenders. Louis doesn't even wait for the final count, he launches himself forward with lightning-fast speed. He's a blur of golden light, his blade humming with lethal electrical energy. Knox parries the blow, the sound of metal on metal echoing through the silent stadium. Knox notes that while Louis is a bad ending maker, his actual combat abilities aren't top tier. The prince has talent, but he relies too much on his high-grade gear to win his fights. Knox realizes that at this level, Louis can't even hope to reach him with a normal sword strike. He dodges a vertical slash, his movements looking like a dance as he effortlessly stays out of reach. Louis is losing his mind, screaming "damn it!" as every one of his attacks hits thin air. He squeezes his eyes shut in frustration, his pride taking a massive hit in front of the court. When he opens his eyes, Knox is standing inches away, looking down at him with a cold, superior gaze. Knox suddenly stops his momentum, his sword hovering near the prince's chest as the arena falls silent. Louis is shaking, asking what the hell Knox thinks he's doing by holding back. Knox calmly says he has no complaints about the match or the rules they agreed upon, but he adds that the fight is getting a bit boring since there's nothing truly on the line. He looks out at the audience and asks if they want to make a bet to see who really wins. Louis's eyes narrow, his face darkening as he considers the brat's challenge. He thinks to himself that this is a gift. He'll be able to get exactly what he wants from Nox easily. He accepts the bet, his arrogant smile returning as he prepares to crush his opponent. Nox suggests they state the conditions of the bet after the match is over. Louis laughs, claiming he's too impatient for that and wants to set the terms right now. Nox just shrugs and tells him to go ahead, looking completely unfazed. Louis leans in, his whisper carrying a chilling weight through the air. He tells Nox that if he wins, he wants Nox to serve him instead of Penelope. Nox looks confused, asking what the prince could possibly mean by that. Louis tells him it's pointless to feign ignorance, his eyes full of sick amusement. He assumes Nox saved Penelope because he was bewitched by her beauty and wants to claim her. Nox thinks to himself that the prince is a total nutjob who has the entire situation totally wrong. He tells Louis he simply followed the law and doesn't harbor any intentions toward the princess. Louis just smirks, saying that if Nox isn't loyal to her, then flipping his loyalty will be even easier. He demands that Nox become his personal knight, his shadow instead of the Rheinhafer's heir. Nox agrees, saying that if Louis wins the match, he'll do exactly as he's told. Louis adds a dark warning. If he gets injured, he'll put all the blame on Eldine and the Rheinhafers. Penelope looks horrified from the balcony, realizing her brother is playing for keeps. Louis kicks off the ground, his movement shattering the stone tiles under his feet. He screams for Nox to blame his own foolishness, claiming the match was decided from the start. Nox notes that his normal sword strikes won't even scratch the prince's legendary artifacts. He realizes that right now, it would be impossible to get past those defenses and win physically. But then, a dark, knowing smirk crosses Nox's face as he reaches for a secret weapon. The magic orb he snagged from the vault begins to shine with a brilliant golden light. A system message pops up. He must state the name of the true owner to use the orb properly. The warning flashes red. He only has one chance to get the name right. Nox knows they'll be shocked that he has this forbidden knowledge, but he has to survive. Louis is mid-air, his sword glowing with enough lightning to level a building. Nox thinks to himself that there is indeed only one way to destroy that ridiculous armor. He speaks the forbidden name out loud. The owner of the orb is Astrid von Caliwood. The artifact pulses with a divine energy, its true power finally unlocking after centuries of silence. The system confirms it. The user's name has been registered as the new master of the orb. Nox von Rheinhafer is named the second owner, and his mana begins to skyrocket instantly. A massive explosion of purple energy erupts from the orb, blinding everyone in the arena. Louis is knocked off balance, his sword clattering as he stares at the hovering, glowing artifact. He's trembling, the sheer pressure of the mana making it hard for him to even breathe. He screams, asking Nox what the hell he's doing with a magic item in a sword duel. Nox just gives him a cold, predatory smile, the orb circling his hand like a loyal pet. He reminds the prince that there was never any rule against using magic in their match. Louis is speechless, his face a mask of shock and growing terror. He can't believe a member of a dark family like the Rheinhafers is actually using high-level magic. Nox's mana pool is overflowing, the purple energy swirling into a massive magical circle in the sky. He tells the prince that he probably knows this spell very well. It's a basic magic missile. Louis looks up at the sky, his eyes wide with horror, as he realizes this isn't a basic spell at all. A black hole of energy opens up above them, looking more like a tactical nuke than a simple missile. The entire arena is vibrating with the force of the spell, the crowd screaming as they scramble for cover. Dozens of massive purple fireballs begin to rain down from the sky toward the helpless prince. A dark void opens up beneath Louis's feet, sealing his fate in the middle of the training ground. Nox tells him he hopes he dodges this, his voice full of a cold, terrifying amusement. The chapter ends as the bad ending maker stares up at his own demise, while Nox stands tall as the master of the Seiji's power. The sky is literally screaming as the purple magical energy swirls into a massive vortex. Prince Louis looks up, his face pale as he realizes the sheer scale of the power Nox just unleashed. The beam slams down, shattering the ground and sending shockwaves through the entire arena. An intense sense of discomfort washes over Louis. His golden armor is the only thing keeping him from turning into dust right now. He frantically tries to dodge, but the energy spikes are everywhere, cutting off his escape. Louis lets out a pained gasp as the impact tosses him around like a rag doll. He can't believe a member of the Rheinhafer family, known only for swordsmanship, has this much magical talent. He stumbles to his feet, gasping for air while the dust settles around his cracked armor. Louis is shaking, spitting out blood and realizing this level of talent isn't something you're just born with. Nox stands there calmly, floating purple crystals surrounding him, and tells the prince he knows exactly what's going through his head. The magical projectiles hum with power, locking onto Louis like heat-seeking missiles. Nox clenches his fist, making it clear that there are no tricks involved here. This is pure, raw skill. He mocks the prince, saying his magic is still better than the layers of lies Louis wraps himself in. Louis is losing it, screaming about how a scoundrel from a dark house dares to mock him. Nox doesn't blink, asking the prince if he wasn't the one who started the mocking in the first place. He leans in with a smirk, calling out the prince for arranging this duel just to deny Nox's achievements. Princess Penelope and Eleanor watch from the stands, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. Louis looks completely broken, his eyes wide with a mix of fury and genuine fear. He's reaching his limit, his face contorting as he decides to stop playing fair. He pulls out a glowing blue cube, a high-level artifact, and prepares to activate it. The artifact hums with a distorted light, and Louis looks like he's ready to kill regardless of the rules. A massive blue barrier suddenly erupts, cutting the two of them off from the rest of the world. Louis snarls, calling Nox a bastard and laughing, because now nobody can see what he's about to do. Nox just stands there, totally unimpressed, asking what the hell he thinks he's going to achieve with that. Louis snaps, telling Nox he shouldn't dare talk to a royal like that. He looks completely unhinged now, laughing through his teeth about how Nox actually thought he could defy the crown. He promises that once this duel is over, the entire royal guard will be there to finish Nox off. Nox just gives a chilling smile, acting like he's heard it all before. But then, Nox pulls out his own crystal and asks if the prince really wants to die right here. Suddenly, a massive burst of frost magic erupts from Nox's hand, shocking the prince. A voice echoes through the arena, a cold, divine voice that belongs to someone far more powerful than a prince. Louis recognizes it instantly. His blood runs cold because it's the voice of the new headmaster. A giant orb of ice forms in the center of the field, radiating an overwhelming pressure. The image of Noah von Trinity, one of the four sages, appears in the mist, looking down at Louis. She tells the prince that if he plans to use royal authority to crush her precious disciple, he's got another thing coming. With a terrifying smile, she stakes her honor as a sage to destroy him if he doesn't back down. Louis is sweating bullets, his arrogance completely evaporating as he faces a literal living legend. Nox watches from the side, looking completely satisfied with how his plan is coming together. He lets out a small chuckle, knowing the prince is trapped in a corner he can't climb out of. The scene shifts back to Nox's room, showing the opulence of the royal guest chambers. Nox is sitting across from Noah, talking about how the royal family intended to reward him for his bravery. Noah is in a great mood, smiling and cheering because things are going her way. Nox, however, looks exhausted, telling the headmaster that if he goes to the capital, he'll probably end up dead. Noah just keeps munching on snacks, not seeming worried about the death threats at all. Nox sighs, reminding her that almost no one from a dark house ever returns from the capital alive. She just laughs, telling him he might have a point while continuing to nom-nom on her cookies. Nox reaches out and snatches the snack right out of her hand to get her attention. He asks if she's seriously eating while his life is on the line, but she just pouts and says the snacks are innocent. Nox lets out a massive sigh, begging her to actually listen to the danger he's in. He asks if she can at least say something to make the prince stop tormenting him. Noah gets a sly look on her face and tells him that if he avoids the prince, he won't get his reward. Nox crosses his arms, thinking it's better to miss a reward than to have only his head return in a box. Noah cheers him up by saying magic is so advanced now that they can reattach limbs in seconds. Nox is speechless, wondering if that's really something a teacher should say to their student. He clenches his fist, holding back his frustration at her eccentric behavior. Noah then gets serious for a split second, asking what he'd do if there was a way to go safely. Nox says there's no way such a miracle exists, but Noah just smiles and pulls out a glowing blue crystal. The crystal reflects Nox's face, pulsing with a deep, ancient magic. Back in the present, Nox explains to the prince that this crystal is a long-distance communication tool. But it's special. It can transmit magical power across huge distances, allowing the sage to manifest right there. Nox smirks at the gasping prince, who is now struggling just to stay conscious. He reminds Louis that no matter how much power a prince has, he can't touch a sage and the leader of Eldine. Nox mutters to himself that it's unusual for the headmaster to be so helpful, and she hears him, yelling that she can hear everything. Nox breaks a sweat, realizing he might have offended the one person keeping him alive. Louis is panting, his artifact failing and his pride completely shattered. He forces a fake, shaky smile, trying to act like this was all a big misunderstanding. He tries to play the "I didn't know he was your student" card to save his own skin. Noah doesn't buy it for a second, telling him not to pretend they're close and that he's a brat. The The prince flinches, realizing he's being scolded like a toddler in front of his subjects. He asks what he can do to appease her anger, and the answer is simple: beg. Noah tells him to beg for forgiveness from Nox, and then, maybe, she'll let this slide. Nox is genuinely surprised. Even he didn't expect the headmaster to take it this far. The prince is trembling, clenching his teeth so hard they might snap. But with no other choice, he shouts out a desperate, "I'm sorry!" Nox stands tall, looking down at the prince and saying he'll let it go, because he has a generous heart. Noah tells them to finish the duel fairly, and demands the barrier be removed immediately. Louis nods like a broken man, his spirit completely gone as the blue walls fade away. Nox doesn't waste a second. He moves like a blur, the ground cracking under his speed. Before Louis can even raise his sword, Nox is already behind him, his eyes glowing with killing intent. Nox throws a punch fueled by all his built-up rage and mana. The strike connects perfectly with Louis's face, sending the prince spinning through the air. Louis hits the ground and stays there, unconscious in the middle of the ruined arena. The crowd erupts in chaos, some screaming that a dark house dared to defy royalty, others just in pure shock. Reaction shots show the spectators frozen in disbelief at what they just witnessed. Thalia and Eleanor are wide-eyed, barely able to process that Nox actually pulled it off. Thalia is just as stunned, wondering if Nox is even the same person she once knew. She tells her companion that guts alone wouldn't do this. Nox must have a hidden card he hasn't shown anyone. Princess Penelope narrows her eyes, realizing that Nox's influence is becoming a threat even to the Arkham Empire. She sees the projection of Noah behind him and realizes Nox has the ultimate backing. Penelope decides right then and there that she must get her hands on Nox at any cost. Thalia admits, even if she hates saying it, that Nox's skills are now at the absolute top tier. Flashbacks show Nox commanding the students in the forest, showing his natural leadership, and another memory of him during the admission ceremony, proving he's been a monster from the start. Nox stands over the defeated prince, his sword sheathed, showing he has no intention of joining Louis's corrupt faction. Penelope watches him with a mysterious smile, her utilitarian mind already crafting a new plan. She tells Thalia that they need to take action right now while the iron is hot. Thalia looks concerned, asking what exactly the princess has in mind for the Rheinhafer boy. Penelope just folds her hands and gives a look that says, "Wait and see." She whispers something into Thalia's ear that makes the red-haired warrior gasp in shock. In the arena below, maids and guards finally rush in to tend to the unconscious prince. A high-ranking guard yells for them to get Louis to the infirmary immediately and check for any permanent damage. The maids are panicking, scurrying around as the invincible prince is carried away on a stretcher. A noble official warns the staff that they must not speak a word of what happened today to the public. Penelope looks down at the spot where her brother fell, her expression completely unreadable. Nox turns his back on the chaos, walking away with the cool confidence of someone who just finished a chore. The guards continue to scream for help as Nox disappears into the shadows of the hallway. Night falls over the majestic spires of the capital city, Talonfeather. Nox is alone in his guest room, sitting on the edge of the bed and finally letting his guard down. He rubs his temples, letting out a heavy breath and muttering that he barely survived that encounter. He thinks back to the fight, remembering how Louis looked when he activated that lunatic artifact. He realizes that there's a reason Louis is considered one of the final villains of the game. He's genuinely dangerous. Nox recalls the moment Louis charged at him with lightning, a strike that could have ended it all. He reaches out and touches the magic orb sitting on the table, the thing that saved his life. A dark silhouette of a woman appears in his mind, the original owner of the orb, Astrid. Nox smiles, knowing this item will be useful for the middle and endgame challenges ahead. He feels the residual mana from the orb, admitting that dealing with the prince would have been impossible without it. He leans back, hoping he won't have to rely on luck like that ever again. Suddenly, there's a sharp knock-knock on his door, breaking the silence of the night. Nox flinches, instantly on high alert and wondering who would visit him this late. His first thought is that the damn prince is already back for revenge with an army. He grabs the hilt of his sword, grumbling about how he can never catch a break in this world. Nox unsheathes his blade slightly and asks, "Who is it?" A voice from the other side says it's them, and the door opens to reveal two cloaked figures. It's Thalia, looking serious, and she tells him the princess wants to meet him alone. Nox is stunned to see Echidna there, but relieved it's not a group of assassins. He asks, "Right now?" Totally confused as to why a princess would come to a Dark House member's room at midnight. Thalia confirms it, saying it has to be this very instant. Nox gets a bad feeling in his gut, sensing that something incredibly troublesome is about to happen. He sighs and tells them to come in, opening the door wider. Penelope walks in, her presence filling the room with a royal yet suffocating atmosphere. She moves with grace, while Nox watches her every move, his hand still near his sword. Thalia stays by the door, acting as a guard to ensure no one interrupts this secret meeting. Nox gets straight to the point, asking the princess what the hell is going on. He tells her that if she's here to talk about the fight with Louis, he's already settled it and wants to sleep. Penelope just gives a mysterious look and tells him he doesn't need to act like a fool. Nox is taken aback, asking what she could possibly mean by that. She asks him if he can imagine her sitting at a dinner table with her brother ever again after this. The room goes silent as Nox realizes the political bridge hasn't just been burned, it's been nuked. He takes a seat, realizing this conversation is going to be a long and dangerous one. He reminds her it's almost midnight and there are better times to talk, but she shuts him down. Penelope stares him down, saying that right now is actually the perfect time. Nox is frustrated, asking how she can just enter a guy's room like this at such an hour. He warns her that he's the one who will be responsible if bad rumors start spreading about them. She asks if he's actually worried about a scandal, which seems absurd given his trash reputation. Nox honestly admits that her presence here, a saint of the Empire in a Dark House member's room, is beyond problematic. Penelope gets a sharp, calculating look and tells him he's thinking exactly what she is. She smiles and says a scandal will definitely happen, and that is exactly why she came here. Nox's eyes go wide, and he internally screams, wondering what this crazy person is talking about. He demands an explanation, but she just says his full name with an ominous weight. Nox responds with a simple yes, his heart pounding as he waits for the hammer to drop. The princess closes her eyes for a second, preparing to say the words that will change everything. She looks him dead in the eye and says, "I need you to marry me." A blood-red moon hangs over the world, casting an eerie glow over the events to come. The scene shifts to a dark, stone fortress, pulsing with a sinister energy. Inside a massive Gothic hall, a group of powerful figures is gathered around a circular table. A woman with long blonde hair, the captain of Lunatic, starts the meeting with a cold tone. She asks if it's true that the audacious rookie actually went to the Ark River in the capital. A scarred man in a hood confirms it, saying the royal family has already made contact with Nox. The captain sighs, wondering if Nox even knows the kind of trouble he's walking into. A girl with blue hair and a smug look smiles, saying this was totally expected. This is Marin, an executive of Lunatic, and she complains that this is why you can't rely on kids. Marin keeps talking, saying she's not convinced about the rookie despite the captain accepting him. A man with an eye patch named Kyle steps in, telling Marin to watch her words. Marin flinches, stuttering that she didn't mean to disrespect the deputy captain's judgment. Kyle reminds her that disrespecting etiquette is unacceptable, especially for a group hated by the crown. The captain cuts them both off, telling them to end the talk about the rookie right now. A metal hook scrapes against the floor, a terrifying sound that draws everyone's attention. Krigoyle, another executive, walks in with a wicked grin on his face. He says he actually thinks Marin's words have some merit and wants to weigh in. He points out that Lunatic hasn't brought in a new member for ages and asks why the sudden change. The captain simply says she got interested in him, and that's all there is to it. Krigoyle laughs, doubting that their captain would have a rational interest in a greenhorn. He asks if it's related to Nox's family, but the captain firmly denies it. She mentions that while Theo von Reinhafer cooperates with them, Nox seems to actually hate his own family. Kyle and Marin look surprised. A noble who hates his own house is a rare and useful tool. Marin suggests they should check that claim out for themselves to be sure. She wonders why a scion of the Reinhafer family would willingly help a criminal organization like theirs. The captain stays silent for a moment, weighing the options in her head. She finally agrees, saying that Marin has a point that needs to be verified. She decides to give the rookie his first official mission to see where his loyalties lie. They'll use this to see how capable he is, and if he's planning to betray them. Marin looks absolutely terrified when the captain turns to look at her directly. She thinks back to her own first year, remembering she didn't even get a mission back then, but she sucks it up and says she's fine with the plan for the sake of the organization. The scarred man and the rest of the table nod in agreement. The test is set. Kyle gives a simple good, ending the debate. Krigoyle finds the whole thing fun and tosses his hook in the air. The captain tells Marin that she will be the one taking the lead on this mission. She tells her to act as a proper senior and guide the new guy through the chaos. Marin's eyes sparkle. She's finally a senior, and to her that is the most beautiful sound in the world. She gets a wicked look, promising to show the rookie the true dignity of a senior member. She asks what the mission entails, ready to jump into action. The captain explains it involves the hidden staircase in the Eldine Academy's basement. There lies one of the 72 demons secretly hidden by the school's leadership. A report came in that the magic stone of Paimon is being kept there. The plan is for the rookie to buy them time at the academy while they steal the stone. The captain asks Marin if she can handle supporting the rookie during such a dangerous task. Marin jumps to her feet, shouting, "Of course!" with way too much energy. Suddenly, a gorgeous woman with pink hair walks in. This is Izel. She congratulates Marin on finally escaping the bottom of the ranks and tells her to do her best. Izel gives a seductive, knowing smile, clearly finding the whole situation entertaining. Marin salutes her, shouting, "Yes, Chief Izel," at the top of her lungs. She's determined to prove herself and make the rookie look like a total amateur. Back in the guest room, Penelope is still staring Nox down, the atmosphere heavy with her proposal. She repeats herself clearly, "Nox von Reinhofer, you have to marry me." Nox looks like his brain just short-circuited, uttering a weak, "What?" He asks if there's a reason she suddenly reached such an insane conclusion. Penelope reminds him that he already knows about her position and influence in the family. Nox realizes what's happening. For a second, he actually thought she was infatuated with his face, and that scared him more than a duel. She explains the royal family is divided into two warring factions. Her father, the king, is in poor health, and rumors say he'll step down soon. One faction is led by her brother, Prince Louis, and he is currently the strongest. Louis is shown looking smug and arrogant, surrounded by his sycophants. The other faction belongs to her, and she's determined not to let her brother win. Nox asks why she's telling a member of the Dark House such sensitive state secrets. She admits that her support base is weak right now, and she needs a game changer. She admits Louis has more connections with the nobles because he's the eldest. The nobles are already discussing the rewards they'll get once Louis takes the throne. Nox asks if she truly wants to become the new emperor herself. She says that's part of it, but mostly, she can't watch Louis ruin the empire with his savagery. She reminds Nox that he's seen how Louis treats people as mere tools. Nox agrees, thinking to himself that Louis is called the bad ending maker for a reason. Penelope says she needs a powerful force behind her to counteract her brother. She needs someone Louis hasn't targeted yet, and someone he won't easily mess with. Nox points to himself and asks, "And you're saying that's me?" She says exactly, but Nox internally panics, knowing that if he gets involved, there's no way out. She laughs, saying he can't exactly claim he lacks ability or use his fiancée Thalia as an excuse. Nox's master of deception trait starts shaking. He's being read like an open book. He lets out a sigh, realizing the princess has already made up her mind and trapped him. Nox asks if she's really okay with someone as trashy and infamous as him. She just smiles, her eyes glinting with a mix of strategy and something else. She leans in and tells him to listen carefully because she's already planned out their romance. She reminds him that he saved her in the nameless forest, right? She touches his hand, noting that despite being from a dark family, he tried to save her. Nox says that's true, but he feels like something is very off about her tone. She asks if they should tell people he fell for her first, or maybe she fell for him? Nox is completely floored, asking her if she's actually serious about this fake love story. She takes his hand firmly, telling him that in politics, nothing is truly impossible. She explains that the royal family can choose their spouse through legitimate procedures if they want to. Nox looks at her, realizing he's just been drafted into the most dangerous game in the world. Penelope gives him one last dazzling smile, saying that who knows, maybe she'll actually fall for that handsome face of his for real. The night is quiet over the capital, but under the surface, a storm is brewing that's about to flip the entire empire upside down. Our boy Nox is back in his room, letting out a massive sigh as he tries to process the absolute insanity that just went down. Jitri walks in, catching him off guard, and you can tell by her face that she's seen the news. She's holding a newspaper with a look that says Nox has some serious explaining to do before she loses her mind. The headlines are screaming it. Princess Penelope has officially declared she's marrying the trash of the Reinhofer family. Nox just leans back, realizing the princess moves faster than a high-level boss when it comes to manipulation. Djitri is completely lost, wondering how a trip for a simple reward turned into a full-blown royal engagement. Nox sits up and lays it out for her. He's being used as a pawn in the imperial war for the throne. Djitri repeats it in shock. A war of succession? As the gravity of the situation finally hits her. He explains that Penelope needs a weapon to stop Prince Louis from taking the crown, and he's the perfect candidate. Djitri crosses her arms, remembering that Louis has been gathering a massive amount of power behind the scenes lately. Nox looks down, thinking about how rare it is for a divine royal to even look at someone from a dark family like his. He starts mumbling to himself, and Djitri leans in, barely catching his words. Nox lets out a bitter smirk, saying the princess only chose him because he's a good-for-nothing troublemaker that nobody would miss. Djitri just stares at him, her silence speaking volumes about how much she hates this entire plan. Nox drops his head into his hands, cursing the princess under his breath for being such a ruthless player. He's furious, because she knows his family has basically given up on him, making him the easiest tool to discard. But then, Nox freezes, his purple eyes sharpening as he senses something shifting in the air. Djitri notices the change instantly, reaching for her weapons as she asks him what's wrong. Nox puts a finger to his lips, telling her to stay quiet as he grips the hilt of his black sword. He looks out the window, wondering who on earth would be coming for him this late at night. Outside, the sky turns a deep, bloody red, signaling that the peaceful night is officially over. A dark silhouette stands on the rooftop, silhouetted against a crimson moon, and Nox's eye starts to glow in response. He gives a chilling smile to Djitri, telling her that the real game has finally begun. His gaze is intense, his mind already shifting into pro-gamer mode as he prepares for whatever's coming. A magical message from Luna flickers in the air. It's his first official mission, and he needs to meet a contact named Marin. He walks past a stunned Djitri, his demeanor changing from a tired noble to a cold-blooded operative. Djitri looks out the window, left with more questions than answers as Nox disappears into the shadows. Our guy gives one last confident grin, knowing that his path forward just got a lot more dangerous and a lot more interesting. Across the rooftops, a mysterious figure in a dark cloak is keeping a close watch on his every move. It's Marin, using binoculars to scope out the target she's supposed to be supporting. She scoffs, admitting that he's actually as handsome as the rumors say, which clearly irritates her. She looks him over, thinking he looks way too sickly and weak to be acknowledged by their leader Luna. But since orders are orders, she decides she'll have to confirm his worth with her own eyes. She wants to see if this rookie really has what it takes to become the new face of Lunatic. The scene shifts to the massive Eldine Academy library, where students are quietly studying among the endless rows of books. Nox is there, working away, but he's not alone. Thalia is watching his every move like a hawk. He's looking at notes from Professor Ross, realizing the man has dumped an insane amount of research on him. He slams a book shut, his frustration peaking as he realizes he needs to handle this academic mess quickly. Professor Ross himself pops up, looking frantic and claiming he has to find the dean immediately. The professor laughs nervously, dumping the entire cleanup job on Nox before making a run for it. He waves goodbye as he dashes off, leaving Nox standing there holding a stack of books and a whole lot of annoyance. Nox is fuming, his face darkening, as he calls the professor a choice word in his head, while Thalia just watches the chaos. He turns to her, asking if she even understands how difficult it is being a graduate student in this life. He groans, realizing that being the #1 apprentice is proving to be more of a headache than he bargained for. He tells Thalia to just be quiet for a minute, because he's honestly about to lose his cool. The library is vast and silent, emphasizing just how much work Nox has ahead of him. He starts walking through the aisles, trying to organize the books while his mind is a million miles away on his mission. Thalia calls out to him, breaking the silence with a tone that's a bit too soft for comfort. Nox doesn't even look back, telling her if she's got nothing useful to say, he's not interested. She stops him, saying it's not that, and admits that it seems they both have reasons to dislike each other right now. She clears her throat, looking awkward as Nox continues his work without giving her an inch. Thalia suddenly apologizes for what happened with the princess, saying she knows it's a mess he didn't ask for. Nox finally pauses, wondering what kind of game she's trying to play with this sudden change in attitude. She mentions she knows he already has a marriage partner, referring to their own complicated engagement. She tries to convince herself that the princess wouldn't declare a marriage just to make Nox miserable. Nox looks confused, asking why on earth she's the one apologizing for the princess's actions. Thalia tells him it's simple. She's not asking him to take her side, even if he is from a dark family. She just wants him to believe that the princess isn't as cold as she seems, which Nox finds hard to swallow. Nox realizes she truly cherishes Penelope, and he feels a familiar sense of frustration bubbling up. He thinks about how characters in this reality are turning out so different from the game scripts he memorized. He looks at his hand, feeling a strange mix of excitement and empathy that he can't quite explain as a gamer. He stares at his palm, wondering if he's starting to actually care about these people beyond their roles in the quest. He shakes it off, clenching his fist and telling himself to just forget all the emotional noise. Thalia looks at him with those sharp eyes, still trying to process the man standing in front of her. Nox tells her that all he can do now is tidy up these books, so she should just ignore him and move on. She stares at him, her eyes widening as if she's seeing something she never noticed before. She bows slightly, offering a sincere thank you to him that catches him completely off guard. Nox gives a rare, genuine smile, telling her to just act normal and stop saying such embarrassing things. As he reaches for another book, a hidden compartment glows with a sinister orange light. He pulls out a strange, glowing tome that looks like it belongs in a dark ritual rather than a library. The cover reads, "Mission delivered. Contact complete. Marin." Nox looks at the book, surprised that the organization chose such a public way to reach him. He tells Thalia he needs a moment alone to check something out, and she just shrugs and tells him to do whatever. Nox pushes open the heavy library doors, heading into a secluded hallway to read the mission details. The book reveals the truth. A demon was sealed on the night of slaughter, and its essence is hidden right here. Paimon's demonic essence stone is buried deep underground beneath the academy, and he has to find it. Nox lets out a dark grin, realizing that the real story is finally moving into its first main chapter. The words "inner lunatic" echo in his mind as the sky outside turns an ominous shade of red. He knows this is the first true main episode of this hellish game, and things are about to get very bloody. The main episode has officially begun, and Nox is standing at the center of a storm that could destroy everything. Our boy gives a chilling look, his eyes turning red as he fully embraces the villain persona he's been forced into. He knows that in this hellish world, the only way to survive is to be more dangerous than the monsters. The wind howls around the academy building, carrying the scent of something ancient and hungry. Inside, a maid looks absolutely terrified, sensing a pressure in the air that shouldn't be there. She walks into a room and asks if Miss Thalia is all right, seeing the girl huddled under a blanket. She mentions that Thalia has been acting strange for 2 days ever since the news about Nox broke. Thalia doesn't answer, her silence filling the room with a heavy, suffocating dread. Suddenly, Thalia's hand grips the blanket with enough force to rip the fabric, her knuckles turning white. The maid is horrified, wondering how Nox could have gotten involved with the princess and hurt Thalia like this. She thinks to herself that nobody would have expected a divine princess to choose someone from a dark family as a spouse. She imagines the Rheinhafer patriarch, a man who adores his daughter, finding out about this betrayal. The maid is convinced that the patriarch will hunt down and kill Nox for bringing such shame to their name. She fears that if this continues, it could lead to an all-out war between the most powerful households in the empire. She tries to comfort Thalia, telling her it's time to stop hiding and face the world. Thalia suddenly stands up, her hair disheveled and her eyes hidden by her bangs, looking like a ghost. The maid stumbles back, trembling as she realizes the girl in front of her isn't the same heroine anymore. Thalia steps onto the cold floor, her movements stiff and unnatural, as if she's being controlled by pure rage. She walks toward the maid, who is now backed against the wall and praying for mercy. Thalia calls out the maid's name, Emma, with a voice that sounds like it's coming from the bottom of a grave. Emma lets out a terrified yelp, thinking that Thalia has finally snapped and is about to kill her, but Thalia just gives a haunting smile and declares that she has officially become an adult today. The maid is baffled, asking what on earth she could possibly mean by such a cryptic statement. Thalia looks down, her smile turning even darker as she realizes that what belongs to her can easily be stolen. She recalls her father's words from the past, realizing that he was right all along about the world's cruelty. She decides that she must become strong enough so that no one, not even a princess, can ever take what is hers. She laughs softly, a sound that sends shivers down Emma's spine and leaves her frozen in fear. Thalia looks at her with glowing red eyes, asking if Emma agrees that strength is the only thing that matters. The maid is speechless, realizing that the girl she once served has been replaced by something far more dangerous. Thalia begins to walk away, her presence leaving a trail of icy tension that fills the entire hallway. She tells herself that Nox should run away while he still can, because she's coming for him. The scene shifts to a terrifying vision of Archduke Paimon, the monster responsible for the world's greatest tragedies. This is the beast that caused the night of slaughter and took the life of Nox's own mother years ago. It's also the being that cursed Noah, reversing her time and turning a powerful sage into a child. The image of Noah caught in the gears of time appears, showing the true scale of Paimon's malice. Nox knows that his first main scenario in this game world is to hunt down and kill this monster once and for all. He stands by a fountain in the moonlight, looking like a dark knight ready to face his destiny. He admits that killing a demon archduke with just his current strength is an impossible task. The only fortunate thing in his favor is his knowledge of the hidden pieces of this world. He steps into the Ark River, the water glowing as it reacts to his presence. He knows that being in these sacred waters will allow him to increase his stats randomly and prepare for the fight. A system message pops up. "You've discovered a hidden piece," as the mana begins to surge through his body. He reaches into the water, feeling the ancient power of the river flowing into his veins. Nox smiles as the notifications start rolling in, realizing his gamble is paying off big time. His monostat increases again and again, pushing his magical limits further than ever before. But he's not done yet. He knows there's one more secret hidden in this fountain. Strange runes appear in front of him, glowing with a dark, forbidden energy that only he can see. Another system alert flashes. A hidden piece has been activated! He's obtained the dragon's tongue, the lost language of ancient magic that can command the elements themselves. Nox feels the power of the dragons coursing through him, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly purple light. He thinks to himself that if it weren't for the annoying marriage talks, this would have been a perfect day. A voice calls out to him, noting that he actually made it on time and didn't get lost in the palace. It's Marin, standing high above him on the fountain, her purple hair blowing in the wind. Nox looks up at her and asks if she's really the Marin he was supposed to meet. She gives a confident laugh and confirms her codename, looking down at him like he's just a child. She tells him he's speaking way too casually to her and that he needs to learn his place. She declares herself as his senior and his archer, making it clear who's in charge of this mission. Nox just gives her a bored look, thinking to himself that Marin is one of the most annoying characters in the entire organization. Her stats pop up. She's 17, a water element user and a rare genius archer with a serious bossy streak. She has high charm but suffers from an inferiority complex and motion sickness, making her quite a handful. Nox realizes she has the young but bossy trait, which is one of his most hated mechanics from the original game. Marin laughs again, telling him he must speak to her with absolute respect from now on as her junior. Nox just sighs, cursing his luck for being stuck with such a troublesome partner for this mission. Marin snaps, screaming, "I'm bossy?" as she loses her temper at Nox's lack of respect. She yells no with enough force to startle the nearby birds, clearly hitting a nerve. She points a finger at him, complaining that the world has officially gone to hell if rookies are this rude. Nox just stares at her, noting that she has a bad habit of being long-winded and talking absolute nonsense. He steps toward her, his movements calm and collected while she continues her tantrum. He stands in front of her, the height difference making her look even more like an angry child. She folds her arms and demands that he shows her the respect she's earned as an executive. She reminds him that she joined Lunatic years ago and is 2 years older than him, so she's the boss. Nox tells her he heard her the first time and asks what exactly she gains from a good-for-nothing like him respecting her. Marin stammers, shouting about the rules within Lunatic, looking completely flustered by his logic. Nox puts a finger to his lips, sensing that people are approaching and suggesting they move to the hideout first. Marin is fuming, telling him to just ignore the bystanders while her face turns bright red with anger. She finally sighs, saying she'll let him off easy this time because it's his first official mission. She pulls out a magical teleportation scroll, its blue light illuminating the dark night. She tells him they'll move to the hideout as he suggested, trying to regain some of her lost dignity. Nox tells her to just tear the scroll already, recognizing it as a low-grade dimensional teleport tool. He thinks to himself that the mechanics of this world and the game are still thankfully very similar. The scroll is ripped, and a massive surge of purple spatial magic wraps around both of them. The fountain area is suddenly engulfed in light as the two of them are warped away from the capital. They reappear in a dark underground chamber, the air thick with the smell of old stone and magic. Marin immediately lets out a blick sound, her motion sickness kicking in the second they land. She groans, complaining that she can never get used to dimensional teleporting no matter how many times she does it. She tells Nox to take a seat while she goes over the mission details one more time to make sure he doesn't mess up. She clears her throat, trying to look serious and authoritative despite her pale face. She asks him if he's ever heard of the Night of Slaughter, the event that nearly destroyed the world. A red crystal glows in the center of the room, radiating a dark, demonic energy that feels alive. Nox confirms that he knows the history, his face turning grim as he looks at the artifact. A vision of the Archduke Paimon appears, showing the terrifying power of the demon they are up against. Marin explains how Noah, the Sword Emperor Celsus, and Nox's own father Theo had to work together to barely seal the beast. She emphasizes that Paimon is an incredibly dangerous being that shouldn't even exist in this world anymore. The strongest people on the continent were barely able to stop him, and even then, they almost failed. The problem is that the crystal containing Paimon's essence was lost during the battle, and it's recently been found. It was hidden deep under the Eldane Academy, and the organization wants to get their hands on it. Nox realizes the plan. Lunatic wants him and Marin to draw attention, while others steal the demonic stone. Marin is impressed by how quick he is to understand, giving him a smug little hoo-hoo laugh. Nox tells her to ignore the trivial issues and get to the point, which makes her eyes nearly pop out of her head. He asks if they've already decided on a date to steal the crystal and how they plan to pull it off. Marin says they've chosen the Academy's nighttime self-study period for the operation. Nox will be responsible for keeping all the other students and instructors in one place while the heist happens. He notes that shouldn't be too hard, but asks if it can truly be done without waking the demon. He warns her that if Paimon revives during the process, the entire academy will be turned into a graveyard. Marin just gives a confident smirk, telling him he clearly has no idea how powerful their leader Luna really is. She claims Luna is the savior of the continent, and that nothing can stop her from completing this mission. She promises Nox that the revival he's worried about will never happen under their watch. Nox looks away, thinking to himself that there is absolutely no way things will go as smoothly as she thinks. He knows for a fact that this is exactly the episode where Paimon is destined to wake up and cause chaos. A vision of the Academy burning under a red sky appears. This is the newbie killer quest, known as the Night of Labyrinth and Slaughter. He realizes he has to play the role of both the hero and the villain simultaneously to save everyone's lives. He tells himself he needs to focus, his eyes narrowing as he prepares for the fight of his life. He tells Marin he's heard everything he needs to know and is ready for the operation to begin. The scene shifts to a dark, vine-covered basement where spiderwebs hang from every corner. A pair of boots clicks against the stone floor, moving towards something hidden in the darkness. A red glowing sphere reflects the image of a mysterious boy wearing a brown cap and suspenders. The boy looks down at the glowing demon stone, his face hidden in shadow and his intent clearly malicious. He smiles, declaring that all the preparations for the revival are finally complete. He addresses the Archduke, telling him it's time to raze everything on Earth to the ground, just like in the past. A dark, demonic voice responds, sounding pleased and noting that even a partial revival will be enough to start the slaughter. The boy confirms his name is Rick, looking like a harmless student but hiding a monster inside. The demon tells him that if this succeeds, he'll become a true demon instead of just a lowly demonic human. The demonic energy swirls around Rick, telling him not to disappoint the dark forces he serves. Rick gives a terrifyingly wide grin, his teeth sharp and his eyes filled with madness as he begins the ritual. Back at the academy, a large group of students is gathered in the main hall, talking about the recent news. Nox stands in the middle of it all, looking exhausted as he feels the weight of everyone's eyes on him. Thalia is standing nearby with her arms crossed, her face a mask of cold indifference that's scarier than her rage. The princess and Thalia exchange a glance, the tension between them so intense that the other students are backing away. Penelope walks up to Thalia with a fake smile, apologizing and hoping she understands the situation with Nox. She patronizes her, saying humans can't just control their emotions, and that Nox chose her for a reason. Nox lets out a nervous princess, realizing that Penelope is actively trying to provoke Thalia. He calls out to Thalia, but she doesn't move, her eyes fixed on the floor in a way that signals a total mental breakdown. Thalia's face is completely shadowed, the silence coming from her being more terrifying than a demonic roar. Suddenly, she lets out a soft heh-heh laugh that makes Nox's blood turn to ice. Nox flinches, internally shouting, "Holy what?" as he realizes he's made a massive calculation error. He forgot to think about how Thalia would react to his fake engagement, and as she looks up with those glowing red eyes, he realizes he might have just created a monster scarier than Paimon. Stares down Princess Penelope, and the atmosphere in the room gets so heavy that the air itself feels like it's vibrating. Nox stands between them, sweating bullets because he knows he's stuck in the middle of a war he didn't sign up for. He lets out a massive sigh, closing his eyes and wondering how his villain survival plan went so completely off the rails. The scene shifts to the academy hallway, where the rest of the students are buzzing like a disturbed beehive. News is breaking about the top 7 students, the elite of the elite, who got the highest scores on the recent exams. A group of commoner students are complaining, wishing they could have scored just a few points higher to get those extra credits. One of them points out that it doesn't matter anyway, because the nobles have had the top spots locked down from day one. He rants about how even with good grades, commoners are never given a real chance to enter the inner circle. Another student scoffs, noting that the nobles talk a big game about equality, but only ever look after their own kind. The noble students are shown laughing and chatting, looking completely disconnected from the struggles of the commoners around them. The commoners look on with bitterness, wondering what the higher-ups are really planning for this special study period. They whisper about who actually chooses the top 7 and what criteria they're even using to rank everyone. One student cries out that grades are the only thing that matters in this hellhole, regardless of where you came from. But then, a pair of boots clicks against the carpet, and the entire hallway goes silent as a familiar figure approaches. Nox walks through the crowd, his presence alone causing everyone to back away in a mix of respect and genuine fear. He looks cold and focused, his mind already calculating the next 10 moves in this political chess game. The girls in the hall whisper and blush, unable to ignore the fact that the trash of the Reinhafer house is now a royal fiancé. Some guys are still bad-mouthing him, calling him a good-for-nothing who just got lucky with a powerful family. Nox hears it all, but chooses to ignore it, knowing that unnecessary attention is just a distraction from his main quest. He thinks to himself that this current event is a literal newbie killer for anyone who doesn't know what's coming. He recalls a vision of the academy being torn apart by a beam of pure demonic energy during Paimon's revival. To survive this, he needs his grades to be perfect. Getting an A+ isn't just about pride, it's about survival. If he fails his classes, he won't be allowed to attend the self-study event where he needs to keep everyone safe. The students continue to mumble about how obnoxious he is, but Nox doesn't even give them a glance. One guy is especially salty, asking if Nox really thinks he's all that just because he's handsome and rich. His friend just looks at him and says, "I mean, yeah?" Which only makes the guy angrier. The hater yells that Nox is the enemy of all men and that nobody should take his side. A senior student warns the hater to shut up, asking if he's lived under a rock and missed the recent rumors. He points out that Nox is now the princess's spouse, and getting on his nerves is a great way to end up dead. The hater turns pale as he realizes Nox might have heard every single insult he just hurled. Nox looks back with a side-eye that says, "I heard it all, you idiots!" And the tension in the hall reaches a breaking point. He lets out another sigh, wanting to focus on his relationship with Lunatic instead of these low-level mobs. He knows that his connection to the secret organization is his only rope to escape the grip of his own family. Whatever happens, he's determined to use Lunatic to forge his own path away from the Reinhafer household. He checks the rankings again. Nox is number 1, followed by Leon, then the high-tier heroines. He clicks his tongue, realizing that being at the top means he has a massive target on his back during this event. The nighttime self-study is 7 days long, and on the final day, Paimon is set to awaken and end everything. Nox looks at the group of heroines gathered in the hall, realizing he's managed to attract a very dangerous crowd. He curses his luck for forgetting to check who exactly was ranked directly under him. The list is a literal who's who of the game's power players: Leon, Penelope, Thalia, Echidna, Eleanor, and Diana. Nox wonders if his life has turned into some high-stakes drama because this situation is getting ridiculous. It's a literal confrontation between his former fiancée and his current royal fiancée, and the sparks are flying. He clenches his fist, frustrated that he's in the worst possible social situation despite doing nothing wrong. Thalia gives a fake, polite smile that doesn't reach her eyes, looking like a predator playing with its food. She tells the princess that she understands her, but her tone is dripping with a hidden, dangerous meaning. She starts praising Nox, calling him a really good person, while Nox just watches her with a look of pure dread. She says she can see why Penelope would like him, sounding way too calm for someone who just got dumped. Penelope smiles back, thanking Thalia for her understanding and acting like she's already won the game. But Thalia's smile widens as she drops a however that makes the princess's eyes narrow in an instant. She warns Penelope not to think she'll back down easily, her aura flaring up and casting a dark shadow over the hall. Penelope and Eleanor look genuinely taken aback by the sheer intensity of Thalia's competitive spirit. Thalia reminds them that in the Steelenor household, winning isn't just a goal, it's everything. She looks at Penelope with eyes like burning coals, making it clear that she views people as prizes to be won too. Penelope keeps her composure, wishing Thalia luck with a smirk that says she doesn't think the girl stands a chance. She mentions she heard the engagement was just a deal between houses, trying to downplay Thalia's claim. Nox watches Penelope walk away, realizing that someone was far more serious about this fake marriage than he ever expected. He looks at Thalia's back as she stands there, feeling like this is definitely not how he hoped this day would go. Our guy is left standing alone, his face a mask of stoic calm while his mind is screaming at the chaos. Suddenly, a magical signature ripples through the air, drawing his attention to a nearby window. A message from Lunatic appears, telling him to gather quickly at the hideout for the operation details. Nox teleports to the secret underground arena, the dark stone pillars echoing with the sound of his footsteps. He looks around and spots a pair of legs dangling from a high ledge. It's his senior partner waiting for him. Marin is sitting up there, looking down at him with an expression of pure, unadulterated disgust. She glares at him, demanding to know what the hell is wrong with him and his recent choices. She jumps down from the ledge, landing with a light tap that hides the explosive power in her legs. She storms up to him, asking what he could have possibly done to become the spouse of a divine princess. Nox tells her the truth, that he doesn't know what's happening either and he's just as confused. He explains that Penelope is likely just using him as a pawn to keep her brother, Prince Louis, in check. Marin isn't having it, shouting that she didn't call him here to listen to something so incredibly obvious. Nox tries to pivot, telling her they should focus on the mission and get to work, but she cuts him off. She reminds him that she's the one who looks after Captain Luna and that she has a standard to uphold. She points a finger at his chest, saying she can't accept a total mystery like him into their ranks. She admits the higher-ups already accepted him, but she's decided to judge him by her own rules. Marin declares that she needs to know right now if he's worthy of lunatic or if he's a traitor in disguise. Nox lets out one last sigh, his hand moving toward the hilt of his sword as he realizes a fight is inevitable. The blade of Stormbringer rings out as it leaves its sheath, reflecting the dim light of the torches. He looks at her with cold eyes, telling her he hopes she doesn't regret forcing his hand like this. Marin just gives a cocky ha as she notches an arrow, her blue mana beginning to swirl around her bow. She screams, "My words exactly!" as she launches her first attack, the speed of her draw being almost invisible. Nox swings his sword in a perfect arc, the impact of the arrow sending sparks flying across the arena floor. Marin is a blur of movement, her blue hair trailing behind her as she repositions for another shot. She jumps back, firing arrows with a precision that would make any normal knight look like a total amateur. Nox dodges a lethal shot by inches, his eyes never leaving her as he looks for a gap in her defense. Marin laughs, telling him she'll go easy on him, but he'd better make sure he doesn't die. A massive wave of water magic erupts from her bow, flooding the arena and turning the battlefield into her domain. Nox realizes instantly that Marin wasn't bluffing, her power is on a completely different level than a normal archer. A vision of the legendary marine race appears, showing a beautiful but deadly woman rising from the ocean. Marin has inherited that ancient blood, and Nox knows that even Captain Luna would struggle to stop her water shot head-on. Nox activates his acting genius trait at maximum power, keeping his face perfectly calm despite the danger. He tells himself it's best not to provoke her too much, but he still needs to prove he can handle her. An ice-tipped arrow whistles past his ear, cutting through the air with a sound like a screaming demon. Nox is forced to use his sword to deflect a massive blast of water, the pressure nearly knocking him off his feet. He stares into the spray, realizing that if he doesn't gain her trust now, this whole episode will end in a catastrophe. He decides that in this fight, he has to achieve a victory that leaves no room for doubt. He mumbles to himself that he must achieve a clear victory to secure his position in Lunatic. Dark purple mana begins to ooze from his body, clumping around his blade as he prepares his own counterattack. Marin yells that even if the captain likes him, he's still the lowest-ranked rookie and needs a lesson in humility. Nox asks what's with her attitude, demanding a clear explanation for why she's so obsessed with his royal connection. Marin snaps, saying she wants to know about his relationship with the princess and all the chaos following him. She unleashes a spiraling vortex of water that tears up the floor tiles and rushes toward Nox like a tidal wave. Nox leaps into the air, the water crashing below him and filling the arena with a blinding mist. Marin screams, asking if he can really call all these events coincidences, her suspicion turning into pure rage. Nox tells her she just doesn't want to believe the truth, so there's no point in him explaining anything to a closed mind. Marin is done talking, promising to see how long he can keep up that high and mighty attitude of his. She fires a shot that looks like the entire ocean is falling on Nox's head, the sheer volume of water being staggering. Nox is caught in a massive whirlpool, the water spinning him around and trying to crush his lungs. He manages to maintain his stance in the eye of the storm, his eyes glowing with an intense, calculated light. He mocks her, asking if she really thinks a little trick like a whirlpool will work on someone like him. He swings his sword, the blade cutting through the water magic like it's nothing more than a thin silk curtain. The water explodes outward, raining down on the arena floor as Nox stands in the center, completely dry. The mist clears, revealing Nox standing tall on the cracked platform, looking like an untouchable god of war. Marin is shown falling back, her eyes wide with shock that he broke her strongest containment spell so easily. She recovers instantly, thinking to herself that she never actually expected a frontal attack to work anyway. She gives a wicked grin, saying all she needed to do was create a little opening for her real finisher. She notches a crystalline arrow that hums with a frequency that makes Nox's teeth ache. She fires, and the arrow moves so fast that the sound of the bowstring only reaches Nox after the projectile has passed him. In a split second, Nox realizes he can't dodge this. He's forced to activate Hour of the Genius. the world slows to a crawl, the gears of a massive golden clock appearing behind him as time itself grinds to a halt. The arrow is shown frozen mid-air, surrounded by sparks of blue and gold energy, inches away from his chest. Nox thinks to himself that he didn't want to reveal this skill yet, but his life is worth more than a secret. He calmly steps to the side, watching as the deadly arrow slowly glides past the spot where his heart just was. As time resumes, Marin is frozen in shock. They were less than 10 meters apart, and he dodged an undodgeable shot. Nox raises his sword above his head, purple mana erupting from the blade and filling the entire room with dread. He gives her a look that says the game is over, his eyes burning with the power of a true pro gamer. A massive explosion of energy blinds everyone, the sheer force of it shaking the foundations of the hideout. When the light fades, the arena is a ruined wreck, and Marin is gasping for air as she stares at her broken bow. She's trembling, her water magic flickering out like a dying candle as she faces the monster in front of her. A massive blue tornado of residual energy swirls behind Nox, making him look like the harbinger of the end. Marin looks up at him with pure terror, her voice cracking as she asks, "What the hell are you?" She says that this isn't the kind of strength that a 15-year-old kid is supposed to possess. She demands to know his real objectives in joining Lunatic and what he's actually after in this world. Nox just points his sword at her throat, the tip glowing with a lethal purple light that promises a quick end. Marin scoffs, saying it doesn't matter anyway because her loyalty to the captain is absolute. She decides she'll just have to figure out his secrets on her own, her eyes turning a deep, oceanic blue. She notches 3 arrows at once, her mana flaring up one last time for a desperate final stand. Nox watches her, realizing that she's prepared to die just to get answers out of him. He charges his own magic, the air around him turning black and cold as he prepares to end the duel once and for all. 2 massive wings of dark energy sprout from his back, casting a long, ominous shadow across the ruined floor. Marin fires her triple shot, the arrows turning into screaming water dragons that rush toward him. She yells in a panic as Nox doesn't even bother to dodge, simply walking through her strongest attack. Nox realizes he needs to be careful. He's talented enough to be a threat to the captain herself if he's not careful. Marin thinks to herself that Nox is too dangerous to be left alive if he ever decides to betray them. She sees him as a threat to Luna's dream and decides she must eliminate him right here and now. But then she realizes with a sinking feeling that Nox has been going easy on her this entire time. She wonders why he's holding back. Is he planning to use Lunatic, or does he actually care about the group? Nox breaks her train of thought, asking if she's just going to keep thinking, or if she's ready to give up. Marin snaps, asking how he dares to play her like a fool when she's his superior officer. She admits to herself that she can't win, her mind unable to process the gap in their actual talents. She knows for certain that if she doesn't give her absolute everything right now, she'll be dead in seconds. She has a vision of every member of Lunatic being taken down by Nox, and it terrifies her to her core. She whispers his name, her resolve hardening into something cold and incredibly lethal. Nox just stands there, his face a perfect mask of indifference as he waits for her final move. Marin declares that she can't acknowledge him as a member because his intentions are too dark to read. She decides to follow organization regulations and dispose of him as a dangerous individual right now. She prepares the secret technique of the Marine race, a full-power water shot that can level a small building. Nox knows that if he gets hit by this, his terminal body will give out and he'll die instantly. He realizes he might not be able to dodge this one, thinking to himself that there's nothing left he can do. Marin releases the shot, the beam of water being so fast it creates a vacuum in the air around it. Nox braces for impact, his sword held in front of him as the killing blow closes the distance. But suddenly, his sword is knocked right out of his hand by a bolt of energy from the side. A voice echoes through the hall, asking Marin exactly what the hell she thinks she's doing. It's Captain Luna, standing on a high balcony and looking down at the two of them with a face like thunder. She asks what part of executing a mission involves her senior executive trying to kill their newest member. Nox and Marin both freeze, the blood draining from their faces as they face the fury of a sword emperor. Marin stammers out, "Captain!" as she falls to her knees, her bravado completely vanishing in an instant. Nox bows his head respectfully, greeting the captain while internally thanking his lucky stars for the save. Luna stares him down too, telling him that her warning applies to the newbie just as much as to Marin. She warns them that if they don't properly explain this situation to her right now, she'll punish both of them. Luna's eyes glow with a divine yellow light, making it clear that her patience has officially run out. Luna leaps down from the balcony, her movements so graceful and fast that it looks like she's simply gliding through the air. She lands between them, reminding Marin that the mission was to draw attention, not start a private war. Luna narrows her eyes, telling Marin that she never once gave an order to attack a fellow member like this. Marin stammers out an apology, claiming she only wanted to confirm if the newbie was actually loyal to them. Luna shuts her down instantly, telling her that determining loyalty is the captain's job, not hers. She pulls out a dagger, her face a mask of cold disappointment as she addresses the one more thing on her mind. She shows them a chipped blade, noting that the trajectory of the attack was off, but the power was still lethal. Luna tells Marin that with that much power behind her shot, she was clearly trying to kill Nox. Marin looks down at her hands, unable to deny the truth as she trembles under the weight of her captain's judgment. Luna lets out a long sigh, admitting that she understands Marin's suspicion, but that doesn't excuse her crossing the line. She tells her there is only one situation where a member is allowed to kill another, and asks if she remembers it. Marin whispers, "Only when. They've betrayed the organization," her face pale with a mix of shame and fear. Luna gives her a final warning, telling her to never make this mistake again or she'll be removed permanently. She turns to Nox and says the same goes for him. He'd better bear that warning in mind if he wants to stay alive. Marin looks at Nox with a complex expression, her hatred now mixed with a begrudging respect for his strength. Nox prepares to leave, but Luna stops him, her gaze lingering on him for a second too long. She asks him, "Shall we take a walk?" a request that sounds more like a royal command he can't refuse. Nox gives a simple okay, knowing that this conversation is likely to be even more dangerous than the fight. The moon is full and bright as they walk through the quiet, cobblestone streets of the hidden district. Luna tells him to please understand that she had to warn both of them to uphold order within Lunatic. Nox gives a self-deprecating laugh, saying he's a good-for-nothing, who's done too much to be hurt by a simple warning. Luna looks at him thoughtfully, realizing that his mental fortitude is just as abnormal as his combat skill. Nox shrugs it off, saying it's fine, and that Marin probably just didn't feel like he was trustworthy yet. Luna tells him that Marin isn't usually like this, hinting that there's a deeper reason for her explosive behavior. She gives a rare, soft smile, telling him there is one more thing he needs to know about that fight. She tells him he owes her his life for stopping that last arrow, because it would have ended him for sure. A vision of the arrow tearing through the air appears, showing just how close Nox came to actual death. Nox laughs it off, saying, "That sounds horrifying," while his mind is already analyzing the what-if scenarios. Luna is surprised he's not more shocked, but Nox reminds her that he's lived a life where death is a constant neighbor. She scoffs, calling his way of life boring, and finally understanding why Marin doesn't like his attitude. She gets a serious look in her eyes, her gaze sharpening as she brings up the true nature of Marin's power. Nox looks confused when she mentions that it was just one arrow, not understanding what she means. Luna explains that the reason Marin was able to join an elite group like Lunatic was because of that one single shot. She describes the destructiveness of the arrows Marin takes a long time to prepare, calling them a completely different level of lethality. Luna admits that the shot is so powerful that even she wouldn't be able to block it head-on without significant risk. Nox thinks back to his broken sword, finally realizing why Stormbringer was damaged by a mere senior member. He wonders why Marin doesn't appear in the game's main episode despite possessing such overwhelming strength. A vision of a majestic marine race archer appears, showing their ability to control water and bows to their absolute limits. Luna points out that Marin is the final descendant of that lost race, which is where her terrifying potential comes from. She pauses, her expression turning dark as she reaches the true point of this midnight conversation. Nox watches her, realizing that the favor she's about to ask is going to be something life-changing. He recalls reading that the marine race never appeared in the main story, only in obscure background lore he memorized. Nox thinks to himself that the next time he fights her, he won't give her any time to draw that bow. Luna calls him a little rascal, clearly amused by his competitive spirit, even after nearly dying. She pokes his forehead, telling him he shouldn't be thinking of fighting her at all if he values his neck. She warns him that if Marin truly goes on a rampage, she is the most dangerous person in the organization. Nox looks at her hand, surprised by the sudden physical contact from someone as high-ranking as a Sword Emperor. He quickly changes the topic, noting that the hideout is much bigger than he originally thought. He smiles, thinking to himself that a powerful attack like Marin's would be a very good card for him to use later. Luna stops walking, her boots clicking against the stones as she turns to face him with a look of absolute steel. They are standing in front of a massive, ancient statue, the atmosphere turning heavy and formal once again. Luna looks him in the eye and admits clearly, "Newbie, you're strong." She points out that he was able to subdue a genius like Marin before she could even go on a full rampage. She adds that he is cold and rational enough to cut down an enemy without a single moment of hesitation. Nox gives a playful smirk, saying she's flattering him a bit too much all of a sudden. But Luna's face doesn't crack. She tells him she has a serious favor to ask of him for the coming mission. She says that if he thinks Marin might go on a rampage and lose her mind during the operation, then he has her official permission and her request to kill her. Nox is stunned into silence, realizing that he's the only one Luna trusts to do what's necessary if things go south. The scene shifts back to the academy, where an instructor is lecturing a class of bored students. He's explaining that to become a great knight or mage, one must unleash all 3 energy cores within their body. He stresses that talent is important, but only those who work hard will succeed in unlocking their true potential. Nox is sitting in the lecture hall, but his focus is entirely on the girl sitting a few rows back. He turns around to see Thalia staring at him with a gaze that feels like it's trying to peel the skin off his back. He wonders what the hell he did wrong to deserve this level of silent, intense scrutiny from his own fiancée. Penelope is sitting beside him, whispering with a smirk that Thalia's glare stings pretty hard, doesn't it? Nox groans, telling her to not even get him started on how uncomfortable this entire setup is. He admits he didn't even want to sit beside the princess, but given their engagement, he had no choice. Penelope laughs, saying that if they didn't sit together, people would start getting suspicious of their deal. Nox sighs, reminding her that they need to keep their personal and professional lives completely separate. The princess just giggles, saying it's all good because now Prince Louis won't be able to kill him so easily. Nox is left speechless, unable to find an argument as he stares ahead with a look of pure exhaustion. The class continues, but the tension between the 3 of them is so high that even the other students are whispering. Thalia is shown gripping her book so hard that the pages are beginning to crumple under her fingers. Another student, Iana von Soder, walks past them with a look that says she knows exactly what's going on. Nox hears the sound of clicking heels and turns his head, his stagnant water knowledge kicking in instantly. He realizes who she is, his eyes narrowing as he recognizes another major player entering the board. The girl introduces herself as Iana von Soder, her voice sounding light but carrying a hidden hypnotic weight. Nox knows she is the next head of the Satyr household, a family of succubus descendants famous for their manipulation. A vision of her in her true form appears, showing her ability to charm males and drain their essence to boost her own power. Nox gives a simple "I see," acting like he's not impressed, even though he knows how dangerous she truly is. Leon, the necromancer, is shown sitting nearby, sighing about how tired he is from all these nighttime classes. Eleanor asks him if he'll be all right, noting that there are still 3 more lectures left for the day. Nox interrupts, saying he doesn't think those classes will actually be taking place at all. The others look at him in confusion, asking what on earth he could possibly mean by such a statement. Suddenly, a massive boom shakes the building, and the giant chandelier above them begins to swing violently. The students scream in terror as the entire academy begins to shake with the force of an earthquake. The chandelier snaps and crashes to the floor, exploding in a shower of glass and dust that fills the room. Thalia jumps to her feet, her red hair wild, as she asks what on earth just happened to their school. Nox stands up calmly, his face a mask of cold determination as he mutters, "What else?" He knows the truth. The main episode, The Subjugation of Paimon, has officially begun. The ground in the basement splits open, and a tide of black, demonic energy begins to pour into the academy. Rick stands in the shadows below, looking up at the massive silhouette of the reviving demon archduke. The boy gives a terrifying, wide grin, his face illuminated by the blood-red glow of the awakening beast. He spreads his arms wide, shouting that it's finally starting as Paimon lets out a roar that promises the end of the world. The plan is in motion as Marin explains the mission. Lunatic needs Nox to draw all the attention so they can destroy the magic stone. She grins confidently, noting that once the barrier separates the academy from the world, the students will naturally fall into the trap. Marin's eyes gleam with mischief as she tells Nox they just need to buy as much time as possible. Inside the academy, the windows start to rattle and spark with dark electricity as the barrier locks into place. A massive tremor rips through the floor, sending cracks racing through the stone as the building itself begins to shift. Chaos erupts in the hallway as students stumble, the ground literally crumbling beneath their feet. The force of the magic is overwhelming. Thalia and Eleanor grab their heads, groaning in pain as the atmosphere turns toxic. Leon and Penelope stand firm, their faces pale as they realize this isn't just a simple earthquake, it's an attack. Nox watches the destruction with a cold gaze, thinking to himself that Marin is actually doing her job for once. His purple eyes glow with intensity. He knows their goal is to stall, and he's ready to play his part. Leon warns the group that staying in this hallway is suicide as the walls continue to groan and buckle. He quickly analyzes the situation, realizing that two high-tier spells have been activated at the same time. Leon explains the first spell is a spatial barrier, cutting them off from the outside world and turning the academy into a prison. The second is a star-modifying spell that's randomly reconfiguring the building's layout, making escape nearly impossible. Nox is impressed by Leon's quick thinking, agreeing that they have to break the star-modifying spell first if they want to move. Penelope looks around the shifting room, her face grim as she admits they aren't strong enough to smash the spatial barrier yet. Iana chimes in, stuttering as she explains how star-modifying magic is usually used to secure high-security buildings. Nox narrows his eyes, wondering why Iana is talking so much when she was never supposed to interfere in this part of the original game plot. Leon tells the group they have no choice but to break the spell from the inside, and the others look to him for a way out. Nox looks at Thalia, knowing that she probably doesn't understand a word of the technical magic talk. He thinks to himself that Thalia has always hated using her brain, and prefers to just cut things down. A vision of a massive magical lock and chains appears, representing the core of the labyrinth that's keeping them trapped. Leon explains that if they take on the burden of the magic and push through, there's a chance the spell will eventually collapse. Nox takes charge, telling the group they first need to scout the building and see how bad the damage really is. He suggests splitting into two teams to cover more ground, and the group prepares to head out into the unknown. Nox sets a deadline. They meet back at this spot in exactly 1 hour, no matter what happens. Down in the basement, Marin moves like a blue blur, her cape fluttering as she leaps down a spiral staircase. She's thinking about Nox, admitting to herself that he's actually strong enough to give her a real fight. She knows large-scale magic won't work on him, and she's annoyed that he's already earned the trust of the other students. Marin flips through the air with ease, her movements fluid and athletic as she reaches the lower levels. She lands silently on the cold stone floor, her eyes searching for her next objective. She looks up at a massive statue, deciding it's time to start setting up the first layer of the labyrinth. She smirks, wondering if the students are ready for what she calls the labyrinth of dreams and illusions. Marin begins pouring a dark, thick liquid from a jar, explaining that this hallucination spell will drive explorers insane. She paints a bloody rune on the floor, the imp blood glowing with a sinister red light. A dark aura swirls around her as she wipes a drop of blood from her lip, confident that no student can withstand this madness. She believes the massive amount of blood will keep everyone occupied for at least an hour while the rookie handles his end. Suddenly, Marin's eyes widen in shock as she senses something completely unexpected. Back with Nox's group, everyone has collapsed to the floor, caught in the grip of the hallucination gas. Nox is sweating and trembling, tears streaming down his face as he's forced to relive his most painful memories. Marin is panicking, realized she set the spell up specifically so the rookie could handle it, but it's hitting way too hard. She realizes something is horribly wrong with the spell's intensity, but she has no choice but to keep moving forward. High above, a full bright moon hangs in the dark sky, casting an eerie glow over the academy grounds. Two cloaked figures stand on a high balcony, looking down at the silent, trapped academy building. It's Luna, her eyes glowing a piercing, lethal red as she prepares for the real mission. Beside her is a massive, muscular man in a cloak. They both agree it's finally time to get started. A massive vortex of magic begins to swirl in the academy courtyard, tearing at the space around it. They land softly on the ground, their footsteps barely making a sound as they approach the entrance. The massive man warns Luna to be careful, reminding her that Noah von Trinity is a monster of an opponent. Luna looks back with a cold, expressionless face, simply stating that she's well aware of the danger. They burst into the main hall, their speed so great that they look like shadows flickering through the air. Luna breathes out, feeling the weight of the moment as they finally reach their destination. The heavy doors creak open, revealing a hidden chamber deep within the academy. They've arrived at Warrior's Rest, where a massive glowing blue magic circle covers the floor. Luna steps onto the platform, her boots clicking sharply against the stone as the magic reacts to her presence. She stands tall, her blonde hair flowing as blue energy begins to crackle and explode around her. The entire room is filled with giant, glowing crystals, and at the center sits a massive demonic essence stone. A voice echoes through the room, "I knew you'd come," as ice begins to form on the ground around them. A figure with long blue hair and sharp, shark-like teeth smirks, finding Luna's arrival very intriguing. The figure recognizes them instantly, the leader of Lunatic and a new member of the Three Sword Emperors. Luna stares back with intense red eyes, identified as the last heir of the Moonlight Sword. She demands that Noah von Trinity step aside and let them pass. Luna draws her blade, telling him that the magic stone is an item that will bring nothing but ruin to the world. Noah just laughs, her expression twisted as she tells Luna she already knows what the answer is going to be. Luna raises her sword, and it erupts in a massive pillar of searing red flame. She swings with terrifying force, sending a wave of red energy crashing through the room. The impact is massive, a white-hot flash of power tearing through the air and shattering the floor. Noah dodges the strike, and the back wall of the chamber is blown apart like it was made of paper. Luna flinches, her eyes widening as she realizes Noah's speed is even greater than she expected. The massive man beside Luna steps forward, a freezing mist swirling around his feet as he prepares to join the fight. The air in the room drops to sub-zero temperatures as a massive beam of frost magic shoots toward Noah. Luna follows up instantly, her sword glowing red as she cuts through the ice and sparks fly everywhere. Noah steps back gracefully, her boots clicking on the ice as she admits she enjoys facing strong opponents. She tells Luna that Paimon was the strongest demon she ever fought, and her eyes shimmer with a weird, excited light. Luna asks her point blank, is she reviving the demon just so she can prove she's better than him? Noah leans in with a creepy smile, playfully asking Luna what she would do if the answer was yes. Luna's face goes dark, her killing intent becoming a physical weight in the room as she promises to kill her. Noah bursts into laughter, mocking Luna for thinking she could actually kill her for such a reason. Luna doesn't back down, her red eyes burning with a personal hatred as she says she's doing this for herself. She lunges forward, her blade leaving a trail of red sparks as she strikes with everything she has. The two powers collide in a massive explosion of blue and red light, white-hot energy filling the frame. They are locked in a stalemate, their blades clashing so hard the shockwaves are shattering the giant crystals nearby. A massive crack echoes through the basement as the pressure from their fight finally hits the essence stone. Deep inside the red crystal, the blurry shadow of a monster begins to move and open its eyes. A hand touches the surface of the stone, and the red light begins to pulse like a heartbeat. The crystal shatters, and a thick, dark mist begins to pour out, smelling of death and ancient malice. The ritual is complete. Nox finds himself standing on a peaceful beach at sunset, the warm waves washing over his feet. He looks around in confusion, wondering where he is and how he got to this beautiful place. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he spots a figure in the distance, standing in the middle of the shallow water. It's a woman with long hair and white wings, looking like an angel bathed in the golden light of the sun. Nox gasps, a feeling of deep longing and recognition hitting him as he stares at her. He reaches out a hand, his heart pounding as he tells himself he has to go to her. He starts running through the water, desperate to reach the winged woman before she disappears. His feet kick up the water as he pushes himself harder, calling out to her. He feels like she's something precious he lost a long time ago, and he can't let her go again. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks, his eyes trembling as a wave of realization hits him. The woman stands perfectly still, the ocean breeze ruffling her hair as the sun begins to sink below the horizon. Tears begin to stream down Nox's face, and he doesn't even know why he's crying. He looks at his hand, confused by the sudden surge of overwhelming emotion that's tearing through him. The world around him begins to blur and fade, the beautiful beach turning into a hazy memory. He stares at the woman one last time, her image burned into his mind as he feels himself being pulled back. A voice shouts his name, telling him to snap out of it and wake up immediately. Nox's eyes fly open, the tears still fresh on his face, as he's shocked back into the cold reality of the labyrinth. He's sitting on the stone floor, with Eleanor and Thalia looking down at him with deep concern. He wipes his face, his voice shaking as he asks himself if he was actually crying just now. Eleanor tells him that even though they don't know what he saw, they were terrified they'd lose him to the hallucination. Nox looks at his hand, still feeling the phantom warmth of the sun, wondering what that dream was trying to show him. He can still see the blurry image of the winged girl, sensing that she was trying to tell him something vital. He shakes his head, his face hardening as he forces himself to focus on the mission at hand. Thalia and Eleanor watch him, sensing that something deep inside him has changed, but they don't push for answers. Nox stands up and brushes himself off, telling them to forget it and move on. They don't have time for personal drama. They enter the second labyrinth and are immediately swarmed by a horde of grotesque, naked monsters. A blinding flash of light fills the corridor as the group begins their counterattack. Penelope and Iana unleash massive golden and green magic circles, blasting the monsters back with pure energy. Eleanor charges in, her blade erupting in a whirlwind of fire that incinerates everything in its path. Leon stands back, his green eyes glowing with necromantic power as he opens a dark, ancient book. Giant skeletons with glowing green eyes crawl out of the ground, answering his call. The skeletons charge forward, slamming into the monsters and tearing them apart with bony claws. A massive, shark-toothed monster lunges at Leon, its mouth wide and ready to snap. A skeleton jumps in front of him, taking the hit and preparing a counterstrike. The skeleton smashes its fist into the monster's face, bone crunching against skin in a brutal display of power. Leon's undead army completely overwhelms the monsters, swarming over them like a tide of death. Leon watches the carnage with a grim face, while Iana stands behind him, her purple aura pulsing with support magic. A massive monster is blasted into pieces, dark energy exploding from its chest as the group pushes through. Nox watches the team work, a small smirk on his face, as he realizes there's no real danger on this level for them. He stands with Penelope, who is maintaining a massive golden protective barrier around the group. Nox steps forward and crushes a monster's skull under his boot, the sound of crunch echoing through the hall. Iana gets annoyed, yelling at him that he didn't need to do that, but Nox just smirks, saying he's just stalling for time. They stand over the mountain of monster corpses, the hallway finally silent after the brutal slaughter. Leon wipes sweat from his brow, letting out a long sigh of relief that the battle is over. He looks at Iana, admitting that somehow they actually managed to clear the entire second labyrinth floor. Penelope tells Leon he looks exhausted, and he shyly apologizes, saying he just lacks real combat experience. Iana looks over at Nox, her face blushing slightly as she asks him if he's doing okay after his breakdown. Nox snaps back, telling her he's fine, and that she shouldn't compare a genius like him to weaklings. Eleanor smirks at him, teasing him about acting tough when he was literally crying like a baby just 3 hours ago. Penelope steps in with a cold smile, telling Eleanor it's a problem to speak that way to her future husband. Eleanor gives a fake, sugary sweet apology, bowing to Penelope while Nox just stares in disbelief at the tension. Iana changes the subject, asking with a worried face what the third labyrinth floor is going to be like. She's terrified that if the second floor was this hard, the next one will be a nightmare. Nox's eyes glow with a sinister purple light as he smirks, thinking it's finally his time to shine. As they walk toward the next level, Nox explains that the third floor is the flower of the labyrinth, the home of the boss. He stops at the edge of the darkness, his voice dropping to a whisper as he talks about the boss monster. He turns back to the group with a chilling grin, revealing the truth. The boss monster is him. Down in the basement, Rick stands before the massive red demon, his eyes filled with a twisted sort of worship. He welcomes Lord Paimon back to the world, offering his hand as a sign of absolute loyalty. Prince Louis's image appears in a floating orb, asking Rick if he can hear him through the magic link. Rick lies through his teeth, telling the prince that everything is going smoothly and there's nothing to worry about. Louis smirks from his throne, believing this is his only chance to become a true hero and gain glory. Rick bows his head, but as soon as the orb fades, the room is filled with a dark, heavy silence. The boy lets out a dark, mocking laugh, calling the prince a complete fool for believing him. He wonders if Louis really thinks defeating an awakened Lord Paimon alone would be enough to earn him honor. Rick knows that even though Paimon is weak after his long sleep, he's still more than enough to crush a human. He tosses a bottle of blood aside, laughing about how much easier this makes things for his own secret plans. The bottle smashes against the floor, red liquid splashing everywhere as the demon begins to grow. A massive shockwave of red energy explodes from the demon's body, shaking the entire academy basement. The essence stone completely shatters as Paimon's true form begins to manifest, his power leaking out in waves. Chunks of crystal fly everywhere as the demon stretches his massive, clawed hands for the first time in centuries. Paimon groans, his voice sounding like grinding stone as he looks at his own terrifying red-skinned body. Rick kneels before him, introducing himself as Mein Auslitz de Nefer and pledging his soul to the demon. The demon just scoffs, "Tch," as he looks at his own chest, still adjusting to the physical world. He grumbles about having to awaken in such a wretched and limited body compared to his former glory. But then he smirks, realizing it's a miracle he managed to rise again at all after being sealed away. He looks down at Rick, acknowledging his name, while the boy stays bowed in a state of pure terror. Suddenly, Paimon freezes, his eyes narrowing as he senses something familiar in the air. He can smell the scent of humans nearby, and it's a scent he recognizes from his past. He wonders if it could be one of the 3 humans who originally sealed him away centuries ago. He roars out, demanding an answer as his red aura flares up, turning the room into a furnace. Rick looks up, his face pale as he realizes the demon is already looking for blood. Paimon's face twists into a terrifying grin, his shark-like teeth gleaming as he prepares to hunt. A system window appears, activating the artifact Moonshadow effect as purple sparks fill the air. A silhouette of Nox begins to form, and the system asks him to configure the appearance of his duplicate. Nox explains that for the final challenge of the labyrinth, there was supposed to be a massive boss monster. He points to his duplicate, telling himself that the actual boss didn't even exist when the group arrived. He asks a rhetorical question: why would that be? With a cold, arrogant smirk, he reveals the truth: because I already killed it. A flashback shows Nox moving like a shadow, his blade swish, cutting through the air and spraying blood everywhere. The actual floor boss, a massive dark dragon, lies dead at his feet, its throat completely torn open. Nox looks at his system screen. He killed the boss early to get a random stat .3 reward. His trait list is insane: genius of sensory dual art, master of intimidation, deal mentality, and more. His stats are climbing: mana at 13.2, charisma at 26.3, and agility at a hidden 8. But then he sees the grim reminder: his terminal illness leaves him with only 147 days left to live. He smiles to himself, noting that thanks to these early boss kills, his mana and health are finally starting to grow. He looks at his hand, realizing that stats are good, but he has a more immediate problem to solve. His role in Lunatic is to stall the students, and he needs a way to do it without them finding out he's a traitor. He narrows his eyes, his mind working at lightning speed to come up with the perfect plan. He uses the M-Lido artifact to alter his appearance, turning himself into a mysterious, brown-haired warrior. He places this clone in the exact spot where the boss monster was supposed to be, creating a fake encounter. He smirks, knowing that since it's his own clone, it's naturally much stronger than the actual boss monster. Back with the group, Eleanor runs up to him, demanding to know where he's been for the last 10 minutes. Nox just tells her to mind her own business, his face a perfect mask of indifference. Suddenly, a voice rings out, "Stop," as the group comes face to face with the clone. The clone, looking like a stern warrior, warns them that they will not pass this place alive. Eleanor is shocked, drawing her sword and asking who this mysterious man is. Nox thinks to himself that this clone can think independently, but its entire logic is based on his own consciousness. He realizes if the conversation drags on too long, the girls might sense that something is weird about the clone's aura. Leon points at the clone, noting that someone with such a sinister and powerful aura can't possibly be human. Eleanor stares intensely at the clone's face, sensing that something is very off about this stranger. Thalia steps forward, her hand on her hilt as she demands to know the warrior's name. The clone introduces himself as Sain, a wandering mage who got caught up in the Academy's magic. Thalia narrows her eyes, whispering that strangely, this guy reminds her of someone she knows. Nox panics internally, cursing to himself that his fiancée's intuition is way too sharp for his own good. He draws his black sword, telling the girls that they're talking way too much, and it's just a monster they need to kill. He charges in first, shouting at them to stop listening and just kill the target before they figure it all out. Nox swings his sword with a whoosh, but the clone Sain dodges it with inhuman grace. The clone flips over Nox, their movements so synchronized it looks like a choreographed dance. Nox skids across the floor, acting like he's struggling to keep up with the enemy's speed. He looks back at Eleanor, telling her that this guy is actually incredibly strong. Eleanor prepares a massive golden spell, her face determined as she prepares to end the fight. She unleashes a boom of golden energy, a massive beam of light shooting directly at the clone. The clone dodges the light beam at the last second, the explosion rocking the entire corridor. Eleanor is confused, noting that it looked like Nox's sword actually slowed down right before it hit. Suddenly, Sain unleashes his own power, and giant, glowing green skeletons erupt from the ground around him. Thalia roars and charges, her red hair flying as she swings her blade in a wide, lethal arc. The clone blocks her strike, sparks flying as their blades lock in a desperate struggle. Sain stares her down with a cold, hollow gaze, his face showing absolutely no emotion. A skeleton lunges at Eleanor with a screech, its bony fingers reaching for her throat. The clone moves like a blur, cutting down one of the skeletons to make the fight look real to the others. He gathers a ball of light in his hand, preparing to unleash a massive area of effect attack. A skeleton is blasted into dust, but the clone is already moving to the next target. Thalia is relentless, her eyes glowing with a dark yandere aura as she prepares to cut the clone in half. The clone Sain ducks under her horizontal slash, the blade missing his head by mere inches. She pivots and swings again, through the air with terrifying speed. The clone is sent flying back, crashing into a stone pillar and coughing up blood. Suddenly, both Nox and the clone let out a gasp of pain at the exact same time. Nox falls to one knee, clutching his chest as he feels a searing pain rip through his own body. Eleanor and Thalia rush to his side, asking what's wrong and if he's been hit by some hidden spell. Nox tells them it's nothing, but he's sweating profusely as he realizes he overlooked two massive flaws in his plan. First, the clone took exactly 50% of his total stats to maintain its physical form. That means his own power is currently cut in half, making him incredibly vulnerable. Second, he realizes with horror that even if it's the clone being attacked, the clone's face is identical to his in its reaction as it takes another heavy hit from Eleanor's magic. Nox clutches his shoulder, the pain feeling 100% real as he realizes this is getting much more complicated than he thought. He looks at the timer, wondering if he can actually hold out and survive the pain until the time runs out. Down in the basement, Luna and Noah are still clashing, their powers creating a massive crackle of energy. A massive explosion of red and blue light levels the entire chamber, dust and debris filling the air. Noah looks up in shock. Huh? As she senses a presence that shouldn't be there. A massive red demonic foot steps into the light, crushing the stone floor like it was dry leaves. Archduke Paimon towers over them, his red skin glowing in the dark as he lets out a thunderous groan. The ground beneath him turns black as a liquid shadow begins to spread from his feet. Luna bites her lip, a drop of blood trickling down as she realizes the situation has turned into a disaster. Noah laughs, telling Luna that in the end her little group has gone and ruined everything. Luna roars back, asking if she has any concern for the salvation of humanity at all. She raises her sword and it erupts in a massive swirling vortex of red and black energy. A pillar of red fire shoots up through the ceiling, the heat so intense it's melting the stone walls. Luna stands in the center of the flames, looking like a goddess of war as she prepares her ultimate move. Noah smirks, realizing that Luna wasn't being serious when they fought earlier, and calls her a little brat. Luna's eyes are cold and blue, focused entirely on the massive demon that's about to destroy everything. She thinks to herself that she's tried multiple times in the past to destroy that vile magic stone. A flashback shows her striking the stone with her blade, but the crystal wouldn't even take a scratch. She realizes there's only one way to eliminate a Grand Duke demon's magic stone forever, and that's to kill the demon the very second it resurrects and is still in its weakest state. Luna looks at Paimon, admitting she didn't expect him to come back this quickly, but she's ready. She tells Noah it's time to reveal her own hidden cards, and a massive blue magic circle appears behind her. She swings her sword, and a crescent wave of red flame shing cuts through the air. She reaches out a hand, and the blue energy begins to swirl around her, forming a shield. The fire hits Paimon, but the demon doesn't even flinch as he walks through the flames. Luna is surrounded by a whirlwind of blue and red light, her hair glowing like a star. She lunges at Paimon, her blade clashing against his massive clawed hand in a crack of pure power. The demon stares her down, his shark-like teeth inches from her face as he lets out a low, guttural growl. Paimon's tail whips around, a blur of red speed that catches Luna off guard. A massive explosion of fire and smoke fills the room as the two monsters clash with everything they have. Noah watches from the side, her face pale as she realizes the true scale of the power on display. Paimon mocks them, asking if a powerless witch and a mere girl are really all the humans have left. He gathers a ball of black and red energy between his horns, the space around it literal cracking, as the energy ball grows to the size of a small house. The entire academy basement is engulfed in a world-ending explosion, and the screen goes white. Everything's falling apart, the ground's literally opening up under their feet, and our boy Nox is feeling every single hit his clone takes. Thalia swings her blade with a wobble Earl, trying to keep her balance as the corridor turns into a crumbling death trap. The clone, Sayin, grunts in pain as a spray of blood hits the wall, and Nox's own body jolts in response. Leon's green skeletons are still swarming the area, but the shifting magic is making the room look like a distorted nightmare. The clone is taking a serious beating, and you can see Nox in the background clutching his chest as the shared damage hits him like a truck. Leon is getting hyped up, shouting that they can't let someone with this much ominous power just walk away. Nox looks over at Leon, thinking that the gloomy necromancer is looking way too excited for a guy about to get crushed. He reaches out his hand, thinking that the distraction has finally bought them enough time for the real threat to emerge. Suddenly, a massive Kara boom echoes through the floor as giant cracks split the masonry wide open. Nox's eyes widen as he senses a sudden surge of dark energy that's far more powerful than anything they've faced yet. The students let out terrified screams as the entire floor gives way, sending them plummeting into the dark abyss. Massive chunks of stone are falling everywhere, and the group is completely scattered in the chaos. Eleanor loses her footing. Her boots slip on the edge of a crumbling ledge as she's sucked into the dark pit, reaching out for anything to grab, but there's nothing but empty air. The others shout her name in horror as she disappears into the blackness, her red hair the last thing they see. Suddenly, a golden blur zips through the air, moving from rock to rock with impossible speed. Eleanor braces for the impact, her eyes shut tight as she waits for the end. She feels a pair of strong arms wrap around her, stopping her fall just inches from the jagged floor below. She looks up, dazed and trembling, as a calm voice asks if she's okay. It's the clone, Sayin. He's holding her in a bridal carry, looking like a total hero despite being a monster in their eyes. Eleanor is completely stunned, her face turning bright red as she wonders why this mysterious stranger just risked his life for her. The clone leaps gracefully across the ruins, landing safely on a solid piece of ground before setting her down. He checks her over with a thump of his heart, asking if she's hurt anywhere while she just stares at him in silence. She's totally speechless, her face flushed with a mix of fear and a sudden, unexpected spark of romantic tension. In the shadows, the real Knox is watching this play out, his face turning pale as he mutters insane under his breath. He wonders if the clone is acting on the original Yu-chan personality from before he possessed this body, because this hero act is way over the top. But he doesn't have time to worry about romance. The ground rumbles again as a massive shadow looms over the entire group. Knox turns around, sensing a dark aura that feels like ice water running down his spine. A vision of the archdemon Paimon appears in his mind, the monster that's finally woken up from its long slumber. His sword clicks as he prepares to move, a spark of purple mana dancing along the edge of the blade. Without a word to the others, Knox turns and sprints toward the source of the evil energy, his speed blurring the background. Thalia and Eleanor shout after him, "Knox, where are you going?" But he's already long gone. Knox curses under his breath, thinking damn it, as his boots thud against the cold stone. He's panicking internally, wondering where the hell things went wrong and how the ritual finished so early. He knows that if they can't stop Paimon right now, it's literally game over for everyone in the academy. Down in the basement, the air is thick with red dust and the smell of sulfur after a massive explosion. A pillar of smoke and fire roars up toward the ceiling as the demon's power begins to peak. Luna is leaning against her sword, her breathing ragged as she tries to stand up among the rubble. She looks around in desperation, her eyes searching for any sign of her companion in the carnage. She spots a massive boulder and her eyes widen in shock. She screams, "Duff!" as she sees her massive partner pinned under a piece of the ceiling, blood pooling beneath him. Duff coughs up blood with a hack, telling Luna to ignore him and focus on the Duke before it's too late. Luna's face is hidden in shadow, her teeth gritting in pure rage as she realizes how close they are to losing everything. She glares at Noah, telling her they are going to have a very serious talk about this disaster later. Noah just smirks, her face bloodied as she tells the kid it's way too early to be getting distracted during a fight like this. A massive red demonic leg thumps down in front of them, the size of a tree and glowing with infernal heat. Noah lunges forward anyway, her blue hair flying as she tries to unleash one last desperate burst of magic. Luna watches her, realizing that despite her tough talk, Noah is almost completely out of mana. She estimates that Noah can only cast 1 or 2 more large-scale spells before she collapses from exhaustion. Luna grips her sword so hard her knuckles turn white. She's already used the Divine Light Sword twice, and she's at her absolute limit. Paimon's face twists into a horrifying, shark-toothed grin as he looks down at the 2 weak humans. The demon sneers at Luna, bluntly telling her that she's weak and pathetic compared to the warriors of old. He gathers a swirling mass of red energy and floating rocks, chuckling that playing with her was fun for a moment. But he's bored now, and he's just thought of something far more entertaining to do. He looks toward the upper floors, noting that there are a lot of little humans up there, and asking if they are her students. Noah and Luna freeze, their faces turning pale as they realize the demon is planning a mass slaughter. Noah's expression goes from smug to terrified, her eyes wide as she realizes Paimon has become a total monster. Paimon erupts in a massive whoosh of flames, his entire body turning into a living furnace. He tells them to watch closely and see for themselves how pitifully weak the human race really is. He gathers a massive ball of fire in his palm, preparing to launch a world-ending kaboom at the academy building. Luna screams, "No!" her eyes burning with a mix of fury and absolute despair as she watches the fire grow. She charges forward with a dash, ignoring her injuries as she tries to stop the demon's hand. Paimon just swipes his tail, a massive red blur that catches Luna mid-air and sends her flying back. The demon laughs, his red skin glowing brighter as he prepares to incinerate everything Luna cares about. Luna hits the ground hard, her sword clattering away as she lets out an arge of pure pain. Suddenly, a flash of blue movement catches Paimon's eye from the side of the room. Noah is back on her feet, her hands glowing with a bright blue magic circle as she roars in defiance. She unleashes a massive boom of frost magic, trying to douse the demon's hellfire with absolute zero cold. Paimon just mocks her effort, shouting, "It's no use," as he charges right through the ice. The demon smashes into Noah, the impact sending a crackle-e of blue energy through the room as her barrier shatters. Noah is thrown back, coughing up a spray of dark blood as she realizes the demon's power is even greater than it was centuries ago. She slumps against a pillar, her eyes filling with tears as she whispers that she couldn't protect them again. A flashback shows the academy grounds in flames, people running and screaming help as a previous demonic attack destroyed everything. A younger Noah sits in the middle of the carnage, crying out for her mom and dad among the corpses and fire. She's weeping, her heart completely shattered as she realizes she was too weak to save the people she loved. The rain pours down on her as she kneels in the ruins, her spirit broken by the weight of her own failure. Back in the present, Noah's eyes are filled with a dark resolve as she screams that she doesn't want to lose anything more. She lunges at Paimon one last time with a Kara Thum, putting every single drop of her life force into one final strike. She stands in the dust, her dress tattered, and her hair flowing in the wind as the smoke begins to clear. She grinds her teeth, wondering if even her full strength isn't enough to reach the level of a demon duke. Luna watches her from the ground, her face filled with horror as she sees Noah reaching her limit. Noah lets out a sob. It's too late already, as she collapses to her knees, her mana completely drained. Suddenly, a massive crescent of purple energy slashes through the dark room like a bolt of lightning. Shing! The purple wave hits Paimon's hellfire, creating a massive explosion of sparks and dark mana. A blinding boom of white and purple light fills the basement, dousing the demon's flames instantly. A massive ball of fire is redirected and explodes against the far wall, shaking the entire foundation of the academy. A figure stands in the smoke, their cape fluttering as they draw a massive black sword. Noah looks up in disbelief, her eyes wide as she asks, "That attack?" wondering where that kind of power came from. She stares at the newcomer, her face a mix of confusion and a tiny spark of hope as she asks, "What is happening?" Nox steps out of the shadows, his face dark and determined as he asks the headmaster if she's really going to give up again. He stares at her coldly, telling her that if she lost her family once and now loses her students too, she'll truly have nothing left. Nox walks past her with a heavy thud-hud of his boots, his black sword trailing a dark, sinister smoke. Noah is completely shocked, her voice trembling as she asks him how the hell he knows about her past. Nox ignores her question, declaring his name as Nox von Reinhafer and swearing upon the ancient tradition of his family's black sword. He grips the hilt with both hands, the metal clinking as his purple aura erupts into a massive swirling vortex. His eyes glow with a lethal purple light as he makes a vow to the entire room, "I will kill Paimon." The scene shifts to a dense forest, the background blurring as two figures move through the trees like lightning. Nox pulls out a white and purple mask from his pocket, the artifact Moonshadow, glowing with a soft, eerie light. He thinks to himself that Cyan, his clone, has been safely retrieved, but they have a much bigger problem on their hands. He grinds his teeth, his face twisted in a rare display of genuine stress and anxiety. He curses, "Damn it," still unable to believe that Paimon actually managed to wake up so much earlier than in the original game. Marin is following close behind him, her face pale as she frantically asks him what on earth they should do now. She knows that Paimon is on the same power level as Captain Luna, and realistically, there's absolutely nothing two juniors can do against him. Nox looks up at the darkening sky, his silver hair reflecting the dim light, as he decides there's only one path forward. Marin stops him, her voice desperate as she promises that as his mentor, she'll do whatever it takes to save him. Nox just cuts her off, telling her not to entertain foolish thoughts, because he has no intention of running away from his responsibility. Marin is on the verge of tears, shouting that this isn't a problem their level of strength can solve, no matter how hard they try. Nox turns on her, his eyes glowing, as he asks her if she's really okay with letting Captain Luna die down there alone. Marin flinches as if he slapped her, her blue eyes trembling with a mix of fear and a sudden, sharp realization. Nox watches her, thinking about Marin's character traits, Mirosho, and unwavering trust for the captain. He knows these emotions were formed because Luna was the one who saved her from a lab and rose to the top of the world solo. He narrows his eyes, thinking, "I'll use every one of your traits to force her into action, no matter how cruel it seems." He mentions the secret he knows, how Luna saved her when she was suffering in that laboratory, causing Marin to freeze in place. He calls himself the villain and scoundrel of this world, asking her if she's really going to let her hero die while she hides in the woods. Marin's jaw drops, her teeth clenching as her face twists with a sudden burning resolve. She looks him dead in the eye, her voice low and dangerous as she asks him exactly what he's suggesting they do. She reminds him that even the 3 strongest swordmasters and the sages struggle against Paimon, so what can a junior like her do? Nox looks her straight in the face and gives a simple, 3-word command: shoot the bow. Suddenly, a massive wave of red demonic energy whooshes through the forest, knocking them both back. Marin gasps in horror, realizing that the demon's influence has already reached the surface of the academy grounds. Nox tells her that Paimon is already here, and if they don't work together right now, stopping him is completely impossible. Marin's voice trembles as she asks if Luna was the one who told him about the secret power of her bow. Nox just tells her that there are more important things to worry about right now, mocking her for hesitating when lives are on the line. Marin screams back that he's already seen the power of her Vakt, and if she uses that bow, she'll lose total control of her own body. She's crying now, warning him that if she unleashes that kind of power, he might actually die from the recoil. Nox stares at her, acknowledging that she's the one who inherited all the legendary abilities of the Sea Folk. He scoffs at her concern, telling her she's overestimating herself if she thinks he'd die to someone like her. He tells her to get ready, even though he knows internally that he can't actually block a full-power shot from her bow. He grips the hilt of Stormbringer with a crack of leather, knowing he has to survive this if he wants to stop the game's bad ending. High above, the sky over the academy has turned a blood-red color as the demon's aura begins to choke the atmosphere. Marin clenches her fists, her knuckles turning white as she struggles with the trauma of her own power. Nox stands his ground, his expression cold and unyielding as he waits for her to make her choice. Suddenly, a small, dark smirk plays on his lips as he asks her, "What's wrong?" in a mocking tone. He laughs a little, asking if she's already grown so attached to him that she's afraid of accidentally killing him. Marin's eyes widen, a dark shadow falling over her face as his words strike a nerve she didn't know she had. She draws a glowing white arrow from her quiver, her voice cold as she warns the rookie not to regret this decision. Nox just grins, asking her if she really thinks a genius like him would ever have room for regrets. Marin admits she finally understands why Captain Luna calls him a cheeky rookie, because he never backs down even in the face of death. Nox chuckles, saying he doesn't like her much either, just as a massive swirl of water begins to circle around Marin's body. A massive vortex of yellow and red energy erupts from the academy basement, shaking the trees around them. Nox grips his sword as a thick black smoke hisses from the blade, his mana reacting to the sudden threat. A system window flashes. Stormbringer is draining the player's mana to its limit as purple sparks fly from his hands. Marin pulls back the bowstring with a crack, her eyes glowing bright blue as she starts a countdown, 1, 2, and releases the shot. A massive kaboom of blue and white energy tears through the forest. The impact is world-shattering, a blinding flash of power that literally splits the air and incinerates the leaves on the trees. A massive beam of blue water and white light roars toward the academy, looking like a falling star. The explosion rocks the entire basement level, the hellfire being snuffed out by a literal ocean of magical water. Back in the woods, as dark purple tendrils of smoke wrap around his exhausted body, Marin is surrounded by a massive, swirling tidal wave of water magic, her face looking like she's possessed by a sea god. Nox grinds his teeth, his face a mask of pure agony, as he realizes he's pushing his terminally ill body way too far. Another arrow zips past his head, the sheer air pressure from the shot cutting a deep gash into the ground behind him. Nox is thrown into the air by a shockwave, his body spinning out of control as he tries to maintain his grip on his sword. He lands on his feet and smirks through the pain, telling Marin she's disqualified as a marksman for missing a sitting target. He laughs at her, mocking her for shooting such a murderous arrow at her own junior colleague. Marin ignores him, unleashing another streak of blue energy that forces Nox to dive for cover behind a rock. Nox sprints through the forest with a dash, dark smoke trailing behind him as he tries to close the distance. He spots a figure in the distance, a blurry purple shape hiding among the thick foliage. Nox shouts out for Iana von Sater to stop hiding and come out from behind the trees. He mocks her, asking if the noble heir of one of the 3 dark families has developed some weird voyeuristic tendencies. A pair of black boots crunch on the leaves as Ayana finally reveals herself, her face looking completely flustered. She stammers, that's clearly embarrassed that she got caught following him like a secret stalker. Nox doesn't have time for her games. He swings his sword whoosh through the air, telling her he has a desperate request for her. He thinks to himself that if his memory is correct, Ayana's magic is on the same tier as legends like Paracelsus and Leon. He orders her to use her enchantment magic to take control of Marin and force her to stop the rampage. Ayana stammers that she understands, admitting that she doesn't want to die in a demon-infested forest either. But then her eyes turn a deep, seductive purple, a sinister gleam in her gaze that makes Nox pause. She smirks, telling him that she'll help, but he'll have to help her replenish her dark magic later as payment. Nox looks disgusted, thinking about the intimate method succubuses use to recharge their mana, and he is not thrilled about it. He accepts her deal anyway, telling her to start right now while he goes to stop Marin's physical movement. Marin lets out a terrified AHHH as a massive slash of water magic nearly takes her own head off from the recoil. Ayana reaches out a hand, a massive purple aura of roses and thorns erupting around her as she casts her spell. A massive, blood-red shadow thooms over the forest, the demon Paimon's presence finally manifesting on the surface. The ground beneath Nox's feet is literally turning into a liquid red gore as the demon's power corrupts the earth. He spots Noah in the distance, looking like a broken doll among the ruins of a collapsed stone wall. Nox sprints toward her, his body thudding against the ground as he thinks about the death of her family as written in the game's lore. He knows that although she seems insane now, Noah is actually the character who carries the most anguish in the entire series. He raises his black sword, the purple smoke hissing as he asks the dean if she's really going to give up on her students too. He tells her that if she loses her disciple this time, she'll truly be left with nothing but shadows and memories. Nox's eyes burn with a lethal intensity as he promises to kill Paimon here and now, no matter what it costs him. Noah looks up at him with wide, trembling eyes, her face a mask of pure disbelief as she hears his declaration. Suddenly, a massive red presence looms behind Nox, and a voice like grinding rocks asks, "Is it you?" Paimon is looming over them, his massive demonic body glowing with hellfire as he asks who dared to alter the trajectory of his attack. He sniffs the air, growling that Nox carries a familiar scent of dark magic and a sword soaked in ancient shadow. Paimon's face twists into a horrifying grin as he mutters, "I see," with a voice that sounds like a death knell. A massive boom of red energy explodes from the demon, turning the entire background into a sea of blood-colored flames. Noah and Luna both flinch shudder, their bodies paralyzed by the overwhelming killing intent of a Grand Duke demon. Paimon leans down, his red eyes glowing with ancient hatred as he sneers, "You're Theo's son." Nox stares back with a calm, expressionless face, his purple eyes cutting through the red mist. A system window pops up. The trait Steel Mentality nullifies the negative trait, and a shockwave of purple energy clears his mind. Nox swings his sword with a swish, the black blade cutting a trail of purple mana through the air as he challenges the demon. Boom! He lunges at Paimon, their collision creating a massive flash of blue and red light that levels the surrounding ruins. Paimon looks at him with a mix of surprise and amusement, asking the brat exactly what he thinks he's doing. Nox addresses him as Duke Paimon, his voice cold and steady as he stands his ground among the debris. He mocks the demon, telling him he heard Paimon was just one of the weak demons his father sealed away like a nuisance. Nox laughs, saying his father told him that even the title of Duke was way too much for a low-level monster like him. Paimon's face grins with rage as he mutters that Nox is saying some very amusing things for a kid about to die. Nox analyzes him, thinking that just like the game's description, Paimon is way too emotional and easy to bait into a trap. He decides it's finally time to use that move, his eyes shimmering with a dangerous, calculation-filled light. A system screen reveals Paimon's insane stats, health 26, mana 29, realizing this guy easily surpasses any monster he's seen in his 27 playthroughs so far. He recalls that the hellfire he blocked earlier is a straight-line flame that drains the life force of anyone it touches. Paimon raises his hand, the air hissing as he gathers a massive ball of white-hot fire to end the fight. Nox thinks about Lamity Flame, which is a damage-over-time skill, and a massive sword made of literal hellfire. He admits to himself that the demon's skills are all completely monstrous, and one hit will kill him instantly. Suddenly, a voice in Nox's head, Prince Louis through the link, shouts, "What are you doing, rookie?" in a panicked tone. Luna charges back into the fray with a dash, screaming at Nox for daring to follow her into this suicide mission. Nox thinks that under normal circumstances, Luna and Noah together could easily take down Paimon without his help. But that's only if they were properly equipped with their endgame gear, which they definitely aren't right now. He tells Luna to cooperate because he's found the only way to defeat Paimon with the limited resources they have left. Nox's eyes zip to the side as he shouts out for Marin to get ready for her part in the plan. Luna is shocked, her face pale as she asks if Marin is actually still alive after that massive explosion. Nox just smirks, telling her that of course she is. He promised to keep her safe, didn't he? As his hand erupts in a massive, swirling sun of white fire. The demon screams that they are getting distracted right in front of him, and he's going to make them pay in blood. He lunges forward with a Kara-boom, a massive circle of fire expanding from his feet and melting the stone floor. Nox blocks the strike with his sword, a clang of metal against demon skin that sends sparks flying everywhere. The system warning flashes. Master of Smoke shakes from a massive impact as Nox's arms nearly snap from the pressure. He's sent skidding back, his boots smoking as he wonders if that was the demon's skill. Nox falls to one knee, thinking that Marin is essential to his plan and he has to buy her just a few more seconds. He's confident that Marin can finally overcome her trauma and learn to control the god-tier power of the sea folk. Paimon towers over him, his face twisted into a horrifying sneer as he prepares for the killing blow. Luna lunges in with a whoosh, her sword glowing with a faint blue light as she tries to draw the demon's attention. Paimon catches her blade with his bare hand, the heat from his skin making the metal glow red-hot instantly. Luna glares at him, telling the demon not to forget that she's still here and she's not going down without a fight. Paimon laughs, telling the audacious rookie he'll leave him for last since watching everyone else die first is more fun. Nox shouts to Noah, asking her if she can still use that large-scale barrier magic about 2 more times. He tells her to cast a massive barrier spell around Zone 1 immediately to seal the area off. Noah is confused, but Nox explains it's to prevent anyone else from entering and getting caught in the crossfire. She smirks through her blood and dust, asking if he's really just trying to protect the students like a secret hero. Nox just looks away, telling her to think whatever you want while his face turns slightly red from embarrassment. Noah chuckles that he's not being honest, but that's exactly what makes him so cute as she starts her incantation. Nox charges at Paimon with a dash, his black sword leaving a trail of dark smoke that swirls around his feet. A massive ball of blue water explodes in the background as Marin's power starts to peak again. A huge pillar of blue light roars up from the forest, drenching the entire academy grounds in a magical rain. Paimon's massive red foot thumps down onto the rubble, sending a shockwave that knocks everyone back. The demon mocks them, asking if they really think they can stall for time against a Grand Duke of Hell. Nox blocks another smash from the demon's hand, the force of the hit sending a crack through the floor beneath his feet. The two powers collide in a massive explosion of purple and red energy, turning the basement into a literal furnace. Nox shouts back, asking if this is all the power of a duke, mocking the demon as a common, small fry. Paimon snarls, telling Nox that just because he blocked a few hits doesn't mean he's even half the man his father was. The system warning flashes again. The opponent imposes the negative trait on the player, but Nox's eyes don't even flinch. Paimon roars that Theo was many times stronger than this, and he's going to enjoy breaking the sun's spirit. He sneers that even Nox's father couldn't kill him, and only managed to seal him away after a month-long battle. Whoosh! Paimon gathers a massive pillar of fire that reaches all the way to the ceiling, screaming that they will all fall in an instant. Nox is forced down to one knee, the sheer heat and pressure crushing his lungs as he struggles to breathe. The system screen pops up. Steel mentality nullifies the negative trait, keeping his mind sharp despite the agony. Nox looks up at the demon with a wild, desperate grin, telling him, "You won't know until you try." The final system warning appears. The artifact Stormbringer has absorbed the player's mana to the limit as Nox's sword erupts in purple fire. Nox swings his blade, a massive crescent of purple energy clashing with Paimon's red flames in a world-ending explosion. Nox screams as the recoil from his own sword tears at his muscles, his eyes wide with pure, unadulterated pain. High above, Noah is floating in a sphere of blue light, her hair glowing like a star as she prepares the final barrier. The entire academy basement is being covered in a humming blue hexagonal grid as the barrier locks into place. Nox wipes blood from his mouth, asking Noah if her barrier is finally complete. A massive wall of blue ice and light slam thuds into place, sealing the demon and the 3 warriors inside the zone. Luna and Paimon are still locked in a desperate struggle, sparks flying from their clashing blades. Nox curses "damn it," thinking that he's at his absolute limit, and his terminally ill body is literally falling apart. He looks toward the trees, whispering "Marin," as he waits for the final piece of his plan to activate. Ayana stands over a floating, unconscious Marin, her purple aura pulsing with dark, thorny energy. She thinks to herself that even though Nox is just an extra in this game's world, he's doing things no extra should be able to do. She stares at Nox through the barrier, her eyes filling with a strange, dark affection as she whispers that she doesn't want him to die. Nox lets out a tired, bloody smirk, thinking that it's laughable for someone like him to even talk about wanting to survive. The system screen turns a terrifying blood red. "Warning! No mana remains. Replacing consumed energy with lifespan." Nox stands tall as a massive purple aura Kara thumes from his body, telling himself that he has the right to survive this hell. He grips his sword with both hands, shouting that he has the right to claim his own life and choose his own ending. He lunges at Paimon one last time, his body blurring into a streak of purple lightning. He screams a battle cry as he swings his sword with every single second of his remaining lifespan. The impact creates a massive sun of purple and red fire that completely incinerates the stone floor. Nox's face is covered in sweat and blood as he begs Marin to, "Please, get up," and finish the demon off. In the forest, Marin is suspended in the air by Ayana's purple thorns, her body glowing with a blinding blue light. Marin's eyes fly open, a single tear falling down her face as she screams "Marin!" and prepares to unleash the ocean itself. The story takes a dark turn into the past, back to the moment Marin first opened her eyes in a world filled with cold glass and green liquid. The first air she ever breathed wasn't fresh. It was a heavy, suffocating mist that reeked of chemicals and death. She was surrounded by rows of glass tubes, each one holding a child, just like her, waiting to be poked and prodded by horrifying experimental tools. The tray of surgical instruments, scalpels, needles, and blood-stained bowls showed the brutal reality of what was happening in this lab. To the researchers, these children weren't human. They were just subjects meant to test the limits of pain and power. Marin remembers lying on a cold stone table, surrounded by adults in white coats who looked at her like a piece of meat. Her eyes glowed with a terrifying blue light as vast amounts of forbidden knowledge were forcibly injected directly into her young mind. Before she could even understand the language or the data flooding her brain, she realized the truth of her existence. The green fluid hissed and bubbled as she was pulled from the tank, a chee sound echoing through the sterile room. Her bare feet hit the wet floor, and in that moment, she knew this laboratory was the only home she would ever have. She understood that if she wanted to see the next day, she had to prove she was the most valuable asset in the room. Standing there shivering, Marin looked at the researchers, her long blue hair dripping as they assessed their new creation. The lab was a nightmare of wires and surgery chairs, a place where humanity went to die. She realized that showing any sign of weakness meant certain death, so she forced herself to become a perfect weapon. She didn't even have a name back then. She was just a serial number, H210. Every night, she lay alone on a thin mattress in a cold cell, waiting for the next voice to call her for more testing. Her eyes were hollow and empty, having lost all hope of ever seeing the sun or feeling a kind touch. She accepted her role as a tool of the Empire, answering only to the number they gave her. She was led through the halls by doctors who didn't even bother to look her in the eye as they dragged her to the next experiment. As she walked, she saw a tank filled with the skulls and bones of the failures, the children who couldn't handle the power. A massive pile of war orphans had been turned into literal garbage just to try and replicate the powers of an ancient race. A balding researcher with a cold gaze asked her if she could move a heavy block using only her mind and her seafolk blood. Marin learned to fake a bright smile, pretending to be the most useful and cooperative subject so they wouldn't throw her away. She manipulated blue cubes of energy with ease, her natural talent for water magic far surpassing any of the other subjects. She had to prove that her blood was the purest and that she could handle the sea people's power better than anyone else. She knew that the moment she stopped being the best, she would end up just like the vanished children in the disposal tank. She held a glowing cube of light, her blue hair flowing like water, as she focused all her will on surviving another day. Then, one day the routine changed. A new set of footsteps approached her cell. A woman with long brown hair and large glasses looked down at her with a warm, genuine smile and said, "Hello?" The woman, Jay, knelt down to her level and told her that from that day on, they would be living together. She introduced herself as Jay, a staff member at the lab, but her voice didn't have the cold edge of the other researchers. Jay adjusted her glasses and gave her a playful wink, trying to bring a little bit of light into Marin's dark world. Marin had no choice but to follow her, still acting like a silent, obedient puppet. She felt like a cow being led to slaughter, just doing whatever she was told because she knew no other way to exist. Jay looked at her with pity, noting that the lab was a boring place, and that Marin must have been through so much pain already. Jay suddenly got excited, her image splitting into three as she hyperactively asked Marin what kind of things she liked. Marin just stared at the ceiling, unable to answer because she had never been allowed to like anything before. Jay sat with her and began brushing Marin's long hair, telling her that H210 was way too stiff and ugly to be a real name. She looked at Marin's hair and decided it looked like aquamarine, so she chose the name Marin for her. Marin didn't expect anything from this. She figured Jay just saw her as a zoo monkey or a fancy new test subject. She was shocked when Jay put sunflowers in her hair, making her look like a normal girl instead of a lab rat. But Jay was different. She didn't want a weapon. She wanted a friend. She treated Marin like a real person, taking her outside to see a field of sunflowers for the very first time. They laughed and played with a water hose, the splash of the water feeling like a game instead of a deadly experiment. For the first time in her life, Marin felt like an individual with a heart, not just a tool for the military. One night, under a star-filled sky, Marin finally found the courage to ask Jay why she was being so nice to her. They lay together in a real bed, Marin admitting that everyone else called her a monster, injected with cursed blood. She whispered that she was just a weapon meant to die on a battlefield, so why was Jay wasting her kindness? Jay gave her a gentle, knowing smile, the blue moonlight reflecting in her eyes. She patted Marin's head and decided it was time to share a secret of her own to make Marin feel better. Jay confessed that her own family was being held hostage by the Empire, and that was the only reason she was working in this hellhole. Marin looked up in surprise, asking Jay if she really wanted to see her family again after all this time. Jay's face went sad as she asked Marin if she would miss her if she ever had to leave the lab. Marin panicked. She clutched Jay's lab coat tightly, terrified of being left alone in the dark again. They leaned their foreheads together, the bond between them becoming the only thing keeping them both sane. Jay whispered that even though they weren't related, they were family now, and that's what family does. They stay together. Marin pulled the covers up, asking if that was the real reason Jay was being so protective of her. Jay smiled and said, of course, but added that there was one more important reason she was guarding her. Marin snuggled into Jay's side, feeling a warmth she never knew existed as she waited for the answer. Jay told her that children should always be protected by adults, and that Marin should learn to protect those younger than her, too. Living with Jay, Marin finally started to feel a sense of stability and happiness that she thought was impossible. Her seafolk powers began to awaken naturally, flowing from her hands like a calm stream instead of a violent storm. They spent their days having picnics in the sun, surrounded by floating bubbles of water magic and laughter. Looking back, Marin realized there was never a happier time in her entire life than those few months with Jay. They read books together and shared dreams of a future far away from the lab, but the world had other plans. The nightmare returned one night as a massive explosion, K-Boom, tore the building apart. The beautiful life they built was shattered in a single second for the most trivial and violent of reasons. A group of cloaked figures burst into their room, demanding to know how much longer they had to wait for their weapon. The leader shouted that they needed the power of the Sea People to strengthen the Imperial family for the coming war. Jay stood in front of Marin, shouting back that the girl wasn't a weapon, her name was Marin, and she was a human being. Marin hid behind Jay, tears streaming down her face as she watched the men move closer with cold, hungry eyes. The leader sneered, calling her a weapon that must be used now that the war had finally reached their doorstep. He reached out to grab Marin, ordering the tool to get up and follow them immediately. Jay tried to push him away, screaming for them to stop and leave the poor child alone. Slap! The man backhanded Jay with such force that her glasses flew off, and she hit the floor with a thud. The leader looked down at the fallen woman and coldly ordered his men to dispose of Jay. He claimed she had violated military law by interfering with a government asset, and that warranted immediate execution. Jay screamed as the soldiers began to drag her away toward the darkness of the hallway. Marin reached out her hand, her fingers barely missing Jay's as they were torn apart by the soldiers. Marin screamed, "Stop it!" but her voice was drowned out by the sound of boots and the crackle of fire. The soldiers mocked her, saying that for a weapon, she was getting way too swayed by personal feelings. The leader drew his sword with a shing, a cruel, shark-like grin on his face, as he asked Marin if she wanted to see what happens to traitors. A vision flashed in Marin's mind, the image of Jay being cut down while she stood by, powerless to help. The man just stared at her with dead eyes, telling her a mere weapon has no right to question its masters. Something inside Marin snapped. Her eyes went from soft blue to a terrifying glowing white as the ocean's rage took over. She roared that they were the real weapons, as a massive spiral of water erupted from her body. A giant tidal wave filled the room, the sheer pressure of the water crushing the furniture and the soldiers alike. Jay reached out one last time, her voice a faint whisper as she begged Marin not to let the darkness win. But it was too late. The water magic turned into a lethal blade, cutting through everything in its path with a shink. A pillar of white-hot light boomed through the ceiling, the sea folk blood finally reaching its true destructive potential. The entire lab was vaporized in a massive explosion of water and light, leaving nothing but a giant crater where Marin's childhood used to be. The scene opens on the smoking ruins of the research lab, the trees around it charred and broken after Marin's explosion. A young Marin wakes up in the dirt, her eyes unfocused and her body covered in soot and blood. She looks around in a daze, realizing that the house she shared with Jay is nothing but a pile of burning wood. A black-gloved hand reaches into her field of vision, and a cold voice addresses her as H210. It's Luna, looking down at the girl with a stoic expression, telling her that the reports said that was her name. She introduces herself as Luna, the leader of Lunatic, her blonde hair flowing in the wind like a hero. Marin is terrified, her mind racing as she wonders who this woman is and where the lab went. She frantically asks what happened to Jay, the lady with the brown hair who was the only one who cared for her. Luna doesn't sugarcoat it. She looks Marin in the eye and bluntly states that Jay is dead. Marin's world shatters, her jaw dropping as she repeats the words, "She's dead?" in a voice filled with pure agony. Luna walks closer, the light from the fires casting a long shadow over the broken girl. She delivers the final soul-crushing blow. She tells Marin that the person who killed Jay was Marin herself. Marin's eyes tremble in horror as she mutters that it's impossible, but the memories of her out-of-control power start to flood back. Luna explains that Lunatic's mission was to attack this lab and free the kidnapped children, but they were too late. She looks over the crater, noting that the entire situation was over before her team even arrived on the scene. The wind whooshes through the valley, carrying the scent of ash and the sound of Marin's quiet sobbing. A dying soldier reaches out a bloody hand, gasping, "Over here," as he begs Luna for help. The soldier's vision is blurry, seeing a vision of Jay reaching out for Marin one last time before she passed. Jay had begged the rescuers to take the girl with them and keep her safe from the Empire. Marin was unconscious, her body still glowing with the fading remnants of the ocean's power. Luna wondered if the girl had simply been overwhelmed by the legendary power of the ocean tribe. Luna knelt down in the dirt, admitting to herself that what happened wasn't the girl's fault, she was just a victim. She realized Marin was just a child who suffered at the hands of adults who saw her only as a tool for war. Luna promised to bring her along and help her live a normal life, but she knew the girl's heart was already broken. Luna stood up, her face hidden in shadow as she looked down at the survivor of the massacre. The words, "You killed her," echo in Marin's mind, becoming the foundation of her entire identity from that day on. She believes she's a monster who murdered the only person she ever loved, and Luna uses that guilt to mold her. Marin covers her mouth, shiver, as she realizes the blood on her hands can never be washed away. She remembers the kaboom of her own attack and the look on Jay's face as the water magic tore the room apart. She relied on a power that was forced into her to save her friend, but in the end, she didn't save anyone at all. She became the exact weapon that the Imperial researchers wanted her to be, a bringer of death and destruction. Luna offers her a choice. She tells the girl to join Lunatic and find a new purpose for her power. She says that if Marin wants revenge against the Imperial family that caused all this suffering, this is her chance. Marin looks up, her eyes empty as she wonders if she's becoming a literal demon by choosing this path. She remembers the fairy tales Jay used to read her about demons offering sweet deals to those with weakened hearts. But with the lab gone and Jay dead, she has no home and nowhere else to go in this cruel world. She agrees to go with Luna, even though she knows that a heart filled with revenge will only drag her deeper into the mud. She begs Luna to let her join Lunatic, her feelings of anguish toward the Empire pushing her into the life of a killer. The sound of her small feet thudding on the grass marks the end of her childhood and the start of her life as an assassin. Luna's words were a form of salvation to her, and Marin began to call her Captain from that moment forward. Luna told her that skill is the only thing that matters in their world, and that Marin was a natural-born talent. She promised to promote Marin's rank immediately if she could learn to control even a small fraction of her true power. Marin knew she was running toward Luna like a moth to a flame, letting herself be used for the sake of her vengeance. She clenches her fist, crack, her knuckles white, as she prepares to dedicate her life to the mission. She decided she would live for the sake of Luna, who saved her, and for the memory of Jay, whom she accidentally killed. The scene returns to the present-day forest, the wind rustling through the leaves as the enchantment begins to fade. Marin slowly opens her eyes, her face looking exhausted and dazed after being under Ayana's spell. Ayana leans over her with a SHY wave, saying a quick hello as Marin tries to figure out who she is. Marin recognizes the name Ayana von Soder, the successor of the prestigious succubus household. She looks at Ayana in shock, wondering how the girl is still alive after standing so close to that level of destruction. Ayana stammers, explaining that she used her special ability to suppress Marin's rage and bring her back to reality. She tells Marin there's no need to worry about going into a berserk state anymore because she's here to act as a buffer. Marin thinks about the legendary trait of the Satyr household, realizing it's the perfect counter to her out-of-control emotions. She understands now why Nox entrusted her to Ayana. He had planned this countermeasure from the very beginning. Marin's eyes go wide as she realizes Nox isn't there, and Ayana tells her that he's currently off fighting the demon alone. Marin doesn't hesitate. She turns and sprints toward the academy with a dash, ignoring Ayana's warnings about how dangerous it is. Nox's voice echoes in her head through the communication link, asking her if she's finally awake. He tells her that Luna is still alive and fighting, giving Marin a surge of hope that she can still make a difference. Nox also notes that Dean Noah is still standing, though the entire academy basement is being held together by her fading magic. Marin smiles as she runs, thinking to herself, "That's Captain Luna for you," relieved that her hero is still breathing. Nox adds that based on the status reports, Marin is still alive too, calling her a cheeky rookie, just like Luna does. He explains the situation. The entire area is covered in Paimon's hellfire, and Marin is currently under Ayana's protective charm. Marin asks what her role is, and Nox's answer is simple and terrifying. He tells her to shoot me. He lunges at Paimon with a whoosh, their powers clashing in a massive explosion of purple and red energy. Marin is shocked, stopping in her tracks as she tries to process his suicidal request. Nox explains that Paimon is way too fast. No matter how well she shoots, the demon will easily dodge any projectile she sends. His plan is to grab the demon and hold him in place, forcing Marin to fire the arrow directly through his own back. Marin is horrified, her voice trembling as she asks Nox why he's trying to sacrifice himself for a mission. Nox roars back that he's not sacrificing anything, he's just doing what's necessary to win the game. He tells her to stop doubting and just trust him, his eyes glowing with an unbreakable resolve. Nox gives her a wild, cocky grin through his sweat and blood, promising her that he has no intention of dying today. Marin drops into a firing stance with a thud, her face hardening as she chooses to believe in his strength. She asks one last time if she can truly trust what he just said, her bow glowing with an intense blue light. Nox screams, "Yes!" as he drives his sword into the floor, a massive shockwave of purple energy pinning Paimon to the spot. Marin smiles for the first time, wondering why Nox's words always give her such a weird sense of relief. She pulls the bowstring back to its limit, telling Nox that the fact he promised to live has given her the courage she needed. She grips her fist, blue sparks crackling around her fingers as she prepares the ultimate seafolk attack. A massive vortex of water magic roars around her, the air itself turning into a liquid storm. She tells him to look forward to this, promising that she'll make sure to tear his back apart with the power of the ocean. Marin stands in the center of the hurricane, her hair flowing as she releases the most powerful shot Eldin Academy has ever seen. Paimon is losing his mind with rage, roaring that if he had his original strength, these trash humans wouldn't even be able to reach his feet. He unleashes a massive K-Raboom of hellfire, screaming that it's absurd to see a low-level brat like Nox act so high and mighty. Nox flinches as a wave of heat singes his hair, his eyes widening, as he realizes the demon's power is still growing. He barely manages to dodge a massive pillar of fire, the heat so intense that the stone floor is turning into liquid magma. Boom! The fire hits Dean Noah's barrier, the blue ice cracking and melting under the sheer pressure of the hellfire. The barrier is flickering, looking like it's about to shatter and leave them all exposed to the demon's rage. Nox is panting huff, huff, his face covered in grime and blood as he realizes his own mana is dangerously low. Luna steps up beside him, calling him an arrogant rookie and noting that even he must have realized they are at a dead end. She admits that Noah's defense barrier is at its absolute breaking point and won't hold for more than a few seconds. Noah is struggling to breathe, having used up almost all of her mana just to keep the group alive this long. Luna estimates they can only block 1 or 2 more of those massive fire attacks before they are all incinerated. She turns to Nox, her voice low and serious as she asks him when the hell he plans on executing that great plan of his. Nox grips his sword so hard his fingers crack, his knuckles turning white as he prepares to bet his life on one single move. He stares at Paimon with a look of pure, cold focus, telling Luna he only needs her to help him just once. He asks her to use her full power to pierce through Paimon's 3-layered advanced magic barrier for him. Nox has noticed that because the demon is focused on offense, his attacks are actually slightly weaker than normal. But he warns that Paimon's defense is still incredibly strong, and if they can't break it, his entire plan is meaningless. Luna grips her sword with both hands, shing, her eyes glowing with a lethal determination. She tells him she truly hopes that his crazy plan works, because they won't get a second chance to fix this. Paimon laughs, gathering a massive ball of white-hot fire and mocking Luna for trying to protect a girl who's barely even lived. The demon lunges forward with a dash, his massive red hand reaching out to crush Luna's head. He screams that she doesn't know her place and that a mere human can never stand against a Grand Duke of Hell. Luna ignores his talk, whispering her ultimate technique, Lunar Sword Art. Third technique. A massive blood-red moon appears in the sky behind her, casting an eerie glow over the entire battlefield. Luna leaps into the air, looking like a dark angel as the energy of the red moon flows into her blade. Moon split! She swings her sword with a deafening Kara Thum, a massive crescent of light slicing through the air. Ping! The edge of her blade hits Paimon's first barrier, the sound of glass shattering echoing through the basement. The second barrier cracks under the pressure, the demon looking stunned as his defenses are peeled away layer by layer. The air itself seems to tear as Luna's strike hits the third and final barrier with a world-shattering explosion. The final shield shatters into 1,000,000 pieces, leaving Paimon's massive chest completely exposed. Luna roars in defiance, her hair flying as she follows through with a horizontal slash that cuts deep into the demon's skin. Paimon lets out a cooge of pain, blood spraying from the wound as he's finally knocked back, but he quickly recovers, a terrifying snarl on his face as he laughs that her attack still didn't reach his heart. He scoffs that all she could do was break the first few layers, but Nox is already moving, a purple blur behind him, calling Nox a vermin as he prepares to incinerate him at point-blank range. The demon's hand erupts in fire, and he mocks Nox, asking if he's really so desperate to die. Nox ignores the pain, screaming now as his purple aura reaches its maximum intensity. High on the rooftop, Marin roars Archer Do It as she releases the full weight of her seafolk blood. A massive kaboom of blue water and white light explodes from her bow, looking like a falling star. The beam of water magic whizzes through the air, traveling so fast it literally creates a vacuum behind it. Nox looks up at the approaching light with a bloody smirk, asking the demon who the hell said he was going to die. He activates his trump card. A giant clockwork magic circle appears behind him as time begins to crawl. A system window flashes. Active skill, Hauer OF the Genius, has been activated, and everything turns into slow motion. Nox counts down ONE, calculating that the speed of the marine arrow should be at least 400 kilometers per hour. He knows the distance from the roof is about 300 meters, which means he has a tiny, impossible window to act. Two, he whispers, watching the blue beam of light slowly crawl toward him through the air. He estimates the arrow should reach his current position in exactly 3 seconds. He laughs at himself, thinking that he's not a mathematician, so his calculations are probably totally wrong. He decides to take a massive gamble, betting everything on the gamer instincts that have helped him survive this hell so far. Time snaps back to normal with a deafening boom, and Nox throws himself to the side at the last possible millisecond. The blue beam strakes through the spot where he was just standing, a trail of white vapor following it. The arrow hits Paimon directly in the center of his chest, the impact creating a massive crackle of blue and red energy. The demon lets out a world-ending "Koo-yach" as the holy water magic begins to boil his internal organs from the inside out. Nox stands up, noting that the demon has lost a massive amount of strength, and his red aura is finally starting to fade. He knows it was inevitable, since Paimon had to use multiple high-tier skills just to keep up with their coordinated attack. The demon is coughing up dark blood. Hack! Hack! But he's still standing among the smoke. He sneers that Nox still wasn't able to break through his core, and declares that this battle is still his victory. Nox just gives him a dark, knowing smirk, asking, "Who said we didn't break through?" A system window appears. You've equipped the artifact Lunatic Member's Robe as a dark cloak manifests around Nox. The black smoke from Stormbringer hisses as the sword begins to absorb the maximum amount of life force from Nox's body. The robe's special effect activates, and Nox's attack power rises to a level no 15-year-old should ever possess. He gathers a ball of pure, dark energy in his hand, the air humming with the power of a dying star. A massive pillar of purple fire roars up from his body as the system announces, "Active skill, limit break, has been activated." The screen flashes red with a final warning, the enemy is too strong, and Nox has sacrificed a tremendous amount of life for this final hit. The system asks him one last time, "Will you use thrice skill?" knowing it will leave him on the brink of death. Nox's face is a mask of pure, arrogant calm as he gives a small, bloody smile. He says a simple yes, his eyes glowing with the light of a man who's already seen the end of the world 27 times. He raises his sword, a massive kara boom of purple lightning striking the blade as he prepares his ultimate move. Paimon's face twitches with fear as he calls Nox a fucking vermin for the last time. The demon raises his flaming sword for a final strike, screaming that it's no use struggling against destiny. He roars that nothing will change, and that the Reinhafer family will end here in the dirt. Kaboom! The two powers collide in a world-ending explosion of purple and yellow light that levels the entire area. Nox's sword slices through the demon's fire like it was made of smoke, the black blade cutting straight for Paimon's neck. Paimon gasps, "What?" as he realizes his legendary defense has been completely bypassed. Nox moves like a shadow, dashing through the flames with a trail of purple sparks following his every move. He leaps into the air, his cape fluttering as he prepares the final execution. He whispers his final technique, Black Sword Art, first technique of the first half. A thin line of pure purple energy cuts through the demon's body with a sound like a silk thread snapping. A blinding white light fills the screen as the demon's physical form begins to split in two. Paimon's body shatters like glass, karaboom, dark blood and red energy exploding in every direction. The demon's head begins to dissolve into ash as he screams in disbelief that he's being defeated by a brat. His final red eye glows one last time as he mutters that he can't believe he's losing to someone like Nox. The demon vaporizes into a massive cloud of black smoke, leaving the basement finally silent and cold. A system message flashes a terrifying warning. A tremendous amount off your life has been reduced. Nox slumps over, his cape falling into the dust as the purple aura fades away completely. He collapses to the ground with a heavy thud, his black sword clattering away as he loses consciousness. Nox lies in the ruins, his breathing shallow as the sun begins to rise over the broken Eldine Academy. Nox has just pulled off the impossible, and those watching him can't even believe their own eyes. Marin stares in total disbelief, questioning how a mere cadet could possess that kind of world-ending strength. She looks at the glowing red remnants of the Mana Stone, the air still thick with the heat of the battle that just ended. She remembers Commander Luna praising her speed, but compared to what she just saw, it feels like nothing. The fact that Nox dodged an undodgeable attack at point-blank range is haunting her. She looks over the total destruction of the battlefield, wondering if that's even possible for a human to pull off. Then there's our guy Nox, looking completely peaceful as he lies unconscious in the rubble after pushing his body way past its breaking point. Marin can't help but smile, realizing that an absolutely terrifying junior has just joined her ranks. She starts to think bigger, wondering if this kid might actually surpass the legends like Luna, or even his own monster of a father, Theo. She leaps through the air, moving fast as she tries to make sense of why such a massive talent would stay hidden for so long. A memory flashes back to Nox in class, acting like a bored, lazy noble while everyone else gossiped about his trash reputation. It hits her. He was probably hiding his identity under the mask of a scoundrel to avoid the massive trouble his talent would bring. She even thinks his obsession with his maid might have been part of the act to keep people from taking him seriously. She laughs to herself as she sprints, thinking about how annoyingly handsome and cheeky this rookie actually is. The sun shines over the trees as Marin realizes that with Nox and Luna working together, something huge is about to happen. The goal is clear. They're going to bring down the foolish emperor, Esteban von Archheim, who sits comfortably on his throne. But the stakes are high. To win this war, even the emperor's daughter, Penelope, might have to be sacrificed. Meanwhile, back at the ruins, the mysterious white-haired beauty Luna watches the horizon with a cold, focused gaze. The red aura of the fallen demon still lingers on the ground as Luna and Dean Noah stand amidst the wreckage. Luna looks at the shattered mana stones, the very things that were supposed to keep the demons at bay. A wave of energy pulses from the ruins, showing just how much power was unleashed during the final struggle. Luna walks toward Noah, her voice sharp as she calls him out for letting Paimon awaken in the first place. She realizes his goal wasn't just survival, he wanted the demon to destroy the mana stones for his own reasons. She glares at him, demanding the truth behind his reckless gamble. Noah turns away, the wind whipping his cloak as he prepares to explain the unexplainable. Luna reminds him of the trauma they suffered from demons in the past, showing a rare moment of vulnerability and anger. She questions if he did all this just for a simple, petty revenge against the world that hurt them. Noah looks at her with a calm, almost sad expression, knowing he played a dangerous game with everyone's lives. He admits that revenge was definitely on his mind, but it wasn't the only reason. He smirks, telling Luna that his abilities simply didn't reach as far as he hoped, calling her kid despite his aged appearance. Luna accepts the answer for now, but the tension between these two powerhouses is far from gone. She warns him that next time, she expects a full explanation before he puts the whole academy at risk again. Noah tells her not to worry, reminding her that even stronger enemies are on the way and he'll need his full strength. Luna crouches next to Nox's unconscious body, chuckling as she promises to take good care of her favorite disciple. Noah takes his leave, walking away with a heavy heart and even heavier secrets. Luna watches his silhouette fade into the distance, her mind already spinning with the next phase of the plan. She turns her attention back to Nox, a soft, genuine smile appearing on her face as she looks at the boy who saved the day. She whispers a thank you to her student, recognizing that without him, they'd all be ash right now. Suddenly, the sky itself seems to crack as a massive wave of mana begins to reset the area. Shards of light float through the air, acting like a magical reconstruction of the destroyed museum. The entire landscape is being flooded with sparkling energy as the dean's magic starts to hide the evidence of the battle. The academy guards and professors rush onto the scene, shouting for Dean Noah and looking for survivors. They're horrified to see the seal on the mana stones has been completely obliterated. Luna just gives them a cheeky grin and a somehow-it-happened shrug, playing it totally cool. The professors are losing their minds. How does a legendary seal just somehow break into a million pieces? One of the teachers spots Nox on the ground and panics, screaming for his top student to wake up. Magicians start using levitation spells to clear the heavy rubble, trying to make sense of the carnage. Even in the chaos, the guards are whispering. They want to know who exactly was strong enough to put down Archduke Paimon. They look at the dean, assuming only he could have dealt with a threat that massive. Luna just stays quiet with a mysterious smirk, letting them believe whatever lies make them feel safe. The head guard knows that it means the survivors aren't going to tell them a single word about what really went down. They start worrying about the paperwork, wondering how the hell they're going to report this disaster to the imperial family. The two officials stare at each other in awkward silence, both realizing they're in for a massive headache. They immediately start arguing over who has to write the report, neither wanting to take the blame for the destruction. Luna walks away barefoot across the broken stone, her mind already on the bigger picture. She knows the mana stone didn't break by accident. It was a calculated move by those pulling the strings from the shadows. She thinks of the imperial family, especially the ambitious princes who are hungry for power. Her eyes sharpen with a cold intensity. She's not just a mentor, she's a sword emperor, and she's ready for war. She looks over the destroyed courtyard, knowing that the real enemies are already among them. She stares at a massive crack in the ground, sensing that the demon followers are still hiding within the academy walls. The look on her face is terrifying. She's disgusted that filthy demon followers would dare to step foot in her territory. She vows to clean up the mess and God help anyone who gets in her way. 3 days later, inside a lavish bedroom, a voice filled with worry asks if Nox is really going to be okay. Eleanor and Gitri are by his side, with Eleanor panicking and wanting to call her father for a legendary elixir. The other students are debating his actions, some calling him a reckless fool for rushing into a suicide mission. Talia is losing her patience, declaring she's going to go handle things herself if Nox doesn't wake up soon. Nox's eyes flutter open, and for the first time in his life, he feels a genuine fear of just trying to sit up. He realizes his body has recovered at an astonishing speed, much faster than he expected after using Limit Break. A system message pops up in his mind. Moonlight's blessing has been imbued into his body, boosting his recovery. Another message follows. He's also received Frost's blessing, likely a gift from the Dean's healing magic. He stays in bed, realizing that with these two legendary buffs, he's lucky to be alive at all. He thinks about the political fallout. The Academy has to pretend to side with the Emperor while planning his downfall. He knows he's a student affiliated with a criminal group, and if that gets out, his life is over. He suspects Noah is healing him just to extract information about Lunatic, so he decides to keep his guard up. His plan is simple: pretend to sleep as long as possible to buy himself some time to think. He closes his eyes, trying to look as unconscious and harmless as possible. He almost drifts off for real, his body still heavy with exhaustion. The curtains rustle in the gentle morning breeze, the sunlight filling the quiet room. Night falls, and the academy is bathed in the soft glow of the moon. Nox wakes up again, wondering if he actually dozed off for real this time. The room is finally quiet, but he realizes he's not alone. Princess Eleanor is standing right there in the dark. Nox is caught off guard, his eyes widening as he realizes she caught him faking his sleep. He lets out a long sigh, knowing he can't lie his way out of this one. He asks Eleanor what she's doing in a guy's room at this late hour, trying to regain some control of the situation. Eleanor doesn't blink. She tells him she only wants to ask him one thing. She brings up the man named Shane they saw in the labyrinth, Nox's secret alt identity. She looks him dead in the eye and asks what his relationship with that man really is. Her gaze is piercing, full of suspicion, and a hint of something else. She demands to know exactly who Shane is to him. Nox stays silent, the image of his alt identity Shane looming in his mind. Note: this is an ad image featuring Eleanor in a red Christmas dress. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife as Eleanor waits for an answer. Nox tries to play it dumb, acting like he has no idea what she's talking about. Eleanor leans in close, a knowing, almost predatory smile on her face. She tells him that she knows his tells, how his pupils shift and his hands tremble ever so slightly when he's lying. She praises how he keeps his voice calm, but she can see right through the act. Nox curses under his breath, realizing he's been completely cornered. He realizes his acting genius skill isn't enough to fool Eleanor's own natural intuition. He decides to give her a half-truth, admitting that Shane is indeed connected to him. Eleanor's eyes light up. She asks if they're relatives, searching for a logical explanation. She points out that their eyes look remarkably similar, which is a detail Nox hadn't considered. She comes to her own conclusion. Shane must be part of a hidden branch of the Reinhafer family used as hunting dogs. Nox just rolls with it, even if it makes his family look even more like a bunch of monsters. Eleanor mentions that Shane didn't seem like he wanted to hurt them at all during the fight. Nox shifts the focus, asking her what she actually wants from this Shane character. She gives him a soft smile and says she simply wants to repay him for saving her life. But then she drops the real bomb. She's planning to recruit him into her merchant group. Nox realizes she wants him to play the middleman and set up a meeting. She laughs, saying someone that's skilled is definitely worth the effort of recruiting. Nox warns her that stealing a talent from the Reinhafer family isn't going to be an easy task. Eleanor isn't backing down. She tells him to have Shane come to her headquarters in 1 week. She gives him a playful wink and tells him to get well soon before walking out the door. As soon as she leaves, Jitri enters, scolding Nox for being far too reckless during the battle. She warns him that the head of the family, Theo, is going to have some very harsh words for him. Jitri admits she's already sent a report to the family, saying it was her duty as his maid. Nox heads out into the hallway, feeling the weight of the incoming family drama. He sighs, wishing he could have just stayed unconscious a little longer to avoid all this. Suddenly, another person approaches him. It's Iana, looking nervous and fidgety. She reminds him that as a half-succubus, she needs to replenish her dark mana to stay healthy. She asks for his help, her face flushing, as she suggests the only way to transfer mana. Nox thinks about how succubi are known for draining energy from men in less than innocent ways, but he remembers this world is all ages, so those kind of developments aren't actually allowed. He feels a wave of relief and asks her what exactly he needs to do to help. She shyly asks him if he can just hold her hand for about 10 minutes. Nox agrees instantly, thinking that's a small price to pay to help an ally. But then he gets serious, asking her why she was following him on the day of the attack. Iana stammers, looking like a deer in headlights. She claims she was just curious because they both come from dark magic families. She looks at him with admiration, saying he's changed a lot recently and used to be much worse. Nox pulls back a bit, asking her what she meant by worse, making Iana panic and apologize. He tells her to just sit down and focus on absorbing his mana. The two sit on the bed, and Nox offers his hand with a stoic expression. He watches her, thinking about her family name, the Siders. He thinks she's way too clumsy and naive to be a typical succubus, but then he remembers his pro-gamer knowledge. He's played this game 27 times, and he knows her secret. He knows there's a much darker, more seductive side to Iana that she's hiding. He's aware of her hidden personality that only comes out when she's cornered. He sets a strict timer, exactly 10 minutes of hand-holding, and not a second more. As soon as they touch, Iana's face turns bright red, and she starts breathing heavily as the mana flows. Nox notices something is off. The timid girl he knew is disappearing right before his eyes. She looks at him with a predatory grin, her eyes glowing with a newfound hunger. The 10 minutes are up, and Nox tries to leave, but Iana's grip is like iron. She grabs his shirt, pulling him back with surprising strength. She tells him she's far from satisfied, her voice sounding completely different, deep and seductive. A system screen appears, detailing Iana's stats and her race as a demon succubus. It lists her traits, highlighting the split personality that turns her from timid to alluring. A warning flashes. Her personality has just changed 180 degrees. Nox is pinned to the bed, realizing he's in a very dangerous situation with 0 mana left to defend himself. He tells her to calm down, warning her that she'll regret this once she snaps back to normal. She just laughs, asking him if it's even possible for a man to dislike her. She leans over him, looking like a completely different person, full of confidence and desire. She offers to make him dream, asking what his type is while Nox keeps telling her to stop. She whispers in his ear that a quick kiss is all she needs to make him feel better. Suddenly, the door is kicked open with a massive bang. Marin stands there, absolutely furious that she's working her tail off while Nox is flirting with a girl. Iana snaps back to her timid self instantly, looking terrified as Marin glares at them. Marin doesn't hesitate. She summons a ball of water magic in the palm of her hand. Splash! She blasts Iana right in the face with a high-pressure water shot. Iana is knocked back, completely soaked and dazed by the sudden attack. Nox sits up, asking Marin what the hell she's doing. Marin calmly explains she just infused a bit of mana to snap her out of it, saying it won't hurt long-term. She looks at Nox with a judgmental smirk, and Nox can only stare back in annoyance. He asks if she's actually glad to see him awake, and Marin admits it, even if she hates saying it out loud. She asks if he's really okay, her anger fading into genuine concern for her junior. Nox fixes his collar and says he's fine, despite having just shared a good chunk of his mana. They stand in silence for a moment, the weight of their bond growing after surviving the demon attack. Marin hesitates, then asks him a question that's been on her mind. She bluntly tells him that thanks to him she's still alive, showing a rare moment of honesty. Nox shrugs it off, claiming he only did it to save his own skin, keeping his villain mask firmly in place. He turns and walks out of the room, leaving Marin standing there in shock at his cold attitude. But as he walks away, Marin can't help but smile, seeing through his act. She shouts after him, reminding him that she's 2 years older and he needs to show some respect to his senior. The moon hangs high over the academy, a symbol of the brief peace they've earned. In a dark, grand office, Luna stands before Theo von Reinhafer, the man who rules the most powerful family in the land. Theo's voice is like ice as he confirms that it was indeed Nox who cut down the Archduke. He stares at his hands, his face unreadable as he processes the news. Luna confirms it. Her disciple did what even the Academy's best couldn't. Theo's advisor is sweating bullets, realizing that the trash young master is now the family's biggest asset. He realizes this one event is going to change everything for the Reinhafer household. Theo lets out a terrifyingly dark aura, a small, wicked smile appearing on his face. The advisor knows this news will bring a great storm to the family, and the whole continent is about to feel the impact. The office remains tense as Theo continues to digest the sheer impossibility of Nox's victory. He stays silent, the shadows of the room making him look like a demon himself. He admits that even as his father, Nox's true thoughts are a complete mystery to him. He guesses that Nox's sudden surge of power is fueled by the trauma of his mother's death. A flashback shows a city in flames during the night of slaughter years ago. The memory is brutal. A massive demon holds Nox's mother by the throat while his sisters lie dead on the floor. Young Nox watched his mother be sacrificed right in front of his eyes, his world shattering in an instant. After that day, Nox went half mad, pushing everyone away and causing nothing but chaos. But now, he's finally avenged her by killing the very demon that took her life. Theo smirks, proud that his son took his revenge with his own 2 hands. Luna isn't buying the proud father act. She accuses him of having darker intentions for his son. She knows Theo is after the secret power that can only be inherited through the Reinhafer bloodline. Theo's eyes glow purple as he mentions the manifestation of darkness, the family's forbidden strength. This power only activates when a member of the family is pushed to their absolute physical and mental limits. Luna looks at him with disgust, knowing he's just manipulating Nox like a pawn. She warns him that she won't let him use her disciple for his twisted games. Theo just chuckles, saying that parents never truly understand their children anyway. Luna retorts, asking when he ever cared about being a warm father to the boy he neglected for years. Theo drops another bombshell. His eldest son has already joined the Imperial faction and is working with demons to destroy them. He predicts that the entire continent is about to see a storm of blood as the family civil war begins. Luna turns to leave, her armor clanking as she walks away from the man she used to respect. She stops at the door and reminds Theo not to forget the promise they made. She threatens him directly, saying she'll kill anyone who interferes with her plans, even his own son. Her eye glows with a lethal intensity as she reminds him of the contract between them. She tells him to discard any personal feelings, because in their world, feelings only get you killed. Theo grips the edge of his desk, the room falling back into an oppressive silence. He looks out the window at the blood-red moon, knowing that everything is proceeding exactly as he planned. His goal is the total fall of the Imperial nation and the subjugation of all 72 demons. Back at the academy, the night air is still, but the plotting never stops. Eleanor is in her private study, preparing a contract for the mysterious Shane. She sips her tea, confident that her rewards will be enough to sway any warrior to her side. She's ready to make a deal that will change the power balance of the merchant world. Shane sits across from her, his face hidden and his expression unreadable. He tells her he has family matters to attend to, trying to avoid signing his life away. Eleanor smirks, telling him that Knox already told her all about his family matters. She claims Knox approved of the deal, so there's no reason for him to worry anymore. In reality, the real Knox is watching this from a distance, fuming because he never gave any such permission. Shane thinks back to how he took down the boss early just to get some free stats, and now it's biting him in the tail. He can't believe Eleanor is actually trying to force him into working for her merchant guild too. He tries to be polite, calling her Miss Eleanor, as he looks for an exit strategy. She tells him to just call her Eleanor, giving him her personal permission to drop the formalities. Shane stammers, saying he's much more comfortable keeping things professional. Eleanor notes that he strangely resembles Knox in the way he tries to push people away. She sighs, saying she didn't want to make this complicated, but he's leaving her no choice. She mentions his status as a branch family member involved in dirty dealings for the Reinhofers. She asks him what would happen if Dean Noah found out that a secret unit had infiltrated the academy. She's openly blackmailing him now, her smile turning sharp and cold. Shane is shocked, saying he thought she was a kind person who didn't exploit weaknesses. She shuts him down instantly, saying she's a merchant first, and merchants have no reason to be kind. Cornered and out of options, Shane asks what exactly he needs to do to keep her quiet. She slides the contract across the table and tells him to sign it. She looks at him with triumph, knowing she just secured the strongest hunting dog in the kingdom. The moon continues to shine over the academy as the deal is sealed in blood and ink. Later, Shane walks alone through the gardens, feeling the weight of his new double life. He pulls out a glowing red gem, the pendant of the fire spirit. He recognizes it as an overpowered artifact that players can normally only get near the end of the game. Eleanor gave it to him as a token of gratitude and a contract fee, showing just how much she values him. She told him it was both a gift and his first payment for joining her guild. He looks at the layers of advanced magic inside the pendant, realizing it's a game changer. But then he notices something. It has a tracker on it. He realizes Eleanor is truly obsessed with keeping tabs on his alt identity. He curses, wondering why everything has to be so complicated with these heroines. Back in her room, Eleanor's tea has gone cold as she stares out the window. She looks over her shoulder, sensing someone approaching. Her assistant, a young man with brown hair, notes that she seems to have taken a huge liking to this Shane fellow. He points out that it's the first time she's ever personally invited someone to join her group. Eleanor snaps at him, asking since when he had the right to comment on her personal business. The man bows his head, acting like a humble servant and apologizing for his insolence. He tells her not to worry, claiming he's not foolish enough to actually go against her. She tells him to shut it, calling him by his title Deputy Accountant Rick. A dark shadow looms over Rick as he walks away, his eyes glowing with a terrifying demonic light. Eleanor watches him leave, sensing that something has been off ever since Paimon was defeated. She warns Rick to be careful with his movements, her intuition signaling a bad feeling. She tells him that whatever decision he makes from here on out will have permanent consequences. Rick's face is hidden in shadow, a wicked, jagged smile spreading across his face. He promises to keep her warning in mind, acting like the perfect, obedient worker. He walks down the grand hallway, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the empty corridor. He thinks to himself that his suspicions were right all along. He envisions Knox von Reinhafer, labeling him as a dangerous individual that needs to be removed. He decides he needs to deal with Knox quickly, and he might as well take out the foolish prince while he's at it. He whispers to himself that no matter what Knox's ultimate goal is, he's going to fail. He laughs a dark, distorted laugh, the demonic energy swirling around him as he prepares his next move, a terrifying vision of a future where Knox dies before his timer even hits 0.